A man clearly possesses the divine equipment Dragon Phoenix Jade Pendant, yet he doesn't know what he does until he dies. I thought I would die with regret like this, but I never thought that as soon as I opened my eyes, I would return to before global data mining with the memories of a full-level human emperor. Not only did I know the copy strategy of Bluestar after data mining, I also knew how to use the Dragon Phoenix Jade Pendant. And having been reborn in a new life, I was bound to become stronger last life, and the pits I stepped on would definitely not be stepped on again. The first thing I did when I returned from my rebirth was to quit my job and go back to my village to raise all kinds of insects at home. People in the village laughed at me behind my back, even my parents thought my head was caught in the door. But what they don't know is that soon, the whole Bluestar will be data mined. At that time, all the plants and animals will all be gamified, and all the various skills and attributes that people have in Bluestar can be inherited, and all the various insects he raised will become ferocious beasts after being data mined, and all of them will be living experience values, which is also the reason why he raises so many insects. Wang Xian sat on the sofa in front of the window, took out a jade pendant from his pocket and gently rubbed it. It was a dragon and phoenix jade pendant. The jade quality was very rotten, belonging to the kind that no one would want if it was thrown on the street. Suddenly, a voice without any emotion, like a mechanical synthesized voice, without warning, suddenly sounded in everyone's mind. Data template loading. Communication module loading. Forum module loading. Safe zones are starting to be generated. Field copies are being generated. Transformation shrine begins generating. Life transformation began. A voice rang out in people's minds, and countless people began to panic. They didn't know where it came from, but looking at the surprised looks of the people around them, it was clear that everyone had heard it. It had finally begun. In the farm, Wang Xian murmured. A year before he was reborn data mined, he gambled everything. Although he knew that Bluestar would be data mined a year later, he couldn't be sure that this day would definitely come. But now it's good, he was right after all. Wang Xian said silently in his heart. Open the attribute panel, please set a nickname first. The same voice as earlier rang in his mind. Wang Xian said after a slight silence, Immortal King. Nicknames can really kill people sometimes. In his last life, his death was related to nicknames. After the Bluestar was data mined, many new races appeared, and among them was the existence of the immortal race. Although for some reasons, the immortal race couldn't punish him to death openly and honestly, they stabbed Wang Xian in the back in the middle of the First National War, letting him die on the battlefield. When he was finally killed, the Immortal Clan also revealed a secret that the Immortal King was related to a certain inheritance, and although he was relived in a new life, Wang Xian still decided to call the Immortal King, and this time he would properly deal with those Immortal Clan. After the nickname was set, a light screen appeared in front of Wang Xian. Name, Wang Xian. Nickname, Immortal King. Race, human. Occupation, individual farmer. Age, 24. Talent, learning. Level, 0. Experience, 0 out of 100. Number of deaths remaining, 3. Instead of Bluestar being data mined, it was more like gamified. This attribute panel was completely a game panel, and as a reborn person, Wang Xian naturally knew everything about the attribute panel. The 5 basic attributes were important, of which strength affected physical attacks, agility affected movement speed and attack speed, spirit affected magical attack power and magic value, physique was related to life value, endurance was related to defense, and as for blitz, it needed to be conferred by equipment or title. One difference from online games is the number of deaths. Online games can be resurrected indefinitely, but Bluestar data mining has a limit on the number of deaths. Everyone has 3 times of death at the beginning. When the number of deaths is exhausted, that is really dead, but in fact everyone can also get additional deaths. For example, the first kill of a wild boss, the first time a copy is cleared, and in addition to that, there are various activities and encounters. Talent is something that everyone has. This learning talent of Wang Xian is still the same as in his previous life. It is the most common talent, a little bit of chicken ribs, but this is no longer important. Wang Xian looked at the dragon and phoenix jade pendant in his hand. In his last life, when Wang Xian discovered the secret of the jade pendant, he was already over level 70. It was a bit late after all. This life was different. He was only level 0. It was the best moment to use the things in the jade pendant. Wang Xian backhandedly slapped the jade pendant directly on the table. The jade pendant instantly shattered. After shattering, the blood color in the middle of the jade pendant then quickly coalesced into a drop of blood. Mysterious blood, the blood of an unknown being, a very simple introduction. Wang Xian didn't hesitate and directly took it into his hands and took it. Taking mysterious blood gains new talent growth and gains a new talent every 10 levels. That's right, the function of this drop of mysterious blood was to allow the taker to gain additional talents, and still gain one every 10 levels. In his last life, he had taken it by chance and only learned about the function of this drop of mysterious blood. Calling out the attribute panel, Wang Xian checked up on the attribute of talent growth. In his last life when he took it he didn't obtain the growth talent, growth, athletic. Every time he upgraded he would obtain additional attributes that were the same as his level. Wang Xian's eyes instantly widened, almost protruding out of their sockets, and he even rubbed his eyes for fear of being disoriented. As far as Wang Xian knew, the grades of talent were divided into ordinary elite, heavenly pride, legendary, epic, and mythic. He had never heard of competitive grade talent, and in his last life, after he took this blood, he had obtained nothing more than an epic talent. Also, this growth talent was too perverse. Everyone would gain a total of 10 attribute points after leveling up. A normal player would gain a total of 1,450 attribute points from level 0 to level 100, but he had gained 1,450 points himself after having the growth talent, plus the 5,050 points given by the talent, a whole 6,500 points. And the full level of the rank was not level 100. In his last life, although his highest level was only 113, he had found bosses in the wild that were over level 500, and NPCs that were over level 1000. Wang Xian couldn't imagine how big the gap between himself and others would be after his level had completely grown up. After slightly calming his excited heart, he then looked towards those things he had farmed. At this moment, those things are starting to transform towards wild monsters, and they are close to completing their transformation. Wang Xian turned around and picked up a shovel, and came into the breeding room covered with earthworms. The shovel in Wang Xian's hand didn't hesitate to shoot towards those earthworms, killing level 0 wild monster earthworms, gaining 1 point of experience. Kill level 0 monster earthworm, gain 1 point of experience. Continuous beeps sounded in Wang Xian's ears. Wang Xian ignored these beeps and frantically slapped with his shovel. Experience is full, leveled up to level 1, gained 5 free attribute points. The first level up, obtaining the title Herald's Vision. After this prompt sounded, Wang Xian stopped waving the shovel in his hand and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Title, Herald's Vision, unique, attribute, can stack all title attributes, honoring those who took the first step and dared to challenge the unknown. Pioneer's Vision is the only title, itself does not have attributes, but it can stack all the title attributes of the property, which makes everyone extremely to crazy, only because everyone else can only equip one title. The guy who got this title in the last life was crazy to show off, only now this title belongs to him, Wang Xian. After the Bluestar data, through a variety of tasks, plot, kill boss can get the title, and even all kinds of accidental things can also get the title. Suddenly a vibration came from the phone. Wang Xian took it out and saw that the phone had been filled with all kinds of messages. Most of the messages were about the data mining of the blue planet, and everyone was discussing whether this was a prank of God, a prelude to an alien invasion or the truth of the world. In fact, that guess about the data mining of the blue planet being the truth of the world was the one that had been agreed upon by the largest number of people in previous generations. Many scholars and experts believed that the Bluestar and even the entire universe was originally virtual, only that this virtual technology was too unbelievable. After casually reading a few messages and realizing that they were all pretty much the same as the last time, Wang Xian put his phone away. Under boredom, Wang Xian entered the forum function brought about by data mining. The forum could once again set an ID. Without any hesitation, Wang Xian directly set his forum's ID to profit. On the forum, at this time, there were already people posting, but unfortunately the number was small. It seemed that everyone was silently paying attention, and those posts were also basically discussing data mining as well as various YY posts. Wang Xian thought for a while and started editing the post. In the post, some of the changes and important things brought by data mining were listed. Firstly, the changes under data mining and the importance of leveling and transferring. Changes to the body. Those who harbor diseases can consume their life value once in exchange for a healthy and intact body. Second, the importance of leveling. Leveling up can improve one's physical qualities in all aspects, with more strength and speed, as well as mastering various transcendent powers. Thirdly, transfer. Transfers are divided into 3 kinds: automatic transfers, transfers to the temple, and hidden professions. Hidden professions, as we all know, hidden professions are very powerful. The same powerful also means rare, so don't force it. You are not the protagonist, much less the chosen one. After revisiting the article and realizing that there was nothing missing, Wang Xian posted the thread on the forum. About the hidden profession, in fact, Wang Xian originally did not want to write. He was afraid that some people overambitious, all day dreaming that he is the protagonist, is the chosen one, delayed the level. However, he also thought that, in his previous life, when he visited the forum, he saw a lot of people who received the transfer of hidden professions, and did the mission to despair, and finally had to give up the post. He felt a burst of pity. The future of the war, some hidden profession is comparable to the town of artifacts, that is absolutely strong. They are even able to change the situation with their own strength, to turn the tide. This is the real world into the game, not online games. There is no so-called balance. The strongest is always strong, really not just talk. The impact of the national war is really big. The losing side, basically no hope of any rise, either be captive, or really be killed to exit. Thinking of the previous life when the Dragon Kingdom was besieged by numerous countries and remembering the precarious situation, Wang Xian's heart chilled. If the national war was lost, there would be no hope for the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and there was a high chance that those countries would completely kill the Dragon Kingdom to the point of retiring. As for why the siege of the Dragon Kingdom by numerous countries had happened? Resources. What resources? Replicas. The number of replicas that the Dragon Kingdom possessed might not be the most on the blue planet, but the quality of the replicas was definitely the highest on the blue planet. The levels of replicas were primary replicas, intermediate replicas, advanced replicas, legendary replicas, epic replicas, and mythological replicas. Before Wang Xian's death, there were 13 mythic level replicas found in the Dragon Kingdom, over 100 epic level replicas, and even more than 1,000 legendary level replicas. What about the other countries? Although there were quite a few legendary level replicas, and there were likewise epic level replicas and mythical level replicas, the number was far too less compared to the Dragon Kingdom, and even the highest level replicas found in some countries were merely legendary level. Although at that time, people in the Dragon Country could still only raid legendary level copies, other countries had been afraid after they realized the number and quality of copies in the Dragon Country. Why? Copies were equivalent to levels, equipment, and pets. The Dragon Kingdom had so many high-level copies that once all of them were raided, then it would be a disaster for the other countries. Thus, the national war broke out, and it was still dozens or hundreds of countries besieging the Dragon Kingdom. Although he was reborn, Wang Xian estimated that the national war should still be the same as it was before he was reborn, with crowds of countries besieging. Since he was reborn, Wang Xian naturally wanted to change this kind of thing. Not that he, Wang Xian, had any great righteousness, but he just didn't want to die. The outbreak of the national war can't be changed. This thing will start brewing after the quality and quantity of copies explode in the future, and it can't be hidden. There are quite a few people from abroad in the Dragon Kingdom. Kill those people? Don't joke. This may not be able to detonate the national war in advance. If the war breaks out in the future, there may still be hope for victory, but if it breaks out now, there's no chance of winning at all. Besides, how can we kill all those people? Even if you kill them, who can guarantee that the matter of the copies won't be spread out? Therefore, although the national war hadn't broken out yet, it had already become an established fact. Since it was impossible to stop the national war from breaking out, the best way was naturally to increase the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Improve the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom? This was really not something Wang Xian could do. In his previous life, he was a mid-ranking soy sauce commodity, and all he knew was some ordinary things, but he didn't know anything about important things. He was a mid-ranked, low-level player in his previous life, and he knew only ordinary things. He had never been to a legendary copy in his previous life, nor did he know how to brush a legendary copy, and he spent most of his time thinking about brushing a few more high-level copies to improve his level and equipment. With Wang Xian's current ability, the only thing he can do is to help the Dragon Nation to get more hidden professions. After all, in his previous life, he was also a daydreamer, thinking of transferring to a hidden profession and soaring to the heavens. So, when he had nothing to do, Wang Xian specifically found those hidden profession postings to read. As a result, Wang Xian knew where to get some of the tasks for transferring to a hidden profession, and also knew how to do some of the transfer tasks. This was the only way Wang Xian could help Dragon Kingdom. The earlier the hidden professions appeared, the stronger those hidden professions would be, which was what was said at the beginning that the strong were always strong. As for why Wang Xian didn't go get a hidden profession himself, this one wasn't really needed. The drop of mysterious blood he had taken would grant him a hidden profession. Speaking of this matter, Wang Xian had a toothache. He had just obtained a hidden profession in his last life, and before he had the chance to blossom into the glory that belonged to a hidden profession, he was shinned to death. But fortunately, he was reborn. Ding! 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 Continuous beeps rang in Wang Xian's ears. Wang Xian froze, then thought, this is the beep of someone replying to a post in the forum. Opening the forum and clicking on the post, Wang Xian was dumbfounded. The post he had just sent out had already covered tens of thousands of floors, and was even heading towards 100,000 floors. Looking at the replies, Wang Xian's brow wrinkled high. He had thought that the replies to the post would be to raise objections, doubts, or even thank you or something like that, but how could he not expect that the replies would either be saying that he was harassing the social stability, or saying that he was unsettled, or just spewing him in a brainless manner? What killing animals and insects now will kill people later? What suicide can make disabled people, terminally ill people recover, are nonsense, now cannot be resurrected or not sure, the person who posted is to let the world into turmoil and so on. In short, those replies completely portrayed Wang Xian as an extremist with no fighting spirit, no humanity, vicious and cruel, and vindictive to society. Occasionally there were replies that raised objections or doubts, and in the blink of an eye, they would be stomped into oblivion by those other replies. One of the replies had been topped high to the first floor, and it was a reply that was almost a warning. Warning everyone not to kill in the wild for the so-called upgrades. Now the wild are basically protected animals, that would be against the law. There was also the fact that too much killing would affect the character, it would make people become extreme and eventually become crazy and stupid or something like that. Wang Xian shook his head and directly closed the forum. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to argue, but there were too many people who sprayed him, and when he said one sentence, there were bound to be 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 sentences waiting for him. There is also the fact that the forum does not have any restrictions. Here you want to say what you want to say, want to curse what you want to curse, there will be no one out to ban you. Wang Xian didn't know what kind of people were so disciplined to block his posting, and he didn't want to know. He only knew that anyone who listened to those people and didn't believe in the content of his posting would surely regret it. Moreover, this regret would come very soon. Waiting for someone to rise to level 10, after opening the leaderboard function, everything will see the difference. Thinking of his last life, the public opinion that erupted after the leaderboard function was opened, Wang Xian suddenly inexplicably looked forward to it somewhat. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Just as Wang Xian was rambling, a hissing sound suddenly came from the room on the west side of the farm. The sound was a bit strange, as if it was a collection of several sounds, and it was hard to hear. When Wang Xian heard this sound, his eyes instantly lit up. He knew he had succeeded. In the forum of his previous life, there was a very famous posting called on the possibility of artificially breeding bosses. That was a whole bunch of experts discussing how to farm bosses, or discussing how to farm out bosses. For that posting, Wang Xian had only read it when he was bored, and didn't remember it too clearly. Just some of the bosses that he remembered being the easiest to farm out were the 5 poison beasts. 5 poisonous beasts need to gather geckos, centipedes, poisonous snakes, scorpions, toads. 5 poisonous, and then also to give a lot of food. It is best to level just over those poisonous wild monster corpses. Finally, these 5 poisonous creatures will be gathered together. Let them kill. The final success or not depends on God's will. The only things that Wang Xian farmed in large quantities were centipedes, scorpions, and geckos. As for the poisonous snakes and toads, only a few of them were raised, and all of them were thrown into that room before the data mining started. Wang Xian was actually still not optimistic about whether or not he would be able to breed the 5 poisonous beasts. After all, there were only a few poisonous snakes and toads, so there was no way. It was just not good to mess with them. Now it seemed that he had gotten pretty lucky and farmed out the 5 poison beast boss. The first kill of the first boss must be his. Listening to the hissing sound that kept coming from the room, Wang Xian came to the room where the cockroaches were farmed, picked up the phone box and started to fill it with cockroaches. Cockroaches, like earthworms, were level 0 wild monsters. With a 50 by 70 by 30 foam box, Wang Xian filled 2 whole boxes and carried them to the front of the 5 poison beast boss's room to put them down, then returned to his usual resting room and carried out another box. This box had a skull painted on it, and also had a warning of toxic danger written on it. On the front of the chest, there were also 3 large words, dichlorvos. Wang Xian opened the box and took out a bottle of dichlorvos. After opening it, he poured it towards the foam box filled with cockroaches, a foam box, and poured 6 bottles of dichlorvos. Achoo dash. Wang Xian choked on a sneeze from the smell of dichlorvos. It had to be said that as a good insecticide that had been popular in the countryside for decades, the smell of dichlorvos was just too punchy. At the same time, Wang Xian had to feel pity for paraquat, another drug that was on par with dichlorvos, a good weed killer that was actually drunk to the point of banning domestic sales. Hiss, hiss, hiss dash. The hissing sound in the room became more urgent, but it also pulled back Wang Xian's thoughts that had flown beyond the 9 heavenly clouds. Wang Xian found a stick and stirred in the foam box, and when it was stirred well, he poured a brainful of cockroaches dipped in and drunk on dichlorvos into the room of the 5 poisonous beast boss from a small window left specifically for this purpose. Although he had been reborn, had some experience in killing bosses, and had gained the heaven-defying growth talent, Wang Xian wasn't arrogant enough to directly challenge a boss. The levels of the 5 poison beast bosses spanned a wide range, with the weakest being level 5, the strongest being several hundred levels, and perhaps even higher, just undetected. This 5 poison beast boss that Wang Xian had cultivated was naturally the weakest level 5 boss. Crunch! Crunch! Biting and chewing sounds came from the room. This was the 5 poison beast boss eating cockroaches again. The 5 poison beast boss, for something poisonous, was very eager, because poison could make it evolve. Of course, this required a process of adaptation. When it first takes a new poison, the 5 poison beast boss will also be poisoned, but as time passes, the 5 poison beast boss will give birth to a corresponding resistance to poison. At that time, this new poison would become the 5 poison beast boss's evolutionary medicine. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The hissing sound of the 5 poison beast boss resounded again, only, this time, it was filled with pain and weakness. Wang Xian was in no hurry and continued to wait. When the sounds emanating from the room were no longer agonizing, Wang Xian kicked open the locked door of the room and rushed in with a shovel. Upon entering the room, Wang Xian saw a creature about the same size as Teddy lying on the floor. It was an extremely bizarre-looking creature that had the armor of a centipede, the tail of a scorpion, the body of a toad, the head of a viper, and the limbs of a gecko. 5 Poison Beast Boss, Normal. Level, 5. Life, 377/2000. Attack Power, 10. Physical Defense, 21. Magic Defense, 10. Skills, Unknown. These were the attributes of the 5 Poison Beast Boss. The 5 Poison Beast Boss was only level 5, and Wang Xian was also level 5, so he could see some of the 5 Poison Beast Boss's basic attributes, but as for the skills, he couldn't see them. However, it doesn't matter if you can't see it. Wang Xian knows that the skills of the 5 Poison Beast Boss are either Venom Spray or Deadly Scorpion Tail, or both, which is the standard skill of a level 5 Poison Beast Boss, and there's never been an exception. Dichlorvos is very powerful, the 5 Poisonous Beast Boss poison to more than 300 blood left, but also thanks to the 5 Poisonous Beasts, the poison has a certain resistance if other insects boss should be estimated by the Dichlorvos poison down. Name Wang Xian. Nickname, Immortal King. Race, Human, Dragon Kingdom. Occupation, Individual Breeder. Age, 24. Talent, Learning, Common, Growth, Forbidden. Level, 5. Experience, 0 out of 600. HP, 150. MP, 130. Physical Attack Power, 17 plus 3. Magic Attack Power, 13. Strike, 0. Physical Defense, 16. Magic Defense, 8. Strength, 17. Agility, 16. Spirit, 13. Physique, 15. Endurance, 16. Free Attribute Points, 40. Skills, none. Remaining deaths, 3. These were Wang Xian's current attributes, and the free attribute points hadn't been added yet. The physical defense of the 5 Poison Beast Boss was 21 points, while Wang Xian's attack power was only 20 points, 3 of which were still attached to the shovel, and could not break the 5 Poison Beast Boss's defense at all. Unlike online games, where the rule of deducting 1 point of blood is mandatory after attacking an enemy, the datamined Bluestar, not breaking the defense, means no blood loss. Therefore, Wang Xian didn't hesitate to add 20 points of strength. As for the remaining 20 points, all of them were added to the physique. Face. Don't look at the 5 Poison Beasts attack of only 10 points, but that was an ordinary physical attack. The 5 Poison Beasts attack was accompanied by toxicity. Although he didn't know how strong the toxicity of this 5 Poison Beast Boss was, with Wang Xian's current HP of 150, if he was touched by the 5 Poison Beast Boss, he would probably get close to the end of his life. Adding 20 points of strength and 20 points of physique brought his attack power to 40 and his blood level to 350. Seeing such a high blood level, Wang Xian let out a slight sigh of relief. This should be safe. Tai. Watch the fight. Wang Xian shouted strangely, raised his shovel, and slapped it towards the 5 Poison Beast Snake Head Boss. -38. A red number surfaced from the head of the 5 Poison Beast Boss. The datamined Bluestar had 5 types of damage displayed when attacking an enemy. White normal damage. Yellow bludgeoning damage. Weakness damage in red. Green toxin damage. Deadly damage in black. Bludgeon damage and weakness damage were the same, both were twice as much as normal damage, while fatal damage was 10 times as much as normal damage, and as for toxin damage it depended on the effect of the poisoning. The snake's head clearly belonged to the weakness of the 5 Poison Beast, and Wang Xian slapped double damage directly with a shovel. Wang Xian's attack was 40 points, removing the 21 points of defense of the 5 Poison Beast Boss, leaving 19 points, and after multiplying by 2, it was exactly 38 points. Hiss. The 5 Poison Beast was instantly enraged by Wang Xian's volley and hissed as it lunged towards Wang Xian. Wang Xian didn't care about any image, and rolled on a donkey to avoid this pounce of the 5 Poison Beast. After that, he quickly got up and gave the 5 Poison Beast another slap with the shovel. -19. A white damage appeared. The shovel had only slapped the 5 Poison Beast's body, so it only dealt normal damage. After receiving another shovel, the 5 Poison Beast became even angrier, and the scorpion tail behind it was raised high. Whoosh! A black light flashed, and the 5 Poison Beast's scorpion tail stuck in Wang Xian's calf. -0. No defense is broken. Ding! You have been poisoned. A beep sounded. Although it didn't break defense, the poison on the scorpion tail had entered Wang Xian's body. -15. A green damage surfaced from Wang Xian's head. Wang Xian hurriedly looked at his status bar. Scorpion tail poison, duration 10 seconds, damage 15 per second. After seeing the poison he had been hit by, Wang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It was only 150 points of blood in a full count. Snap! Wang Xian raised his shovel and once again gave the 5 Poison Beast Snake Head a hard blow. -38. Another red damage surfaced. At the same time, a mosquito-like pattern appeared in the status column of the 5 Poison Beast. When Wang Xian saw it, he was instantly happy. The 5 Poison Beast had been knocked out by his shovel and entered a stunned state. This was one of the differences between the data-driven Bluestar and the online game. In an online game, in order to make an enemy enter a stun state, one had to have a corresponding skill. The data-driven Bluestar was different. In addition to skills, it was also possible to put the enemy into a stun state through external forces, just like the current 5 Poison Beast boss. In addition to stun caused by external force, similar states caused by external force include blindness, suffocation, and so on. However, a prerequisite for a state like stun is to break the defense. How can it be possible to cause a stun if the defense can't even be broken? The 5 Poison Beast boss has already fallen into a stun state, so how could Wang Xian give up such a good opportunity? Holding a shovel to the 5 Poison Beast boss snakehead is a burst of slap. The -38. -38. 38 to 38. 3 consecutive red numbers appeared above the 5 Poison Beast boss, and the blood level of the 5 Poison Beast boss dropped to 206 points. It was worth mentioning that wild monsters, including bosses, that were below level 30 would not return blood after entering combat if they didn't have a recovery type skill. Also, with any boss, there was a protection mechanism. This protection mechanism would allow the boss, after recovering from some special negative state, not to enter that negative state again for the next period of time. Therefore, wanting to utilize external forces to keep the boss in a stun state all the time to achieve the situation of killing the boss without any injuries would not occur at all. Hiss. 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 The 5 Poison Beast boss recovered from the stun state and let out a piercing hissing sound from its mouth, which was even more filled with endless anger. In response, Wang Xian chose to ignore it before rewarding the 5 Poison Beast boss with another shovel blow. -19. Obviously, this shovel shot did not hit the snake head of the 5 Poison Beast boss. Just like this, Wang Xian slapped the 5 Poison Beast boss with shovel after shovel, while the 5 Poison Beast boss could not do anything at all except for hissing angrily. There was no way around it. Who let this 5 Poison Beast boss in front of him have a simple attack method? Other than pouncing, there was only the scorpion tail attack. In the face of the 5 Poison Beast's pouncing attack, Wang Xian would be able to dodge it as long as he didn't care about his image and rolled on his donkey. As for the scorpion tail attack, the speed was too fast to dodge, so he could only choose to resist it. Fortunately, Wang Xian's life value was high enough to successfully kill the 5 Poison Beast boss after being hit by the scorpion tail poison once more. The whole process seemed very easy, but don't forget, this was the wave of 5 Poison Beast boss that Wang Xian had shaded, causing the 5 Poison Beast boss's blood level to drop from 2,000 points to 377 points. Even so, Wang Xian still had 50 points of blood left, and if he was stung by the 5 Poison Beast boss's scorpion tail one more time, he would be the one to fall to the ground. If he was stabbed by the 5 Poison Beast boss scorpion tail one more time, he would be the one to fall to the ground. Moreover, once Wang Xian fell to the ground, the 5 Poison Beast boss would be out of the battle state and its blood level would slowly begin to recover. Even worse, at that time, the 5 Poison Beast boss had already developed resistance to dichlorvos, so it was simply impossible to shade it again. Ding! You have killed the level 5 boss 5 Poison Beast, gaining 1000 experience points. Ding! Completed the first kill of the boss, rewarded with a special bonus, title, Boss Natural Enemy. Ding! You have upgraded, gained an increase in attributes, and gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have risen to level 6 and gained 6 free attribute points from the growth talent. A series of system beeps rang in Wang Xian's ears. Boss Natural Enemy? In his last life, the reward about the first kill boss had always been a mystery, and that person who had received the reward had never talked about what that reward actually was. In this life, this first kill boss reward had been obtained by Wang Xian, and he wanted to see what exactly that reward was. Title, Boss Natural Enemy, Unique. Attributes, 1. Soul Drawing. 2. Luck. 3. Evolution. Soul Drawing, after killing a field boss, randomly gains 0 to 1 free attribute points. Luck, after killing a field boss, the chance of obtaining an item is increased by 1%. Evolution, after killing a field boss, you will gain 1 point of evolution value. When the evolution value reaches 100, the title effect will be improved. Boy! The attributes of this title were a bit strong. At the same time, Wang Xian finally understood. No wonder there were rumors that the guy who was rewarded for the first kill of a boss in his previous life was very keen on killing all kinds of field bosses, and any level of field bosses, and he even often ran to low-level field monster areas to grab field bosses from low-level players. It turned out that everything was because of the title, Boss Natural Enemy. Not to mention that guy, whoever obtained this title would become keen on killing all kinds of field bosses. Ding! World announcement, Dragon Nation player Immortal King completed the first kill of a boss and received a special reward. Ding! World announcement, Dragon Nation player Immortal King completed the first kill of a boss and received a special reward. Ding! World announcement, Dragon Nation player Immortal King completed the first kill of the boss, obtaining a special reward. 3 deafening voices suddenly rang out above the firmament. This was the sound of the world announcement. The world announcement no longer sounded as if the voices were ringing directly from the ears, but rather in this manner of being read out directly across the entire Bluestar. Wang Xian was stunned when he heard this sound, and then slapped his forehead with his right hand. How could he have forgotten about this matter? The first kill of the first boss after data mining Bluestar would be announced by the world. It seemed that without waiting until a player leveled up to level 10 and opened the rankings, the current Bluestar was probably going to be flooded with all sorts of public opinion and even have to break out into all sorts of turmoil. Thinking of his last life, the turmoil that followed the opening of the rankings next to the rankings, Wang Xian let out a faint sigh. This kind of thing was not something he could stop. What am I thinking about so much for? It's better to see what kind of surprise this world's first slain boss will bring me. After data mining, Bluestar was the same as an online game. After killing wild monsters and bosses, there were various items that would be popped out, such as equipment, coins, skill books, and so on. Previously, the earthworms and rats that Wang Xian and his dad killed didn't pop out any equipment because they were too low-leveled. Wild monsters with a level lower than 10 would not pop out any items. Bosses were different. A boss of any level that was killed was going to pop out items. Some off-topic remarks. First of all, National Day meets Mid-Autumn Festival, only once in 19 years, here's wishing everyone a happy holiday. Secondly, since the book is just opened, there is no guarantee that it can be signed, so for the time being, it can only be one shift a day, but as long as it is signed, it will immediately start to add more. Finally, I'd like to ask for recommendations and investments. The more recommendations, the more people invest, the higher the chances of signing. Thank you, everyone. Author's toast. The 5 Poison Beast boss exploded 2 pieces of equipment, a long sword and an armor, in addition to a bead as well as some coins. Scorpion tail sword, green. Weapon, one-handed sword. Attributes. Physical attack plus 35. Strength plus 3. Characteristics, attack with poison attribute, damage 5/S, duration 10s. Level required, 10. Centipede armor, white. Clothing, armor. Attributes. Physical defense, 15. Level requirement, 5. 5 poison beads, special. Antitoxin, resist 10/S poisonous damage, put into backpack to take effect. According to Wang Xian's understanding, equipment level is divided into white whiteboard equipment, green common equipment, blue rare equipment, purple legendary equipment, and red epic equipment. In fact, there should be mythological equipment, but unfortunately, in the last life, no one had seen it. The epic equipment was also partly obtained by getting lucky and drawing prizes at various events, not by killing bosses or copies. After all, at that time, there was no one who could clear epic copies, as well as kill epic bosses. The 5 Poison Beast was only a level 5 normal boss, and it was reasonable to say that it was only able to pop out white plate equipment, but now it was popping out a green equipment, and it was obvious that it should have been the result of this being the first boss to be killed. The centipede armor would be normal. This was the equipment that the 5 Poison Beast boss should have exploded. As for the 5 Poison Bead, this thing is rare. 10,000 5 Poison Beast boss are not necessarily enough to burst out. The reason why this time to burst out should also be the first killed boss. The attributes of the 5 Poison Bead looked weak, but the 5 Poison Bead had hidden attributes. Absorbing poison. The more poisons the 5 Poison Bead absorbed, the more powerful the attached anti-poison would be. The 5 Poison Bead's hidden attribute was exploded onto the forums by a certain person. As to why he did that, no one was clear. Anyway, after that day, the price of the 5 Poison Beads began to soar. The reason for this was that apart from defense against experts who used poison, it seemed to be related to an epic copy, and as for the epic copy, Wang Xian didn't know. The 5 Poison Beads belonged to the Windfall, and Wang Xian happily received them in his backpack. After Bluestar's data mining, everyone had a backpack, and the initial size of the backpack was 10 compartments, and each compartment could hold one type of item. In addition, some items can be placed on top of each other, such as potions, elixirs, materials and so on. Potions and so on can be overlapped by 99, materials are usually 999. If you don't like the number of compartments in your backpack is too small, you can expand it, and the material for expansion is called Sumeru stone. There are 18 types of Sumeru stones, each of which can expand your backpack by 10 squares. Where can I get Sumeru stones? Simple. After someone's level rises to level 10, in addition to opening the leaderboard, it will also open many other functions such as consignment system, auction system, pet system, marketplace, black market, ghost market, etc. Among them, the Sumeru stone is in the black market. Among them, the Sumeru stone can be bought in the workshop market. However, the workshop market will only be available in cities with a population of more than 1 million, and the black market will be available in cities with a population of more than 10 million. And without a certain level of strength, it is impossible to enter the black market. As for the ghost market, that can only depend on fate. Legend has it that Ghost Market even has mythic level equipment auctions, but they are only legends. None of those who entered the ghost market were able to enter the ghost market auction house. In addition to the equipment and the 5 poison beads, the 5 poison beast boss popped out the rest of the coins. Coins in online games are divided into copper coins, silver coins, gold coins. The exchange ratio between the 3 kinds of coins is 1 to 100. The 5 poison beast boss contributed 24 silver coins to Wang Xian. Not much to say, just that before the consignment, auction, workshop, black market and other functions were opened, these coins were temporarily of little use. Centipede armor. Wang Xian wore it directly to his body, but it was so ugly that he had to choose to hide it, and anyway, the attributes had already been added. The required level of the scorpion tail sword is level 10, although it can be taken in the hand and used to kill monsters, but less than the level. The attributes of the equipment have no effect. In other words, the scorpion tail sword was now held in the hand and was completely equivalent to a long sword without any attributes. The corpse of the 5 poison beast boss actually collected some materials, just that there was no way to obtain them as Wang Xian had not learned the gathering technique. After feeling that there was nothing left out, Wang Xian also directly left the farm. The iron gate was also unlocked. He knew that it shouldn't take long. Those young people in the village would probably run to his farm to kill monsters. This thing can't be stopped, and there is no need to stop. The farm's wild monsters are all level 0, although there are still some level 2 rats left, but there aren't many left. Driving the electric car, on the way home, he did run into the young man from the village. Uncle Donkey. A group of young men stopped at the side of the road and shouted at Wang Xian. Yes, it wasn't Uncle Wang, it wasn't Uncle Xian who was called, it was Uncle Donkey. This is all because Wang Xian's family raised a donkey when he was a child, and when his classmates came to look for him, he happened to be out of the house, and one of his classmates, seeing the donkey that was eating the fodder, pointed at the donkey and said, "Isn't Wang Xian there?" Since then, the name of Wang Xian's little donkey has spread. The village friends also called him that, and when Wang Xian grew up a little bit, not to call him the little donkey, but called up the donkey uncle. The group of young people each looked nervous and excited, with a hint of hesitation. They had already seen that Wang Xian's level was not level 0 like them, but level 6. This meant that it was truly possible to upgrade. Moreover, they were now basically certain that the Dragon Kingdom player Immortal King from that world announcement just now should be Wang Xian. Alright, there are still quite a few wild monsters in the farm, enough for you guys to upgrade. You all pay attention, don't get excited and tear down my farm. Also, there's no more experience when the level is higher than 3 levels above the wild monsters, so don't all kill them cleanly in one fell swoop. Wang Xian waved his hand at the crowd and explained something in passing. His generation was relatively old, plus the people in the village actually cared quite a bit about generation, so the young people all called him Uncle. Thank you Uncle Donkey. Uncle Donkey, we know. Uncle Donkey, here we go. A group of young men cheered, said goodbye to Wang Xian, and ran towards the farm full of excitement. As for whether Wang Xian was an immortal king or not, they didn't ask. Anyway, they were all from the same village. There were plenty of opportunity. The most important thing now was to upgrade. When Wang Xian returned home, he immediately found a backpack, and under his parents' puzzled looks, he began to fill it with all kinds of food, most of which were some high-energy food, and quite a few compressed cookies. Son, are you running away? Dad opened his mouth and asked. Dad, you guessed this too? Nonsense, although your dad doesn't have any great ability, but he still understands some things. Before, I felt that it was nothing for you to open that farm, but now it seems that your kid should have known something long ago. Dad lamented. When Wang Xian returned to the village and lay at home for more than 10 months, then suddenly opened a farm and sold the house he bought in the city, it almost pissed him off. Now, he understood it all. His son was preparing in advance for the changes today. Dad, Mom, let's use the communication function to contact each other if anything happens. If anyone finds you and asks about me, just be honest and tell them everything you know. Wang Xian instructed the two parents while taking out a letter from under the mattress on the bed. Dad, you can give this letter to those people. I believe they won't give you a hard time. Also, if they ask when I'll be back, you guys just say that I'll be back in half a month at the most, and I'll personally go to them then. Got it. The parents' eyes were a little red. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving. Wang Xian's eyes were also a little red, hugged his parents under respectively, picked up his backpack, mounted the electric tricycle, and left. He had to go. The matter of him opening a farm would definitely be noticed, and once someone came to inquire, it would take a long time, or even put him under house arrest. Never underestimate any state machine. What you do will be discovered in minutes and analyzed for possibilities. From Wang Xian quitting his job and leaving the big city to returning to his village to open a farm, every aspect of the situation oozed irrationality. So, in such a situation, Wang Xian had no choice for the time being except to run away. Now was the initial period of the start of data mining. There were countless benefits waiting for Wang Xian, and it was impossible for him to waste his time on these things. Just as Wang Xian thought, the day after he ran away, some people came to their village and found his parents. These people were also very polite and didn't make things difficult for Wang Xian's parents at all, especially after seeing the letter left behind by Wang Xian. They all just left. Somewhere inside a huge conference room, a letter was placed on the projection screen. This letter was exactly the letter that Wang Xian had left behind for his parents before he ran away. A dozen or so people who were obviously people who had been in high positions for a long time were sitting in their seats with different faces. Some of them were expressionless, some were cold, some were carrying anger, but more of them had a crying expression on their faces. All of you, don't be silent, talk about this interesting little fellow. Sitting at the main seat, an oldest old man opened his mouth and said, after living for decades, this is the first time I've been threatened by someone. Very interesting indeed. Someone laughed. That's right, how many years must it have been since we were threatened? What do you guys say, if we capture this little guy in front of our eyes, will he still dare to threaten us? Ahem, let's get down to business. The old man at the very beginning coughed lightly, stopping the conversation between the several people just now. Right, talking about business. Through the confirmation of various countries, the Bluestar has been completely datamined. This is something that cannot be changed, or rather, it is something that we cannot change. Now, what we have to do is how to gain enough benefits in the datatized Bluestar. Let's not talk about whether or not there are any disadvantages to datatization. The benefits we old men have cut through anyway, and in an instant, we've returned to our younger days. Who says otherwise? Yesterday I even had a big showdown with the gang under me. It felt too comfortable. An old man who exuded an iron blood aura laughed. The changes in our bodies, we've all experienced them, and, that person named Prophet on the forum, what he said has also been confirmed. So, hidden occupation. Hidden professions should be important, or else that Prophet wouldn't have said that no matter how desperate the situation is, don't give up on hidden professions. In addition to hidden professions, levels should also be important. Levels I completely agree with. I enlisted some livestock, and after killing them, I found that the levels gained a boost, and after leveling up, all aspects of the body were strengthened, and the free attribute points gained from leveling up were able to strengthen the body as well. That Prophet should still know a lot of information, but we can't contact him. You guys, could the Prophet on the forums be the interesting little guy who wrote a letter threatening us? It's possible. The Prophet can't be sure if it's Wang Xian yet, but we can already be basically sure that the immortal king in the world announcement is Wang Xian. If Wang Xian is the Prophet, then everything is clear. According to Wang Xian's letter, he suddenly started having repetitive dreams every day a year ago, and the content of the dreams was the Bluestar data mining, which is why he quit his stable job and went home to open a farm. You believe that too? What can I do if I don't believe it? That little guy has already run away. There's no way to confirm it. Run away? Where could he have gone? Shouldn't it be easy to find? Someone asked doubtfully. If it was in the past, it would be good for us to find him, but now, it's really hard. The old man at the very beginning let out a bitter smile, then picked up the remote control and tapped it at the projector. A huge forest appeared on the projection screen, only this forest was uneven. Some places were thick with trees, some were bare, and there were still some places that should be lakes, only there was no water in the lakes. The Jiqing Wetland Park was originally a big greening project that took several years to complete. However, the Bluestar suddenly datamined, causing this wetland park to change, and countless monsters suddenly emerged. These monsters should be called wild monsters according to the current terminology. What we found, their lowest level is level 5, the highest level 9, whether there are still higher levels, it is not known for the time being. Wang Xian is now in the middle of this wetland park, but our people are basically level 0, so we don't dare to enter at all. This wetland park doesn't look big, can't we send a drone or helicopter in to search for it? Another person asked. The old man shook his head and said, this wetland park just doesn't look big, but once you enter, you'll realize that it's many times bigger than the outside. As for the drones, they were also sent there, but they were shot down by some flying wild monsters, so for the sake of the safety of the personnel, no helicopters have been dispatched there. In that case, that little guy was thinking of everything long ago? It should be. By the way, after data mining, isn't there a communication function? Can't we contact Wang Xian with that too? No, Wang Xian refuses anyone's call request, including his parents. Looks like we won't be able to contact that little guy in a short period of time. Indeed. Then what should we do now? Let's put the matter of Wang Xian on hold for now, and since the words of that seer on the forums have been confirmed, let's go all out to organize people for leveling and at the same time vigorously search for hidden professions. That seer should still know some extraordinary news and have something to do with hidden professions, otherwise he wouldn't have focused on talking about hidden professions. Agreed. In the middle of a forest, Wang Xian waved the wolf tooth stick in his hand, and after knocking the last of the monsters that were all green and extremely ugly looking, he found a place to sit down. He had been in this forest for 2 days now, and his level had increased from level 6 to level 8. However, it wasn't enough, this level couldn't give him any sense of security. Only after leveling up to level 10 and switching to a hidden profession would he have the confidence to get out of this forest, out of this wetland park. As for the monster that he just knocked to death, it was a kind of monster named Goblin. It was very common in this forest. Their level was between level 7 to 12, which was suitable for Wang Xian to practice leveling. The wolf tooth rod in his hand was contributed by a level 11 goblin leader. Wolf tooth rod, white, weapon, two-handed blunt weapon. Attributes, plus 14 physical attack power. Level requirement, 7. A very trashy piece of equipment, but something was better than nothing, right? Wang Xian made do with it. Taking out some food and from his backpack, Wang Xian ate while opening the forums. He had been trying to brush monsters and practice leveling for the past 2 days, and hadn't been looking at the forums, but now he was just taking a break and looking at the forums, and he also wanted to know how things were going on outside. Compared to 2 days ago, today's forums were much more lively. What kind of postings are there? Requesting equipment, requesting places to brush monsters, requesting a team, there are unions pulling people, and even that. In short, only what you can't think of. There is nothing that is not here. Wang Xian ignored those postings, eyes locked in a few of the hottest postings, one of which is his posting. Click to see, found that those who sprayed his reply has long disappeared, and now there are some puzzling replies, thank you for the reply and so on. After realizing that there was nothing of note, Wang Xian closed the posting he had posted and looked at the other postings. Suddenly, a posting caught Wang Xian's attention. I've already switched jobs, it's still a hidden profession. I'm really the protagonist, the chosen one. Someone has transferred to a hidden profession? Wang Xian was surprised and clicked on the posting. However, after seeing the content of the posting, Wang Xian was instantly silenced. That's right, this person had indeed switched professions, and the profession he switched to was considered a hidden profession, but this person's profession was not very popular. Keyboard man. A profession that made countless Dragon Kingdom players gnash their teeth and hate them. Seeing the extreme bragging within the posting, Wang Xian silently replied with 4 words, please name him. Wang Xian's ID on the forums was called Prophet, and because of the previous posting, he was noticed by many people, plus after the content of the posting was basically confirmed, he became even more famous. Therefore, after Wang Xian replied with the Prophet's ID, many people received a notification. Only, when they saw the content of Wang Xian's reply, they all froze. Please nim die him. What did that mean? The crowd was puzzled. There were many people who were puzzled, and even more people who were watching and blindly coaxing. Bed shake nose kidney power, brother, although I don't know why the Prophet wants to think you to death, I'm sure that you're going to be in big trouble. There is a sycamore tree in front of my house, buddy, prepare for the aftermath. The Prophet knows a lot of secrets. If the Prophet wants to kill you, you must have a reason to die, kill yourself. Friend, I don't believe in the Prophet's words, tell me where you are now, I'll protect you, pure smile. JPG. May Snow, so envious of hidden occupations. Cherry Blossom, begging for the announcement of the hidden profession skills. Burial Love Cold Young, I don't think this Prophet is a good person, he must be jealous of this brother's hidden profession. Burial Love Kwa Xiao, that's right, Lang Xiao is right, it must be the Prophet who is jealous. What followed was a series of IDs with the Burial Love prefix, unified with the top Burial Love Cold Xiao's reply. Dragon Knight, Minister Bumu Chao. Who opened the ancient seal and released these guys? Evil Emperor, the seal has been opened and I'm coming out. Cloud Immortal, Evil Emperor, don't be wild, watch this immortal come and continue to seal you. The floor suddenly went askew. There were countless replies of all kinds, but among the floors that Wang Xian had replied to, the one with the highest top was posted by an ID called Life since the dawn of time is full of licking dogs. What is a keyboard warrior? As we all know, there exists a very scary creature on the network, they are bullying, pointing, nothing is not barred, nothing is not sprayed, smell a little bit of fishy smell like a mad dog surrounded up. I think we all know what it is, right? That's right, it's the internet spammers. That is, the keyboard warrior. It's just that no one thought that the keyboard warrior had actually become a hidden profession under the role of data mining. I expressed both shock and envy, and I'm sure many of you are like me, drool. JPG. However, when the Prophet's reply appeared, things seemed to change a bit. For those who don't know about the Prophet, you can check out a few of the hottest posts on the forum, which contain detailed analysis about the Prophet. Alright, let's go back to the hidden profession of keyboard man. I believe that no one should have reached level 10 by now. And since there is no level 10, then according to the postings made by the Prophet, it can be ascertained that the transfer into keyboard man should be automatic. Test? What kind of person could transfer into keyboard warrior? Obviously, internet spammers. The number of internet spammers was immeasurable. To be able to stand out and successfully transfer his profession into a hidden profession after data mining, it had to be said that this dude's strength was definitely the strongest amongst internet spammers. From this, it could be concluded that this keyboard warrior, while not necessarily a bad person, was rightly not a decent person. The prophet's intentions were unknown for the time being, but from one of the postings that the prophet had posted came to, look, the prophet should be a decent and righteous person. Therefore, if you find the keyboard warrior, it is best to arrest him, or directly nim dead. I have a hunch that this keyboard warrior is definitely a scourge. Wang Xian nodded his head after reading the reply of this ID called Life is Full of Licking Dogs, then also gave his reply alike. He was right, that keyboard warrior really was a scourge. It all came down to his hidden occupation. Normally, hidden professions automatically completed advancement, but keyboard man wasn't. This hidden occupation was odd, and the way of advancement was even more odd. Wang Xian never wanted to see what this hidden profession would look like after it advanced. It would definitely be a nightmare for everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. It was better to kill this hidden occupation in the cradle in advance. This hidden occupation really shouldn't appear. Especially the possessor of this hidden occupation, his character could simply be described as vengeful society. In the previous life, in order to encircle this fellow, a dozen top hidden professions, hundreds of top powerhouses, had made a joint effort, and in the end, this fellow still ran away. Later, because of the national war, the hunt for him was temporarily abandoned, and then later, Wang Xian was reborn. Unexpectedly, this keyboard warrior appeared now. But luckily, this hidden profession's power-up should be after the second profession advancement was completed. Now Wang Xian said those words, just to add to this guy's blockage, it's best if you can catch him. It doesn't matter if you can't catch him, anyway, there are ways to stop this guy's hidden profession advancement in the future. Wang Xian's one point of praise, the forum more lively, also let more people curious. Keyboard warrior in the end did what? Let the prophet so care. After looking at the other hotter posters again and finding nothing worth paying attention to, Wang Xian closed the forum. It was time to continue practicing. The night of the forest was very quiet and eerie, especially the wild monster kobolds that came out from time to time covered in green. The average person would definitely be scared out of their pants. However, for the reborn Wang Xian, it is really normal, although he is not a master in his last life, but he has experienced quite a lot of things. Demons and monsters and other things have seen a large push. A forest, a few kobolds, small case. After a night of brushing wild monsters, Wang Xian's level finally came to level 9. Feeling slightly tired, Wang Xian looked for places without wild monsters, intending to take a break and then continue brushing. Buzz buzz buzz. Yo-ho! Suddenly, a roar of an engine sounded not far away, which was also mixed with a shout of fear amidst excitement. Moreover, that sound was getting closer and closer to Wang Xian, as if it was running towards him. Wang Xian got up, picked up his wolf toothstick, and looked towards the direction the voice came from. At once, he saw that a woman wearing leather pants and leather jacket with a helmet, riding a motorcycle, was coming straight towards him. As for why he knew it was a woman? The shouting just now, as well as her figure, as long as not blind or deaf, no. The woman riding a motorcycle, sped all the way to Wang Xian's side, made a beautiful break. That stopped in front of Wang Xian. Uncle, get on the bike, there's a snake behind you. The woman screamed at Wang Xian. Compared to the shouting earlier, the woman's voice was now much clearer, and from the voice it could also be heard that the woman was not very old, at most 17 or 18 years old. You called me uncle? Wang Xian expressed his confusion. Although he was already 24, he wasn't so bad to be called an uncle, right? Uncle, are you leaving? Those snakes are coming. The woman, no, it should be the young girl, said with some boredom and some anxiety. Wang Xian didn't pay attention to the young girl and turned his head towards the direction the young girl had come from and saw a dozen or so level 5 Jasper scale snakes rapidly crawling towards the side. The Jasper scale snake was non-venomous, with a size between 1 meter 5 and 2 meters, and Wang Xian had brushed them for a while before, but it felt a bit troublesome to brush them, so he switched to the forest to brush the goblins. Uncle, if you don't get in the car, I'll run away by myself. The young girl also saw that the group of Jasper scale snakes were getting closer and closer, and became even more anxious, and even reached out her hand to pull Wang Xian's clothes, wanting to drag Wang Xian onto her locomotive. Wang Xian glanced at the young girl, then sent out a group invitation to the young girl. The young girl's movements froze, and looked at Wang Xian in disbelief through the glass on her helmet. Wang Xian didn't bother to explain, picking up his wolfsbane rod and charging towards the group of Jasper scale snakes. Wang Xian, who was now level 9, naturally had no experience in killing these level 5 biscuit snakes, but the biscuit snakes were a kind of immortal wild monster, so it was still a bit of a problem not to deal with them, and who knew if they would suddenly come out and bite themselves. Moreover, although that biker girl's words upset him and rushed a bit, they weren't inherently bad. Therefore, Wang Xian didn't mind helping him get rid of this trouble and even bring her up to the next level. The young girl was surprised by Wang Xian's actions, but after seeing Wang Xian use that ugly to the core wolf toothstick to smash a biscuit scale snake to death in 3 tries, she immediately reacted and hurriedly agreed to Wang Xian's team-up invitation just now. ******, joining your team. Hearing the system's beep, Wang Xian smiled faintly before continuing to wield the wolf tooth rod in his hand to kill the Jasper scale snake. Asterisk 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 was the biker girl, but it didn't mean that the biker girl's name was asterisk 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 asterisk. That's here, not some shielded font. This is going to talk about the name mechanic after Bluestar's data mining, but anyone you don't know, whether it's friending them or grouping them up, is usually shown as. Only when this person you don't know tells you his name does this asterisk 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 change to the name he told you. This also led to the fact that a person's name was different in the eyes of different people. For example, Wang Xian himself, his nickname was Immortal King. If Wang Xian told someone else, the name that surfaced above Wang Xian's head after he saw him would be Immortal King. If Wang Xian told others that his name was Prophet, after those people saw Wang Xian, the name that surfaced above Wang Xian's head would be Prophet. However, there were some people who were different, even though they knew that Wang Xian's nickname was Immortal King, in their eyes, the name that surfaced above Wang Xian's head was still Wang Xian. These people were Wang Xian's parents, friends, and those who had once known Wang Xian. In their eyes, Wang Xian was Wang Xian, so the name floating above Wang Xian's head was the word Wang Xian. Unless they subjectively realized that Wang Xian was the Immortal King, the name floating above Wang Xian's head would change from the words Wang Xian to Immortal King in their eyes. Of course, there was also a way to know the other party's real nickname, that was the scrying technique, but although this auxiliary skill could probe the other party's name, it would not be possible to do so after a level difference of 10 levels. There was also the fact that the name floating above the head was naturally cancelable. You can see it if you want to, and you can't see it if you want to not see it. Everything was at your whim, and it was just as convenient as whether or not to display a player's nickname in an online game. The biscuit snakes were nothing more than level 5 wild monsters, facing the level 9 King Immortal. All of them were killed cleanly within a few rounds, and the biker girl's level had risen from level 3 to level 4. After killing the dozen or so biscuit snakes, Wang Xian decisively kicked the locomotive girl out of the team. The trouble had been solved. He was in no mood to continue bringing the locomotive girl to upgrade. Uncle, you are so harsh and ruthless. Seeing Wang Xian finish solving all the biscuit scale snakes, the young girl cheered excitedly, but before the words were finished, the excited cheering turned into a ghostly grudge. And obviously, she received the system prompt of being raised to the team by Wang Xian. Uncle? Calling me uncle again? Am I really old? The corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched. Also, what's with that sultry tone of yours? I, Wang Xian, didn't do anything to wrong you. Shaking his head and ignoring the biker girl, Wang Xian picked the biggest turquoise-scaled snake and prepared to roast it for dinner. The corpses of wild monsters were edible. In addition, the corpses of wild monsters would automatically disappear if they were left in the wild for more than half an hour and no one dealt with them. Similarly, wild monsters can be refreshed. As to whether it's unlimited, that's not clear. Anyway, in the last life, after data mining Bluestar, the amount of wild monsters refreshed supplied billions of players to upgrade. Wang Xian slightly dealt with the body of the biscuit snake, set up a bonfire, and roasted the snake meat. As for the biker girl, the whole time was ignored by him. Uncle, you're awesome at first glance, take me with you, the monsters around here are so awesome, people are only level 4, so scared. The biker girl didn't leave either, sitting not far from Wang Xian, looking at him pitifully. At this time, the biker girl had removed her helmet, revealing her appearance. As Wang Xian thought, the girl looked to be 17 or 18 years old, with long hair just above her shoulders. Her hair should have been dyed, and the hair below her ears appeared to be a very light purple-red color. The young girl's appearance was also quite pretty, with blue eyeshadow on her eyelids and somewhat colorful lipstick on her mouth. Below her right eye, slightly to the right, there was a black mole, and next to the mole were two items that looked like masonry. Wang Xian didn't know exactly what that thing was called. Anyway, he was quite disgusted by these fancy things. Call him earthy or straight, just disgusted. Uncle. The young girl pulled her voice towards Wang Xian and shouted. Her voice was simply whiny to the limit. Goosebumps instantly covered Wang Xian's body. Stop. Wang Xian gestured. Uncle, you agreed to take me to upgrade? The young girl said excitedly. No. Wang Xian shook his head. Big. Stop. Wang Xian saw that the young girl was about to make that whiny sound again just now, and snatched his mouth and blocked what the young girl wanted to say. It's fine for me to take you to upgrade. You answer me one question first. Uncle, don't say one question, 10 or 100 questions would be fine. The young girl immediately said. Why are you calling me uncle? Do I look old? Wang Xian asked with some sadness. He was only 24, and he was called an uncle by a 17 or 18-year-old young girl. Was he really old? You just look like an uncle. The young girl looked like she deserved it. What do you mean? Wang Xian didn't quite understand the young girl's words. Here, uncle, see for yourself. The young girl fished out her cell phone from the pocket of her leather jacket, tapped it at Wang Xian and handed it to him. Wang Xian took a look and saw on the cell phone a picture of a man with dazzling hair, a beard, and a dusty-looking face. Now, Wang Xian completely understood why the young girl called him uncle. In the past few days in the wetland park, he hadn't freshened up much at all, and his appearance did look very much like he was in his 30s. "Don't call me uncle, I'm only 24 this year." Wang Xian threw the cell phone back to the young girl and said, "Uncle, you're actually only 24? The young girl's face showed surprise, plus a hint of sympathy. "What the hell is that sympathetic look on your face?" Surprised Wang Xian could understand, but what was with the sympathy? After hesitating for a moment, the young girl still said, "It's just that I feel a bit sorry for you, uncle, you're only in your 20s, and you're showing your age so much." Wang Xian's body staggered a bit. "What do you mean by looking so old?" "This is because I haven't freshened up." Wang Xian glared at the young girl, and then got up and walked towards the lake not far away. He wanted to clean up and then make this young girl realize her mistake. "Uncle, don't be angry, it's me who said something wrong. You don't look old, you're the most handsome." "Uncle, men like you are the most attractive, I wouldn't have seen anyone more handsome than you." The young girl thought that Wang Xian was angry and hurriedly got up to catch up with him, apologizing constantly and even had started to praise Wang Xian in various ways. "I just went over to wash up, why are you following me? Greedy for your uncle's body?" Wang Xian looked at the young girl with some amusement. "Ha?" The young girl was dumbfounded, she obviously didn't expect this to be the case. "Bah! Uncle, you're so annoying." The young girl glanced at Wang Xian's body, her face flushed slightly and she ran away after yucking at Wang Xian. Wang Xian shrugged his shoulders and continued walking towards the lake. After cleaning himself, Wang Xian returned to the campfire and continued roasting the snake meat. The meat of the biscuit scale snake was still quite difficult to roast. "Uncle, so you don't look old at all." The young girl laughed softly. Wang Xian took a look at the young girl and said, "You said that I'm not old, why are you still calling me uncle? I don't know your name, so what do I call you if I don't call you uncle, hello?" The young girl asked back. Wang Xian choked, the young girl indeed didn't know his name yet, and uncle did sound much better than feed. But then again, the young girl didn't know his name, he likewise didn't know the young girl's name. "What's your name?" Wang Xian asked the young girl. "And what is uncle's name?" The young girl did not answer Wang Xian's words and asked back at him. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and spat out 3 words that left the young girl dumbfounded. "Second dog Z. Second dog Z? Uncle, even if you don't want to tell me your name, you don't have to pull out such a hell of a name, right?" The young girl looked like she was defeated by Wang Xian and said breathlessly, "It's really Air Dogzy, you should have seen the 3 words floating above me." Wang Xian pointed his finger at the top of his head. Never mind Air Dogzy or something else, since Wang Xian had told the young girl, the font that the young girl's eyes saw floating above his head at the moment was the name he had just said. "Uncle, don't pit me, I already know, the name floating on top of our door's head is what someone else told you, or what they think." The young girl looked at Wang Xian with slight contempt. "You actually know?" Wang Xian was surprised as he looked at the young girl. Regarding the mechanism of the name, no one actually paid attention at all in the beginning, it was only later when someone posted on the forum that it was known by countless people. "I didn't know at first, but then I realized that it was my mom and dad who were floating above their heads. At that time, I was puzzled, my parents shouldn't have taken such a name, and when I asked, I realized that it wasn't their nickname at all. Later, I met some elders, and what floated above their heads was something like uncle, aunt, uncle, and so on, and I realized what was going on." The young girl said. "Clever." Wang Xian gave a thumbs up to the young girl. This matter seemed very simple, but few people paid attention to it, because subconsciously, those people you knew were called by that name, and you subconsciously ignored the name issue. "Uncle, can you tell me your name now? Also, uncle, you can't keep lying to me." The young girl pouted and said. "Alright." Wang Xian had an expression that you would be so smart, how could I lie to you, then spat out 2 words, "Brother Light." "Brother Light? Uncle, you wouldn't be lying to me, right?" The young girl looked at Wang Xian with skeptical eyes. "Really, my name is Wang Guang, my friends all call me Brother Guang, when I set my nickname, I set Brother Guang." Wang Xian looked at the young girl with very sincere eyes. "Then I'll believe uncle." After staring at Wang Xian for a while, the young girl nodded, indicating that she believed him. "What about you?" Seeing that the young girl believed his words, Wang Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "My name is Cheng Yao, my nickname is Yao Yao, uncle can just call me Yao Yao directly, my friends call me that." The young girl said graciously without any pause. "Cheng Yao? Yao Yao?" Wang Xian's body stiffened, the turquoise-scaled snake meat he was holding in his hand that was being roasted on the campfire fell directly into the fire. "Yeah, uncle, what are you doing?" The young girl, also known as Cheng Yao, quickly got up and brought up the snake meat that had fallen into the bonfire. She had smelled the aroma of the snake meat and was waiting to eat it, but she had never imagined that Wang Xian actually didn't grab the stick on which the meat was being roasted, letting the roasted meat fall into the fire. Oh, it's all dirty, but it's okay, it's just the outside layer that's dirty, just scrape it off." Jessie, what are you walking away from?" The young girl carefully picked the wood ash from the snake meat while talking about Wang Xian in a tone with a hint of complaint. Wang Xian didn't respond to Cheng Yao. His mind was all about Cheng Yao at the moment. Cheng Yao. Nickname, Yao Yao. Gender, female. Age, unknown. Talent, unknown. Hidden profession, flower god. The No. 1 auxiliary in the Dragon Kingdom. The world's #1 auxiliary. 10th in the 100 Flowers ranking. Honorary president of the Dragon Kingdom's second guild, Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens Guild. This was entirely Wang Xian's subconscious reaction. There was no way, who let Cheng Yao be too famous in her last life. As long as one was from the Dragon Country, there was almost no one who didn't know her. Even in other countries, Cheng Yao was almost a household name. This Cheng Yao in front of her, was she really the #1 auxiliary from her last life? Wang Xian was deeply skeptical about this. Although he hadn't come into contact with Cheng Yao in his last life, according to various rumors, Cheng Yao was a gentle person who was like water, which didn't match up with this big-hearted, self-centered girl in front of him. Is the name just a coincidence? Wang Xian looked at the young girl who was concentrating on picking wood ash from the snake meat and once again fell into deep thought. Uncle, what are you looking at? So lost in thought? A pair of hands waved in front of his eyes, waking up the mesmerized Wang Xian. What's wrong? Wang Xian looked blankly at the young girl, also known as Cheng Yao. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Why is it as if you've lost your soul after hearing my name? Cheng Yao looked at Wang Xian in confusion. Nothing, it's just that your name is the same as my ex-girlfriend, it reminds me of her. Wang Xian smiled, took the snake meat from the young girl's hand and continued to roast it. Uncle, your way of picking up girls is so old-fashioned. Cheng Yao despised Wang Xian. Wang Xian, pick up girls? When did he pick up girls? Wasn't he just shocked by the word Cheng Yao and lost his mind? How did it become picking up a girl? Uncle, you're a bit older, but you're so powerful, it's not like you don't have a chance. If you perform well, I'll consider you. Cheng Yao patted Wang Xian's shoulder and encouraged. Wang Xian, are all the little girls nowadays so direct? Wait, he wanted a king chance. He had absolutely no idea of pursuing the young girl in front of him. Stay away from me and sit where you were just now. Wang Xian glared at Cheng Yao who was sitting beside him. Uncle, we've only known each other for a while, you can't make me agree to your pursuit now, right? I haven't even been in a relationship yet, you can at least let me experience the feeling of being pursued. Cheng Yao revealed an aggrieved expression. She thought that Wang Xian was angry because of what he just said. Wang Xian was dizzy. Are today's little girls' brains so strange? Picking up a nearby branch, he knocked on Cheng Yao's head and said in a bad mood, I'm pursuing my ass, I'm not interested in little girls. Really? Cheng Yao was still a bit unconvinced. Really? I swear. Wang Xian had a helpless face. That's good. Cheng Yao patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched. What was the meaning of this? Is it scary to be chased by him? Ignoring Cheng Yao, whose brain circuits were clearly abnormal, Wang Xian concentrated on roasting the snake meat. After half an hour, the snake meat was finally roasted and the two of them had a beautiful meal. And after that, Wang Xian regrouped Cheng Yao into the team, since he promised to bring her to upgrade, then he had to do what he said. Yao Yao, what is your talent? While brushing monsters and practicing, Wang Xian and Cheng Yao started chatting again. Cheng Yao didn't hide anything and said directly, Divine Grace. What level? What effect? Wang Xian asked again. Just listening to the name, he couldn't tell how this talent was. Mythic level, the effect is that the duration of releasing a game-type skill is increased by 100,000%, and releasing a recovery-type skill, the effect is increased by 100,000%. Uncle, how is this talent? Cheng Yao had an expression of I'm a white boy. Wang Xian. Okay. It can be determined. This young girl in front of her was the #1 assist in the previous life, flower god Cheng Yao. With the divine grace, talent, plus the hidden profession, if you can't become the #1 assist, you can really dig a hole and bury yourself. Uncle, why aren't you talking again? How exactly is this talent? Cheng Yao obviously had never played an online game and didn't understand this talent at all. You don't me and talk, I want to be quiet. Although Wang Xian himself had the talent, growth, that surpassed the mythic level and reached the taboo level, but, growth, was closely related to the level, and for a short period of time, it really couldn't compare to Cheng Yao's divine grace, talent. Uncle, isn't this talent of mine super powerful? Cheng Yao asked excitedly. It wasn't true that she was a game whiz, but she was smart, and from Wang Xian's look, she could tell that this talent of hers was super powerful. Uncle, isn't it? Uncle, you tell me Uncle. Cheng Yao once again started whining. Wang Xian couldn't stand it anymore, so he had to explain to her about the strength of her mythic rank talent, and also instructed her that in the future, she should never reveal the matter of her mythic rank talent. In the last life, people with myth-level talent, before they grew up, lived a life of danger, not only being assassinated by other countries, but also being guarded against the people of the Dragon Kingdom. In the end, the number of people who possessed mythic grade talents and grew up was less than 10. As to whether there were other hidden ones, it was not for Wang Xian to know. At that time, Wang Xian's talent was only an ordinary level, learning, and he was only slightly concerned about this matter, and only now when he heard about Cheng Yao's mythic level talent did he think about this matter. So I'm this powerful, oh ha 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 ha. Cheng Yao crossed her arms and laughed up to the sky. Wang Xian sweated profusely. He really couldn't connect this young girl in front of him, who was guilty of middle-agedness, with Cheng Yao, the flower goddess, the dream girl of countless men in his previous life. Uncle, what is your talent? After laughing for a while, Cheng Yao asked Wang Xian. Learning. Wang Xian casually replied as he killed the goblin that suddenly came out with a wolf-tooth rod. What level? Mythic? Epic? Or legendary? Just now, Wang Xian had already explained the ranks of talents to her, which was why Cheng Yao asked so. Wang Xian took a look at Cheng Yao and said indifferently, ordinary. Oh, ordinary. What? Ordinary. Cheng Yao was about to nod, but suddenly exclaimed loudly. Uncle, you're not lying to me, are you? What am I lying to you for? Besides, why would I lie to you? Who knows? Don't uncles always have some strange hobbies? Cheng Yao hummed. Wang Xian instantly blackened his face. What do you mean that uncles always have some strange hobbies? He wasn't an uncle. Wait, why is Cheng Yao still calling himself an uncle? Why was Cheng Yao still calling himself uncle? Didn't he tell Cheng Yao that he was called Brother Guang? Is it possible that he's used to hearing it? I can't. This habit can't be formed. Yao, why are you still calling me uncle? Wang Xian asked. Brother Guang doesn't feel good, it still sounds better as uncle. That's the only reason? That's right, that's the reason. Cheng Yao nodded heavily. Wang Xian was just about to say something more when a deafening system sound rang out above the firmament. World announcement. Congratulations to Free Country's player Rod Fielding for rising to level 10. World announcement. Congratulations to Free Country's player Rod Fielding for reaching level 10. World announcement. Congratulations to Free Country's player Rod Fielding for reaching level 10. World announcement. Congratulations to Free Country player Rod Fielding for reaching level 10. World announcement. Congratulations to Free Country player Rod Fielding for reaching level 10. World announcement. Congratulations to Free Country player Rod Fielding for reaching level 10. After the world announcement, there was another system prompt, but the prompt only sounded in people's ears. A player leveled up to level 10, opening a new function. Opening the leaderboard function. Open arena function. Open the guild function. Open chat function. Open the main city. Map upgrade. After level 10, there were a lot of changes that occurred in Bluestar, the most notable of which was the change in size. According to inaccurate calculations, the so-called map upgrade had made Bluestar's volume at least 10 times larger than before, and that was just the initial upgrade of the map, which would be upgraded again after someone's level reached 100. The way the maps were upgraded and the places where they appeared were also very strange. All of them were at the junction between countries, and there were a large number of high-level wild monsters in these maps. Everything seemed to be done deliberately, so that the fights between countries would not appear too early. However, even so, it was difficult to stop some wolves from sacrificing a large number of elite personnel to cross those high-level maps, enter other countries to work undercover, and carry out all sorts of provocations, spying, and assassinations. Those with mythic-level talents were the primary targets, and those with epic-level talents would also be killed in passing if given the chance. Although people with these talents are very powerful, but that is also in the late stage. The early stage there are a lot of ways to kill them, such as sniper rifles, poisoning and so on. The initial 3 resurrection opportunities pale in comparison to the nearly never-ending assassinations. Although the Dragon Kingdom had tightened its defenses later on and protected those with mythic rank talents, it was still too late. Because not one country was targeting the Dragon Kingdom, more than half of the Bluestar's kingdoms were targeting the Dragon Kingdom. In less than half a year's time, nearly 90% of the mythic rank talent possessors had fallen, and the number of epic and legendary rank deaths was even harder to count. Secondly, there was the appearance of the main cities. Each main city was huge, with a minimum capacity of 100 million people. The locations of the main cities were all in the original countries, but in the vicinity of the main cities, there were also countless wild monsters that were relatively high in level compared to the current ones, so it was not really an easy thing to enter the main cities. Of course, it was also possible to utilize the existing technological weapons to kill those wild monsters, but that would be more trouble than it was worth. The wild monsters killed by utilizing the existing technological weapons did not have any experience or equipment. Lastly, it was worth mentioning the chat function, which was almost exactly the same as in the online game. The chat function had 5 major channels, which were divided into the current channel, regional channel, guild channel, national channel, and world channel. The range of the current channel is almost within 1,000 meters. The regional channel is a city. The country channel is a country. The world channel was the entire Bluestar. The guild channel, of course, was the special channel that could only be used after forming a guild. Among other things, the world channel would automatically translate the text, and whichever country's people saw the text of the world channel would be their country's text. The chat channels didn't have any limitations, but other than the current channel and the guild channel, the other 3 channels to speak on, was to spend a different amount of gold coins. 1 gold coin for the regional channel. Country channel 100 gold coins. World channel 10,000 gold coins. Doesn't seem like much, right? However, these gold coins can only send 1 word. The world channel is literally 10,000 gold coins for 1 word. Level 10. After leveling up, the changes that happened were roughly that much, the rest basically didn't do much. Uncle, there's actually someone who has risen to level 10, poor me, mine is only level 5. Chang Yao had a face of envy. Right, uncle, you're already level 9, how much short of level 10 are you? Without waiting for Wang Xian to say anything, Chang Yao said again. Wang Xian glanced at the experience bar and realized that it was already over halfway there. Almost there, level 9 is already over halfway, work hard, we should be able to reach level 10 today. So fast. Afterwards, Wang Xian took Chang Yao on another monster brushing journey. Bringing Chang Yao to upgrade was actually just a matter of passing by. Wang Xian didn't care about the so-called leveling first at all, as leveling first didn't have any substantial benefits. When he was the first to level up to level 1, all he wanted was that, Herald's vision, title, and being the first to level up to level 10 was just being announced by the world and becoming globally famous. Brushing monsters and practicing leveling was a very boring thing, especially when facing a bunch of green ugly dwarves. At noon, it seemed that because of Wang Xian's killing spree, the goblin boss finally appeared. Uncle, boss, it's a boss. Seeing the goblin boss, Chang Yao exclaimed excitedly. During this half day, the entire time was spent with Wang Xian hacking at the monsters while Chang Yao hid on the sidelines, dabbling in experience and browsing the forums at the same time. Through the forums, Chang Yao learned lots and lots of information about the situation of Bluestar today. The boss was one of the many pieces of information that interested her the most. What was a boss? Equipment, levels, honor. Thus, upon seeing the boss, Chang Yao got excited. The goblin boss was almost double the size of a normal goblin, and in its hand, it held a wolfsbane like Wang Xian's, but it was bigger and longer than Wang Xian's wolfsbane. Don't scream, I'm not blind, I can see it. Wang Xian blared at Chang Yao, it's just a boss, why so excited? Uncle, go on, kill it. Chang Yao ignored Wang Xian's glare and remained excited. Hit the hammer, run quickly. Wang Xian received the wolfsbane in his hand into his backpack, rushed to Chang Yao's side, picked her up, slung her over his shoulder, and frantically ran towards the outside of the forest. As for the goblin bosss, whoever likes to fight goes ahead. A level 15 boss, you really can't do it. Seeing Wang Xian and Chang Yao running away, the goblin boss hurriedly chased after them, but since the wolfsbane rod in his hand was a bit big and heavy, he gave up after chasing after a while. 10 minutes later, outside the forest, Wang Xian put down Chang Yao on his shoulder and held onto a tree to catch his breath. Although Bluestar was datamined, many aspects were exactly the same as when it wasn't datamined, such as it would be hungry, tired, sleepy, and even have to be convenient and so on. It wasn't that Wang Xian didn't let Chang Yao run on her own, it was really that her speed was too slow and her stamina was too poor, so if she was allowed to run on her own, she would definitely be caught up by the goblin boss. As for why not pull her to run? It would be better to carry it. Uncle, why are we just running? Aren't we going to fight the boss? Chang Yao asked suspiciously. This was a question she wanted to ask just now, but just being carried by Wang Xian and bumping along the way, there was really no way to open her mouth. Girl, the two of us are one level 9 and one level 5, and we have to ignore your combat power, so tell me, what are we going to fight a level 15 boss with? Wang Xian had a helpless look on his face, he also wanted to kill the boss, but he really couldn't do it. Uncle, even though you're so powerful, you can't beat a boss? Chang Yao expressed some shock. In her opinion, Wang Xian was really good, those ugly green-skinned dwarfs were killed by Wang Xian in 3 hits. How come when a big one comes out, it doesn't work? Is the boss really that strong? When Wang Xian heard Chang Yao's words and saw her expression, he knew that she didn't have any other knowledge except for the fact that the boss would be equipped. Therefore, Wang Xian gave Chang Yao another general knowledge briefing. After listening, Chang Yao finally understood the terror of the boss. So the boss is so powerful. Since it's so powerful, how did that guy called Immortal King kill the boss? Could it be that he got lucky and stumbled upon a bloodied boss? Chang Yao said with some doubts. Immortal King. In front of the Immortal King himself, was it really good to say that? However, seeing as Chang Yao didn't know that he was the Immortal King, Wang Xian chose to forgive her. After finding the backpack that he had hidden earlier and casually taking out some food and patting his stomach, Wang Xian continued to lead Chang Yao to brush monsters and practice leveling. This time, the monsters were not kobolds, but a kind of wild monster with 4 arms, similar to the length of a monkey, called a 4-handed monkey. As night approached, the experience bar was finally going to be full, and after killing the last 4-handed monkey in front of him, Wang Xian's level had finally risen to level 10. Ding! You have been upgraded, your attributes have been boosted and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have leveled up to 10 and gained 10 free attribute points from the growth talent. Ding! For unknown reasons, you have gained the new talent, Sage. Ding! For unknown reasons, you have gained a new profession, Sacrifice. Ding! Congratulations, your transfer has been successful and your attribute points have been reset. Ding! Congratulations, the transfer was successful, and you have gained a chance to change your nickname. After leveling up to level 10, a series of system beeps rang in Wang Xian's ears. Sacrifice? What the hell is this? Why does it sound a bit like an assist? Wang Xian's entire being was dumbfounded. He remembered very clearly that the hidden profession he obtained in his last life was God Slayer, a very powerful warrior-type profession. With all the doubts, Wang Xian opened his attribute panel. Name, Wang Xian. Nickname, Immortal King, changeable. Race, human. Occupation, sacrifice. Age, talents, learning, common, growth, forbidden, sage, myth. Class, experience, HP, MP. Physical attack power, magic attack power. Strike, physical defense, magic defense. Strength, agility, spirit, physique, endurance. Free attribute points. Skills, All Souls, Mercy, Mastery, Heavenly Disgust, Divine Abandonment, Sacrifice, Sacrificial Dance, Reverse the Future, deactivated. Number of deaths remaining. Without adding free attribute points, Wang Xian's attributes nowadays were already very magnificent and could even be described as terrifying. And all of this was thanks to switching to a hidden profession. In addition to the powerful skills, the attribute bonuses of the hidden professions could not be compared to those of the ordinary professions. Ordinary occupation is roughly divided into 2 kinds, physical and legal. The physical system includes warriors, assassins, archers, and so on. Legal system includes magicians, priests, and so on. Ordinary occupations, the physical system of the bonus. Physical attack equals strength. Spell attack equals spirit. Defense equals endurance. HP equals physical. MP equals spirit. The mage profession is exactly the opposite of the physical system. Physical attack equals strength. Spell attack equals spirit. Defense equals endurance. HP equals physical. MP equals spirit. There are many hidden professions with different bonus ratios. Physical system bonus. Physical attack equals strength. Jutsu attack equals spirit. Defense equals endurance. HP equals physique. MP equals spirit. Spell bonus. Physical attack equals strength. Spell attack equals spirit. Defense equals endurance. HP equals physical. MP equals spirit. Some powerful hidden professions, the bonus will also be raised, but according to the statistics of the last datamancers, the most powerful hidden professions on the blue planet, the percentage of attribute bonus only reached 400% only. What about Wang Xian? The attribute bonus ratio reached 500%, and it was all 500%. Dumbstruck. Wang Xian remembered that the hidden profession God Slayer that he transferred to in his last life, although the bonus percentage was also very powerful, it only reached 400%. The sacrifice's bonus was surprisingly 500%. Terrifying. Was a sacrifice this strong? Wang Xian was shocked. With this mood, Wang Xian checked the skills of the sacrifice. Apart from the attribute bonuses, the strength of a profession was its skills. It had to be said that there were quite a few vocational skills for rituals. 10,000 spirits can communicate with all the spirits of heaven and earth. Wang Xian, what's the use of this skill? Compassion, sacrifices take pity on those weak existences. When teamed up, when a member of the team is of a lower level than the sacrifice and kills a monster, the team members, including the sacrifice itself, gain the full amount of the monster's experience. For each additional member in the team, the experience gained by the sacrifice is increased by 10%, up to a maximum of 100%. Wang Xian, he's going to be the squad mascot? Control, sacrifice is a profession favored by the heavens, and can ignore level restrictions, ignore profession restrictions, or any profession's equipment, and learn any profession's skills. Wang Xian. Very good. Very powerful. This skill really exceeded his imagination. With the all-profession skill, combined with his attribute bonus, he could already imagine the battle scene in the future. Right-hand fiery sword technique, left-hand thunderbolt technique, with dozens of gain buffs applied to his body. God blocking God, Buddha blocking Buddha. Heavenly aversion, sacrifices are professions favored by the heavens. Any being that attacks a sacrifice will be cursed by the heavens. 10% reduction in experience gain, duration of 3 days. Divine abandonment, sacrifice is a profession favored by the heavens. Any being that attacks a sacrifice will be abhorred by the gods. 10% reduction in all attributes, duration 3 days. Wang Xian. If mercy transformed him into a mascot, heavenly disgust, and divine abandonment transformed him into a hedgehog. Sacrifice offers sacrifices to a mysterious unknown being as a way to obtain various items. The higher the value of the sacrifice, the higher the value of the items obtained. Sacrifices can be made once every 7 days, and the number of times cannot be totaled. Sacrificial dance, a mysterious dance inherited from the oldest era. The exact effect is unknown. Wang Xian. What are these two skills? The sacrifice skill is easy to understand. As long as it is an item that belongs to Wang Xian, it can be chosen as a sacrifice. Of course, it didn't just include items. Wang Xian even had an inexplicable feeling that attribute points, skills, and even life could also be sacrificed to that so-called unknown mysterious existence. Evil. Too evil. This was the first feeling that rose in Wang Xian's heart after understanding some of the basic information of the sacrifice skill. Moreover, Wang Xian had reason to believe that that so-called mysterious existence was the owner of the mysterious blood in the Dragon Phoenix Jade Pendant. Only, hadn't Bluestar been datamined into a game? Why would it come up with something so weird? Unable to figure it out for a while, Wang Xian planned to test this skill. After a little bit of consideration, Wang Xian chose to use the weapon he was using in his hand, the wolfsbane rod, as a sacrifice to that unknown mysterious being. As for why he chose the wolfsbane rod as a sacrifice, it wasn't because the wolf fang rod was considered to be the most useless, yet most valuable item on his body. After all, the introduction of the sacrifice skill also said that the more valuable the sacrifice, the higher the reward. He was now level 10 and had a level 10 green weapon, the scorpion tail sword, and the wolf tooth rod was no longer useful, so it was just right to use it as a sacrifice. Since he had already made up his mind, Wang Xian did not hesitate and directly activated the sacrifice skill and chose the wolf tooth rod as the sacrifice. After the activation of the skill, without any fancy, without any heaven and earth visions, the wolf tooth rod held in his hand disappeared without a sound, as if it had never existed. Even Wang Xian's hand, which was still holding the wolfsbane, remained in the same position. Ding! You have made an offering to a certain mysterious unknown being and gained 1 experience point. A system beep sounded. 1 point of experience? Wang Xian was afraid that he had heard it wrong. He hurriedly opened the log and clearly saw the system prompt on it, which was to gain 1 point of experience. Wang Xian people are stupid. Although it was said that the level 7 whiteboard equipment was worse, but it was not so bad that it would just give 1 point of experience, right? This is completely sending beggars. Wang Xian heart that called a gas, at the same time as also a burst of regret. I had known not to sacrifice, level 7 white plate equipment, now at least able to sell 10 silver coins, if the sale of dragon coins, dragon country's money, how can also be a few thousand? Just as Wang Xian was getting angry, the system beep sounded again. Ding! Your sacrifice is too inferior, the mysterious unknown being, has lowered its favoritism towards you, and the usage period of the sacrifice skill has been changed from once every 7 days to once every 10 days. Wang Xian. What the hell is this again? There's still a smack? After the smack, it actually extended the skills CD. He only knew that skills would become stronger after upgrading, and a small number of skills would have their CDs reduced, but he had never heard of skill CDs with an increase. Wang Xian almost cursed, but suddenly thought of something, and after a slight change in his face, he chose to ignore this matter, and silently took the CD of the sacrifice skill as if it was originally once every 10 days. Subsequently, Wang Xian gazed at the most mysterious sacrificial dance again. However, thinking that he had just seemed to have displeased that mysterious unknown being, Wang Xian decided that it would be better not to test this skill for now. With this, there was only 1 skill left, reverse future. Reverse future, invalidated, effect unknown. Reverse future? Reverse the future. Wang Xian's pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle's eye as he suddenly remembered that after taking the mysterious blood in his last life, he had been transformed into a god slayer, and amongst the many skills, there was the reverse future skill. At that time, the skill description of reverse future was exactly the same as it was now. Both were effect unknown. The only difference was that at that time, reverse future did not have the words invalidated. At this moment, Wang Xian finally understood that being reborn for a lifetime was all granted by reverse future, all granted by that mysterious drop of blood. Reverse future. Being reborn for 1 life and going back to the past. Wasn't this reversing the future? Wang Xian froze in place. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Is everything alright? Looking at Wang Xian who stood motionless, the weapon in his hand inexplicably disappeared, but the look on his face was puzzled for a while, excited for a while, shocked for a while, angry for a while, scornful for a while, and enlightened for a while. Cheng Yao decided to ask what was going on after hesitating for a long time. She knew that Wang Xian had risen to level 10, and originally thought that Wang Xian was familiarizing himself with the changes that would occur after level 10, but the look on his face just now, which could almost be made into a movie, was clearly not familiarizing himself with the changes.
Ha? What's wrong? Wang Xian looked at Chang Yao with a bewildered expression. What's wrong? Uncle, shouldn't it be what's wrong with you?
Chang Yao looked like she was defeated by Wang Xian.
What's wrong with me?
Wang Xian was slightly stunned before he understood what Chang Yao meant and shook his head, saying to Chang Yao, nothing. It's just that I suddenly switched occupations and I can't accept it somewhat. Occupations couldn't be hidden, just like the leaderboards, the various announcements, all of which couldn't hide names and ranks, as if they were intentionally stimulating or incentivizing others. Although there were quite a few people who were dissatisfied with this, but what could they do? They simply couldn't change this kind of rule, other than accepting it was accepting it. The only thing that satisfied those people was that the information that was published was only the name, level, occupation and other unimportant information, while other important information such as talents, attributes, skills and other important information was still hidden. Of course, if you have to hide, there is no way some special equipment or skills can completely meet your needs.
Transfigured? Uncle, you actually changed jobs? Let's see, sacrifice? A hidden profession? But why does it sound like an auxiliary? Uncle, is it an auxiliary?
Chen Yao opened the group list and was surprised to see the information displayed amongst the list. In her opinion, Wang Xian should have switched to a warrior, or at the very least, a mage. Why does it seem so much like an auxiliary now, completely out of line with Wang Xian's setting up?
It should also be considered as an auxiliary.
Wang Xian shrugged his shoulders. He could learn all professional skills and was perfectly capable of becoming a support, and due to the existence of the skill, Mercy, he was definitely the most wanted squad member by everyone in the world. When teaming up to kill monsters, the experience given by a wild monster was say 100 points, with a total of 10 people in the team, so divided equally, each squad member would get 10 points, and after counting the 10% group bonus, each person would only get 11 points.
But what about when Wang Xian was in the team?
Each squad member would be able to gain 110 points, which was a complete tenfold increase. Moreover, the limit on the number of squad members wasn't 10, one could raise the number of squad members by completing some tasks, and the maximum number could reach 100.
Calculating like this, it was a 100-fold boost. Terrifying as hell.
After Wang Xian thought about this, he all of a sudden had the urge to run to some top guild to retire.
I'm really sorry for upsetting everyone by updating a bit slower. So, I've decided to tell you all something happy. I've signed a contract.
The contract has been mailed out, and it should change status in about 3 days, so if you haven't invested in it, go ahead, it's about to be split.
Then, there's the matter of updates. After the contract status is changed, the guaranteed 2 times a day. If you want to add more, we'll see what happens. If you have enough votes, you'll definitely add more. Rewards?
I don't want to think about it for the time being. If there really is one, then I'll decide on the issue of adding more when the time comes.
Uncle, I'm so sad, oh.
After hearing Wang Xian's confirmation that the transfer was an auxiliary, Chang Yao immediately revealed a look of sadness.
What are you sad about? Wang Xian was puzzled.
Uncle, although you've switched to a hidden profession, you're an auxiliary, so how can you take me upgrading in the future?
Chang Yao said. Wang Xian, good lord, this is the rhythm of me being reduced to a tool person? Don't be a drama queen here, follow me.
How could Wang Xian not see that Chang Yao was pretending to be pitiful and glared at her in a fierce manner? But as the future number 1 aide, this privilege could still be allowed. In the original plan, Wang Xian was planning to be a lone wolf. After all, with the powerful hidden profession Godslayer, plus being reborn in a new life and more or less knowing some important information, he had the confidence to quickly rise to the top of the heap and become the topmost powerhouse.
As for finding some future powerhouses and training them, Wang Xian also thought about it, but in the end, he gave up. Why? Insufficient vision. Insufficient cognition. In the final analysis, Wang Xian was just an ordinary person who was just a bit lucky that he was reborn.
However, being reborn did not change Wang Xian's cognition and vision. In his last life, Wang Xian was just an average player, like countless others, worrying about how to brush high-level copies, working hard for a rare blue equipment, and even Wang Xian's biggest dream was just to obtain a purple legendary equipment. Such an ordinary person, what was there to talk about cultivating strong people? It was like if you asked a city dweller to train the president of the country. It was simply unrealistic. Yes, he was a reborn person, but the information he knew really wasn't of much use. It's like a national war. What can you do if you know about it? Can you stop it? Can't. Other information? Special events? Even if Wang Xian didn't say anything, the benefits that other people should gain would still be gained, and among the activities, it had a lot to do with strength and luck, so he really didn't have much use for it. A duplicate? In his last life, Wang Xian had only been brushing up on high-level copies, and for some people, high-level copies really weren't very challenging. And most importantly, Wang Xian was worried that because of his presence, those future powerhouses would miss out on their original chances, and that would really be more trouble than it was worth. Therefore, Wang Xian had completely given up on the idea of cultivating those future top-tier powerhouses. Now was different. Instead of transferring into a god slayer, Wang Xian had transferred into a sacrifice. The skill, mercy, of sacrifice forced Wang Xian to give up on becoming a solo warrior. It would have been too much of a waste of this skill to do so. The existence of this skill was not only able to quickly increase Wang Xian's level, but it also brought out a large number of high-level existences. With the high level combined with the Yi growth, talent, and with the 500% bonus to the panel from the 5 basic attributes of the sacrifice, Wang Xian's time to become a top-tier powerhouse was bound to be greatly reduced. Therefore, what Wang Xian had to do now was to gather 10 people to form a complete squad, and then quickly upgrade. The members of the squad, for the time being, were determined to be only 2. The first one must be just himself. The second one, that had to be the future number 1 assistant, flower god Cheng Yao. However, Cheng Yao more or less made Wang Xian a bit torn. He was afraid that if he tied Cheng Yao to his side, it would cause Cheng Yao to miss out on the hidden profession flower god. Wang Xian, who couldn't decide exactly what the trade-off should be for a moment, eventually chose to ignore the issue for now and continue to consider the issue after killing the goblin boss. Yes, Wang Xian was now going to kill the goblin boss, and in the meantime, let Cheng Yao rub off a wave of experience. With the presence of mercy, he wouldn't lose any experience, but instead, he would get 20% more experience, 10% for mercy, 10% for the group. The terrifying bonus of the sacrifice gave Wang Xian the confidence to kill the goblin boss, and Wang Xian was also very curious to know if the divine abandonment skill had any effect on field bosses. Uncle, it's so late, where are we going? Cheng Yao asked curiously as she followed behind Wang Xian. Wang Xian said indifferently, to kill the boss. The goblin boss from the daytime? Cheng Yao's eyes instantly glowed. Aha! Wang Xian nodded. Uncle, didn't you say that the boss was terrifying? Why are you suddenly going to kill it now? Soon, Cheng Yao was puzzled. Where did all these questions come from? You're just a jerk, not useful at all, just stay back and watch to rub experience. Uncle, how can you say that about people? They are cute girls, they can cheer you on from the back. Cheng Yao heard Wang Xian call himself a jerk and instantly refused to comply, pouting her lips and muttering. Come on, just you, still a cute girl? Take off that fancy makeup of yours first before you say anything. Wang Xian rolled his eyes. Just listening to Cheng Yao's voice, it was indeed a cute girl, but Cheng Yao's makeup, it really wasn't complimentary. That makeup painting and cute girl really didn't match at all. Uncle really are all straight men. Cheng Yao angrily glared at Wang Xian. What do you mean by fancy makeup? What she drew is obviously very nice. How handsome ah. Cheng Yao decided to ignore Wang Xian for the time being. Only in this way could she make the straight male uncle cognizant of his mistake. After the two of them walked for a while, Wang Xian spoke up. Yao, have you ever thought about going for plastic surgery? Cheng Yao was very happy when Wang Xian opened her mouth. She thought that the straight male uncle realized his mistake and was going to apologize to her, but the next words made her dumbfounded. Walt? Plastic surgery? What kind of eyes does the straight man uncle have? This girl is naturally beautiful and needs to go for plastic surgery? Uncle, are you dissatisfied with my looks and body in any way? Cheng Yao asked through gritted teeth. Wang Xian shook his head and said, that's not true, just me casually asking. This question was actually something that Wang Xian wanted to ask after he was sure that Cheng Yao was the future number 1 auxiliary flower god Cheng Yao. There was no way around it. The difference between the current Cheng Yao and the future flower god Cheng Yao was too much. Firstly, flower god Cheng Yao's figure flew very tall, reaching a height of 174 centimeters, while the Cheng Yao in front of her was only about 160 centimeters. Secondly, the flower god Cheng Yao was very beautiful. She looked as if she was about 25 years old, while the Cheng Yao in front of her could vaguely tell that she was about 17 or 18 years old even though she had put on heavy makeup, and the difference between the Cheng Yao in front of her and the flower god Cheng Yao's posture was really very big. In the end, flower god Cheng Yao was at least a C, while the Cheng Yao in front of her was estimated to be an A. It was now only a year or so before flower god Cheng Yao became famous in the world, and if she hadn't gone for plastic surgery, Wang Xian really couldn't think of any other way to make Cheng Yao undergo such a drastic change. Cheng Yao was completely exasperated by Wang Xian, pouting her lips and ignoring Wang Xian. While Wang Xian didn't say anything, he thought Cheng Yao didn't want to talk, so he didn't continue to find a topic. The two of them arrived in silence all the way to the place where the goblin boss appeared during the day. At this moment, the goblin boss had built a bonfire and was roasting the meat of an unknown animal. Yes, that's right, the goblin boss was roasting meat. Cheng Yao's eyes were about to glaze over when she saw this scenario. The information she had learned on the forums did not have this kind of situation at all. Wang Xian was not surprised by this. Normal wild monsters would roam around a certain area, they wouldn't get hungry or tired, while a boss was different. Although they wouldn't get tired or hungry either, they had their own preferences and would do things that would surprise or even shock humans. It was already considered the most normal thing for a humanoid or half-beast boss to set up a bonfire and roast meat. In the previous life, it even happened that a humanoid boss snatched a very beautiful woman back to its own territory to be its wife. In short, all sorts of strange things would happen, so it wouldn't be strange if one saw it more often.
Uncle, did I see it right, that boss is roasting meat?
Cheng Yao said in shock. Or else.
Wang Xian laughed. But, it's. Cheng Yao didn't know what she should say for a moment.
Alright, don't but, you hide, I'm going to open the boss. After killing the boss, we can still enjoy the boss's roasted meat feast. Wang Xian was very happy, now he didn't even need to specialize in making dinner. Oh, uncle be careful, uncle go for it. Hearing Wang Xian say that he was going to open the boss, Cheng Yao didn't care about being shocked, and after cheering Wang Xian up, she hid behind a big tree.
Wang Xian didn't rush to do it, but first looked at the attributes of the boss.
The basic attributes of wild monsters as well as bosses below level 30 could be seen. After level 30, skills such as scrying, appraisal, and so on would be needed.
Goblin boss, normal. Level, 15.
Life value, 10,000/10,000.
Attack power, 350. Physical defense, 180. Magic defense, 150. Skills, unknown. As a level 15 boss, the goblin's attributes could be described as magnificent.
Not to mention the tens of thousands of blood, its attack power, defense all let the level 20 ordinary professionals to spare, all the free attribute points added to a single attribute. There is no way to compare with the goblin boss. Of course, what is said here is the case of an ordinary professional's bare armor. After figuring out the attributes of the boss, Wang Xian first allocated 50 free attribute points to endurance, making his bare armor defense reach 355 points, counting the 15 points of defense from the centipede armor. The total was 370 points of defense, and the goblin boss directly did not break his defense. The remaining 55 free attribute points, Wang Xian allocated 30 points to strength and 25 points to constitution. With this, Wang Xian's blood reached 2,250 points and his attack reached 260 points. Counting the 35 points of attack from the scorpion tail sword and 3 points of strength, Wang Xian's attack directly reached 310 points. Looking at his panel attributes after allocating his free attribute points, Wang Xian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This attribute was comparable to the attributes of level 30 in his previous life. If he wanted to use a word to describe it, there were only 4 words to describe it: terrifying. The attributes had been taken care of, and the next step was to naturally open the boss. For today's Wang Xian, killing the goblin boss was simply too easy, just stand and jerk. An exaggerated smile could not help but appear on Wang Xian's face. Standing and jerking the boss, how many people's ultimate dream was this, and now he had done it. Carrying the dark green scorpion tail sword, Wang Xian came to the boss in large strides, his left hand stretched out, palm up, clenched into a fist, index finger pointing at the boss, using a move of supreme martial arts created by a supreme powerhouse. Rumor had it that this supreme martial art was created by that supreme powerhouse by fusing 2 supreme martial arts.
Come over here. Wang Xian hooked his left index finger and yelled at the goblin boss. Goblin boss. Cheng Yao, the onlooker behind the tree.
As a humanoid boss, the goblin boss still understood some human language, and because of Wang Xian's skill, 10,000 souls, it understood even more how Wang Xian's words were provoking and even humiliating to it at the moment. How could the goblin boss endure this? Its mouth let out a wah 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 cry. Picking up the huge wolf tooth rod on the side, clasping it with both hands, it jumped and lunged towards Wang Xian.
When
the wolf tooth club smashed hard on Wang Xian's head.
-0. A number floated up above Wang Xian. No defense broken.
Wang Xian grinned. The feeling of not having your defense broken by a boss was simply too good to be true.
-1000.
At this time, a number floated up above the goblin boss as well. When Wang Xian took a look, he was even happier. The skill, Divine Abandonment, was really effective on the boss. The goblin's full attributes were directly reduced by 10%, and the -1000 that floated up was the amount of blood that the goblin boss had lost.
Of course, Wang Xian was not idle. The scorpion tail sword held in his right hand backhandedly stabbed towards the goblin boss.
-148, 10% reduction in all attributes. Defense changed from 180 points to 162 points.
A white normal damage floated up. -5.
Immediately after that, a green damage floated up.
The scorpion tail sword's attached poison attribute attack.
However, all bosses were more or less intelligent, and at the moment, the goblin boss was just confused. He didn't understand why the human in front of him who had provoked him didn't do anything when he went down with his wolfsbane rod. Goblin boss confused. Wang Xian is not confused. taking advantage of this opportunity, the hand of the scorpion tail sword brush to a triple stab.
Minus 148. Minus 148. 148 to 148. 3 numbers of damage floated up on the goblin boss's head. Minus 5.
The scorpion tail sword's toxin damage also floated up again.
Whoa. The goblin boss finally reacted, holding the wolfsbane with both hands and headbutting Wang Xian.
Unfortunately, all it got in return was a series of -0s. As for Wang Xian, while the goblin boss was hammering him, he wasn't idle either, using his scorpion tail sword to constantly stab the goblin boss.
One person and one monster, you hit me and I stabbed you, it was a harmony.
As he fought, the goblin boss suddenly let out a strange cry, and a black damage number floated up above his head.
Minus 1480. Wang Xian was dumbfounded. Black number, fatal damage? What the hell?
Wang Xian was still puzzled, but when he saw the location of his scorpion tail sword's stab, he immediately felt a cold wind coming from his lower body. Wang Xian hurriedly pulled out the scorpion tail sword, and then stabbed towards that spot again. While stabbing, he also muttered under his breath, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean it. Minus 1480. Minus 1480. Minus 1480.
3 black damage floated up, and the goblin boss's sturdy 2-meter tall body directly fell down. The level 15 field boss, who didn't even use his skills, died so suffocatingly under Wang Xian's sword.
Miserable. Really miserable. Too miserable.
Looking at the bloody parts of the goblin boss, Wang Xian felt that he was too cruel. Chanya walked over and looked at Wang Xian with a speechless face. She adjusted behind a tree and watched it so clearly. This goblin boss died a miserable death.
Uncle, why do men make things difficult for men? Ha 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 ha, signed.
And received the first reward, happy beaming face with smiling eyes. Thanks to book friend 2017021700152018 200 starting point coins reward.
Wang Xian's face directly blackened. What did he mean by why would a man make things difficult for a man?
He was clearly trying to increase the efficiency of killing monsters. In fact, speaking of which, this kind of continuously dealing fatal damage was the first time Wang Xian had encountered it. In his previous life, he hadn't encountered kobold-type wild monsters, and basically all wild monsters wouldn't even expose their lethal parts like a kobold boss. To this, Wang Xian could only say that it deserved it.
Wow! Uncle, I'm actually level 10, what's, mercy? Is it your skill, uncle?
Chungyao suddenly exclaimed in shock. Just now her attention was on the way Wang Xian killed the boss, now she returned to herself, but was shocked to find that her level had actually increased to level 10. After checking the battle log, she found out that it was a special status called Mercy, which allowed her to gain all of the boss's experience, and that's how she went from level 7 to level 10 in a single breath, and was even about to be level 11. Ignoring the shouting Chungyao, Wang Xian looked up his battle log. He had previously turned off some unimportant system beeps.
Ding!
Killed level 15 goblin boss, experience value gained 10% group bonus, killed boss over level 5. Gained 5% experience value bonus, triggered skill, mercy, triggered talent, sage, you finally gained 4050 experience points.
Ding!
You have been upgraded, your attributes have been boosted, and you have gained 5 free attribute points.
Ding!
You have leveled up to 11 and gained 11 free attribute points from the growth talent.
Ding!
You have leveled up, gained a boost to your attributes, and gained 5 free attribute points.
Ding!
You have upgraded to level 12 and gained 12 free attribute points from the growth talent.
Ding!
The title, Boss Natural Enemy, skill Draw Soul triggered, and you have gained 0 free attribute points.
Ding! Title, Boss Natural Enemy, skill evolution triggered, your title gains 1 evolution point. Ding!
Congratulations, your rank has entered the Dragon Kingdom ranking list and is ranked first in the Dragon Kingdom ranking list.
Ding!
Congratulations, your rank has entered the world ranking, ranking first on the world ranking list.
A series of system text prompts appeared on the battle log. Talent, Sage?
Wang Xian was slightly stunned before reacting. Every time he leveled up by 10 levels, he would obtain a new talent, and before, because of his conversion into a sacrifice, he had forgotten about obtaining a new talent. Although he hadn't looked at the specific attributes of the talent, Sage, yet, the effect was already known to Wang Xian.
However, Wang Xian still opened the attribute panel and checked the attributes of the new talent, Sage. Talent, Sage, Mythic level. Effect, experience gained in any way will be boosted, currently by 12%, following the level up. King Sage.
Mercy, plus, Sage, this was the rhythm that wanted him to completely dominate the top of the rankings.
He actually wanted to keep a low profile.
But then again, Mercy and Sage really go too well with growth. The first two boost experience gain and level up quickly, and growth is related to level. The higher the level, the higher the growth. The higher the level, the more powerful the effect of growth. Wang Xian secretly nodded, indicating that he was satisfied with the sage talent.
Wow! Uncle, look at screen equipment, yeah.
At this time, Changyao dragged a huge wolfsbane with both hands laboriously to Wang Xian. This wolfsbane was exactly the same as the one in the hands of the goblin boss, and there was even a high possibility that it was the same one used by the goblin boss.
Wang Xian received the giant wolfsbane rod in the hands of Changyao and checked the attributes. Giant wolfsbane rod, green. Weapon, two-handed blunt weapon. Attributes. Physical attack plus 50. Strength plus 7. Characteristics, vigorous. Vigorous, strength plus 3. Level requirement, 15. Very good attributes. Among the green equipment, it was considered a top weapon.
Only in this body type is really a bit exaggerated. The entire length of the wolf tooth rod reached at least 2 meters. For this kind of weapon, Wang Xian really couldn't love it and received it in his backpack first.
Yao, is there any more equipment?
Wang Xian turned his head to Changyao, who continued to pick up equipment.
There's one more piece. What equipment? Uncle, look for yourself.
Changyao picked up a wooden stick from the side and picked a somewhat tattered piece of animal skin, handing it to Wang Xian with a disgusted face.
Kobold's beloved leather pants, green. Clothing, leather pants. Attributes. Physical defense plus 60. Magic defense plus 40. Level requirement, 15. Wang Xian.
No wonder Changyao looked disgusted, even he was a bit disgusted. But after all, it was a green equipment. Although it didn't have characteristics, the defense attached to it was still very high, almost reaching the limit of green equipment, and it was completely considered a superb green equipment. But even so, Wang Xian did not have any desire to wear this equipment, because seeing these leather pants reminded him of how the goblin boss looked when it died.
Miserable, too miserable. It was better not to evoke that memory.
Wang Xian decisively threw this beast skin shorts into his backpack, intending to find a chance to throw it to the consignment yard or auction house.
Yao, is there anything else? Wang Xian came to Changyao's side and asked again. Nope, just some money, uncle, here.
Changyao said and gave all the coins she picked up to Wang Xian. Wang Xian counted. Good guy, it was quite a lot, a whole 7 gold and 44 silver.
You don't want it? Wang Xian looked at Changyao in surprise.
Changyao shook her head and said, Uncle, you killed the boss alone. I didn't put in any effort. I can't take any of these things. Little girl, your 3 views are quite correct. Wang Xian reached out his hand and rubbed Changyao's head before taking out 2 gold coins and stuffing them into Changyao's hand.
Uncle?
Changyao looked at Wang Xian in confusion. It's just 2 gold coins, keep them for buying medicine later.
Wang Xian laughed. Thank you, uncle.
Changyao cheered. She had learned the value of gold coins today from the forum. With these 2 gold coins, at least 20,000 dragon coins could be exchanged, although it was said that she wasn't lacking money at all, but why wouldn't she want it for nothing?
Well, you're also level 10, so don't upgrade first, wait to upgrade after transferring, otherwise you'll waste some attribute points. Aha. Changyao desperately nodded her head.
Right now, she would listen to whatever Uncle said, and she was going to hug Uncle's thighs fiercely. The boss that dozens or hundreds of people couldn't kill was killed by Uncle alone. Such a thick thigh, can't let him run away. Also, that mercy skill, she had already learned the exact effect through the status bar, so it was even more impossible to let this thigh run.
Don't just stand there, come over and try the meat baked by the goblin boss like this?
Wang Xian sat by the bonfire and greeted Changyao, who was frozen in place.
Coming.
Changyao heard Wang Xian's call and hurriedly put away the thoughts in her head and walked towards the bonfire. She was also curious about whether the meat roasted by a boss was good to eat or not. The effort of yards actually received another reward. Thanks to book friends Jim's Gampton NGA for their 100 starting point coin rewards. I have to say, this goblin boss is ugly, but the roasted meat is so delicious. Looking at Changyao, who was eating happily, Wang Xian suddenly wanted to tease her, so he lowered his voice and said eerily to Changyao, Yao, is this roasted meat delicious? Changyao was startled by Wang Xian's voice, and after giving Wang Xian a blank look, she said, it's delicious, I've never eaten such delicious barbecued meat before. Saying that, Changyao tore off another large piece of roasted meat and continued to eat it happily. Very tasty indeed. But, Yao, just what kind of meat do you think can be so delicious? Wang Xian's voice became even more eerie. Changyao also finally realized that something was wrong and hurriedly looked towards Wang Xian, and instantly saw the eerie smile floating on Wang Xian's face. Uncle, don't scare me? The roasted meat in Changyao's hand snapped and fell to the ground, and her voice began to flood with tears. Yao, what exactly do you think the meat will be? Wang Xian continued to speak in an eerie voice, and his gaze also began to scan over Changyao's body. Human meat? Vomit. As if Changyao instantly understood the meaning of Wang Xian's words, her face turned pale and she immediately got down and dry-heaved after giving a shuddering cry. Wang Xian. Well, it was a lot more effective than expected. Looking at Changyao's uncomfortable and fearful appearance, Wang Xian also knew that he had gone a bit overboard, and hurriedly got up and walked to Cheng Yao's side, patting her back while saying, "Just kidding, if it's human flesh, would I dare to eat it?" Cheng Yao's body instantly stiffened as she realized that she had been tricked by Wang Xian. "Uncle!" Cheng Yao screamed, grabbed Wang Xian's arm, rolled up Wang Xian's sleeve and bit on it fiercely. Ah! It was Wang Xian's turn to scream. "Pain, pain, pain. Yao Yao, let go." Wang Xian let out a miserable sound. "Stinky uncle, you're so bad." Cheng Yao bit Wang Xian while her mouth was still muttering. She just wouldn't open her mouth to let go of Wang Xian. "Quickly let go or I'll get angry." Wang Xian fainted. "Don't let go." The force on Cheng Yao's teeth increased. "It hurts." "Serves you right." "Yao Yao, I'm wrong, just let go, okay?" "No good." After 10 minutes, perhaps feeling her mouth tired, Cheng Yao loosened her mouth. "You belong to a dog." Wang Xian looked at the embossment on his arm and said in a very speechless manner. It was also thanks to his high defense, or else he would definitely be bitten and bleeding. Humph. Cheng Yao snorted coldly, then ignored Wang Xian and continued to eat the roasted meat. "Yo, still able to eat?" Wang Xian teased. Normally, when someone told you that what you just ate was human flesh, even if it was explained later, many people would not eat it again, and even if they would have to wait for a long time afterward. But what about Cheng Yao? Just after this explanation, she continued to eat it. "I really don't know if she is strong inside or just nervous." "Yao Yao, are you still going back today?" After eating and drinking, Wang Xian asked Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao took out her cell phone, looked at the time, shook her head and said, "It's 9 o'clock, it's too late, I'll go back in the morning." "That's fine, it's really not safe to go back so late, let's just sit here." "Sit until dawn." Wang Xian nodded and said. He had been brushing monsters for a few consecutive days and his spirit had been in a tight state, so it was just as well that he could take a good rest. "Do it here until dawn?" Cheng Yao's mouth slightly opened and her eyes widened as if she had heard something incredible. "Is there a problem?" Wang Xian didn't understand why Cheng Yao reacted like this. "Uncle, aren't we going too fast?" Cheng Yao asked with a slightly flushed face. "What's too fast? It's just sitting for one night ah." Wang Xian felt more and more that Cheng Yao was strange. Cheng Yao took a deep breath, lowered her head and said shyly, "Then we'll do it until dawn." "But it can't be now, I've just eaten my fill, I need to digest it or I'll easily turn off my breath." "Fork in the air? You don't have to move, what's the point of switching off your breath?" Wang Xian had a question mark on his face. "I don't have to move? But like this, will you be too tired, uncle?" Cheng Yao's face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. "Just sitting here until dawn, why would I be tired?" "Yao Yao, are you alright?" Wang Xian got up and walked towards Cheng Yao. He wanted to see what was going on with Cheng Yao, talking to herself in a strange tone, not to mention that she kept her head down. Who would have thought that when Wang Xian moved, Cheng Yao was like a frightened deer, directly jumping up in place. "Uncle, I'll go wash up first." Dropping a sentence, Cheng Yao ran towards the stream not far away. Strange. Wang Xian really didn't know what was wrong with Cheng Yao, but judging from the way she ran towards the creek just now, there shouldn't be any problem at all. Walking over to his original position and sitting down, Wang Xian opened the forum. It was a long night, what else could I do if I didn't flood the forums? The forum was even hotter than it had been a few days ago, with postings appearing and disappearing every second, but there were a few postings that always hung high above the forum. Changes under data mining and the importance of leveling and transmutation. The speculation and analysis of the identity of the prophet. The ranking of talents. Dragon Kingdom's official recruitment of hidden professionals with super high benefits. On the impact of data mining on Bluestar. The one with the highest top was still the one posted by Wang Xian, and the second was the one that analyzed the prophet's identity. Wang Xian took a look at it, and it analyzed the head-to-head. There were 4 top replies in the posting. The first one, the prophet is related to the data mining of the Bluestar, and may even be the one behind the opening of the Bluestar's data mining. The second, the prophet possessed superpowers, just like his name, and could foretell the future. Third, the prophet is a reborn person, that's why he knows so much. The fourth, the prophet was an inner player and it was likely that the blue planet possessed more than just one inner player, but only the prophet had told the inner contents. Wang Xian was in a cold sweat when he saw the words reborn player. There were actually people speculating in this direction, and the number of people who liked it was quite large. However, when Wang Xian clicked on the floor within this reply and saw the content, he breathed a sigh of relief. Within this floor, more were flirting. Obviously, although there are a lot of people who liked it, but everyone is not stupid. The world where there is what reborn will be this reply top up, is completely blindly uproar. Wang Xian looked at the replies on the other floors, of which the prophet was the inside player amongst the replies on the floor that received the most affirmation. Closing this post, Wang Xian took a look at a few of the other hottest postings, and other than the official Dragon Kingdom recruitment of hidden professionals posting which gave him some interest, the others were closed after a quick glance. And then, Wang Xian began to compose the posting, intending to publicize some of the important information that he had overlooked before. Thanks to Book Friend, it's a stinky and long name for the 1200 starting point coin reward. Yesterday's reward for the digital brother. Is this Book Friend? Just the author's backstage display is a number. I thought it was a digital name. I'm really sorry. Thanks to the Book Friend low-key 500 starting point coins reward, this Book Friend's name has a few symbols, but unfortunately I can't even play. Sorry, haha.
Thank you for the 500 renminbi reward from my friend. This life is not a burden to you.
Thank you to the Book Friend Don't Call Me Kuan for his 100 renminbi reward.
Thank you to Friend Permanence for the 100 renminbi reward.
Thanks to the Book Friend Scarred 588 coins reward, this Book Friend's name also has a symbol. Forgive me for my ignorance, or will not, sorry haha. Thank you for the reward of 100 reading points from the Book Friend The Rat That Jacks the Cat. The book has just been signed, received so many rewards, is really terrified. What did not say? Continue to code words to go. Cheng Yao escaped from Wang Xian's side, came to the side of the creek, while removing her makeup, while using the moonlight to look at her reflection in the creek, muttering in a low voice.
Cheng Yao, why are you so unreserved? You've only known Uncle for a day. Why did you agree to such a request? Even though Uncle is a little bit handsome and powerful, you shouldn't have just skipped all the previous parts. But, is Uncle's stamina really that good? It can actually last for a night. Although I haven't experienced it, but those sisters who have boyfriends have said that it's only a few minutes less and a few minutes more. 10 minutes later, Cheng Yao finished removing her makeup and looked at her reflection in the water, as if she suddenly remembered something. She coldly grunted and arrogantly said, Stinky Uncle, actually said that he asked me if I want to have a facelift. This girl, this kind of invincible beauty girl, is it necessary to use it? After admiring her own face for a while, Cheng Yao again seemed to suddenly ring up something. Her face quickly turned red, and then straightened out her clothes, took a deep breath, and went back along the original road. Uncle, I am ready for this. Wang Xian had just finished editing the post and sent it out when he heard Cheng Yao's stuttering voice ring out, and when he lifted his head to look at it, he immediately revealed a look of surprise. At this time, Cheng Yao, her face had long been free of messy makeup, revealing a clear and pretty little face. On this small face, Wang Xian also finally saw the shadow of the future first aid, flower god Cheng Yao. At the same time, Wang Xian also became even more curious as to what caused Cheng Yao to change from a 17 or 18-year-old girl to a big beauty around 25 years old in over a year's time. Previously, he thought that it was plastic surgery, but now after taking a good look at Cheng Yao's looks, Wang Xian completely overturned that guess. Compared to the future flower god Cheng Yao, the current Cheng Yao was just a bit more tender and hadn't grown up yet. Uncle. Cheng Yao let out another whiny voice. He was too embarrassed by Wang Xian's gaze. What's wrong? Wang Xian also came back to his senses amidst Cheng Yao's whiny voice. Looking at Wang Xian's confused eyes, Cheng Yao took a deep breath and said again, I'm ready. Ready? Ready for what? Wang Xian asked in confusion. Uncle. Looking at Wang Xian's even more confused eyes, Cheng Yao chopped her foot a few times in shame. She thought this was Wang Xian's bad taste, deliberately teasing her. Yao, are you alright? Wang Xian looked at Cheng Yao with a worried expression. He had felt that Cheng Yao was a bit strange before, but now it was even stranger. Wang Xian's words and expression made Cheng Yao even more shy. She was pretty sure that this was definitely Wang Xian's bad taste. It was Wang Xian teasing her. Thus, Cheng Yao's heart was fierce. She gathered her courage, looked straight into Wang Xian's eyes and said, Uncle, didn't you say you'd do it until dawn? I'm all ready. This still need to prepare? Just find a place to sit and you're done. If you're really sleepy, just find a place to lie down for a while. The night isn't cold now anyway. Wang Xian directly black question mark face. He didn't understand. Just sit until dawn and prepare. Prepare for what? Wang Xian's answer completely made Cheng Yao dumbfounded. She finally reacted. What Wang Xian said about sitting until dawn and what she thought about doing it until dawn were not the same thing at all. At this moment, Cheng Yao wished for a crack to appear on the ground so that she could directly drill into it. It was just too shameful. How could she have such a shameful thought? Right, Yao, what did you just say about being ready? Wang Xian opened her mouth and asked. Wang Xian's words were just like a complimentary knife, ruthlessly plunging into Cheng Yao's chest, making Cheng Yao even more ashamed. It's nothing. I said I'm ready to rest. Cheng Yao glared fiercely at Wang Xian before running to the campfire and sitting down, looking at the burning flames and launching herself into a daze. Strange. Wang Xian muttered once again. He didn't pay attention to Cheng Yao, walked to a big tree and sat down, closed his eyes and leaned on the tree, resting. He was really tired. Wang Xian was resting, but the forum was like a nuclear bomb had been dropped, setting off shock waves. Everything stemmed from the two postings that Wang Xian had just sent out, Taboo, Talent Chapter and Taboo, Nickname Chapter. Taboo, Talent Chapter. First, talent would largely affect one's achievements. For example, if someone's talent is Fire Elemental Affinity, the best path for him would be to switch to become a magician, and to specialize in fire magic.
Of course, it wasn't that by having the fire elemental affinity, talent, you had to become a mage. You could also become a warrior, a priest, an assassin, an archer, and so on, according to your own preferences, but your achievements in these professions would definitely not be as high as your achievements in being a fire magician. Although today's data-driven Bluestar is almost exactly the same as an online game, it's still reality after all, and your achievements affect your future. Unless you were able to transfer into a hidden profession, or your talent level was low, or there wasn't any conflict in terms of talent and profession.
Is it a choice to become a dragon and soar above the 9 heavens? Or do you choose to become a worm and be trampled upon? It's all up to you.
Secondly, hiding one's talent, especially those who possessed mythic rank talents. Mythic level talent was strong, so strong that those who didn't possess it, and hadn't seen it, couldn't even imagine how powerful it was. It's no exaggeration to say that if you have a mythic rank talent, you'll have a place in the top tier of future powerhouses. Even more so than hidden professions, mythic rank talents were even more powerful. Likewise, possessing a mythic rank is dangerous, very dangerous.
Many people don't want you to survive, because your existence is the greatest threat to them.
So, for your own sake, and for the sake of the future, hide your talent. It's best not to tell anyone but yourself, even your closest relatives, and if you have to, then tell them a false one. If you've already revealed your talent, and it's still a mythic grade talent, then there are only 2 paths you can take. The first path, enter the deep mountains and wild forests and bury your head in the sand to train hard for your level. When you feel strong enough and think you can be fearless of everything, then reappear in front of everyone. However, I don't recommend this path. Loneliness is really scary, and being a lone wolf isn't that great. What's more, this will also waste your talent, you will fall behind in leveling and gear. The second path, seek shelter. The dangers faced by mythic rank talent possessors are simply unimaginable to normal people, and there is only one person who can shelter you, protect you, and allow you to grow up smoothly. I believe that there is no need for me to point it out, you all understand. There is no reason for you to believe in that person, to believe that she will stand firmly behind you at any moment, in any situation, and become your most solid backing. Thanks to the book friend Backlight and Moonlight Flower Shade 100 starting point reward. Thanks to book friend Emperor Dark Shadow for his 100 renminbi reward. I received another reward for the effort of coding. I'm so excited.
Thank you very much. I'll continue to write. Taboo, nicknames.
After the transfer, you can make a nickname modification. I believe there are already many people already know.
Then I'll talk about the taboos about nicknames. Some nicknames are not allowed. Absolutely not allowed.
For example, Hongjun Laozu, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Dao Tianzuan, Nguan Yang Yang, Jade Emperor, and so on.
These names are absolute taboos and should never be used.
Of course, if you have to use them, no one will stop you. However, once you have used these nicknames and have not changed them after you have changed jobs, you will continue to use them, or you will reset these nicknames. Congratulations, you can find a place, dig a hole in advance, and bury yourself. Similarly, those related to these names, such as First Heavenly Father's grandfather, Jade Emperor's second uncle, or even Moral Heavenly Father's own son and such lickspittle names, should not be used. If you use it, again congratulations, you can also find a place to bury yourself. In short, the names of the immortal gods were taboo. However, taboos were likewise opportunities. If you think you're powerful enough, you can try setting the name of an immortal god as a nickname. But still, those absolute taboos should not be touched. Some hairy gods and small immortals might be able to try it. However, it is extremely not recommended. Also, don't set up title-type nicknames such as Immortal King, God King, Underworld King, Dragon King, Ghost King, Heavenly Emperor, God Emperor, Heavenly Lord, Tao Ancestor, and so on. The fate of these people won't be too good either. Secondly, nicknames are not to be repeated. Many of you nowadays have duplicate nicknames simply because you haven't transferred yet. When you guys transfer, if someone sets a nickname that is your beloved nickname, then sorry, you can only reset it, or in the case that you can only add a number after your beloved nickname. So, for the sake of your favorite nickname, and for the sake of those brain cells that died when you were racking your brains to set up a nickname in the first place, work hard to upgrade.
Finally, the guild name.
Like nicknames, guild names should not be the same as some powers, such as Taoism, Hierophantism, Interceptorism, Celestial Court, etc. The 2 postings made by Wang Xian are not the same as the guild names, but they are the same as the guild names. The 2 postings made by Wang Xian were instantly topped to the very top of the forum, and the floors of replies were increasing and decreasing by tens and tens of thousands per second.
Unfortunately, as the main character of the postings, Wang Xian had long since entered Dreamland. Those who saw Wang Xian's posting, some were puzzled, some were shocked, some were pondering, and some were terrified.
The ones who were terrified were naturally those who used their mythic rank talent, and they had already told their friends and family about their mythic rank talent and even posted it on the forum in order to show off. At this moment, after seeing Wang Xian's post, there was no more complacency, only fear.
And after the fear, it was the first time to contact the person who could give them shelter as stated in the posting. None of them were stupid, naturally they all understood who that person in the posting was referring to. Secondly, there were quite a few other people who were equally terrified, and they were the ones who had taken names such as First Heavenly Father and Jade Emperor. However, many of these people were looking like they had been robbed of their lives, simply because they hadn't yet switched, and there was still a reset of a chance to reset their nicknames. However, some of them were all pale and terrified, they didn't have the chance to change their nicknames anymore. For this reason, quite a few of these people ran to the forums and went on a frenzy to attack Wang Xian, cursing why Wang Xian hadn't said these things out earlier. In short, there were all kinds of people in all shapes and sizes. At the same time, the official Dragon country also acted quickly. All the major TV stations broadcasted the same information, that is, recruiting people with mythic grade talent, and the benefits were even more mouth-watering for countless people. Of course, while the Dragon country officials were recruiting people with mythic grade talent, they were also recruiting people with epic grade talent as well as people with legendary grade talent, and although the benefits were not as good as those with mythic grade talent, they still made countless people want to do so. Not only those who had divulged their mythic rank talents, but even some who had not divulged that they were mythic rank talents were also moved. In a short span of one night, the Dragon Kingdom officially recruited nearly 50 people with mythic rank talents, hundreds of epic rank talents, and hundreds of legendary ranks, and this number was still increasing. It was that conference room again, with a dozen or so old men gathered together. The projector in the conference room was on, and projected instead were the two postings that Wang Xian had made with his prophet ID, some of the fonts of which had black lines drawn underneath them. Our people have been contacting the prophet, but the prophet hasn't responded in any way. Just a short while ago, the prophet suddenly posted two postings on the forums, and the contents of the postings are shocking, so all of you should take a look. There isn't much content, but there is a lot of hidden information in it. That's right, especially that sentence for yourself, for the future, which definitely contains an extraordinary message. Linking the entire posting, if I'm not wrong, the hidden message of that sentence should be, those who possessed mythic grade talent all died prematurely, and because of their premature deaths, our Dragon Kingdom suffered an unimaginable calamity. That's what it means. I also think that's what it means, it's just that I'm puzzled. Is it really that exaggerated for people with mythic grade talents to actually be able to influence the future of a country? This is really possible. This is some basic information about mythic grade talents, you guys take a look. An old man picked up a remote control and tapped it a few times, and the projection changed instantly. Valor, mythic grade. Effect, when you take more than 10% of your current life value in damage, this damage is halved by the same amount, and you are immune to all bludgeoning damage, weakness damage, and lethal damage. Sword Heart, mythic grade. Effect, when using a sword as a weapon, the weapon's attributes receive a 100% bonus, the power of sword-type skills is increased by 100%, and the proficiency gained in sword-type skills is increased by 100%. This talent can be turned on actively, and when it is turned on, all attribute bonuses are increased to 1000% for a duration of 1 hour. After the duration, you will fall into a weakened state for 3 hours, all attributes reduced by 90%. Cooldown time, 30 days. During the cooldown period, the passive boost effect of the talent remains unchanged. Fearless, mythic grade. Effect, unaffected by any negative status, and when subjected to a negative status, returns the negative status the way it was intended and increases its power by 100%. Divine power, mythic grade. Divine body, mythic grade. Goddess of fortune's favor, mythic grade. One by one, the mythic rank talents shocked the crowd. They themselves had talents, but their talents were really nothing but dregs when compared to these mythic rank talents. Why is this, Goddess of Fortune's favor, listed separately? An old man suddenly realized that amongst the many talents, there was one talent that was listed separately. We'll discuss this later in a while, let's first talk back to the two posts made by the prophet. The old man tapped the remote a few times and cut the projection back to the two posts. I think the same as everyone else, and believe that the hidden message in this line, for your own sake, for the sake of the future, is that the prophet is warning us that we will encounter great catastrophes in the future, and the solution to these catastrophes will fall on those with mythic level talents, as well as hidden professionals. That's right, some of our people have already risen to level 10, and have already switched to warriors, mages, priests, archers and other professions, and judging from the prowess of the skills they have displayed, it won't be long until they level up, and they won't be afraid of ordinary hot weapons. And with some mythic rank talents combined with various professions, I'm afraid that forbidden nuclear weapons will have trouble threatening them. In that case, the future is the world of professionals? More accurately, it should be the world of hidden professionals and those with powerful mythic rank talents. This is not a good sign. Too much personal power can easily cause all sorts of chaos. An old man frowned and said seriously, but this is something that can't be helped. It's always not hard for us to suppress their leveling up, right?
Not to mention whether or not this will trigger unrest in advance, but if we inhibit their rank advancement and other countries don't, then a few months later, a few years later, other countries have a large number of people who can stand up against nuclear weapons, but we have none or only a few of them, and all of you should understand the situation of our Dragon Kingdom at that time.
There was a silence in the conference room.
World peace wasn't something that could be achieved with words, it was formed by powerful weapons to deter. But when one day, those powerful weapons lost their threat, peace was a joke. Alright, let's not think about this heavy issue for now, let's focus on this post from the Prophet about nicknames. Tell us what hidden messages you all see in this post?
This post emphasizes not to share the same name as the immortal gods, or even not to be close to the immortal god's name. Does that mean that the immortal god might actually exist?
There's the saying of cause and effect in mythology, taking a nickname that's the same as the immortal god's name should offend the immortal god, and the end should be death.
Agreed. That should be the case.
However, the Prophet also said in his posting that taboos likewise represent opportunities,
so does that mean that taking a nickname with the immortal god's name means that it's possible to replace the immortal god?
An old man suddenly said.
When this was said, the rest of the people were in an uproar,
and after thinking carefully, they realized that the Prophet's words really seemed to have this meaning. It's not that there isn't such a possibility, but if the immortal god really exists and there is a possibility of replacing it, then there will definitely be a fight, and it's the winner who will become the true immortal god. It's tempting, but it's also as the Prophet said, really taking a nickname for an immortal god's name will definitely anger those immortal gods, and the downfall is obvious.
There was another silence in the conference room. Who wouldn't want to become an immortal god, but how could it be that easy to become one?
Well, this matter may be able to be fought for, myths such as the three pristine ones, Jade Emperor. The names of the top immortal gods such as the three Qings, Jade Emperor, and so on should definitely not be touched. If the hairy gods and small immortals are concerned, with the power of the Dragon Kingdom, it shouldn't be much of a problem, and we can even fight for the names of some medium immortal gods. After a long silence, the old man sitting at the main seat said in a condensed voice, "This matter is not trivial, we need to carefully work out the details, and it's best to contact the Prophet and ask for the specifics." The crowd nodded in agreement. The old man in the main seat tapped the remote control a few more times and the projection changed again. This time appearing in was the post from the forum's analysis of the Prophet. There are many different guesses about the Prophet's identity, and among these guesses, the possibility of the Prophet being an inner player has been agreed upon by the most people.
Based on this speculation, our analysts have come up with another possibility for that immortal king.
As the old man spoke, he tapped the remote control, and various information about Wang Xian appeared on the projection screen. The analysts speculate that both the immortal king and the Prophet belong to the inner side players. It's just that for some reason, the Prophet has retained all the memories of the inner side, while the immortal king has only retained some of them, and this part of the memories retained by the immortal king makes him think that datamining is just a dream he's been dreaming. The old man's words sent the room into an uproar, and they began to talk amongst themselves. The analysts also said a possibility that there might be many inner players, but the reason why they didn't retain memories about the inner side might be that they didn't reach a certain condition.
Does that mean that the Prophet reached those conditions and the immortal king only reached some of them? Yes, that's how the analysts analyzed it. Headache, so little information is known. Who says otherwise?
The old man in the main seat also let out a sigh. Even if there were more elites in the Dragon Kingdom, it would be difficult to analyze more important information from amongst this known information.
Alas!
After another sigh, the old man in the main seat picked up the remote control and tapped it a few times.
Gentlemen, let's continue. Goddess of Fortune's favor, mythic grade talent, possessor Su Jing.
After saying that, he tapped the remote control again, and two pictures appeared on the projection screen. This one that looks younger is Su Zhuan, and the slightly older one is Su Zhuan's sister, Su Mu.
Is there anything special about these two? Someone asked.
The main old man nodded and said, Su Mu used to be Wang Xian's girlfriend, and the two of them parted ways a year ago because Wang Xian resigned and went back to his hometown. After that, the two continued to maintain communication, but as time passed, communication changed from once a day to once a week, once a month, and the last call between the two was 2 months ago.
What's the point of showing us this? Not long ago, Wang Xian suddenly appeared on the rankings, and he was still number 1, and his occupation was sacrifice, which shouldn't be an ordinary occupation.
So, pull him in, he should know more useful information. This little guy didn't confide in us before.
How to pull in? Rely on Su Mu? Getting the two back together?
An old man said with a strange face. They were the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Kingdom, and now they even had to disguise themselves as matchmakers. It's understood that Wang Xian and Su Mu have an extremely good relationship, and their breakup was only a last resort, and now, that last resort doesn't exist anymore.
Then what?
Our people came up with a way to send Su Zhuan to Wang Xian first, while Su Mu was absorbed into our newly formed department, so that Su Mu would have a sense of belonging to us. In this way, when Wang Xian and Su Mu get back together, Wang Xian will be very close to us even if he doesn't become a member of this department. I have a doubt. Instead of letting Sumu and Wang Xian get back together, then why don't we let our people contact Wang Xian? After all, our people have a stronger sense of belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, our people are better than Sumu in every aspect, and it's basically hard for a 20-something-year-old guy to resist. An old man raised an objection. In his opinion, it would be better to go through the trouble of trying his best to cultivate Sumu's sense of belonging, rather than letting their people directly contact Wang Xian. Those people could be the elites chosen from thousands of people, and they could completely handle a young little guy with ease. The main old man smiled slightly and said, "This is something we have also considered, but you must realize that times are different, and in the future, it is entirely possible for an individual's force to override a country, or even dominate a planet. If Wang Xian reaches such an achievement in the future and our counting on him leaks out, it will most likely result in unimaginable consequences, and even if it doesn't, it will create a gap between us and him, and I believe that none of you would want to see either of these two scenarios, right?
Aren't we also counting on that little guy now?" someone asked.
The main old man gently shook his head and laughed. "That's right now we are indeed counting on him as well, and both methods are trying to accomplish the same thing, but the meaning is completely different."
"Ha, I understand.
If our people go and contact Wang Xian, and later on, it comes out in the open, then Wang Xian flips out, and we have nothing to say at all. But if Sumu and Wang Xian get back together, even if Wang Xian knows about it later, he won't be able to flip out. We're just letting the lovers get back together."
An old man laughed loudly and said, "This is indeed the best way to do it, but there's a prerequisite. Are Wang Xian and Sumu's feelings really that good?" Someone opened his mouth and asked.
"There's no need to consider this, our people have already done a detailed transfer. Wang Xian and Sumu's relationship is still extremely good, and it can also be sensed from the two's call records. Then there's no problem.
Let's vote by a show of hands."
Without any surprises, everyone raised their hands in agreement. Afterwards, the dozen or so old men discussed something else.
Uncle, wake up. Yao, what's wrong?" Wang Xian opened his eyes and looked suspiciously at Cheng Yao, who was desperately shaking herself. Meteor ah.
Cheng Yao pointed at the sky and shouted loudly.
"Shooting star?" Wang Xian was dumbfounded. Although he wasn't fully awake yet, he knew that in broad daylight, how could a meteor appear? However, when he raised his head and looked in the direction of Cheng Yao's finger, his mouth instantly opened wide. A meteor with a starlight tail really appeared above the firmament.
Even though it was daytime now and the sun's rays were illuminating the heavens and earth, it was still difficult to hide the starlight of that shooting star.
"Cheng Yao, uncle, the shooting star in the daytime, it's also beautiful." Wang Xian casually coped, "It's not bad."
To be honest, he really didn't have much of a problem with the shooting star. In the future, there was a powerful hidden professional who could summon thousands of shooting stars. That scene would be called truly splendid and beautiful. Cheng Yao blankly glanced at Wang Xian, seemingly blaming him for his lack of understanding, before clasping her hands together, closing her eyes and making a wish. Her eyes and made a wish.
"Uncle, didn't you say it's still okay?
Why are you still staring at this shooting star all the time?" Cheng Yao, who had finished making her wish, opened her eyes and realized that Wang Xian had actually been staring at the shooting star on the dome of the sky, thinking that Wang Xian was having a heart-to-heart, so she asked in a flirtatious tone. Wang Xian ignored Cheng Yao's flirting, his eyes kept staring at the shooting star on the dome of the sky, and asked in a grave tone, Yao, do you feel that this shooting star is a lot bigger compared to just now? Cheng Yao originally wanted to continue flirting with Wang Xian, but when she heard the gravity in Wang Xian's tone, she immediately raised her head to look at the shooting star. After looking at it for a while, Cheng Yao murmured, it seems to be really much bigger. Just like that, Cheng Yao and Wang Xian stood at the same spot, their gazes staying fixed on that shooting star in the firmament. Cheng Yao, uncle, this meteor is at least tens of times bigger than what I saw at the beginning.
Wang Xian, indeed. Cheng Yao, uncle, don't meteors pass away in a flash? Why hasn't this meteor disappeared after so long? Wang Xian, I don't know. Cheng Yao, uncle, do you feel that this meteor seems to be flying towards us all the time? Wang Xian, it should be an illusion. Cheng Yao, maybe. Another moment passed. Cheng Yao, I don't think it's an illusion, that meteor is really flying towards us. Wang Xian, I can see it too. Another moment passes. Cheng Yao, uncle, shouldn't we run? Wang Xian, why? Cheng Yao, the meteors are still flying towards us, I'm afraid if we don't run, we'll be smashed to death by the meteors in a while. Wang Xian, no need, we can't run away from the meteor anyway, if such a big meteor smashes down, the whole city of G is probably gone, where can we run to? Besides, we can be resurrected anyway, no need to be afraid at all. Cheng Yao, that's true, and it's not a loss to be smashed to death by a meteor. Wang Xian, Cheng Yao and Wang Xian just stood in place, watching that white meteor get closer and closer to them, closer and closer. Only, what made the two of them puzzled was that it was as if something had gone wrong with that white sun meteor,
and instead of continuing to get bigger, it had gotten smaller. When that white sun meteor was only a few hundred meters away from the Earth, it had become only the size of a soccer ball. Moreover, as it got closer to the Earth, the white shooting star also became smaller and smaller. Wang Xian, looks like we don't have to be smashed to death by the meteor. Chang Yao, what a pity. Wang Xian, what's a pity? Chang Yao, it would be so romantic to die under a meteor with uncle. Wang Xian. Just as Wang Xian and Chang Yao were chatting idly, the daytime meteor finally crashed down on the Earth. Nothing earth-shattering happened. No visions appeared, and it didn't even emit a single movement. Don't be sorry, quickly go. Wang Xian pulled up Chang Yao and ran towards the place where the meteor fell. Uncle, what are you doing? Chang Yao was still in pity for what happened just now, and now that she was pulled by Wang Xian to run, she asked in confusion. That meteor has a high chance of being a treasure. It might even be a divine artifact. Let's hurry over. Treasure? Divine artifact? Chang Yao's eyes instantly glowed, then with a stomp of his feet, he directly jumped onto Wang Xian's back. Although he didn't understand what a divine weapon was, the moment he heard the name, he knew that it must be an extraordinary treasure. Uncle, run! Wang Xian, is this the rhythm of becoming a mount? However, it's not the time to be bothered about this with Chang Yao. Finding the treasure is the top priority. Besides, pulling Chang Yao to run is indeed not as fast as carrying her on his back. 10 minutes later, Wang Xian carried Chang Yao on his back to a lake that was only half dug. Is this the meteor? Or maybe it's a meteor transformed into a treasure? Chang Yao got off of Wang Xian's back and looked at an incredibly beautiful and unknown flower stuck in the ground in front of her. It should be? Wang Xian couldn't be sure. That meteor had just landed in this neighborhood without a doubt, and there was nothing unusual in this neighborhood, except for this flower that was very much at odds with its surroundings. Thanks again to It's a stinky and long name for the 100 starting point coin reward. I have to go to the field to pick winter melon. The next chapter should be later. A beautiful flower stuck in the center of a lake that has not yet been dug up, surrounded by dried and cracked soil, unable to see any trace of greenery. To say there was no abnormality, no one would believe it. Ha! Is this a phantom? After looking for a while and not finding anything else wrong, Wang Xian reached out his hand to pick the flower, but was surprised to find that his hand passed through the flower. Obviously, the flower wasn't real. So magical. Chang Yao also stretched out her hand and probed towards the flower, only for herself as well as Wang Xian to not expect was that her hand did not pass through the flower as Wang Xian's did, but instead, it actually touched the flower. Wang Xian. Chang Yao. Uncle, what is this? Chang Yao took that flower into her hands and looked at Wang Xian with a confused face. Wang Xian was also confused. He tried to touch the flower with his hand again, but it was still the same as just now. It went straight through the flower. Looking at the flower that was as fake to him as it was in Chang Yao's hand, Wang Xian looked like he suddenly thought of something, and with a hint of anticipation and some apprehension, he said to Chang Yao, Yao, look at this flower to see if it has any attributes. After datadization, everything in the world had attributes, just provided that you could see it and even touch it. Although the flower in front of him was visible, he couldn't touch it, and Wang Xian had no way to access its attributes. Chang Yao was different. Not only could she see this flower, she could also touch it, and if there were no other surprises, she should be able to see the attributes of this flower. Wow, uncle, it really has attributes. After Chang Yao heard Wang Xian's words, she gazed at the flower in her hand and indeed saw the flower's attributes. What attributes? Wang Xian immediately asked. Divine Spirit Flower, a strange flower of heaven and earth condensed by the divine soul of a certain deity after his fall, can be taken. Chang Yao read the attribute she saw to Wang Xian. Hearing this attribute, the corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched. Just as he had guessed, this flower was the flower god transformation. Just isn't this way of obtaining a hidden profession 2F** ket up? It fell from the sky. That was fine, but it was as if this flower was specially prepared for Chang Yao. No one else could even touch it, so this was excessive. Uncle, here. Just as Wang Xian was rambling, Chang Yao took the flower god transformation and handed it to Wang Xian. What for? Wang Xian glanced at Chang Yao and asked even though he had already guessed what Chang Yao meant. Uncle, this flower is very powerful once you hear the name, so eat it. Sure enough, Chang Yao was going to give him this divine spirit flower. This is a top-notch treasure, you won't regret it? Wang Xian asked. Chang Yao shook her head and said with a serious face, Uncle, I'm just a little white. It's a waste for me to eat this. It's better to give it to Uncle. Uncle is already powerful. After eating it, it will definitely be even more powerful. I just need to hold on to Uncle's thigh. You really think so? Wang Xian gazed at Chang Yao's eyes. Chang Yao was not the least bit timid and also gazed into Wang Xian's eyes and nodded heavily. Alright. Wang Xian answered and, stretching out his right hand, his index finger slightly curved, and in a swift motion, he flicked Chang Yao's round and smooth forehead. Ah! Chang Yao immediately cried out in pain. Uncle, what are you doing? It hurts. Chang Yao glared angrily at Wang Xian, one hand still continuously rubbing the place that had just been flicked by Wang Xian's finger.
It hurt too much. You little girl, did you see that Uncle couldn't touch this flower and said that on purpose? Aren't you deliberately trying to anger Uncle me? Wang Xian looked at Chunyao with an angry face.
Of course, this was completely feigned, but the title of uncle was something he liked more and more.
Which is not true, I genuinely want to give it to Uncle.
Chunyao pouted her lips, and the look on her face was somewhat unhappy, as if she was blaming Wang Xian for not believing her.
Teasing you.
Wang Xian reached out his hand and tried to nudge Chunyao's head. Chunyao, however, as if she was a frightened deer, covered her forehead in fear. He was afraid that Wang Xian was flicking her forehead. Only when Chunyao felt that Wang Xian was just nudging her little head, not flicking her, did she put down the upper part of her head that was protecting her forehead, and blankly glanced at Wang Xian, muttering, "Uncle, you're so annoying. Don't be Uncle Long, Uncle Short, hurry up and take this flower, let me see what effect it has,"
Wang Xian urged.
He desperately wanted to know if this was a flower god transformation or not. After all, even if he had a high degree of certainty before, it was just a guess. Chunyao nodded, then grabbed a petal and slowly sent it into her mouth. Only, what made Wang Xian puzzled was that there was no change after Chunyao ate one of the petals.
"Well?" Wang Xian asked.
After thinking for a while, Chunyao said, "It's quite tasty." Wang Xian was dizzy. That wasn't what he asked.
However, judging from Chunyao's expression, there shouldn't be any changes.
So, Wang Xian said, "Another slice."
Chunyao nodded and ate another slice.
There was still no change.
"Eat them all," Wang Xian said.
Chunyao didn't need a slice this time. Instead, she directly opened her small mouth and sent the entire flower into her mouth, chewing it a few times before swallowing it. The moment Chunyao just swallowed it, a huge piece of petal appeared out of nowhere, wrapping Chunyao's entire body and transforming it into a huge flower skeleton that was almost 2 meters tall.
Seeing this scene, Wang Xian could finally be certain. Hidden profession flower god. It didn't run away.
Chunyao turned into a huge flower skeleton. Wang Xian naturally couldn't leave her here by herself, although according to the situation in his last life, Chunyao shouldn't have had any accidents, but there is always an eventuality. After all, he didn't show up here in his last life either, didn't he? After killing a dozen or so wild monsters that hadn't opened their eyes to find him trouble, the flower skeleton that Chunyao had turned into finally changed. Like a real flower, the huge flower slowly bloomed, and Chunyao's figure slowly appeared in Wang Xian's eyes. At this moment, it was as if Wang Xian had seen a fairy.
Instantly, Wang Xian's nosebleed flowed. -1, -1, -1 to 1.
One by one, white numbers jumped out from the top of Wang Xian's head without point, as if he was poisoned. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't that Wang Xian hadn't seen a beautiful woman before, it was really that this fairy in front of him was slightly unclothed.
"Uncle, what's wrong with you?"
When Wang Xian was in a daze, in the middle of the thoroughly blooming flowers, the disheveled fairy also opened her eyes, and after seeing the numbers constantly emerging from the top of Wang Xian's head and the nosebleed that was still flowing, she hurriedly ran towards Wang Xian. This running made Wang Xian's nosebleed even worse. At this time, that fairy also finally realized that something was wrong, because as she was running, she found that in front of her, it was as if there were 2 more burdens. Looking down, she was first shocked, and then thinking of Wang Xian's reaction, she instantly let out a piercing screaming sound. "Here!" Looking at Chunyao, who was crouching on the ground, her hands trying to protect her vital parts, Wang Xian took off his jacket, threw it to her and turned his body. This kind of thing Wang Xian didn't expect. A hidden profession transfer would cause Chunyao to undergo such a drastic change.
First of all, it was a change from A to C or D.
Secondly, the appearance had also changed from a 17 or 18-year-old girl to a 24 or 25-year-old beauty. Lastly, her height also skyrocketed from 1.6 meters to about 1.75 meters. Chunyao just like that, in just a few minutes, her body seemed to have crossed 5 or 6 years, directly arriving at a relatively mature age.
"Uncle, I'm dressed."
After Chunyao put on Wang Xian's jacket, her face flushed red as she shouted at Wang Xian.
After hearing Chunyao's shout, Wang Xian turned around and walked to Chunyao's side with an expressionless face and asked, "What is the effect of that divine spirit flower?" Although he already knew that it was a flower god transfer, he still had to pretend that he didn't know. At the same time, by the way, it would also divert Chunyao's attention so that she wouldn't continue to be mortified. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Xian said that divine spirit flower, Chunyao immediately revealed an excited look and said cheerfully, "Uncle, I've also switched hidden professions." "Oh, hidden profession? Is it because of that divine spirit flower?"
Looking at Chunyao's expression of ask me quickly, Wang Xian could only continue to act.
Aha.
Chunyao immediately nodded her head continuously and said excitedly, "Uncle, it's that divine spirit flower. I really didn't expect that it would actually allow me to obtain a hidden profession."
Yao, make your attribute panel public and let me take a look at your hidden occupation." Wang Xian opened his mouth.
Flower god Changyao's attributes had always been a mystery in her previous life. Because of her level, no player had been able to peek into her attributes at all. The only thing that was certain was that flower god Changyao was a blood bull that made everyone's assassins despair. Changyao, the flower god, was the first one to be listed in the forum's killing post. The bounty was 10 times higher than the second one, and the reward for killing Changyao made countless people go crazy. Unfortunately, even if the bounty was higher, no one went to assassinate Changyao.
It all started with an assassination from a rival country.
That time, Changyao's 4 guards, Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon, were held back by the enemy, while Changyao single-handedly resisted the simultaneous attacks of 8 top-tier assassins. At that moment, the damage that surfaced above Changyao's head caused countless people to despair.
The 8 black damage numbers were so blinding. Fatal damage. Fatal damage.
All of them were fatal damage. But the next moment, everyone's expression changed from despair to shock. Because they saw that after flower god Changyao had taken 8 fatal damage, the blood bar above her head had actually only dropped by 1%.
After that, things were simple.
Upon hearing that flower god Changyao had been assassinated, the Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens Guild's top-tier powerhouses had parachuted in to completely eliminate all of the assassins. Although it was said that there was a number of deaths in data mining, some treasures could resurrect people in place, and they would lose the same number of deaths after resurrection. What was even more overbearing was that those treasures could ignore the will of the person being revived and forcefully revive them. It was also that assassination that made countless people curious as to what attributes flower god Changyao actually had. The fatal damage dealt by 8 top assassins actually only caused flower god Changyao's blood level to drop by 1%. Now that this attribute that countless people were curious about was finally going to be shown in front of him, Wang Xian was a little excited.
Name, Changyao. Nickname, Yao Yao, changeable. Race, human. Occupation, flower god. Age, 18.
Talent, Divine Grace, Mythic Level.
Level, 10. Experience, 892/1000. HP, 720. MP, 1100. Physical attack power, 32. Magic attack power, 88. Strike, 0. Physical defense, 30. Magic defense, 15. Strength, 16. Agility, 16. Spirit, 22. Physique, 18. Endurance, 15. Free attribute points, 50.
Skills, Flower Shift, Water and Wood, Spring Blossom, 100 Flowers, Darkness and Blossom, Flower God's Blessing.
Remaining number of deaths, 2.
Looking at Changyao's attributes, Wang Xian did some calculations and realized that the hidden profession of Flower God was really powerful enough. Among them, MP, magic value, was augmented by spirit, and actually reached the same 500% as his own sacrifice, surpassing the highest conclusion of 400% reached by those statisticians, analysts in his previous life. HP, life value, by the body's addition although not the same as their own, but also reached the previous life of those data statisticians, analysts concluded the highest addition of 400%. Defense was moderate to moderate, and was only 200% increased by endurance. With such an attribute addition, it definitely counted as a blood ox, but the previous life's guess of Changyao's attributes was still much worse. According to the growth of such attributes, if Changyao reached that level in her previous life, even with an epic blood equipment, she shouldn't be able to withstand the lethal damage of 8 top-tier assassins. Therefore, the problem would be in Changyao's skills.
Thus, Wang Xian checked Changyao's skills. Flower Shift.
Life value and magic value can be freely converted with no cooldown. When receiving damage, priority is given to consuming magic value. The moment he saw this skill, Wang Xian finally understood. In his last life, those assassins had dealt so much lethal damage, why Changyao's blood level had only dropped by 1%, so it was all because of this skill.
Shui Mu Qing Hua.
Restores 100% of a single target's life value of magic attack power. At the same time, the lower the target's blood level, the higher the recovery, up to a maximum of 100%.
Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 100 mana. Cooldown time, 1 second. Spring Blossom.
Recovers 100% of the life value of multiple targets' magical attacks. At the same time, the lower the target's blood level, the higher the recovery, up to 100%.
Cast time, 3 seconds. Mana consumption, 300 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. 100 Flowers. Selects a single and multiple targets and sends blessings from 100 flowers, boosting the target's full attributes by 10% for 600 seconds. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 100 mana. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Willow Blessing. Selects the target and leaves a mark on the target, and only one mark can exist. When the target's life value is emptied, the imprint triggers, and the target will be immediately resurrected with 100% of the life value of the magic attack. This resurrection does not consume the number of deaths, and the seal lasts for 3,600 seconds. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 1,000 mana. Cooldown time, 600 seconds.
The appearance of this skill instantly struck Wang Xian like a thunderbolt and his body froze in place. The number of deaths could be said to be everyone's most valuable thing, no matter if it was a priest's resurrection spell or any other resurrection skill, it would consume the number of deaths. However, Cheng Yao's Willow Blossom skill, not only could it be released in advance, but it also didn't consume any number of deaths. It was simply a skill that countless people could only dream of. Wang Xian really didn't know what kind of things would happen after this skill was exposed, but it was certain that those hostile countries would absolutely kill Cheng Yao at any cost. Flower God's Blessing. Can learn all the skills of a priest? Each time the level is raised, the spiritual attribute is additionally +5. Wang Xian. Very good. Very powerful. Even so, with the skill, Willow Blossom, in front of him, Wang Xian wasn't so shocked. P.S. Coding all night long, begging for votes. Yao, you should never show your attribute panel to others in the future, unless it's someone you can completely trust, and that, Willow Darkness, skill of yours, don't give it to someone you don't trust. After signaling Cheng Yao to close his attribute panel, Wang Xian instructed Cheng Yao. Why? That, Willow Darkness, can save people and you don't have to waste precious death counts. Cheng Yao was puzzled and asked. In her opinion, it was a skill that could save people. Since it could save people, why not use it? That's right, this skill can save people, but some people can't tolerate the existence of this skill, Wang Xian explained the pros and cons of this skill in detail to Cheng Yao. Listening to Cheng Yao was shocked. She would never have imagined that just one skill would involve so many things, and would even jeopardize her own life. Uncle, I know. I will definitely not use this skill easily, nor will I easily show my attribute panel to others, Cheng Yao said towards Wang Xian with a face of assurance. Wang Xian nodded. Yao, how come your number of deaths is missing once? Wang Xian suddenly remembered that when he had just looked at Cheng Yao's attribute panel, that column of the number of deaths, the number displayed was only 2, so he asked curiously. I saw a super cute little guy, it's one of those western dragons, chubby, that I couldn't help it, I wanted to go up and try to hug it, I didn't expect that little guy spit out a mouthful of fire, and it burned me to death. Cheng Yao's face showed an indignant expression. At the loss she still felt that little dragon was cute, actually a mouthful of fire burned her to death. Wang Xian. Right, uncle, let's go catch that little guy. I saw in the forums that someone has already obtained a pet. That little guy who burned me to death with a mouthful of fire is a dragon. It must be very powerful. If we catch it, we'll be rich. Cheng Yao said to Wang Xian with glowing eyes. You're dreaming. Wang Xian knocked Cheng Yao's head and said in an unkind manner. Catching a dragon? That was something one would only do if they were tired of living. Dragons usually started at level 100. Even if the dragon Cheng Yao encountered was a young dragon, it was estimated that its level should be over 50. Moreover, if it was a pure dragon, it was at least a legendary boss. Although his current hidden profession was powerful, he wasn't arrogant enough to trouble a legendary boss that was at least level 50. But then again, how could this kind of western dragon appear in the eastern territory, and he had never heard of this matter in his last life. Uncle, you hit me again. Cheng Yao glared angrily at Wang Xian, but she didn't seem to be able to do anything else but glare. Stop glaring at your big eyes, eat something, go back to your own home, find your own mom. Wang Xian ignored Cheng Yao and walked towards the place where the bags were stored. Uncle, wait for me. Seeing Wang Xian turn around and walk away, Cheng Yao immediately followed. Uncle, am I pretty now? After catching up with Wang Xian, Cheng Yao excitedly asked Wang Xian while using her cell phone as a mirror to admire her changes. Wang Xian ignored her and buried his head to hurry. Uncle, want to give you a chance to pursue this big beauty? Cheng Yao had a smug expression on her face. She could clearly remember that Wang Xian had said that he wasn't interested in little kids. But times were different now. Although she was pretty before, she hadn't grown up after all and belonged to the brats in Wang Xian's eyes. However, it was different now. She had become a super invincible beauty. She didn't believe that Wang Xian would still not be interested in such a beautiful her now. Cheng Yao could now imagine the scene where Wang Xian fell under her pomegranate skirt. At that time, she very coldly kicked Wang Xian away, and expressionlessly watched as Wang Xian was tragically desperate, sad and helpless, sitting on her knees and crying, as if she was in a state of endless remorse for her previous rejection. Oh ha 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 ha. Thinking of that kind of scene, Cheng Yao couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. After laughing for a while, Cheng Yao suddenly thought that she was a big beauty now. She couldn't be as unimaginative as before, so she immediately stopped laughing and put on an elegant look. However, after waiting for a while, Cheng Yao felt that there was something wrong. The imaginary scene of Wang Xian falling under her pomegranate skirt didn't appear, that's all. Why Wang Xian's voice didn't sound either. Turning around to look at her side, Cheng Yao was dumbfounded. Wang Xian had disappeared. Cheng Yao was now anxious, and immediately searched for Wang Xian. Looking around, she finally saw Wang Xian, who was fast disappearing from sight. Uncle, wait for me. Cheng Yao shouted and immediately chased towards Wang Xian. As for the image of a beautiful woman, she also completely disregarded it.
Thighs are going to be gone. What more beauty image do you need? By the lake.
Cheng Yao sat on top of a dead wood and looked at Wang Xian, who was grilling meat, with a grudge.
Can you stop staring at me? I'm getting goosebumps all over my body. Wang Xian, who really couldn't stand Cheng Yao's gaze, finally spoke out.
Wasn't it just that he left in a hurry and didn't wait for her, as to use this kind of grudging eyes to stare at him all the time, letting others see it, they would think that he had done something to Cheng Yao.
Big. Stop. The meat is roasted, hurry up and eat.
The moment Cheng Yao opened her mouth, Wang Xian stuffed a piece of roasted meat into her mouth. This was the meat of a wild monster called the red star rabbit, killed in passing on the way back.
Stinky uncle.
Cheng Yao took the meat out of her mouth and glared fiercely at Wang Xian before eating beautifully again. Seeing this, Wang Xian smiled, picked up another roasted red star rabbit and ate it as well, and while eating, he said to Cheng Yao, Yao, after you finish eating, you should go home first, I have to go home as well.
Go home? Uncle, I'll go with you. Cheng Yao immediately said. Just the way you are now?
Wang Xian glanced at Cheng Yao's tattered clothes with his eyes.
Cheng Yao, I'd better go back to the hotel first.
Cheng Yao glanced at the clothes on her body and realized that it was indeed inappropriate to meet people.
Hotel? Wang Xian was puzzled. Was Cheng Yao not from Jicheng?
Uncle, I'm not from Jicheng. This time I came to Jicheng because my cousin had something to come to Jicheng. I just happened to have nothing to do, so I came along to play.
Cheng Yao explained. Oh, Wang Xian responded, but did not inquire about Cheng Yao's cousin's matter.
Yao, about your skills, you still need to pay attention to yourself, and your free attribute points, just add all spirit in the future. Thinking that they would be parting soon, Wang Xian explained some things that he should pay attention to Cheng Yao. With the Yi flower shift, skill as well as the 500% spirit bonus, it would be too wasteful if the free attribute points didn't all add spirit.
Uncle, I know.
Right, the two of us haven't friended each other yet, right, let's friend each other first.
Wang Xian sent out an invitation to add a friend to Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao's side immediately received a system prompt. Brother Light wants to add you as a friend, does it pass? Brother Light? It's still good to hear uncle.
After hearing the system prompt, Cheng Yao muttered and passed Wang Xian's friend ad. When Wang Xian heard Cheng Yao's muttering, the corner of his mouth twitched unnaturally. How could he have forgotten about the matter of using a fake name to fool Cheng Yao? It seemed that he was going to be grumbled at and despised by Cheng Yao for a while. Just when Wang Xian wanted to tell Cheng Yao his real name, a dozen people dressed in black appeared and quickly ran towards them. Wang Xian got up and took out the scorpion tail sword from his backpack. His eyes stared at the dozen or so people. He felt that the arrival was not good. The dozen people stopped a few meters away from Wang Xian. One of them, a middle-aged man almost 35 or 36 years old, came out, took out an ID, and said to Wang Xian, Bureau 7, Wang Xian, come with me. These dozen or so people were all level 10 and had all completed their transitions, and all of them were still assassins. To be honest, even if these dozen assassins all surrounded together, Wang Xian could easily take them down, and with such an ordinary profession, it was estimated that they couldn't even break his defense.
However, Wang Xian couldn't do that.
The 7th Bureau, commonly known as the Dragon Kingdom Security Bureau, was a special part that specialized in dealing with some incidents that were harmful to the Dragon Kingdom.
Gentlemen, I shouldn't have committed any offense, right?
Wang Xian put away the scorpion tail sword and looked at the dozen or so people with a calm face. He had already guessed why these people had come. Wang Xian, male, 24 years old, graduate of Jin University, later settled in Jin City, sold his down payment house a year ago, returned to his hometown and opened a farm after idling for 10 months. After data mining started, the first kill of the boss triggered a world announcement, right? The middle-aged man in the lead said. That's right, it's very detailed. But what I'm trying to say is that these aren't illegal, right?
Wang Xian asked with a smile.
The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged as he said coldly, there's no need for you to remind us of this, we're just looking for you to understand something, please. Saying this, the middle-aged man made a gesture of invitation.
What could Wang Xian do when others were giving so much face?
He had expected this matter, and originally thought that he would only meet these people after he went home, but he didn't expect these people to find their way here. That's a silly girl, so she doesn't need to be with me, right? Wang Xian pointed at Cheng Yao who was being closely watched by several people. At the moment, Cheng Yao was biting a piece of meat in her mouth and her entire body was as dumb as a fool. After staring at Cheng Yao for a while, the middle-aged man slowly nodded. If it was before, he would definitely take Cheng Yao away, but now there was no need. If a person wanted to escape, they simply couldn't stop them. The easiest way was to commit suicide. After committing suicide, one could choose any place they had been to in the past to resurrect.
Let's go then. Wang Xian didn't say anything to Cheng Yao and led the way towards the entrance of the wetland park. A dozen or so people from the 7th Bureau immediately followed.
It was only after Wang Xian had gone for a long time that Cheng Yao recovered from her daze, and the expression on her face instantly became furious. She already knew from the words of those black-clothed men just now that Wang Xian wasn't called Brother Light at all. His real name was Wang Xian, and his nickname was none other than the Immortal King that was hotly debated by countless people on the forums. Wanting to send a message to Wang Xian, angrily denouncing his deception, but realizing that Wang Xian refused to receive any messages, Shan Yao, who had nowhere to vent her anger, could only shout out in place.
Uncle, you lied to me again. Wang Xian, why did you sell your house in Jin City and go home to open a farm?
The big city is stressful, the old home is easier.
Wang Xian, you should know that since we invited you here, we can already determine that your existence is a threat to the Dragon Kingdom. Talking should be based on evidence. You can't say that by opening a farm and raising cockroaches, earthworms, rats, centipedes, and such things, I'm a threat to the Dragon Kingdom, right?
Wang Xian wanted to spread his hands down, but his hands were already confined above the seat, so he could only give up. Wang Xian, you should understand that it's useless to resist. Tell us what you know about
everything.
The middle-aged man pressed his hands on the iron table, his eyes staring deathly into Wang Xian's eyes.
Say what?
Everything I want to say has already been written on that letter, you should have read it as well.
Wang Xian laughed. Seen in a dream? Wang Xian, are you taking me for a 3-year-old?
The middle-aged man began to lose his patience.
You don't believe me when I tell you the truth. Do you only believe me when I tell you that I'm a reborn person? Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man with a flirtatious face. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly froze. A reborn person? This was even more bullshit than dreaming about it.
As the old man of the 7th Bureau, he had experienced countless things and come into contact with countless special events, and every year, he had caught not even 100 but 80 reborn people and travelers, and in the end, they all proved to be fake. Believing that Wang Xian was a reborn person, it would be better to believe that Wang Xian had dreamed it. You should have asked, when will you let go? I have to rush home for lunch.
Wang Xian asked.
Wang Xian, I advise you to be honest. If you don't tell the truth, you don't want to walk out of this room. The middle-aged man said in a cold voice.
Alas! Wang Xian sighed. What makes you think you can keep me? On the basis of this inferior metal?
Wang Xian said, and with a slight force from his hands, the metal iron ring that was attached to the seat and imprisoned his hands, directly crumbled away. Seeing Wang Xian break the metal iron ring, the middle-aged man's revealed a shocked expression, but he knew the sturdiness of this metal iron ring. Under data mining, the defense of the metal iron ring reached 290 points. The fact that Wang Xian was able to break the metal ring proved that Wang Xian's attack had exceeded 290 points. An attack power of 290 points was simply terrifying at this stage, knowing that a person who had all their free attribute points added to strength only had an attack of around 150.
Although shocked, the middle-aged man's face didn't have any look of fear. Over the years, what kind of scenes hadn't he seen?
Just then, the door to the room slammed open and 5 or 6 people rushed in, each one holding a hot weapon in their hands, pointing directly at Wang Xian's various vitals. In the age of data, hot weapons were still powerful and lethal. For example, the attacks of the hot weapons held in these hands were generally between 200 to 300, which was even higher than the damage of a normal blue weapon. However, hot weapons also have a bad side, that is, killing wild monsters cannot get experience and equipment. Trying to use hot weapons to maim wild monsters was likewise not possible, and the experience and equipment drop rate of wild monsters after death would be reduced based on the damage dealt by hot weapons.
At this stage, normal hot weapons were horrible killers for almost everyone. Unfortunately, it was also just almost everyone, not including Wang Xian.
Wang Xian's defense was now as high as 370 points. These hot weapons couldn't break his defense at all, and to break his defense, he needed a sniper rifle at the very least. Moreover, Wang Xian's level is now 12, there are still 33 free attribute points not added. If all added to the endurance, defense will break through to more than 500 points. At that time, if he wanted to rely on a hot weapon to leave Wang Xian behind, unless it was a powerful heavy sniper, or an explosive hot weapon.
Don't move! Those who rushed in yelled at Wang Xian. I didn't move. Wang Xian had an innocent look on his face. Now, do you still feel that I don't have the means to leave you behind? The middle-aged looked at Wang Xian with an icy face. So what if it was data mined? It was still the era of hot weapons. You expect these things to leave me behind? A mocking smile surfaced on Wang Xian's face.
That's right, it's not like they know their defense, and a 200 to 300 attack hot weapon is really unstoppable in their eyes.
Unfortunately,
Wang Xian ignored the threat of those people's gazes and walked to one person, his hands quickly probed out, gripped that person's hand, and pulled the trigger.
Bang! Ding!
The former was the ringing sound of a hot weapon firing, and the latter was the ringing sound of a bullet landing on the ground. My lord, times have changed.
Wang Xian walked out of the 7th Bureau's office in Jiqing with honor and dignity.
It wasn't that Wang Xian walked out on the grounds that he was so powerful that the people of the 7th Division couldn't do anything to him. It was the middle-aged man who directly told Wang Xian to leave after he suddenly answered a phone call. After Wang Xian left, the middle-aged man squatted, picked up the slug that fell on the ground, touched the slug that no longer had any sharpness, and fell into silence. After a long time, the middle-aged man's slightly hoarse voice resounded in the room. Times, they really have changed. Wang Xian rode his own electric tricycle out of the 7th Bureau office, and after finding someone to ask where the transformation shrine was, he headed straight there. Although the bonuses of the sacrifice profession were powerful, it didn't have any damage-type skills. There was only one, divine abandonment, skill, but it could only be considered a half-damage skill. After all, it could only be effective on the same target once. Sacrifices can learn skills from all professions. Wang Xian wanted to try to see if he could learn skills from a profession tutor. It would be best if he could, but if he couldn't, he would have to hope that someone was selling skill books. The transformation shrine was located above a square in the center of Je City. Wang Xian found a place to store his electric tricycle before heading towards the transition temple. It had to be said that this transmigration shrine in Jiqing was much smaller than the one in Jin City, not to mention that it couldn't be compared to the imperial capital. The outside of the transmigration shrine was the same as in his previous life. A bazaar had been formed, although it was only tentatively formed. Wang Xian looked around and realized that there wasn't much good stuff. Most of the ground stalls were still selling food, clothes, and some trinkets. As for equipment, there were only a few people selling it, and they were all white plate equipment. These equipment naturally couldn't attract any interest from Wang Xian. He just looked at the people selling the equipment. Because of the skill, mercy, Wang Xian wanted to find some teammates. These people were already level 10 and had changed jobs, which was considered to initially fulfill Wang Xian's requirements. However, Wang Xian did not immediately send out an invitation, so perhaps he could find better teammates. Entering the transformation shrine, Wang Xian walked towards the nearest career tutor. This was a middle-aged uncle with a height of over 2 meters and a sturdy build, and he was the warrior's profession tutor. Mentor, I want to learn skills. Wang Xian came in front of the middle-aged uncle and said respectfully, you could treat the data-driven Bluestar as an online game, but you couldn't exactly treat it as an online game. At least the mentors were the existence that couldn't be messed with the most. If you pissed them off, they could slap you to death. Every mentor's level was over 100, and it was simply not too easy to slap someone to death. What's more, most of the same profession mentors were very close, and if you pissed them off, your desire to change professions, learn skills, and profession advancement would basically be yellow. Little guy, you're not a warrior. What skills are you running to me to learn? Go play on the side. After the middle-aged uncle glanced at Wang Xian, he directly waved his hand to drive people away. Wang Xian. Right. The idea of learning skills from a career tutor was hopeless. Not being able to learn skills from a career tutor, Wang Xian could only use skill books as well. After exiting the transmutation shrine, Wang Xian found a place with the most foot traffic and spent 10 silver coins to obtain that place after getting rid of the people who set up stalls there. After spending another 1 silver coin to buy the signboard of the person next door, and borrowing a pen, Wang Xian wrote a few big words on the signboard, sell green equipment, receive all profession skill books. After writing it down, he moved the signboard to that side and took out the giant wolf tooth rod, green, and Goblin's beloved leather pants, green, from his backpack, casually discarding them on the ground. After turning the properties of the 2 pieces of equipment into a display state, he also sent the properties of the 2 pieces of equipment to a nearby channel with his coordinates. It was very much like a stall in an online game, but without the systematic protection of an online game. Someone could snatch the equipment discarded on the ground at any time. However, Wang Xian was so bold that if he wanted to snatch his equipment, he would have to see if he had the ability to do so. The only way to set up an orthodox stall was to go to one of the marketplaces and rent a stall, but G City was still a bit small and there was no marketplace at all, let alone an auction house or consignment shop. After that, Wang Xian sat down on a small horse zipper and began to wait. Within a few seconds, the front of Wang Xian's stall was surrounded. Everyone gulped their saliva and looked at the 2 pieces of equipment Wang Xian had thrown on the ground with fiery eyes. Dude, how do I sell this wolf tooth rod? A youth asked, and his hand unconsciously touched towards the wolf tooth rod on the ground. Brush! A cold light flashed and the scorpion tail sword appeared in Wang Xian's hand, the sharp tip of the sword against the youth's neck. Just look, don't touch. Wang Xian's voice rang out. There was no way around it. What if he really wanted this youth to touch it and receive it in his backpack? Dude, misunderstanding, I just couldn't hold back. The youth explained with a cold sweat on his face and withdrew his hand. Wang Xian also nodded and put the scorpion tail sword away. Dude, you still haven't said how you're going to sell this wolf's bane? Wang Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, 10 gold coins. When these words came out, there was an outcry from everyone, and they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Although everyone had some coins on them at one time or another, at most they had a few dozen silver coins, 10 gold coins was simply an astronomical figure to them. Dude, can it be cheaper? The youth asked. How much can you offer? Wang Xian asked. An embarrassed look appeared on the youth's face as he said, 47 silver coins. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched. Can this damn thing be cheaper?
This wasn't even chopping his aorta anymore, this was splitting him up. Are you kidding me? Wang Xian looked at the youth with a displeased expression.
The youth also knew that his price was excessive, but he really couldn't take 10 gold coins, 47 silver coins were already all he had.
Buddy, are you able to settle the bill with dragon coins? How much do you want? Just say a number.
Although he didn't have any gold coins, but he had dragon coins, it was still easy to take out tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands.
Wang Xian shook his head and said, no. The youth immediately choked. Really no? The youth asked again. This time Wang Xian didn't reject it outright, but asked, is there a skill book?
There is a book, it's the priest's profession skill, healing art, the youth said and took out a skill book from his backpack. This skill book was popped when he killed a wild monster, but a priest could learn the healing technique as long as he switched professions, and it was still free, so he gave it away and no one wanted it. Just throwing it away and feeling pity, he left the skill book right in his backpack. Anyway, the backpack is empty, the big deal is to wait for the backpack space to be full in the future when he discarded it. You go and find some more skill books, no matter what occupation, as long as it satisfies me, I'll give you this wolf's tooth rod. Looking at the skill books in the youth's hands, Wang Xian said to the youth after pondering for a while. He really didn't want to waste too much time on something like this, it was just a piece of green equipment, it really wasn't worth it. Buddy, your words are too vague, to make you satisfied. But how can I make you satisfied? The youth asked with a bitter smile. Satisfy someone? This was one of the hardest questions in the world. Begging for votes. Requesting for votes. Requesting for votes. Satisfy? How can I be satisfied? Wang Xian considered for a moment and said to the youth, 10 skill books, not counting this healing technique. As long as you take out 10 more skill books, you can take this weapon away.
Really? The youth's eyes instantly glowed.
10 gold coins, it was true that he couldn't get them for the time being, but skill books were good. The skill books that popped out now were usually the basic skills of various professions, and although the popping rate was very, very low, he still knew some people who had them there, so as long as he bought those skill books over, he could do it.
Not in the mood to cheat you.
Taking out his cell phone and looking at the time, Wang Xian added, you only have 3 hours, once that time passes, I'm leaving.
Okay, buddy, wait for me. Be sure to wait for me.
The youth shoved the healing technique skill book in his hand into Wang Xian's hand and immediately peeled off the crowd behind him and ran outside.
After the youth left, someone asked, dude, can we also trade 10 skill books for this weapon?
Wang Xian glanced at that person and shook the skill in his hand at him, pointing at the goblin's beloved leather pants on the ground and said, the weapon that youth has already booked it, you guys can instead take this piece of defense away if you have 10 skill books. The people around them left with a look of excitement even though they were a bit disappointed after hearing this.
Weapons couldn't be gotten, and the defense was not bad. Wang Xian took the weapon back into his backpack and only left the goblin's beloved leather pants on display there.
A wave of people left, another wave of people came. Wang Xian was really tired of having to explain to each wave of people once again, but fortunately with a pen to write some words on the signboard.
Then, Wang Xian browsed the forum.
There are many interesting things on the forum. Some people water up the forum, you have to admire. After watering the forums for a while, and realizing that there was nothing worth paying attention to, he closed the forums and instead opened the new features after leveling up to 10. These features were not unfamiliar to Wang Xian, after all, in his last life, these features were almost humbled, which was also the reason why Wang Xian didn't immediately check out those features when he leveled up to 10 before.
Wang Xian first called the leaderboard function. There were 2 leaderboards, one was the Dragon Kingdom leaderboard and the other was the World leaderboard. Each of these leaderboards was further divided into level leaderboards, pet leaderboards, and equipment leaderboards. Wang Xian directly clicked on the Dragon Kingdom's ranking leaderboard. First place, Sword 23, level 12, Sword Saint. Second place, Xinyu, level 12, Warrior.
Third place, Du Yangping, level 12, Archer.
Fourth place, Long Aotian, level 12, Dragon Warrior.
Fifth place, Qin Zhang, level 12, Emperor.
Sixth place, Immortal King, level 12, Sacrifice. Seventh place, Lin Feng, level 11, Mecha Master.
Eighth place, Spectral Shadow, level 11, Assassin.
Ninth place, Burning Sky, level 11, Mage.
10th place, Wind and Cloud, level 11, Mage. After not upgrading overnight, Wang Xian had fallen from first place in the rankings to 6th place, but Wang Xian didn't care, he didn't care about this in the first place. What's more, with the presence of Mercy and Sage, his level would soon catch up.
There were many of Wang Xian's acquaintances on the leaderboard. Long Aotian, the Dragon Kingdom's #1 guild, Dragon Domain's president.
His growth experience was just like his name, full of legends and fuck-ups.
Qin Zhang, the president of the Dragon Kingdom's 3rd guild, Dynasty.
It was rumored that he was a descendant of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, but as for whether that was true or not, no one knew. His profession was very special. Not only did he allow himself to have a hidden profession, but he also had a special profession attached to him, the Jin Dragon Guard.
Jin Longwei was a warrior profession, stronger than a normal warrior profession, but weaker than a hidden warrior profession.
Lin Feng, legendary mecha master.
One of the most sought-after men in the Dragon Kingdom. A mech was a man's romance. This saying really wasn't just words.
Mechs belonged to one of the triggering professions, and Lin Feng himself wasn't the only one who had them, other countries had them as well. As for why they had switched to becoming mechs, it had to do with their hobbies.
Between the fact that Bluestar didn't have data mining, all of these mech masters made their own mechs.
Of course, those mechs were toys, but with data mining, their mechs were enhanced, or rather data mined into real mech equipment. The Phantom Shadow was supposed to be the future #1 assassin organization in the Dragon Kingdom, the leader of the life-killing pavilion, with the profession of God of Killing. It just seemed that he hadn't succeeded in his transfer yet. As for the rest of those people, Wang Xian didn't recognize them, especially the first place Sword 23, which he had never heard of in his last life. After closing the Dragon Kingdom ranking chart, Wang Xian clicked on the world ranking chart, clear of level 13, the first place was Rod Fielding who caused the world announcement, his profession was Paladin.
The rest, Wang Xian just casually glanced at them and closed the list.
None of them were recognizable. The pet leaderboard and equipment leaderboard, Wang Xian didn't bother to look at them, those two lists didn't need to be looked at to know that they were empty, only legendary level pets and equipment would be on the list. 2 hours later, the youth who had agreed with Wang Xian appeared panting in front of him.
Dude, is it okay if you take a look at these skill books?
There are 14 books in total, 3 of which are duplicates. The youth took out a stack of skill books from his backpack and handed them to Wang Xian.
It's okay. Wang Xian looked through it and found it was the same as what the youth said. Dude, what about weapons?
Only then did the youth realize that in front of Wang Xian, there was only the leather pants left, and no weapon. His face changed slightly, and he asked in a hurry. Wang Xian gently smiled and took out the Yi giant wolf tooth rod from his backpack and threw it to the youth.
Thank you, thank you. The youth hugged the wolf tooth stick and kept thanking Wang Xian. No need, this is our deal. After putting away all the dozen or so skill books, Wang Xian looked at the goblin's beloved leather pants on the ground and asked the youth, "Do you want this equipment?" "I don't have any money," the youth said helplessly. Of course he wanted it, but he really came up with the money. 50,000 dragon coins and this leather pants is yours, Wang Xian said. Really? The youth's face was delighted. Really? Wang Xian nodded. Without saying a word, the youth took out his cell phone and said, "Is it okay to transfer money?" "No problem." Wang Xian took his own cell phone out, sweeping the code to pay the bill, all in one go. "Dude, add a friend." After paying the bill, the youth said, "No need, I'll be leaving Jiqing recently, so I shouldn't have the chance to see you again in the future." Wang Xian rejected the youth. This youth's level was only level 8, he really wasn't interested in adding him as a friend. Oh, the youth was disappointed. Wang Xian didn't pay any attention to the youth and got up and walked towards the place where he stored his electric tricycle. It was time to go home. Among the crowd, a person who looked very ordinary, looked at Wang Xian's back as he left, pressed the Bluetooth headset on his ear, and whispered, "The target has left the central plaza, preliminary estimate, 5 minutes to arrive." "Uncle, I really have money." In front of a car stand selling sandwiches, a 17 or 18-year-old girl looked at the owner of the sandwiches with an aggrieved face. "You have money, then you pay the bill," the boss said. "My bag was stolen." The girl pouted her lips, and the aggrieved expression on her face increased. "Then you should have copper or silver coins, it's fine to use that to settle the bill," the boss added. "It's all been swindled away." Tears started to appear in the girl's eyes. "Boss. Alright, it's a few dollars, don't cry, just think of it as uncle treating you," the boss quickly said as soon as he saw that the girl was about to cry. He also saw that the girl was not the kind of person who specialized in cheating food and drink. Besides, a sandwich was only a few dollars, there really wasn't anything to cheat. As soon as the boss's words fell, the girl directly cried out, "Whoa whoa, boss." Looking at the girl who was crying with pearly blossoms, the boss was a bit flustered, especially since those people nearby who didn't know the reason were already pointing at him. "Little girl, don't cry, if you don't know, I would think I did something to you." The boss had a headache look on his face as he looked at the little girl in front of him. "Thank you, uncle. I will definitely pay you back," the girl said while huffing and puffing. "Well, it's not easy for you little girl to go out, and with the world being the way it is, if you're fine, hurry home, uncle is making you a few sandwich cakes to eat on the way," the boss said, turned around and turned on the stove to make the sandwich cakes. "Uncle, no need, this is enough." "It's not much, why don't you sit here for a while?" The boss handed the girl a stool. "Thank you, uncle." The girl hurriedly thanked. "Little girl, where are you from? Listening to your accent, you don't sound like a local from Jicheng?" the boss asked as he made the sandwich. "Jin City." "Ego, this is not close, your bag is gone, what should I do?" Call the police? I don't know. Do you know?
The girl and the boss were chatting with each other. Suddenly, a voice with suspicion rang in the ears of the two.
Xiaozhuan?
Wang Xian looked at the girl sitting in front of the sandwich cart stand with a confused expression. The electric tricycle he had stored was in this neighborhood, but when he passed by the biscuit cart stand, he saw a girl sitting there crying and eating biscuits, so he took a curious look. It was this curious glance that caused a figure he had almost completely forgotten to appear in her eyes.
Su Zhuan,
the girlfriend Su Mu's own sister. The two sisters had lost both parents since they were young, so they were extremely close, and in Su Zhuan's eyes, Su Mu was both her sister and her mother. In her last life, Su Zhuan was studying in the imperial capital at the university, and after the Bluestar was datamined, she possessed a mythic grade talent. It's just that this little girl liked to show off and spread the matter of her possessing a mythic rank talent around. As a result, it wasn't long before she died in an assassination. At that time, Su Mu almost committed suicide after knowing this news, and only later recovered from her grief after Wang Xian's prolonged pacification. Later, in order to prevent Su Mu from continuing to grieve, Wang Xian only kept his mouth shut about Su Zhuan.
Gradually, Wang Xian and Su Mu, both of them, began to dilute their memories of Su Zhuan.
Therefore, even after being reborn, Wang Xian also followed the habit of ignoring Su Zhuan's matter according to her memories. Now, suddenly seeing Su Zhuan, those memories that were once faded into oblivion immediately became clear.
Brother-in-law?
The girl sitting on the stool eating a sandwich cake, that is, Su Zhuan, opened her small mouth and looked at Wang Xian with some disbelief.
It's really you, little girl. Why are you here? Wang Xian was puzzled.
According to the trajectory of his last life, this little girl should be in the imperial capital right now.
Humph.
Su Zhuan was originally happy to see Wang Xian, but suddenly as if she thought of something, she gave a cold snort at Wang Xian and turned her head away, not looking at Wang Xian. Wang Xian was stunned, but immediately afterward, he knew why. It must be because of the matter of him breaking up with Su Mu. Thinking about the reason for breaking up with Su Mu, Wang Xian sighed softly. He and Su Mu had an extremely good relationship, and the reason for the breakup was that he believed that data mining would come, while after he told Su Mu said that he got sick and wanted him to go to the doctor. Wang Xian couldn't convince Su Mu, plus he sold the house he paid the down payment for, so Su Mu got really angry. In spite of this, the two did not break up. Wang Xian returned to his hometown, the two still have some contact. Only 2 months ago, he can no longer contact Su Mu. Wang Xian knew that Su Mu should be completely disappointed in him, and then deleted all kinds of contact information and changed his cell phone number.
After Bluestar was digitized, Wang Xian tried to add a friend with Su Mu's nickname, but he found that the nickname was not Su Mu anymore.
Wang Xian had no choice but to plan to go to Jin City to look for Su Mu as soon as the Mid-Yuan festival was over. Now, before going to look for Su Mu's younger sister, Su Zhuan, suddenly appeared in front of her.
Young man, do you know this little girl?
The owner of the sandwich seller opened his mouth and asked.
Wang Xian nodded and said, this is my girlfriend's younger sister.
In that case, little girl, since this is your brother-in-law, you should hurry up and give him away. The boss turned his head to look at Su Zhuan.
She's not my brother-in-law.
Su Zhuan glared at Wang Xian and took a hard bite of the sandwich in her hand as if what she was biting was not a sandwich, but Wang Xian.
The boss smiled and didn't say anything, and stuffed the finished sandwich into Su Zhuan's hand. He could see that Wang Xian and Su Zhuan did know each other. They were just in the middle of a temper tantrum right now.
Xiaozhuan, I'll tell you about your sister and I in a while. You tell me first, how did you end up here?
Take the money.
Su Zhuan looked at the sandwich cake in his hand and put his hand in front of Wang Xian.
Take the money? Wang Xian froze.
Take it when I tell you to, so much nonsense. Su Zhuan glared at Wang Xian again. Wang Xian let out a bitter smile. He knew that Su Zhuan was still angry because of what happened between him and Su Mu.
Want dragon coins or gold coins? Wang Xian asked.
Su Zhuan, dragon coins. I don't have cash here, I'll use my cell phone to transfer money to you.
Wang Xian took out his cell phone.
The cell phone was stolen.
Wang Xian.
The cell phone is for you, the payment password is your sister's birthday.
Wang Xian directly put the phone into Su Zhuan's hand.
Just one chapter today, sorry, I'll make it up tomorrow.
Humph.
Hearing Wang Xian's words, Su Zhuan let out another cold snort, and then opened her cell phone and swept gently at the QR code posted on the sandwich cart stand. $100 arrived. A voice rang out from within the somewhat tattered Bluetooth speaker. Little girl, more, too much. The boss hadn't intended to collect Su Zhuan's money, and now that he heard the arrival of 100 yuan, he said in a hurry.
Uncle, take the extra as my thanks to you.
After Su Zhuan said to the boss, he threw his cell phone to Wang Xian and walked towards one side.
Thank you, boss.
Wang Xian also thanked the boss. He had already heard some of the cause of the matter from what he had just said.
It's fine, you wait, I'll get you the money. The boss immediately took out his cell phone. No need, boss, bye. Wang Xian turned around and quickly chased towards Su Zhuan. Xiaojuan, where are you going? Don't need you to care.
Suzhan replied to Wang Xian while eating a sandwich. What do you mean I don't need to be in charge?
I'm your brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Oh, that was before.
Suzhan sneered.
Wang Xian.
Well, this point he still can't refute. I and your sister's matter, a moment to say, you are not the bag was stolen it, ID card and other things should also be gone, you say, if I do not care about you, where can you go?
Wang Xian asked.
Suzhan choked for a moment, but soon said, that also don't need you to manage, I am abducted, also better than with you scum together. After saying this, he continued to walk forward.
Wang Xian was immediately exasperated by Suzhuan's words, how is he a scum?
You little girl, I still can't rule you. Wang Xian took 3 steps and caught up with Suzhan, his big hand reached out, grabbed the clothes on her back, and gently lifted Suzhan up.
After data mining, there were many magical changes, each of the 5 basic attributes had its own special role to play.
The increase in the strength value would not only increase the attack power, but also enable the strength to increase with the value. Suzhan was also around 1 meter 6.5 and weighed no more than 100, to Wang Xian, whose strength attribute had already exceeded 50, lifting her wasn't much different from lifting a chicken cub.
Wang Xian, let go of me.
Being lifted up by Wang Xian by the clothes on her back, Suzhan froze for a moment before she struggled to break free while screaming. Unfortunately, her short arms and legs, as well as her strength was too weak to break free from Wang Xian's big hands. Wang Xian also ignored the screaming Suzhan and carried her around towards his electric tricycle. Just now, the direction Suzhan walked was completely opposite to the direction he stored his electric tricycle. During this time, he ran into the owner of the biscuits, and when the owner saw Wang Xian carrying the yelling Suzhan, he smiled, and Wang Xian naturally smiled back. Suzhan also seemed to realize that his struggles were useless, so fortunately, he didn't struggle anymore, picked up the pancake, and ate it again. Of course, Wang Xian's behavior of carrying Suzhan was inevitably watched and pointed at by passers-by, but all were ignored by him. Arriving at the place where the electric tricycle was deposited, Wang Xian put Suzhan on the carriage, paid for the car, started the car, and headed towards his home. After making it to the car, Suzhan was. Although he didn't talk to Wang Xian, he didn't do anything stupid like jumping out of the car. Suzhan did not speak, Wang Xian also did not say anything, until he felt Suzhan tugged his clothes. Wang Xian only parked the car to the side of the road, turned his head and asked, what's wrong? Suzhan still didn't say anything, stretching out his own hand and pointing in a certain direction. Wang Xian took a look and was instantly delighted. It turned out that the direction Suzhan pointed was a seafood market.
Want to eat? Wang Xian laughed. Aha! Suzhan nodded with some embarrassment.
She originally did not want to take care of Wang Xian, but after seeing the seafood market, the cravings in her stomach rioted and could not be suppressed at all, so she had no choice but to look for Wang Xian.
Wang Xian didn't say anything else, started the car, turned the car around, and headed towards the seafood market.
Those seafood within the seafood market were also transformed into wild monsters, only the level was very low, most of them were level 0 to 3, only a few of them reached level 5, and these wild monsters basically did not have any killing power. Those seafood sellers' uncle and aunt, the level is naturally higher than the seafood, generally at level 6 to 8, controlling the power of life and death of seafood, naturally there is no lack of level.
What do you want to eat? All want to eat.
Suzhan squatted in the trunk of the car, his eyes nearly glowing as he stared at all kinds of seafood, especially king crabs and the like. Seeing this, Wang Xian smiled and stopped the car.
Boss, come 2 king crabs.
Before the boss could say anything, Suzhan suddenly spoke, no need, I don't like it. When the boss heard Suzhuan's words, his gaze looked at Wang Xian.
Don't bother with her, the 2 biggest ones. Wang Xian said to the boss. Okay. The boss happily went to fish for king crabs. Why did you buy this? It's so expensive.
Suzhan looked at Wang Xian with some dissatisfaction. Her intention was to buy some crabs, shrimps, and other cheap seafood.
Who would have thought that Wang Xian actually bought king crabs?
More importantly, the current Wang Xian was no longer her brother-in-law, so she was really embarrassed to let Wang Xian buy such expensive things. You little girl, just stay out of it. After Wang Xian said that, he shouted at the boss again, boss, this, that, and that, all come a few separately. Alright. The boss put the weight king crab into the carriage and then went to fish for those seafood that Wang Xian said.
Wang Xian couldn't name the seafood, and he didn't know which one was good and which one wasn't.
He just saw which one was big and asked for it. He just saw which one is big, which one he wants, which one is expensive, which one he wants. In the end, the boss was full of smiles and moved all the seafood into the trunk, numerous seafood, squeezing Suzhan in the carriage into the corner.
Boss, how much?
A total of 35,700. Make up a whole, you just give 35,000. The boss grinned. Good guy, it's really not cheap.
Wang Xian sighed and took out his cell phone, ready to pay. So expensive? Don't.
As soon as Su Zhuan heard the price quoted by the boss, she was shocked, and while screaming, she stood up and went to grab Wang Xian's cell phone, not allowing him to pay. Wang Xian pressed his big hand and pressed Su Zhuan back into the trunk of the car, and swept the code to pay the bill amidst the boss's expectant gaze. How can you do this? It's such a waste, go back and return it. Out of the seafood market, Su Zhen pulled Wang Xian and said with a small face, not short of money. Wang Xian laughed. Su Zhuan's current appearance made him very happy, at least Su Mu's education for Su Zhuan about being a human being was very successful. What don't lack money? I've heard my sister say that you've been gnawing away at home this year, you don't even have a job, how can you not lack money? Wang Xian, I'll just eat some ordinary crabs, let's go return it, okay? Su Zhen looked at Wang Xian with some prayers. She really didn't want Wang Xian to waste money. In her opinion, the money spent just now was definitely the money Wang Xian spent to sell the house in the first place. Although she was very angry with Wang Xian now, she preferred Wang Xian and her sister to get back together. Wang Xian and her sister had a very good relationship. She didn't hope that one day, after Wang Xian and her sister got back together, they would be troubled by the money matter. Returning is impossible, just sit tight, let's go home and have a seafood dinner. Wang Xian once again pressed Su Zhuan back into the trunk of the car, started the car and headed in the direction of home. 35,000 dragon coins, how much? Much. In the past, that was the amount of money Wang Xian could save up only after removing his expenses and saving up for a year. But now was not the past, dragon coins were really good and easy to earn. What's more, both dragon coins and other countries' coins would be gradually phased out. The copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins produced by wild monsters, copies, and quests are the ultimate common currency. Not only because these copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins were used globally, but also because these coins were only recognized in places such as the main city, the workshop market, the black market, the ghost market, the auction house, and so on. This was also the reason why he didn't feel the slightest pain in spending dragon coins. As for the 50,000 dragon coins to sell the goblin's beloved leather pants to that youth, it was because dragon coins were one of the latest currencies to be phased out in a short period of time. Humph. Su Zhuan snorted coldly once again and ignored Wang Xian again, but in her heart, she kept calculating how much money she had saved up during this year. In case in the future, after her sister and Wang Xian got back together and were bothered by money matters, she would take out the money she had saved up. From the city to Wang Xian's house, it wasn't really too far, it was only because the electric tricycle Wang Xian rode was really a bit worn out, resulting in a very slow speed. The journey home took nearly an hour in total. When he entered the village, he encountered quite a few people from the village, and when they saw Su Zhen, who was carried in the trunk of Wang Xian's car, they all revealed a look of surprise. After Wang Xian said a few greetings to some elders, he rode his bike and turned into the hutong. Just as he reached the door to the house opened. You brat, you still know. Mom's figure appeared, reaching out towards Wang Xian's ears, her mouth also let out an angry roar. Just as her hand just reached halfway and her words just reached halfway, she saw Su Zhuan sitting in the car trunk. Cough. Old mom coughed lightly, said with a smile on her face, son is back. Auntie, I missed you. Su Zhen jumped out of the carriage and pounced towards his mom. You are Xiao Zhuan? Mom was still a little confused because Su Zhen jumped towards herself, but after seeing Su Zhen's appearance clearly, she was immediately surprised. Yes, Auntie, I'm Xiao Zhuan, see you come. Auntie, have you ever thought about Xiao Zhuan? After Su Zhen hugged his mom, he held his mom's arm and pampered her. I want to, Auntie also want to Xiao Zhuan. Mom smiled and responded. Mom, Xiao Zhuan, you two go home and talk about it. Wang Xian said. Okay, go home and sit down and talk. Mom and Su Zhuan walked towards their home, while Wang Xian drove the tricycle in and closed the gate. Mom and Su Zhuan met one summer. The reason is that the mother heard that he fell in love, directly ran to the city of Jin. Coincidentally, Su Zhuan vacation is also in the Tuso acquaintance. Su Zhen has lost both parents since childhood, and her mom wants a daughter very much. The two of them hit it off right away, and their relationship is very good. Son, how do you buy so many things, specially bought for me to kill? Dad's figure appeared, looking at the various seafood in the trunk, asked curiously. Wang Xian. Dad's certain attribute was really unleashed awe. Looking at Dad's level, he found that it was only level 5, which was indeed very suitable for killing these seafood, with his said, kill it if you want to. Then Dad will not be polite. Dad said, reached out and took out a level 4 lobster, about to break its neck. Dad, don't be in a hurry, you and Mom team up together. Wang Xian hurriedly stopped Dad's movements. Old Mom's level wasn't high, one level lower than Dad, plus he had the mercy skill, so it was a bit of a waste to let Dad kill it himself. Son, your mom doesn't like to level up, I'll just level up myself. Dad glanced at the room and whispered. Old Wang, what did you say? A sudden roar of a river lion came out of the room. Dad's face changed and he quickly said, I said, come out, let's team up so we can upgrade together. Wang Xian. Mom and Su Zhen also walked out of the room at this time. Wang Xian saw that his mom was about to open her mouth, and hurriedly sent a team invitation to his mom. Mom glared at Wang Xian before accepting the team. Afterwards, Wang Xian pulled his dad and Suzhen into the team. After the team was formed, Wang Xian said to his dad, "Dad, it's ready, let's kill." When Dad heard this, he immediately did it. "Open your attribute panel, let me take a look." Wang Xian walked to Suzhuan's side and opened his mouth. Suzhuan actually didn't want to show it to Wang Xian, but seeing that his mom on the side was also curious, he had to show his attribute panel open. Name, Suzhuan. Nickname, Scum Shall Not Die. Race, human. Occupation, student. Age, talent, Goddess of Fortune's favor, mythic level. Grade, experience, HP, MP. Physical attack power, magic attack power. Strike, physical defense, magic defense. Strength, agility. Spirit, physique, endurance. Free attribute points. Skills, none. Remaining number of deaths. Attributes are very common, only the spirit is relatively strong some. This is actually normal. Suzhuan how to say is also an elementary school bully. Just that free attribute points make Wang Xian slightly puzzled. Are 9 levels, free attribute points actually did not add a little. Really do not know how this girl rose to 9 levels. Talents were also the same as in the last life, they were all mythic levels. In his last life, Wang Xian only knew that Suzhuan's talent was a mythic level, but he didn't know what kind of mythic talent it was. At that time, Suzhuan said that he would tell him and Sumu face to face, but was later assassinated, causing Wang Xian to never know what exactly Suzhuan's mythic grade talent was. With curiosity, Wang Xian asked Suzhuan to tap on the specific attributes of that talent. Favored by Goddess of Luck, mythic grade. Attributes. 1. When gaining experience, 30% chance of gaining double experience, 10% chance of gaining triple experience, 1% chance of gaining 5 times experience, 0. 1% chance of gaining 10 times experience. 2. After killing wild monsters, 100% get full amount of coins. When you are in a group, your teammates can enjoy this effect. 3. Kill boss, item drop chance plus 30%, and there is a 0.1% chance to make the boss drop item upgrade by 1 grade, up to the item grade to mythic grade. When grouped, teammates kill, still effective. Thanks to the book friend, this is a long and stinky named 100 starting point coin reward. This is already the book friend's nth reward. Thanks again. Thanks to the book friend Long Shurao for the 200 renminbi reward. Thank you to my friend Racer Mist is not a dream for his 100 renminbi reward. I'd like to thank you for the 1000 renminbi reward from my friend A Game and a Dream. P.S. First send 2 chapters, I'm continuing to go to write, and then is now the book is on the recommended period. Please book friends more vote. These days is really important. If you have the conditions, then reward, do not need much, just a piece can be. After the last, the number of investment has been 91, everyone go to invest a wave, make up 100 chant. Suzhuan's talent is almost blind Wang Xian's eyes, even Wang Xian a few times doubt. Suzhuan's talent in the end is not a myth level, feel more powerful than his taboo level talent. Of course, what was also close to blinding Wang Xian was Suzhuan's nickname. Scum Shall Not Die. Without having to think about it, Wang Xian knew that the scummy man amongst this nickname was talking about him. Son, isn't this talent of Xiaozhuan very good? Old mom opened her mouth and asked. Wang Xian nodded his head. If this talent was any worse, it was expected that there was no such thing as a good talent. Experience, coins, equipment. After data mining, the 3 things everyone needed most were included. Especially the third attribute of the talent could no longer be described as good, it could only be summarized in 2 words, mutant. It could actually raise the equipment dropped by the boss by 1 level. This meant that one didn't have to kill a mythic level boss, and one could obtain mythic level equipment by killing an epic level boss. In the previous generation, although no one had ever killed an epic level boss, the top level professionals had already started rating it. However, after killing an epic level boss, only epic level equipment would be exploded. Mythic grade equipment was a far cry for everyone. It was different with Suzhuan's talent, killing epic level bosses could explode mythic equipment. Although the chance was only %, this chance was still higher than the chance of killing a mythic level boss. It was also thanks to the fact that this talent was on Suzhuan. If it was on someone else's body, Wang Xian would have abducted that person dead or alive, and if he couldn't abduct him, he would have had the idea of getting that person killed. Have you told anyone about the talent? Wang Xian asked, although he felt that the chances of this matter were very small, he still asked. My classmates, teachers, all know about it. Suzhuan whispered, she already knew the consequences of revealing her talent. Alas! Wang Xian sighed and was about to say something, but Suzhuan grabbed the lead and said, I just told the first one that I have a mythic grade talent as well as the talent attribute. You're not too stupid. Wang Xian let out a slight sigh of relief. If Suzhen had told all the attributes of her talent, it would probably be an assassination not just from other countries, but those in the Dragon Kingdom who couldn't get Suzhin wouldn't let Suzhin live either. If I can't get it, you won't be able to get it either. This was never an empty word. Suddenly, Wang Xian's body stiffened. He thought of a possibility. Perhaps in his last life, Su Zhuan didn't die in an assassination attempt by another country, but rather, there was a possibility that she was killed by those who couldn't get Su Zhuan after her talent leaked out.
Son, what's wrong? Old Mom noticed Wang Xian's abnormality.
Nothing, I'm just shocked by Xiao Zhuan's talent.
Old Mom, don't tell anyone about Xiao Zhuan's talent. Wang Xian hurriedly instructed.
Regardless of whether in his last life, Su Zhuan died in the hands of people from other countries or in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom's own people, in this life, he would protect Su Zhuan properly and no longer let Su Mu be heartbroken. Whoever dares to be unkind to Xiao Zhuan, he, Wang Xian, will get him killed.
Brat, still don't trust your mom?
Your mom knows the consequences of revealing her talent. Your mom knows the consequences of revealing your talent.
Mom knocked Wang Xian's head. Mom knows this, great. Wang Xian immediately gave his mom a thumbs up. Son, after I'm done killing, what about these seafood corpses? Dad's voice suddenly rang out.
Wang Xian glanced at the seafood that had all lost their lives and said, of course I'll eat it.
Do you know how to cook seafood? Dad asked. Wang Xian shook his head decisively. He hadn't even eaten it. How could he possibly cook it? Mom, can you do it? Wang Xian looked at his mom. Mom also shook her head decisively.
At once, the scene went silent.
That, uncle, auntie, I can do it.
Suzhin weakly raised her small hand, although she hadn't done this kind of seafood, but she had done crabs, so she thought it should be similar. Alright, since Xiao Zhuan can do it, then let Xiao Zhuan do it.
Wang Xian waved his hand and finalized the matter.
Xiao Zhuan, just trouble you, come to Auntie's house as a guest, but also you have to cook with your own hands.
Old Mom held Su Zhuan's hand and said, Auntie, not troublesome.
After Suzhin smiled sweetly at his mom, he began to clean up, and his mom also moved to help.
Son, didn't you break up with Xiao Mu? What's going on with Xiao Zhuan?
Dad pulled Wang Xian aside and asked in a low voice. There was nothing to hide about this matter. Wang Xian told him about meeting Su Zhuan in the city today.
Why would Xiao Zhuan appear downtown? It can't be that he came to find you, right? Dad said doubtfully.
Wang Xian shook her head and said, it shouldn't be to look for me. As for why Xiao Zhuan appeared downtown, let's ask her later during dinner.
That's fine.
Dad nodded, and then excitedly chatted with Wang Xian about the things he went out to kill monsters. Listening to Wang Xian's head that was full of cold sweat. Under the cooperation of Suzhin and Mom, a seafood meal was placed on the table.
You call this knowing how to cook seafood?
Wang Xian, speechless, looking at the table. Clear color was steamed seafood, steamed king crab, steamed lobster, steamed. The table was full of seafood, except for the steaming.
These are the ones to be steamed.
Su Zhuan faced some slightly red. In fact, these seafood and a lot of practices, but she will not, she will be esteemed.
Which has so much nonsense, there are eat on good.
Old Mom picked up a king crab leg and knocked Wang Xian's head.
Wang Xian angrily said, Mom, I'm the one who's your biological child. Not anymore.
Mom returned with an expressionless face, and handed the crab leg she had just peeled in her hand, to Suzhin.
Wang Xian. Son, eat honestly, can't fight it. After the dad let out a long sigh, he grabbed a lobster that was as big as a faceplate and started to gnaw on it. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched, and he decisively obeyed his dad's words, picking up another large lobster and gnawing on it. After nibbling a few bites, Wang Xian suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked why Su Zhuan had appeared in downtown Jiqing City. Xiao Zhuan, why did you appear in downtown Jiqing City? I don't know. Su Zhuan swallowed the crab leg meat in his mouth and a confused look appeared on his face. What do you mean you don't know? How did you get here yourself, don't you know? Wang Xian asked with a somewhat darkened face. He knew that this sister-in-law of his was a bit confused in addition to being a glutton, but she wasn't so confused that she didn't know why she appeared in Ji City, right? I really don't know. Last night I was still in the imperial capital. There were several big brothers and sisters teaming up to take me to practice leveling all night. I was a little tired, so I sat down to rest where I was, then somehow I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I was here. Speaking of this, Su Zhuan also had a face full of questions. She also wondered why she appeared here. Wang Xian. Mom. Dad.
Mom looked at Su Zhuan's little face that was full of puzzled looks, and after hesitating for a moment, she said, Xiao Zhuan, you wouldn't have been abducted, right? Overnight from the imperial city to Jiqing, bag, cell phone, identification and other things are all gone. How to look like being abducted? Just, after the abduction, how to put her again? Su Zhuan listened to the end of the mom, slightly stunned, with a very uncertain tone, said, should not be abduction, I'm not a little thing, is not it? Well, do not talk about this thing, Xiao Zhuan, since nothing that's good. As for the bag, cell phone, and so on, rebuy a new one is good, ID card and so on, the replacement is good. Dad opened his mouth and said, also, Xiao Zhuan, anyway, you are fine now, let's not think about those unhappy things, come on, eat more.
Mom again handed the peeled shrimp meat, crab meat to Su Zhen's face. "Thank you, Auntie."
Su Zhuan thanked his mom and buried his head to eliminate. For Su Zhuan's encounter, Wang Xian is also very puzzled, also feels some strange, but where strange, but cannot say. However, the words of the father and mother are very reasonable. Now Su Zhen is fine, why bother to think about those things? So, Wang Xian also picked up the big lobster that did not finish gnawing, continued to gnaw up. After the meal, Mom and Su Zhuan sat together and chatted. Dad went out, said he had an appointment with someone, to go to fight monsters and practice leveling. Originally, Dad wanted Wang Xian to go with him. After all, when he killed the seafood just now, he knew about Wang Xian's compassion, skill, and asked Wang Xian to follow him as a toolman. Wang Xian gave his refusal, saying that he had something important to do, and Dad didn't force himself, and went out with a fighting face.
Returning to his room, Wang Xian opened the communication function.
Looking at the switch to reject all messages on it, after a slight hesitation, he turned the switch to receive messages from his friends on. As he expected, just after the switch to receive friends was turned on, in the address book, an avatar flashed madly.
It was Cheng Yao.
The switch to receive messages from friends you can freely choose to turn on or off, but the messages sent by your friends will not be lost, and will be sent to you in a single stream after you turn on receiving messages.
Uncle, you liar. Dead uncle, stinky uncle. Knife. JPG. Tomato. JPG. Bomb. JPG.
Uncle, if you don't reply, I'll ignore you.
Uncle, I'm really ignoring you. Knife. JPG. Tomato. JPG. Bomb. JPG. Uncle, can I say something back? Stinky uncle, I'm really angry.
Countless messages bombarded. Looking at Wang Xian was in a cold sweat. How much resentment did Cheng Yao have to send so many messages? Wang Xian flipped through them for a minute or two without reaching the head.
Although he didn't reach the end, he understood the general meaning. The entire message could be summarized into 3 points. Liar. I'm pissed off. I'll never ignore you again.
Previously, he was afraid that Cheng Yao would miss out on the hidden profession flower god, but now that Cheng Yao had already been transformed into a flower god, Wang Xian had completely made up his mind to keep Cheng Yao by his side. By the way, there was also Su Honor, the mascot. That's right, in Wang Xian's opinion, Su Jing, who had the goddess of fortune's favor, was a mascot. With the mercy skill, he, as well as Su Jing and Cheng Yao, could level up quickly. A super strong support, a mascot that explodes equipment, and a strength changer, he would properly become a top powerhouse. Thinking of this, Wang Xian smiled with the corners of his mouth almost grinning to the back of his ears. Therefore, without any further hesitation, Wang Xian sent a message to Cheng Yao. Then, Wang Xian was bombarded with various messages from Cheng Yao. One message came through, telling of the grievances of the person who sent the message. After taking a look at those messages, Wang Xian chose to ignore them. They were the same as the ones he had received before, not much to look at. All of them were despising him. Take you to upgrade the day after tomorrow. Wang Xian looked at the still constant stream of messages and finally held back a few words, sending them to Cheng Yao before turning on the function of rejecting any messages once again. The day after tomorrow was the first day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar, which was the beginning of the Mid-Yuan Festival event. The Mid-Yuan Festival was one of the traditional festivals of the Dragon Kingdom. The Mid-Yuan Festival was also known as the Ghost Festival. After data mining, the Mid-Yuan Festival was given a real meaning and became a veritable ghost festival. Since the first day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar, countless ghost gates would be opened within the Dragon Kingdom, and all sorts of ghosts would go through the ghost gates and roam within the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, these ghosts were not ghosts in the true sense of the word, but also a kind of wild monster. Ghosts were neutral monsters. As long as you didn't attack them, they wouldn't attack you either. As for why only the Dragon Kingdom opens the Ghost Festival, naturally, it's because it's a festival that belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. I know that there are other countries that open the Chinese New Year Festival, but it's not called the Chinese New Year Festival, so let's not get hung up on that. Every country will open that country's holiday with special significance, like Christmas in the West. Some countries will also open the event, while the Dragon Kingdom will not. In the Dragon Kingdom, the Chinese New Year's Day can be said to be the most awaited and the most painful holiday for the people of the Dragon Kingdom after data mining, except for New Year's Eve. This was because the Mid-Yuan Festival opened up a new race within the Dragon Kingdom, the Ghost Race. The Ghost Race was really like the legendary ghosts, immune to all physical attacks. After all, ghosts had no entity. Similarly, due to the lack of entity, after transforming into the ghost race, naturally, one cannot have physical attacks, which leads to some professions for the return to say that they are wasted amongst the wasted, such as warriors, archers, assassins, etc. As for those who have completed the transfer, do not worry. In the transformation of the ghost race, you can choose whether to clear the original occupation, choose to clear the words, you can retake the transfer task, choose a new occupation. Of course, the ghost race is immune to physical attacks, and as a price, when taking magic damage, it will take 100% more damage. It could be said that there were advantages and disadvantages. But for some magicians, transforming into the ghost race was the best choice. After all, the natural enemy of magicians was purely physical professions like assassins, and after transforming into the ghost race, they were no longer afraid of assassins. This also led to the fact that some ghost race mages often went to provoke assassins, making those assassins hate their guts, but there was nothing they could do about it. The Ghost Gate existed for a period of time that would last until the early hours of July 15th, and during that time, some activities would be opened. During the course of the activities, points would be gained, and those with the top 100 points would gain the qualification to transform into a ghost race. Of course, if you don't want to be transformed into a ghost race, you can, and this qualification will automatically continue backwards until there are 100 people who have been transformed into a ghost race. Requesting for votes. During this period of time when the Ghost Gate was wide open, there were 3 ways to gain points. First, people scaring ghosts. Hence the name, scaring ghosts with people. You can use all sorts of ways you can think of to scare the ghosts that come out from amongst the Ghost Gates, and as long as you scare the ghosts into submission, you'll get 1000 activity points. This way was the hardest, basically nothing worked, and those who did, never told how they scared the ghosts to death. Second, ghost scare. As the name suggests, being scared by a ghost. Ghosts that come out from amongst the Ghost Gates will appear anywhere, and as long as you are scared by these ghosts, you will gain 1 activity point. Note that this scared does not mean you are scared because you are afraid of the ghost, but rather that the ghost suddenly appears in front of you and you are not prepared to be scared. It's somewhat similar to a prank where you hide and suddenly appear to scare people. Also, don't ever think that being scared by a ghost is easy. Since you already know about the existence of ghosts, there will be an implied psychology in your mind that reminds you to be on guard against possible ghosts at all times. In this case, being scared by a ghost is actually quite difficult. Third, kill the ghosts that come out of the Ghost Gate. The ghosts that come out of the Ghost Gate are neutral, but once you attack them, they will also attack you, and after killing them, you will gain experience. At the same time, you will also receive a point of 1% of the experience value. This point is calculated according to the first place where you gained the experience value. For example, if you killed a ghost, whether you gain 100 points of experience or 199 points of experience, you would only gain 1 point. In the early morning of July 15th, the Ghost Gate will close and all ghosts will return. Then, 2 new events will open. The first one, Soul River Lantern Release. In the early morning of July 15th, a Soul River would appear and all could spend event points to purchase a river lamp, and after placing the lamp into the Soul River, they would receive a random reward. The price of the river lamp was 1 to 10,000 points. However, this didn't mean that the higher-priced river lamps received better rewards after placing them into the Soul River. Everything was random, it was just that the higher the price of the river lamp, the higher the chance of getting a treasured reward. Second, the Ghost King's Wrath. In the words of the so-called system, it was due to the fact that the human race had killed a large number of ghosts, causing the Ghost King to become furious and send down his doppelganger to punish the human race. There will be Ghost King's doppelganger appearing in every area, and people can buy attack props through event points to launch attacks on the Ghost King. Every time you attack the Ghost King's buy location, you will get -2 times the points needed to buy attack props back. In addition, there is no need to worry about the damage of the Ghost King's doppelganger, its attack is very low, basically there will be no casualties, and the Ghost King's doppelganger will be limited to an area. If the Ghost King's doppelganger is killed, all those involved in the killing will be rewarded with a certain number of points according to the damage done to the Ghost King's doppelganger. After these 2 activities were done, the so-called system would also open up the point exchange and point lottery functions. At that time, it would be up to the individual to choose whether to redeem the items or the lottery. These were all the activities of the Mid-Yuan Festival, and since Wang Xian had participated in it more than once, he remembered it clearly. It was just that remembering was remembering, but to him, it really didn't mean much. It really didn't mean much. He had thought of many ways to scare the ghosts, but none of them had ever worked, and he had been scared quite a few times instead. Can you imagine, one night, you are excited to get into the quilt, open the quilt, the bed is not a girlfriend, but a green-faced Fang's ghost scenario? Can you imagine, you are hiding in a corner, trying to scare a passing ghost, but suddenly a ghost tapped you on the shoulder, asking you, buddy, what are you doing? Can you imagine what it would be like if you had cooked a meal? Can you imagine cooking a meal, opening the lid and there's a ghost in the pot? Anyway, those ghosts will always appear quietly at the wrong time, at the wrong place, and then scare you to death. As for scaring you to death, that wouldn't be the case, after all, with a datamined body and no diseases, you wouldn't be scared to death at all, you'd only be stunned. The appearance of ghosts would bring a lot of trouble to the Dragon Kingdom, stirring it up a bit, but also allowing the people of the Dragon Kingdom to level up quickly, and also bringing rich rewards to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. As a result, the Midyuan festival had become the festival that the people of the Dragon Kingdom were most looking forward to and also had the biggest headache. There are still 2 days before the opening of the Midyuan festival. Wang Xian was not idle, taking his dad, mum and Sujin, heading to the wetland park to brush monsters and upgrade, and then made a change of job. Dad is a warrior, mom is a priest, Su is a mage. June 31st of the lunar calendar, 1400 hours noon, 8 hours before the opening of the mid-year festival. Wang Xian sent his dad, mom and Sujin back home and rode his electric mountain bike to the city. He was going to pick up Cheng Yao and start leveling up when the ghost gate opened. Originally, according to Wang Xian's intention, it would have been better to let Cheng Yao ride her motorcycle and come to him. However, Cheng Yao said that she was with her cousin and her cousin's 4 friends and wanted to request Wang Xian to bring them along to level up. Wang Xian agreed after thinking about it for a while. Anyway, 10 people could make a complete squad, so bringing Cheng Yao's cousin and her cousin's friends would be exactly 10 people, and would save the need to look for more people. Moreover, bringing Cheng Yao's cousin would also bring her closer to Cheng Yao, so why not? After the discussion, Cheng Yao asked Wang Xian if he had a car. Wang Xian naturally said yes. Cheng Yao then asked if she could pull 6 people? Wang Xian naturally said no problem. Cheng Yao then said, let Wang Xian pick them up in his car. Wang Xian naturally didn't refuse. So, Wang Xian rode his own electric tricycle and slowly and leisurely arrived at Ji Chang Tai-Bai building. Uncle, you call this a car? In front of the Tai-Bai building, Cheng Yao looked at Wang Xian's electric tricycle with an open mouth and a speechless face. Isn't this a car? Wang Xian asked. Cheng Yao said with a face full of black lines, it's not true that it's a car, but you're just going to use it to pull us? Is there a problem? Cheng Yao glared at Wang Xian and said without a good mood, no problem. If there's no problem, then hurry up and call your cousin and the girls over. I don't mind doing this shitty car of yours, my cousins and the girls are not so sure. Cheng Yao shook her head helplessly. A few minutes later, 3 women and 2 men appeared in front of Wang Xian's car, and like Cheng Yao's expression when she saw the electric tricycle, all of them had thick speechlessness hanging on their faces. Unlike these 3 women and 2 men, Wang Xian was in shock after seeing their appearance clearly. The 2 males Wang Xian did not recognize, but the 3 females he did. They were clearly the senior members of the Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens Guild from the previous life. Especially one of the females, she was the president of the Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens Guild and the Nangong Dance, who was also known as the #1 mage in the Dragon Kingdom. Continuing to ask for votes. Nangong Dance. Age, unknown. Talent, unknown. Occupation, Phoenix Heavenly Maiden. President of the Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens Guild. The #1 mage in the Dragon Kingdom. 15th in the 100 Flowers ranking. Information about Nangong Dance instantly appeared in Wang Xian's mind. There was no way, as a man, being familiar with the 100 Flowers ranking was simply no less than being familiar with his own body. Especially since Nangong Dance was also the #1 mage in the Dragon Kingdom, and the president of the 2nd guild in the Dragon Kingdom, Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens. Not to mention Wang Xian, there was almost no one in the Dragon Kingdom who didn't recognize this person. The 2 women beside Nangong Dance were also not ordinary people. Flower god Cheng Yao had the 4 guards of wind, flower, snow, and moon by her side, and these 2 women were the wind, flower, snow, and moon of the 4 guards. Wind and moon of the 4 guards. Wind, Wind Luoli. Moon, Moon Ruoshan. As for whether or not they were real names, Wang Xian was not sure. You recognize us. Suddenly, Nangong Dance stepped forward and came in front of Wang Xian, her beautiful eyes looking unblinkingly into Wang Xian's eyes. Wang Xian, are all women's intuitions this accurate? You're thinking of excuses. Without waiting for Wang Xian to say anything, Nangong Dance said again. Wang Xian. Crap. At this moment, only these 2 words were left in Wang Xian's heart. That, I was just a little shocked to see how pretty you are. Seeing that Nangong Dance was about to open her mouth again, Wang Xian jumped ahead and said, Yao Yao, since all the people are here, then hurry up and go. Wang Xian turned his head towards Cheng Yao and said while turning the car around, completely not giving Nangong Dance a chance to speak. Seemingly sensing that there was no point in continuing to ask, Nangong Dance didn't open her mouth again either, only frowning slightly as if she was thinking about something. Cousin, you're not mistaken, how could uncle know you? Cheng Yao didn't notice Nangong Dance's abnormality, and wrapped her arm around Nangong Dance's arm, saying with a smile, perhaps I'm mistaken. Nangong Dance gently laughed and patted Cheng Yao's hand, signaling her to let go of her arm, and when Cheng Yao let go, she gently leaped and jumped into the bucket of the tricycle. Seeing this, Feng Luoli and Yu Risheng also immediately jumped on. As for Cheng Yao, she pouted her lips and jumped onto the vehicle with an unhappy face. Aren't you guys coming up? After all 4 women got into the car, Wang Xian's gaze fell on the 2 men who didn't have any intention of moving. The 4 beautiful women didn't care. Did these 2 big men still mind that his car was broken? Don't worry about them, let's just go straight away. Wang Xian, who was waiting for the two men to reply, suddenly heard Nangong Dance's voice ringing in his ears. Alright. Since Nangong Dance had said it, and the two men hadn't indicated anything, Wang Xian naturally wouldn't refuse, started the car, and began to set off. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Nangong Dance, the two of them are Feng Luoli, and Yu Risheng. After the electric tricycle drove out of the city, Nangong Dance in the rear bucket suddenly opened her mouth. Wang Xian said without turning his head, Wang Xian. Although he already knew the names of the three women long ago, it was time to pretend that he didn't know them.
The great name of Immortal King is as good as thunder, Nangong Dance said.
You guys should still call me Wang Xian. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched down. It was still quite shameful to be called Immortal King. Even though he had been called and flirted with countless times in his last life, he still felt a bit ashamed. However, for the sake of something like that, even in shame, even if he was being hunted down by the immortal race, Immortal King gave up. If it wasn't for that immortal race that killed him completely and told him about the Immortal King, he wouldn't have taken the nickname Immortal King in any way.
At this moment, Chen Yao suddenly said quietly, Uncle, aren't you called Brother Light? Ha ha, when one is in the jungle, one always has to have a few nicknames, don't they? Wang Xian laughed awkwardly. Humph. Chen Yao snorted coldly and didn't say anything else.
This matter Wang Xian had already explained to her several times in the communication function and apologized. She had also forgiven Wang Xian a long time ago, but now she just wanted to add some blockage to Wang Xian.
In that case, let's call you Uncle like Yao Yao.
Nangong Dance's eyes flickered a few times and suddenly said,
There's no need to. Wang Xian's expression stiffened.
Chen Yao calling him uncle was still justifiable. After all, he was 24 this year while Chen Yao was only 18, a difference of 6 years between the two. But how Nangong Dance looked about the same age as him, she called herself uncle, too much that.
Uncle, it's decided.
This is my cousin, I call you uncle, and my cousin calls you uncle, isn't that just right? Chen Yao's eyes turned a few times and said with a smile,
Uncle. Nangong Dance took advantage of the situation and directly called out, Big Uncle. Uncle.
Immediately after that, Feng Luoli's and Yu Risheng's voices also rang out.
Wang Xian. Well,
this did nothing, went out in a circle and recognized 3 more nieces.
Having called them all already, Wang Xian let them be.
More importantly, being called uncle by the future #1 mage of the Dragon Kingdom, the president of the Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens Guild, Wang Xian inexplicably felt in his heart very cool. Although it was cool in his heart, Wang Xian didn't show it and said lightly, it's just a title, you guys can call it whatever you want. Afterward, Wang Xian chatted with Nangong Dance and the others while driving. At first, Wang Xian was afraid that Nangong Dance would ask some questions that would make him tremble with fear as she had done in the beginning. Gradually, however, it turned out that Nangong Dance asked questions about data mining and how Wang Xian killed the first boss. The only question that was rather unexpected was, what was his dream? When asked this question, Wang Xian was slightly stunned before saying, naturally, it's to become the topmost powerhouse.
How to become the topmost powerhouse? Nangong Dance asked again.
Wang Xian said without hesitation, upgrade, do quests, and fight bosses.
Nangong Dance didn't say anything further after gently smiling.
When Nangong Dance didn't open her mouth again, Wang Xian naturally didn't speak either, and even Chen Yao, who talked the most, became quiet. At once, the entire car became quiet. Half an hour later, it arrived at the head of the village. Wang Xian didn't run directly to his home. After parking the car, he said to the few women in the car, you guys stay here at the hot pot restaurant for a while, I'll go home first.
Uncle, you can just take us directly to your home. Chen Yao immediately said.
Yeah, uncle, we also want to see what your house looks like.
Nangong Dance also spoke up. Alright, but my home is a bit messy, just don't mind if you guys don't mind. Wang Xian nodded after hesitating for a moment.
There were still 7 or 8 hours until the ghost gate opened wide, and it really wasn't very comfortable to stay in the hot pot restaurant all the time. Thanks to book friend Quality Education Leaky Fish Fry for the 200 starting point coin reward.
Thanks to the book friend Permanence for the 100 renminbi reward.
Thanks to the book friend Big Brother Tianxiu for the 100 coins reward. Thank you to friend Against the Heart of the First Child for the 100 coins reward. Thank you to friend 201905042045053997 for the 200 renminbi reward. Thank you to friend Sima Yutong for the 100 renminbi reward. Thank you to friend 202005071404366601 for the 100 renminbi reward. Thank you to friend Feng Cheng Tiandi for his 500 renminbi reward. Thanks to book club member Prop Magic Cube for the 100 renminbi reward.
Thank you all for your appreciation.
P.S. Continue to ask for votes. There will be 1 or 2 more chapters in a while. Continue to code.
Home.
Dad patted Wang Xian's shoulder and praised in a low voice, son, you can do it. Dad, you've had enough. How many times have I explained? It's a friend, just an ordinary friend.
Wang Xian explained once again in a lifeless manner.
Son, Dad understands it all, you youngsters, don't you all like to call Uncle Uncle?
Dad looked like I understand everything. You understand a hammer.
Wang Xian wanted to shout this out, but it was his dad, he really couldn't say it out loud, he could only let his dad say it in a stifled manner. Ignoring his dad, Wang Xian came to the side of Nangong Dance, Fengluoli, and Yu Ruoshang, and opened his mouth to ask, do you mind if I take a look at your attributes? The three women didn't think of anything else and generously displayed their attributes directly. Their names and nicknames were all the same, namely Nangong Dance, Fengluoli, and Yu Ruoshang, and their ages were all the same, all being 25 years old. Their professions were all mages respectively, and their levels had all reached level 11. The attributes were also very average. Wang Xian did some math, it was the attributes of an ordinary person. Also, there was their talent. Nangong Dance was an ordinary talent, while Fengluoli and Yu Ruoshang's were one level higher and were elite talents. It looked like everything was normal and there were no problems at all. However, there was a huge discrepancy between this and Wang Xian's memories. Nangong Dance's talent wasn't announced in her last life, and now that it was ordinary, there wasn't much of a problem in saying that there wasn't a problem. As for occupation, there was also nothing, probably because they hadn't received the Phoenix Heavenly Maiden transfer quest yet.
Fengluoli and Yu Ruoshang were different. In their last life, these two women's talents could both be epic level talents, that was evidenced by screenshots. How come they were both elite level talents now? The difference between an elite level talent and an epic level talent was not 1 point. What the hell is going on here? Could it be a P-picture? Wang Xian fell into deep thought. Uncle, you seem disappointed with our attributes? Nangong Dance's voice rang out. Is there? No.
Wang Xian scratched the back of his head and laughed.
Disappointed? There was indeed.
In his opinion, Nangong Dance's talent should be epic level, if not mythic level, and at the very least, it should be a legendary level. Ordinary level talent, really sorry for her title as the future Dragon Kingdom's #1 mage. Fengluoli's and Yu Ruoshang's talents also disappointed him a bit. With such talents paired with ordinary professions, how did they become Flower God Changyao's two main protectors?
Is that so? A mysterious smile surfaced on Nangong Dance's face. Wang Xian.
I'll go see if the water has boiled yet and make tea for you guys. Wang Xian immediately fled. It was too difficult to be in the same place as Nangong Dance. He always felt that this woman had guessed something.
After Wang Xian left, Nangong Dance looked at Fengluoli and asked in a low voice, how does it feel?
There are secrets.
Then how do you rate him as a person? Nangong Dance asked again.
Fengluoli was silent for a moment before spitting out a few words. A salted fish with dreams. Nangong Dance's expression was stunned before she laughed. With a heart that has dreams and ambitions, and a lack of fighting spirit and passion, using salted fish with dreams to describe him is indeed very appropriate.
Night. 23:55. Uncle, you said you're going to take us to upgrade, but why do we have to practice at night? Can't we do it during the day?
Changyao beamed and looked at Wang Xian slightly unhappily.
That's, brother-in-law, how did you think of practicing leveling at night?
Su Zhuan also said. Because of the appearance of Cheng Yao and Nangong Dance and the others, Su Zhuan also changed her address to Wang Xian directly from her name to brother-in-law as well, and the looks of the several women made her feel a strong crisis. For the sake of her sister's happiness, she decided that she would call Wang Xian brother-in-law first, so that those few women would know that Wang Xian was the one with a name.
Son, you didn't sleep at night and ran out to practice. What were you thinking? Dad said with a yawn and a sleepy face. The seer told me that a large number of wild monsters will appear in the early hours of tonight, so I should hurry up and practice leveling. Wang Xian said calmly. Prophet?
Everyone revealed a shocked look. In today's Dragon Kingdom, there was basically no one who didn't know about the prophet. After all, the impact of the few postings that the prophet had made in the forums was just too great. Countless people had tried to contact the prophet, wanting to obtain more information from him, yet no one ever seemed to succeed. Now, Wang Xian actually said that he knew the prophet, and the prophet even told Wang Xian that a large number of wild monsters would appear tonight, allowing Wang Xian to hurry up and level up.
How could they not be shocked? Son, how do you know the prophet? Dad asked with a curious face.
I don't know him, he was the one who added me as a friend and told me about it. Wang Xian replied without a blush.
The crowd was stunned. The prophet that no one could contact took the initiative to add Wang Xian as a friend. This was too fantastic, right? When the crowd still wanted to ask Wang Xian about some of the prophet's matters, the system announcement voice suddenly rang in their ears. Ding! System announcement, the Ghost Gate is wide open, and the Mid-Yuan Festival event is open. For details, please click to view. Ding! System announcement, the Ghost Gate is wide open, and the Mid-Yuan Festival event is open. For details, please click to view. Ding! System announcement, the Ghost Gate is wide open, and the Mid-Yuan Festival event is open. For specific content, please click to view.
The crowd froze. and then immediately checked up on what this so-called Mid-Yuan festival event was all about. Wang Xian was no exception, checking up on the content of the event, but after a glance, he stopped looking. The content of the event was exactly the same as he remembered. Suddenly, a bad smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. He saw a ghost, wild monster, that appeared behind Su Zhuan, only to see that the ghost, wild monster, approached Su Zhuan's neck and gently blew a breath. "Stop it." Su Zhuan felt a coolness between his neck, but he didn't care, and after muttering a sentence, he continued to check the contents of the system announcement. Hoo. That ghost, wild monster, seeing Su Zhuan reacting in such a way, continuously blew out a few breaths. "It's all been said, stop it." Su Zhuan was so angry that she directly turned around, but when she saw what was behind her, a piercing scream came out of her mouth. This scream drew everyone's attention to Su Zhuan's body. Then, successive screams rang out. Even Wang Xian's old mom let out the same piercing scream. Wang Xian. In order to prevent the crowd from screaming any further, Wang Xian's right hand slightly lifted, and a thunderbolt descended from the sky, directly splitting that ghost, wild monster, into ashes. Thunderbolt art summons a bolt of thunder that deals 200% of spell attack damage to a single target, with a chance to paralyze the target. Casting time, instantaneous. Spell consumption, 100 MP. Cooldown, 15 seconds. One of the basic magic spells of a mage after transferring, it was the most powerful spell amongst the many basic magic spells, but it was also the one with the longest cooldown time. This was one of the skill books that the young man used to exchange for weapons back in downtown Jincheng. P.S. A little late, don't be offended, the elderly code speed. The appearance of this thunderbolt not only extinguished that ghost, but the accompanying thunder also completely silenced the screams of several people, making them all quiet. "Son, was that just a ghost?" Dad's face was also a little pale. After living for decades, this was the first time he had seen a ghost. Wang Xian laughed. "Yeah. Son, what you said about killing wild monsters, it wouldn't be that kind of thing just now, right?" Mom's trembling voice rang out. "That's right. Brother-in-law, why don't we just forget about it? Is it not good for us to go kill other wild monsters?" Su Zhuan cried out. She was scared by the ghost, especially when she thought of the cold wind between her neck. She had goosebumps again. "Uncle, I feel like forgetting it too." Cheng Yao tightly hugged Nangong Dance's arm, looking around in disbelief, afraid that a ghost would come out again. Although Nangong Dance, Fengluoli, and Yu Ruoshan didn't say anything, their fear and resistance to ghosts could also be seen in their expressions. "You guys take a closer look at the system announcement, you can't hide from it." Wang Xian sighed. Being afraid of ghosts is actually human nature. In his last life, he was also scared, but he got used to it after seeing more. Wang Xian's words made the crowd froze, then checked the system announcement again, and after reading it, each of their faces turned even whiter. Especially that Mid-Yuan festival event, it made them even more speechless. Ghosts scaring people? That was okay to say. People scaring ghosts? What kind of event was this? Which dog planner came up with it? Alright, don't be afraid, it's just some wild monsters, follow me. Wang Xian turned around and walked towards the crop field. There were very many ghosts coming out from among the ghost gates, especially in the crop fields. One could be seen in a dozen meters. The levels of these ghosts were generally between level 10 to 20, which was just right for the crowd to practice. Of course, there were also ghosts in the village, but those ghosts were between level 0 to 10. In short, the farther away from the population centers, the higher the level of the ghosts and the more numerous they were. If they worked hard, this Mid-Yuan festival event would basically raise everyone's level to 25 or more. As soon as Wang Xian moved, the rest of the crowd, even if they were scared, could only move together with their heads. After all, there was no use hiding. If you didn't go to the ghosts would find you. The late-night crop field was very quiet and looked a little scary. Coupled with the ghost gate being wide open and the dark clouds covering the sky, it made this silent night without a trace of light anymore. A ghostly shadow wandered around in the middle of the crop field, making the already terrifying night even more horrifying all of a sudden. Poof! There was a soft sound. A light exploded in Wang Xian's hand, and a fist-sized ball of light emerged from his hand and slowly floated to the top of his head, illuminating a radius of about 10 meters with him as the center. One of the priest's basic spells, illumination. Illumination. Gathers a ball of light and continuously illuminates the surrounding space. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 1 MP per second. Cooldown time, none. The appearance of light gave the crowd a little peace of mind. There were times when ghosts weren't scary. What was scary was the endless darkness of not seeing a single ray of light. All of you mages, come with me to kill the monsters. Wang Xian said to a few mages. There were 4 mages in the group, Nangong Dance, Fengluoli, Yu Risheng, and Su Zhuan. The first 3 nodded firmly although they were still scared. Wang Xian had already told them that these ghosts were just wild monsters. Their fear today was only because of their memory of the fear of ghosts.
Only Sujin, looking at Wang Xian with a pitiful look, said in a supplicating tone, "Brother-in-law, can I not kill them?"
Wang Xian just wanted to say something. The old mom opened her mouth. "Xiaozhuan is afraid. Don't kill if you don't want to, just accompany me." "Mom, you are afraid, want Xiaozhuan to accompany you, just say it directly, I won't laugh at you." Wang Xian looked at his own mom with a smile on his face. "Bastard!" Mom saw the smile on Wang Xian's face. She was instantly exasperated. With a wave of her right hand, a pillar of light instantly fell on top of Wang Xian's head, penetrating his body. -0. A number floated up from Wang Xian's head. One of the priest's basic skills, Holy Light Strike. Holy Light Strike. Gather a beam of light and deal 60% of spell attack damage to a single target. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 30 MP. Cooldown, 1 second. This is the only attack skill available to priests until level 30. Apart from being instantaneous and easy to hit the target, this skill is simply useless, and is even far inferior to the generic skill, Magic Bullet, that comes with all legal professions. Magic Bullet. Gather a magic bullet and throw it, inflicting 100% damage to the hit target. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 5 MP. Cooldown, none. A very F***ket-up skill that has been spat out by almost all of the law professions. Why? Because this skill is really rolled. Use mana to condense a magic bullet in your hand and then throw it. As for whether or not it hit someone and how far, it was up to you. Therefore, unless the amount of blue is really at the point of exhaustion, basically no magic professions would use this skill. As for why the damage appeared on Wang Xian's head just now, it comes down to another rule. The datamined Bluestar didn't have the various attack modes of the online game, such as Team Attack Mode, Guild Attack Mode, or National Attack Mode, etc. The datamined Bluestar only had one attack mode. The data-based Bluestar only has one attack mode, which is the whole attack mode. What is the whole attack mode? It was, even if you formed a team, if your teammates launched an attack on you, you would be harmed. That's how real it is. Hey, no defense breaking. Wang Xian gave a smug smile to his mom, which instantly made her even more angry. Doesn't break defense, huh? Mom laughed coldly, came to Wang Xian's front with big strides, and in Wang Xian's puzzled eyes, quickly reached out her hand, grabbed Wang Xian's ear, and then twisted it vigorously. "Mom, pain. Wang Xian instantly screamed out. "Brat, didn't you say you wouldn't break defense? Now what?" Mom asked with a smug look on her face. "Wang Xian, pulling the ear still doesn't break defense, but it hurts. Alright, you two mothers stop messing around." Dad opened his mouth and advised. "Mom, I was wrong." Wang Xian also immediately admitted her mistake. So what if you're even more powerful? Your mom is always your mom. There are ways to clean you up. Mom grunted before letting go of Wang Xian's ear. Old Mom's words made the corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitch. He always felt that what Old Mom had just said was very awkward, but after carefully recalling it, there was no problem at all. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Old Mom glared at Wang Xian. No, whatever your old man says is right, let's hurry up and practice." Wang Xian incomparably held his tongue and waved his hand to summon a lightning bolt, splitting a ghost that happened to be passing by not far from them into dust. "Uncle, are you taking it out on that poor ghost?" Cheng Yao's voice rang out. Wang Xian choked on his anger, turned his head, glared at Cheng Yao, and said without a trace of anger, "You're not afraid of ghosts anymore? How dare you still feel sorry for it? Being afraid of ghosts and that ghost not being pitiful are two completely different things." Cheng Yao hugged Nangong Dance's shoulder and said arrogantly. Wang Xian. Very good, very powerful reason, he actually couldn't refute it. Lazily ignoring this young girl with clear brain circuits, Wang Xian walked forward with his lighting spell on top of him. After 10 minutes or so, stopping, the level of the nearby ghosts had come to level 15. However, calling them ghosts was actually inaccurate, they had their own name, Wandering Souls. Wandering Soul. Level, 15. Life value, 2300/2300. Spell attack, 250. Magic defense, 100. Skills, unknown. The attributes of the Wandering Soul were not really high for Wang Xian, but for others, it was a very powerful existence. Every attribute of the traveling soul was higher than an ordinary professional who had risen to level 15 and added all of his free attributes to a single attribute. If an ordinary professional faced such a wandering soul, there was basically no possibility of defeating it. After looking at the traveling spirit's attributes, Wang Xian checked his own attributes. Name, Wang Xian. Nickname, Immortal King. Race, human. Profession, sacrifice. Age, 24. Talents, learning, common, growth, forbidden, sage, mythic. Level, 15. Experience, 485/6000. HP, 3000. MP, 1650. Physical attack power, 350 + 35. Magic attack power, 165. Strike, 0.
Physical defense, 430. Magic defense, 215. Strength, 67 plus 3. Agility, 36. Spirit, 33. Physique, 60. Endurance, 86. Free attribute points, 25 plus 65. Skills, omitted. Remaining deaths, 3. In the past few days, Wang Xian's level had also come from level 12 to level 15, his attributes had increased by less, and he had also discovered another surprise brought to him by the hidden profession of sacrifice. After transferring, if he continued to upgrade, in addition to increasing each of the 5 basic attributes by 1 point and gaining 5 free attribute points, he would also gain additional basic attribute points. The additional basic attribute points were also 5 points, and depending on the direction of the profession, these 5 basic attribute points would be automatically assigned to the 5 basic attributes. Warrior class professions were generally 3 points of strength, 1 point of endurance, and 1 point of constitution. Mage class professions are generally 3 points of spirit, 1 point of endurance, 1 point of constitution. Professions in the support class are generally 2 points of spirit, 2 points of physique, and 1 point of stamina. Agility class occupations are generally 2 points of agility, 2 points of strength, 1 point of constitution. Don't think that 5 points of basic attributes is very little. After each basic attribute breaks 1000, you will get special attributes. In general, a single basic attribute breaks 1000, at least need to level up to level 115. If you raise the level because you do not have a transfer, will make the attribute break 1000 time greatly backward. Leveling up from 10 to 11 and leveling up from 115 to 116 was not a concept at all. This was also why Wang Xian kept reminding everyone to switch jobs before leveling up. The reason for leveling up. As for the surprise Wang Xian found that the hidden profession sacrifice brought him, it was about gaining extra attribute points after upgrading. Regardless of whether it was a hidden profession or an ordinary profession, the additional attributes gained from upgrading after transferring were all 5 points, but the sacrifice profession gained 10 points, which was 5 points more than other professions. With 5 extra attribute points per level, how could Wang Xian not be pleasantly surprised? Although he had a powerful growth talent, having more attribute points was always a good thing. The only thing that made him a bit upset was that these 10 attribute points were evenly distributed to the 5 basic genera. And this, in turn, was why Wang Xian had never added the free attribute points he gained after level 10. He really hadn't found his niche. The sacrifice itself didn't have any damage type skills, but due to the existence of the skill, mastery, it allowed him to unfortunately learn the skills of any profession. In his last life, he had chosen to be a warrior, and by all accounts, majoring in warrior was a very correct choice. However, he wanted to become a mage who could gather powerful magic with a wave of his hand, and he also envied the agile and swift archer, and even aspired to be an assassin who could be seen and heard by all sorts of people. Therefore, Wang Xian, who had a slight difficulty in choosing, was stuck in a quandary. Comprehensive development? Don't be ridiculous. Although Wang Xian also wanted to, but each profession needed to add different basic attributes. Warriors needed strength, mages needed spirit, and archers and assassins needed agility. Although he had the growth talent, which allowed him to gain a large number of extra attribute points, a full development would really turn Wang Xian from a top professional into an all-around professional who could excel in any aspect, but did not excel in any aspect. Although Wang Xian had a difficulty in choosing, he was still able to distinguish between the major things. Omnipotence, at times, really wasn't as good as proficiency. Son, what are you thinking about? Wang Xian suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder and looked over in confusion. Dad, what's wrong? Wang Xian asked. You're asking me what's wrong. It's what's wrong with you. Why are you properly frozen there and not moving? Dad asked with some concern. Wang Xian instantly didn't know how to answer. He had just been caught up in the tangle of which direction to go and every time he saw his attributes. Son, you're not possessed or possessed by a ghost, are you? Dad suddenly took a few steps back when he saw that Wang Xian had nothing to say. Dad, I'm fine, I was just adding up my attributes just now. Also, as I've said many times, these are wild monsters, they're just wild monsters. Although they are ghosts, they are not ghosts as we perceive them. Wang Xian said breathlessly. Then you're really fine? Dad was a bit unconvinced. It's really fine. That's good, right, son, what do I have to do? Dad asked again. Wang Xian glanced at Dad and said, you just paddle on the side. Paddling? Dad didn't understand the meaning of Wang Xian's words. Uncle, paddling means that you don't have to do anything in mixed experience on the side. Wang Xian was just about to open his mouth when Su Zhuan explained the meaning of paddling for Dad. Paddling? Son, you look down on your dad? Your dad is strong. Dad instantly looked at Wang Xian angrily. Dad, I know you're strong, but those wild monsters don't have a solid body, so a warrior like you can't even attack them, that's why I asked you to paddle. Wang Xian explained. That's so. Or else. Alright, in that case, then I can only paddle. Wang Xian nodded and looked at the others, saying, let's begin. With that, Wang Xian used the thunderbolt technique on the level 15 wandering spirit not far away. A thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck that wandering soul. -460. A number floated up from that wandering soul. That wandering soul was also enraged because of Wang Xian's attack, and instead of remaining neutral, it let out an unpleasant cry from its mouth and lunged towards Wang Xian. P.S. This chapter is a bit watery, the data counting my head is big. Ask, can I all kinds of data counting is not so accurate as long as a body is about the same, can it? The wandering spirit's speed was very fast, and it directly passed through Wang Xian's body, causing Wang Xian to instantly shiver. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. Although he had already experienced this situation many times, the feeling of a ghost passing through his body was still so creepy. -200. -35. At the same time, 2 damages each floated up from above Wang Xian and the wandering soul. The former was due to the wandering soul attacking Wang Xian and triggering the skill, divine abandonment, while the latter was the damage dealt by the wandering soul to Wang Xian. Wang Xian's right hand waved, and a fireball coalesced out towards the traveling soul. Fireball technique. Coalesces a fireball, dealing 150% of magic attack power spell damage to the target. With burning, the burning damage is 1% of the damage dealt, duration 5 seconds. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 80 MP. Cooldown, 5 seconds. One of the basic magic of the mage after transferring, slightly weaker in power than Thunderbolt, but with a short cooldown and sustained damage, it is one of the mage's favorite basic magic. The fireball hit the wandering spirit, and the flames from the explosion caused its illusory body to fluctuate. -236. A damage number floated out. -2. The burning damage attached to the fireball spell also floated out. Compared to the Thunderbolt spell, the damage of the Fireball spell was far worse. At the end of the last chapter, the damage of the Thunderbolt spell to the Wandering Soul should have been 460, it was miscalculated and has been revised. Why is this so? It goes back to attribute restraint. Attribute restraint belongs to the hidden mechanism, such as water over fire, another example of fire over wood, etc. Only, this hidden mechanism is only effective when dealing with wild monsters, and is not suitable for people fighting each other. Ghosts belong to Yin, and thunder belongs to Yang. Innate restraint, so the 460 points of damage that the Thunderbolt technique inflicted on wandering ghosts was actually doubled. The Fireball technique also had a Yang attribute, but not as much as the Thunderbolt technique, and it only dealt 150% damage to ghosts with a Yin attribute. The Fireball art had also entered its cooldown state, and the Thunderbolt art's cooldown was similarly ongoing. Wang Xian didn't stay idle because of this, coalescing a wind blade and an ice spike in each hand. After datamining Bluestar, the skill release was also a bit different from the online game. In the online game, there is a skill universal release time, that is, when you release a certain skill, you cannot release other skills, because when you release skills, there is a casting action. Data-based Bluestar is different, because there is no fixed casting action, you can use both hands to release skills together. However, releasing skills with both hands at the same time had a limitation. That is, the skills released had to be instantaneous in order to be released together. Wind blades and ice spikes shot out, hitting the wandering souls one after another. Wind blade technique. Gather a wind blade and deal 120% of magic attack power spell damage to the target. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 30 MP. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Ice prism spike. Coalesce an ice rib, dealing 110% of magic attack power spell damage to the target and slightly slowing the hit target's movement speed. Casting time, instant. Mana consumption, 30 MP. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Wind blade and ice rib thrust are also part of a mage's basic magic. Wind. Low damage, small consumption, fastest cooldown. Ice magic damage is even lower than wind magic, but comes with a slowdown, the most torturous magic, hated and loathed by countless warriors. -108. -91. 2 damages floated up from the wandering soul's head, and the wind and ice types had no damage bonus to the wandering soul. By now, all the magic in the skill book obtained by Wang Xian had been released, and the wandering soul's life value, too, had dropped from 2,000 points to 901 points. Yeah. The swimming soul didn't stand still either, and launched another attack on Wang Xian as well. Once again, it penetrated the body. -10. Due to the skill, Divine Abandonment, the wandering soul's attack was weakened by 10%, from 250 points to 225 points, and the damage dealt to Wang Xian also dropped from 35 points to 10 points. After the traveling soul's attack, the wind blade art's cooldown turned over. A wind blade shot out sharply and hit the wandering soul. -108. The wandering soul turned around and continued to lunge towards Wang Xian. -10.
A wandering spirit of this level basically didn't have any other means of attack other than pouncing, and occasionally, there were some wandering spirits that possessed the blooming wind skill.
But obviously, this wandering spirit didn't.
Wind blade art used up, other skills have not yet cooled down. Wang Xian can only dry eyes, the rest of his skills are physical skills, for the wandering soul does not have any effect. As for the general skill magic bullet of the law profession, he didn't obtain it and wouldn't obtain it in the future. There were simply no wild monsters that would pop out the magic bullet skill book.
-10. The wandering spirit passed through Wang Xian's body once again.
2 seconds passed in a flash. The cooldown of the wind blade technique was good, and Wang Xian immediately shot a wind blade at the swimming soul. Immediately after that, the cooldowns of the ice rib stab and fireball spells were also good.
-236. -91. The two skills hit the traveling soul, and the traveling soul's life value dropped to 460 points.
Then, Wang Xian dried his eyes again.
-10. -10.
The swimming soul made 2 lunges at Wang Xian.
After 2 seconds passed, Wang Xian gathered wind blades and hit the wandering soul. -108. -2. The wandering spirit's life value drops to 348 points. -10. -10. 2 more parries.
After 2 seconds pass, the wind blade spell cools down.
-108. The wandering spirit's life is reduced to 236 points.
1 second passes and the fireball spell cools down.
-234. The wandering soul's life value is cleared. Ding!
Killed the wandering soul, gained experience value. Ignoring the system's beep, Wang Xian turned around with a black face and looked at the crowd behind him.
Are you guys just going to stare at me with dry eyes and watch me kill the monster all by myself?
Just now, killing the wandering spirit had taken more than 10 seconds total, but this group of people hadn't even done anything. Dad would like to help you, but you also said that physical attacks have no effect, so what else can I do if I don't just watch?
Dad said. Dad, I didn't say you.
Wang Xian had a helpless look on his face. He had obviously just said that to Nangong Dance and other mages. Uncle, it's not that your performance was too shocking. Left hand fireball, right hand ice spike, simply too handsome. Chang Yao looked at Wang Xian with an adoring face. Don't make this whole thing up for me, I don't like this. Wang Xian glared at Chang Yao. This girl was obviously pulling away from the topic. Brother-in-law, please next time when you say something out of context, can you control your facial expression? Where are the corners of your mouth raised to?
Su Zhuan's slightly contemptuous voice rang out. Wang Xian, is it so obvious?
Okay. He admitted that Chang Yao's complimentary words just now did make him feel good and feel great satisfaction. Cough. Wang Xian lightly coughed to cover up his weakness and said with a stern face, forget it this time, you guys, all of you will be killing monsters with me next, got it?
Got it.
Nangong Dance, Feng Luoli, and Yu Ruoshang responded in unison.
What about you? Wang Xian looked at Su Zhuan. I know too.
Su Zhuan pouted her lips and answered.
Why didn't you make a sound? Wang Xian's gaze fell on Chang Yao's body. I'm a nurse, don't I just need to add blood? And I don't have an attack skill either.
Chang Yao said doubtfully.
You didn't learn the skills of a priest?
Chang Yao instantly grunted in anger and said, the priest profession tutor in the transformation shrine doesn't teach me.
If they don't teach you, won't you buy priest skill books?
There are still skill books?
Chang Yao revealed a surprised expression. Wang Xian was silent.
People who hadn't seen skill books really didn't know that skill books existed, and it was true that there was no such thing as skill books in most online games. Their skills were basically learned through the division, or mentor.
Learn these 2 skill books. Wang Xian took out 2 skill books from his backpack and threw them to Chang Yao.
A. Holy Light Strike, and A. Healing Art.
Healing Art restores the target's life value of 100 plus 10% magic attack power. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 30 MP. Cooldown, 2 seconds.
The priest's healing skill was very low in terms of magical attack power, but the good thing was that it came with a fixed healing that was okay. Compared to Chang Yao's healing skill, the difference is simply not too much. Her skill is subject to 100% magical attack power bonus, reworked Chang Yao's skill. We do not need to care. More importantly, the priest's healing skill was upgraded to increase the fixed healing effect. Wang Xian hadn't seen the effect of Chang Yao's upgraded skill, but he could already guess that the upgraded skill definitely increased the bonus of magic attack power. Chang Yao did not have any politeness with Wang Xian, and without hesitation, she turned out the skill book and learned it under Wang Xian's guidance.
Uncle, this healing art is so bad, it's completely incomparable to my water and wood clearing. Are all priests' skills so trashy?
After checking the skill effect of the healing technique, Chang Yao expressed her contempt for the healing technique, and incidentally despised the priest.
Cough.
Old mom coughed lightly.
Chang Yao's expression froze. How could she have forgotten that Wang Xian's mom was still a priest? Auntie, I don't mean that, I just...
Chang Yao hurriedly explained to her old mom, but she was completely at a loss for words.
Alright, it's not like I blame you for meaning it. Mom laughed. But if my mom says she didn't blame you, she really didn't blame you. Okay, you attacked that wandering spirit with a holy light strike. Wang Xian reached out and pointed at a wandering soul floating over not far away. Oh, Chen Yao responded and immediately activated the holy light strike skill on that wandering soul. A pillar of light instantly descended above the wandering soul's head, penetrating that wandering soul. -304. A piercing number surfaced from the wandering soul's head. Holy light strike, like thunderbolt, dealt double damage to ghosts. After 1 second passed, Chen Yao used the holy light strike skill again. -304. At this time, the wandering ghost also reached Chen Yao's body and passed through her body. -232. After the traveling soul passed through Chen Yao's body, Chen Yao's face instantly turned pale and her entire body froze in place. Seeing this, Wang Xian used his thunderbolt art, which had already cooled down long ago, and summoned a thunderbolt that struck the wandering spirit's body. -460. This time, Nangong Dance and the others didn't do anything like before. A magic spell coalesced from their hands and struck the traveling soul's body. -231. A fireball spell from Nangong Dance. -89. Wind blade spell from Feng Luoli. -73. From Moon Rush's ice rib spike. -340. From Su Zhuan's fireball spell. Jia Dash. A few magic spells slammed onto its body, and the wandering soul let out an unpleasant cry as it lunged towards Chen Yao once again. The crowd dealt varying values of damage to the wandering spirit, but Chen Yao dealt the highest damage to it, so the wandering spirit's primary target of attack remained on Chen Yao. Poof! A fireball violently exploded on the traveling spirit. It was Wang Xian who struck again. -199. Ah! The wandering soul let out a final piercing scream and completely went up in smoke. Yao Yao, is everything alright? Wang Xian came to Chen Yao's side and patted the shoulder of Chen Yao who was still frozen in place. Oh! Chen Yao finally came back to her senses, and then violently jumped into Wang Xian's arms and cried out with a wow. Don't be afraid, that ghost is already dead, don't cry. Besides, it's just a wild monster, nothing to be afraid of. Wang Xian hugged Chen Yao and gently patted her back while comforting her. The feeling of a ghost passing through the body was indeed very scary, not to mention a girl. Even a big old man would be scared to death when a ghost passed through his body. Although the others were not sure what was going on, they also came over to comfort Chen Yao. Only after 2 to 3 minutes did Chen Yao stop crying and also left from Wang Xian's arms. This kind of thing always has to be faced, slowly you'll get used to it. However, you few, don't take the initiative to attack those wandering spirits. Wang Xian stared at the Nangong Dance few with a serious expression. He could deduce from the damage that the few people had just inflicted on the wandering spirits that the free attribute points that these few mages had gained from upgrading had all been added to spirit. In his last life, basically most of the mages added their points this way, and it was right to do so. Mages belong to the existence of high offense, low blood, and thin skin. However, the Nangong Dance Trio's level was only level 11, and Su Zhuan was only level 14. The highest attribute, Su Zhuan, had only 270 points of blood, and only 12 points of magic defense. Facing a wandering spirit with a magical attack power of 250 points, a single strike could bring Su Zhuan's blood down to 32 points, and then at a casual touch, he would die. As for Nangong Dance and the others, with a level of only 11, if they were touched by a wandering spirit, it would be a death sentence. This was why Wang Xian had instructed them not to attack the wandering soul first. We know. The several women nodded in unison. They had just seen the damage that the wandering soul had done to Chen Yao and compared their own blood quantities, so they naturally understood what kind of consequences it would be to actively attack the wandering soul. Actually, there's no need to be too afraid. If we attack together, we can kill a traveling soul in seconds, and I'll attack first, so as long as you guys don't take the initiative to mess with the traveling souls, then nothing will happen at all. Looking at the several women's nervous expressions, Wang Xian said with a smile. A few women were stunned, thinking about the situation just now. It was indeed as Wang Xian said, as long as they attacked together, they could kill a wandering soul in seconds. The next step was relatively simple. Each time, the crowd waited for Wang Xian's thunderbolt to finish cooling down, and after Wang Xian unleashed his thunderbolt attack on the wandering souls, they decisively unleashed their magical attacks on the wandering souls together. After killing a few wandering souls, the crowd began to slowly adapt, and were no longer afraid of wandering souls. Even Wang Xian's old mother, after seeing the horrific damage that Chen Yao's Holy Light Strike dealt to the swimming souls, used her Holy Light Strike skill on the swimming souls for the first time. The result: -0. A damage that stunned everyone surfaced. That's right, it was 0 points. No defense was broken. Normally, the 5 free attribute points gained by a priest after upgrading would be allocated to spirit, physique, and endurance in a 2:1 ratio. Old Mother's level was now level 10,
and after the free attribute points were distributed according to this ratio, the spiritual attribute would be about 40 points. Cleric magic attack is fueled by spirit by 150%, 40 points of spirit is 60 points of magic attack power. Holy Light Strike is a 60% bonus to magic attack, 60 by 60% equals 36 points.
The Wandering Spirit's magic defense is 100 points.
This Holy Light Strike from Old Mother hit the Wandering Soul and owed the Wandering Soul 64 points of damage.
The defense was completely unbreakable. Put. Ha 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 ha. After seeing the 0 points of damage dealt by Old Mother, Wang Xian directly couldn't help but laugh. Then,
miserable cries resounded through the silent, dark, and empty crop field. Wang Xian rubbed his ears and looked at his old mom with a grimace. He did not just see that large duck egg, did not hold back the laughter out of it, as to pull his ears again. What are you looking at? Hurry up and start practicing.
Mom looked at Wang Xian angrily.
Tend to the majesty of the mother, Wang Xian can only honestly go to open the monster. Before Wang Xian could do anything, an illusory, yet extremely beautiful flower suddenly appeared around him. In addition to the familiar peonies, roses, lilies, narcissus and other flowers, there were more unknown and unseen flowers. The countless flowers surrounded Wang Xian for a few turns before turning into a ray of light and disappearing into Wang Xian's body.
Ding! You have received the blessing of 100 flowers, increasing your full attributes by 10% for 6,000 seconds.
At this time, the system's beep sounded in Wang Xian's ears, and it also reminded Wang Xian of the only gain skill he obtained after Changyao's transformation to Flower God, 100 Flowers Blessing.
Only, wasn't the duration of this skill too long? Wang Xian subconsciously felt that something was wrong.
However, very quickly, Wang Xian reacted to the fact that Cheng Yao, in addition to being a hidden profession flower goddess, also possessed this mythic grade talent, Divine Grace. Hidden profession flower god with mythic grade talent, Divine Grace, could only be described as perverted. After thinking clearly, Wang Xian suddenly felt a little pity and dissatisfaction. Divine Grace, on the flower god skill, 100 Flowers Contest, increase effect is only limited to the duration of the increase, if the enhancement of the effect of the increase of the better. If that was the case, a 10% increase in all attributes would become a 100% increase in all attributes. Then, forget it, it was just a matter of imagination. The 10% increase in full attributes allowed Wang Xian's output to increase further, and a lightning strike was able to deal 526 points of damage to the level 15 traveling soul. The magic of the others arrived afterward, and the wandering soul was killed in the blink of an eye.
6 a.m.
After all the ghosts let out a strange shrill whistling sound together, they all turned into a trail of black smoke and entered the nearby ghost gate. Ghosts appeared from midnight to 6 a.m., which was why Wang Xian wanted to take the crowd to practice at night. Of course, in addition to gaining experience, it was also to gain points. In one night, for a total of 6 hours, Wang Xian's level had risen from level 15 to level 17, and the others' levels had even increased by 3 levels in general. The most excessive was Su Zhuan, who had also risen to level 17 because of mercy and lucky lady's favor, and even had more experience than Wang Xian's level. In fact, the crowd could have leveled up even higher, but being limited to mana, half of the time they basically sat around, waiting for their mana to automatically return to full. There were no blue pills, medicines that restored mana, it was just so ket up that there was no way to do anything other than waiting for the mana to automatically recover.
The ghosts have all gone home, let's go back too. Wang Xian greeted the crowd. Aha! The crowd nodded. What do you four say? I'll send you back to the city? Wang Xian looked at the 4 Nangong dancers. Do you do that little broken tricycle of yours? Chang Yao muttered. Wang Xian.
Nice guy, it's almost a day past and still has a grudge against his
electric tricycle has a grudge yet. Uncle, surely you have to continue practicing at night, right? Nangong Dance opened her mouth and asked.
Wang Xian nodded and said, that's right, if there are no accidents, this kind of practicing will continue until the early morning of the 15th.
Since that's the case, is there no place for us to rest at Uncle's house? Nangong Dance asked.
This really isn't there, you guys also saw it yesterday, my house is that big.
Wang Xian spread his hands, indicating that there was really no way. What about hitting the ground? Anyway, it's summer now, it's not cold at all. Nangong Dance proposed a solution. That's fine, but if you hit the ground, can you really do it? Wang Xian looked at Nangong Dance with a skeptical gaze.
He remembered Nangong Dance's identity. Nangong Dance was a truly extraordinary identity, a $1,000 young lady of one of the top conglomerates in the Dragon Kingdom, and it was only because of data mining that it had caused an unimaginable impact on their family's conglomerate, causing the conglomerate to fall completely and utterly in almost one night. Thinking of this, Wang Xian's heart was flooded with doubts again. At this time, shouldn't Nangong Dance be at home dealing with the trouble of the group's fall? What did she run to G City for? Uncle, you're looking down on us, not to mention hitting the ground, it's just a chair, I can rest well.
Nangong Dance looked at Wang Xian with slight dissatisfaction, as if she was blaming him for belittling her.
Alright, since you guys have opinions, then stay.
Wang Xian could tell from Nangong Dance's expression that she was bound to stay, so he didn't say anything else.
After the group returned home, Mom ran to Wang Xian's house and started packing up Wang Xian's bed. Mom, no need for you to help me clean up, I can do it myself. Wang Xian looked at his mom with some emotion. He didn't expect his mom to be so thoughtful. Watching him kill wild monsters all night actually helped him pack up his bed. He remembered that the last time his mom helped him pack his bed, it seemed to be more than 10 years ago, when he was still in elementary school.
Mom, what are you doing?
Gradually, Wang Xian realized that something was wrong. Pack the bed quilt, just pack the bed quilt. Why roll the quilt mattress all together?
What are you doing? You're not really going to let a few other girls hit the floor, are you?
Hold your quilt and mattress to hit the ground. Your bed is big enough to sleep 3 people, the remaining one goes to be with Xiaozhu. Old Mom shoved the rolled up quilt and mattress into Wang Xian's arms, and turned to the cabinet, taking out brand new bedding and spreading it on the bed.
Wang Xian froze in place holding the futon. Why are you still standing here? Old Mom looked at Wang Xian and asked suspiciously. Nothing, I'm just reminiscing about my bed.
Wang Xian knew that it was useless to say anything at this moment, and could only hold the futon with a sad face out of the room. Screw it, moved for nothing. After leaving the room, Wang Xian saw Nangong Dance and the others sitting in the middle of the living room chatting.
Is this the futon for us? Just hand it over to us.
Nangong Dance and the others got up and wanted to take the futon from Wang Xian.
Wang Xian dodged and didn't let Nangong Dance and the others touch the futon he was holding.
And then, Wang Xian viciously glared at Nangong Dance and the others and carried the futon out of the living room, leaving behind them who were full of confusion.
What's wrong with Uncle? Why do I feel so much resentment? Chang Yao asked suspiciously.
Nangong Dance and the others shook their heads in unison. They were also completely at a loss as to what was going on, especially the way Wang Xian glared at them at the end made them even more puzzled.
They didn't remember provoking Wang Xian. However, just like Chang Yao said, they also felt Wang Xian's strong resentment. Alright, you few come over here, I've helped you lay out the bedding, you'll rest here, then you'll pick one of you to sleep with Xiaozhuan. At this time, the old mom appeared and called the several people from Nangong Dance to Wang Xian's room, pointing at the bed that was laid out and said. Nangong Dance and the others suddenly had a look of realization appear on their faces. They finally understood why Wang Xian was so resentful just now. It turned out to be that the bed was robbed by them. Wait a moment, there's another chapter, it's being coded. Afternoon.
Wang Xian woke up from the faint sound of noise.
Ha!
After yawning and stretching, Wang Xian slightly cleaned up his bedding and casually wiped his face with water before coming into the living room.
Only, after entering the living room, Wang Xian was dumbfounded.
What are you guys up to? Looking at the extra Taiji Bagua robes, surplice, wooden fish, mahogany swords, yellow talismans, crosses and other things in the living room, Wang Xian was in a black line. Suzhen, holding a mahogany sword in his left hand and a mortar and pestle in his right hand, wearing an oversized Taiji Bagua robe and a silver cross around his neck, said excitedly, "We're going to scare the ghosts."
"You're not afraid anymore?"
"Humph."
Suzhuan snorted coldly, hands on his waist, arrogantly said, "After killing all night, I've long been unafraid, and with these things, I'm even more unafraid. Tonight, I'm going to let that ghost know who's the boss." "Oh ha 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 ha."
Speaking to the end, Suzhen directly laughed up to the sky, seems to have seen the ghost by her to the appearance.
"With whom did you learn to laugh like that? Good laugh." Wang Xian walked to Su Zhuan's side and gave her a chestnut. Su Zhuan instantly looked at Wang Xian angrily. "I understand the peachwood sword, the pestle and mortar, and the Taiji Bagua robe. What do you mean by carrying a cross? Isn't this thing used in the West to target vampires?" Wang Xian asked as he tugged on the cross around Su Zhuan's neck. "What do you care about me?"
"I do." Su Zhuan thought about it for a while and realized that Wang Xian did have a point. The ghosts of the East and the vampires of the West were completely different creatures, but she wouldn't admit her common sense error.
Wang Xian smiled and didn't say anything else.
In the view of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, since they were ghosts, they must be afraid of these things. This was a fixed mindset that had been formed over hundreds and thousands of years. Only, this time, it was going to disappoint the Dragon Kingdom people. The ghosts that appeared in the Ghost Gate were not afraid of these things at all. Essentially, those ghosts are not the ghosts in the cognition of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. They are just wild monsters with some simple consciousness. With a simple consciousness, it was basically difficult to understand the emotion of fear. Therefore, trying to scare the ghosts into submission was almost impossible to succeed, if not completely impossible to succeed. And this so-called activity was actually just adding some fun to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, this was not Wang Xian's understanding, but in the previous life, those experts had come up with it. Not only was Su Zhuan excitedly getting various ghost-scaring props, Nangong Dance, Fengluoli, and Yurisheng also got involved. picking up this thing a moment later and that thing a moment later, and then discussing the possibility of being able to scare the ghosts together with Sujuan.
Wang Xian didn't dampen their excitement, it was good to let them have some fun. Yao Yao, what are you doing?
Wang Xian looked at Cheng Yao, who had been fiddling with her cell phone, and asked curiously. Uncle, I'm getting a live broadcast. Tonight, we're going to live broadcast scaring ghosts. I want to let all the people in the Dragon Kingdom see how I scared the ghosts.
Cheng Yao returned Wang Xian's sentence before continuing to fiddle with her cell phone. Wang Xian was stunned.
Scare ghosts live? Okay. This girl's brain circuit was really clear. Turning his head, he glanced at Cheng Yao's cell phone screen and found that she was already broadcasting live. Screen and realized that she was already live streaming at the moment, and the number of people in the room was still very high, already exceeding 6 digits.
Why are there so many people in your live room? Wang Xian was a bit puzzled.
This girl is born beautiful, hundreds of thousands of people is not a trivial matter. Cheng Yao said with a smug face.
He. Wang Xian threw Cheng Yao a disdainful look.
Although this girl had a good base, if it wasn't for the flower god's transfer, this girl would still be a pair of A ranks right now, a little girl who hadn't grown at all.
Uncle, what do you mean? Wang Xian's eyes made Cheng Yao explode right then and there. Did she say anything wrong?
One must know that her cousin Nangong Dance, who was known as the #1 beauty in the imperial capital, was not even as pretty as her right now. Brother-in-law, don't listen to her nonsense. Those hundreds of thousands of people, she attracted them after she swiped hundreds of thousands of dragon coins for herself. It's just too shameless. Sujuan opened his mouth and demolished what Cheng Yao had just said.
Xiaojuan, I'll fight you.
The lie was demolished. Cheng Yao was instantly infuriated, throwing her cell phone aside and pouncing towards Sujuan. Night fell, and the time once again came to the early hours of the morning. This time, the crowd didn't head directly to the crop field to practice, but instead walked together in the alleyways of the village. They were going to scare the ghosts. Sujuan, Cheng Yao, both of whom were covered in equipment, walked at the front of the group with an excited look on their faces as they looked around. Nangong Dance, Fengluoli, and Yurisheng were just holding a mahogany sword and yellow talisman in their hands. They really had no way to do what Su Jing and Cheng Yao did, wearing a surplice and Taiji Bagua robe, with a mahogany sword in their left hand, and a pestle and mortar in their right hand. It was too shameful. Wang Xian walked at the end, holding his cell phone to film Cheng Yao and Sujuan.
He became the cameraman.
As for Dad and Mom, they didn't follow, but just told Wang Xian to just call them when practicing. There were a lot of people in Cheng Yao's live broadcast room, and it had broken through to 7 digits, and Wang Xian didn't know if the number was real or fake. Wang Xian was dazzled by the dense pop-ups, but the focus of these people was not on Cheng Yao and Sujin's ghost scaring plan at all. Instead, they were all discussing how beautiful Cheng Yao was. Then, by the way, they expressed their deep envy and jealousy towards Wang Xian, the cameraman who made occasional appearances. Shoo! Wang Xian stopped and made a silencing gesture to the Nangong dance trio beside him. There was a big difference between the ghosts in the village and the ghosts in the crop fields. Most of the ghosts in the crop fields were wandering souls, and the image of a wandering soul was a vague and illusory silhouette. The ones in the village were different. The level of these ghosts was between 0 to 10, and their magic attack power was extremely low, and their life value was also very low. It was as if they were specialized in delivering experience, or perhaps scaring and being scared. The images of these ghosts were also more in line with various folklore, what with starving ghosts, hanging ghosts, water ghosts, long-haired ghosts, bridal ghosts, ghosts of the unjustly dead, and so on. In short, the images were much more terrifying than the wandering ghosts in the crop fields. At this moment, Wang Xian made a silent gesture to Nangong Dance's trio because, behind Sujin and Cheng Yao, a bride ghost appeared.
Nangong Dance gave Wang Xian a look. Wang Xian understood in seconds.
This was Nangong Dance asking him if he wanted to remind Sujuan and Cheng Yao.
Wang Xian shook his head, signaling that he must not.
Nangong Dance glared at Wang Xian without any good reason, but did not make a sound to remind Sujuan and Cheng Yao. The densely packed pop-ups in the live broadcast room also stopped, seemingly all holding their breath in anticipation of what would happen next. Ghosts appeared behind the people who wanted to scare the ghosts, while the people who wanted to scare the ghosts were still oblivious. Especially, these two people who wanted to scare the ghost. One was a cute girl who was a bit naturally dumb, and the other was a big beauty who was a bit middle-aged.
Expectation. Looking forward to it too much. P.S. Yao Yao, have you felt some coldness behind you? Sujuan stopped her steps and swallowed a mouthful of water, although she said that she had already accepted the existence of ghosts, and also prepared the information that she would scare the ghosts, but when she was really confronted, she still panicked a little. I also feel it. Xiaojuan, don't be afraid, we have so many ghost-repelling things on us, it's only right that the ghosts are afraid of us. Wait, I'll count 1, 2, 3, we'll turn around together, okay? Cheng Yao similarly gulped. Aha, then let's count together. Sujin desperately nodded his little head. 1, 2, 3.
After counting to 3, Chang Yao and Su Jin simultaneously spread their feet and ran forward.
Yao Yao, you liar, where's the promised turn? Su Juan shouted. Didn't you not turn around yourself? Chang Yao also shouted. The two women ran as fast as they could, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared in front of the crowd.
Wang Xian. Nangong dance. Feng Luoli. Yu Ruoshang. The audience in the live broadcast room. What happened to the promised ghost scare? Without even having the courage to turn around and look at the ghost, they just ran away. Do you guys still want to scare ghosts?
Wang Xian looked at the three of them. Nangong dance.
The three of them immediately shook their heads. They also understood that these so-called ghost-repelling things were of no use at all to ghosts. More importantly, the ghosts in the village were far too scary compared to the ghosts in the crop fields.
In that case, let's continue to go practice.
Wang Xian turned around and walked towards the direction of his home. If there were no accidents, Chang Yao and Su Juan both should have gone to his home. As expected, when Wang Xian returned home, he saw the two of them, Chang Yao and Su Juan, flopping in their mom's arms, their little faces that pale.
Isn't this the ghost-scaring duo?
Did you scare a ghost?
Why do I feel like I'm being scared by a ghost? Wang Xian looked at Chang Yao and Su Jin flirtatiously.
The two girls glared fiercely at Wang Xian. Although the two of them didn't see what kind of ghost was behind them before, they saw other ghosts on the way running back. It was a ghost hanging on a wire with a long, drawn-out tongue, bulging eyes, and an incomparably hideous face. Especially since the ghost was also making creepy laughs at them. Horror!
It was too scary. Bastard boy, what are you talking about? Old mom also glared at Wang Xian.
Wang Xian bristled. Ever since Su Jin came to his house, to Chang Yao and the others coming to his house, his status had dropped again and again.
Let's go practice. I'll go get dad. Wang Xian turned around and went into the house. 5 days later,
Wang Xian's level had come to level 22, Su Juan was also level 22, and everyone else was level 20. It couldn't be helped, as long as Su Juan's level exceeded Wang Xian's, the mercy still was ineffective on her, and her level naturally slowed down. Therefore, despite having the experience boost from the talent, Goddess of Fortune's favor, her level was still the same as Wang Xian's. It was worth mentioning that after these days of non-stop monster brushing and practicing, the leveling charts of the Dragon Kingdom were almost completely occupied by Wang Xian and the others. On the world rankings list, Su Juan occupied the top spot, Wang Xian was second, and the rest were all clear level 21.
Uncle, tonight is Tanabata, can we not go leveling?
At the dinner table, Chang Yao looked at Wang Xian with some anticipation.
Wang Xian glanced at her and said, what's wrong with Tanabata? Does it affect you from brushing monsters and practicing?
During the Ghost Gate opening, the number of ghosts was high, the experience was high, and there were point rewards, so how could he waste such a good opportunity?
But, today is Valentine's Day, Chang Yao immediately said.
Wang Xian said, who told you that today is Valentine's Day? Today is just Tanabata, not Valentine's Day.
Isn't Tanabata just Valentine's Day?
Chang Yao had a puzzled look on her face and said, looking her gaze towards the others. Yao, Tanabata is also known as the 7 Coincidences Festival, 7 Sisters Festival, Daughters Festival, Begging Festival, 7 Nymphets Meeting and so on. The so-called Tanabata Valentine's Day is just a new meaning given to it by the modern society.
Nangong Dance smiled and Chang Yao explained. So that's how it is, I thought it was always Valentine's Day.
Chang Yao muttered. Uncle, the Ghost Gate that opened on July 1st belongs to the mid-year festival event, so isn't Tanabata going to open an event as well? Nangong Dance suddenly turned her head to Wang Xian and asked with a smile.
Of course, Tanabata is naturally to open the activity.
Wang Xian subconsciously was about to say the activities that would be opened on Tanabata, but just after saying a few words, he felt that something was wrong.
Nangong Dance was swindling him.
Especially the smile on Nangong Dance's face at this moment made Wang Xian's goosebumps rise.
Uncle, why don't you stop talking about what activity is going to be opened on Tanabata? The smile on Nangong Dance's face became even more intriguing.
Without what happened just now, the smile on Nangong Dance's face at this moment was enough to mesmerize any man, and it could also mesmerize Wang Xian. But at this moment, Wang Xian bared his teeth for a moment, and even had the urge to pick up a certain plate of hot food on the table and paste it onto Nangong Dance's face. Cough cough, I mean, since there are activities for the Mid-Yuan festival, it's only natural that there should be activities for the Tanabata festival as well.
Wang Xian coughed lightly and hurriedly explained.
Oh. Nangong Dance pulled in a long accent and let out an oh, once again smiling at Wang Xian, but didn't say anything else and focused on eating her meal. Seeing this, Wang Xian naturally didn't say anything, burying his head and picking up his meal, but inwardly, he made the decision to hurry up and whisk Nangong Dance away as soon as the activities of the Mid-Yuan festival were over, and to try not to talk to Nangong Dance as much as he could during this period of time.
Insidious. Too insidious. This woman was simply bad.
As soon as the early hours of the morning passed, the sound of the system announcement arrived as promised.
the Tanabata festival event opened.
The Tanabata event only lasted for one day, and even if it opened now, it wouldn't officially begin until the evening.
There were 3 elements to the event. The first one, begging for a coincidence.
Those who possessed the tailoring technique could send a prayer to the weaving maiden, and doing so would allow the experience of the tailoring technique to gain an increase.
The second one, cowherd and weaving maiden tears.
Rumor has it that when the cowherd and the weaving maiden reunite, they leave behind tears, and people can catch these tears. Before data mining, the so-called tears were due. After data mining, tears have properties. After taking it, it could enchant the person who took it with a buff that lasted for 24 hours, increasing the person who took its altered state resistance and agility. The third, marriage blessing. On the night of Tanabata, the virtual shadows of the cowherd and the weaving maiden would appear, and there would also be countless comedies that resembled the coalescence of starlight to build a bridge between the two. When the cowherd and the weaving maiden's shadows meet, 10 blessings will be bestowed. Each blessing is also a buff, only it is a permanent buff. Buffs are buffs that only take effect for a double. The duo would gain a continuous blood recovery status, restoring 1% of their maximum life value every 60 seconds. Only, this buff also had a counterintuitive setting. Once the two parties receiving the presence of the buff are no longer in love, then this buff will be transformed into a debuff, and the effect will have to become 10 times bigger, turning into a loss of 10% of maximum life value every 60 seconds. Breaking my promise, I only updated one chapter, my back hurts and I can't get up straight. I have to go to work early in the morning, so I'll take a rest first, and I'll make up for it tomorrow. As for how this permanent buff determines whether or not the two parties receiving the marriage blessing continue to be in love, Wang Xian had no idea. In his last life, he had experienced 3 Tanabata events, and during these 3 Tanabata events, the cowherd and weaving maiden had bestowed a total of 30 marriage blessings. However, of the 30 blessings, only 2 pairs of lovers accepted them, while the remaining 28 blessings were all rejected.
Wang Xian had once witnessed a couple rejecting a marriage blessing.
The final scene, tisk tsk. After another 6 hours of brushing ghosts, the crowd returned home, exhausted. The crowd's levels had all come to above level 20, and the target for leveling had changed from level 15 to 20 wandering souls to level 21 to 25 grudge souls. Spiteful souls were much harder to kill than wandering souls, and even worse, the spiteful souls had a group attack skill, so if they were not careful, someone would have to die. Fortunately, Chang Yao's Willow Darkness is a resurrection skill that allows everyone to practice safely. By the way, under the blessing of the mythic rank talent, Divine Grace, the duration of the Willow Blossom Brightening mark had increased from 3,600 seconds to 36,000 seconds, which was 10 hours.
Terrifying as hell.
It was just that even without the threat of death, the crowd's practicing efficiency had dropped, and aside from the fact that Wang Xian hadn't been adding free attribute points, there was also the fact that the crowd's damage, when faced with the spiteful souls, had been greatly reduced. Now most of the damage against the spiteful souls was dealt by Chang Yao.
Home, evening, dinner table. You guys will go to the Tanabata event after you go eat in a while. I have some things to do, so I won't be joining you.
Wang Xian put down his rice bowl and said to the crowd.
Uncle, what is it? There's something about you everywhere.
Wang Xian glared at Chang Yao's who asked the question and said to the others, I'm done eating, you guys continue eating. After saying that, Wang Xian left the dining table and came to the courtyard, climbing up to the roof by climbing through the window. Lying on top of the roof, he looked at the stars in the sky. The datamined starry sky was as if it had returned to the ancient times. Clear, boundless, and a distant river of stars came into view. Only, facing such a beautiful starry sky, Wang Xian fell into endless confusion. After he was reborn, before data mining came, he had an endless burning ambition.
Become the topmost powerhouse. Raid mythic level copies.
Turning the tide in the future national war, completely destroying the country that dared to launch a national war against the Dragon Kingdom, as well as those countries that had fallen into the well. In the end, with his beloved, traveled through thousands of mountains and rivers. Nowadays, although these ambitions had yet to be realized, as long as it kept going like this, he could do it all. All the ambitions that he once had were about to be realized, so it was reasonable that Wang Xian should be happy, but Wang Xian wasn't, he was confused. The horrifying bonus to the basic attributes of the sacrifice profession and the existence of the skill, mastery, had put him at a fork in the road of his future direction. The existence of the skill, compassion, had in turn caused him to abandon most of his previous plans. If these only left Wang Xian a little confused, then obtaining a new talent at level 20 left Wang Xian completely and utterly in a state of confusion.
Human King Soul, Taboo Level. Attributes.
1. When taking damage, damage result minus 20%. 2. When you join a guild, when a guild member takes damage, damage result minus 10%. 3. When you are recognized by your kingdom, Dragon Kingdom, to the extent of 70%, your kingdom, Dragon Kingdom, recognizes you with minus 10% damage result when taking damage. 4. When you are recognized by your people's race, Bluestar, at 80%, and your people's race, Bluestar, that recognizes you are taking damage, damage result minus 5%. V. When you are recognized by the human race at 90%, recognize your human race at minus 5% of the damage result when taking damage, and gain a doubling of the effects of the first 4 attributes. The first attribute of Human King's Soul really wasn't that strong, and when listed alone, it was a legendary level talent. However, the third and fourth were a bit exaggerated. One was that all the people of the Dragon Kingdom gained a damage reduction effect. One was that all the people of the human race gained a damage reduction effect. Also, there was the fourth and fifth articles that leaked out information that made Wang Xian think of certain possibilities, only that speculation was too far away from Wang Xian to give it much thought. Finally, there was the so-called recognition. What was going on? Could it be becoming a human king like the name of this talent? Wang Xian really wasn't interested. Alas! Looking at the deep starry sky, Wang Xian sighed. Not knowing how long had passed, a voice with a flirtatious tone suddenly rang in Wang Xian's ears. Aya, isn't this the future #1 powerhouse? Why is he hiding here sighing? Wang Xian did not turn his head, his gaze was still looking at the starry sky, and from the voice, he could already hear who the person was. Nangong Dance. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Nangong Dance lightly stepped to Wang Xian's side and sat down, looking down at Wang Xian, a stunningly beautiful face instantly reflected in Wang Xian's eyes. You're blocking me from looking at the stars. Wang Xian expressionlessly pushed Nangong Dance's head away. Uncle, you're very insensitive. Nangong Dance was slightly dissatisfied as she lined Wang Xian's hand up. Jussie, it's a very rude thing to ha to a girl. Oh, uncle, you. Something to say. Wang Xian interrupted Nangong Dance's words, not believing that Nangong Dance just specifically ran to flirt with him. This woman was sinister. Uncle is still very smart. Nangong Dance laughed. Wang Xian didn't say anything. He was afraid that too many words would be lost. Seeing this, the smile on Nangong Dance's face became even brighter. Following Wang Xian's example, Nangong Dance also laid down on top of the roof. The dream is about to be realized. Uncle, are you feeling lost? How do you know? Wang Xian sat up in surprise and turned around to ask Nangong Dance why he knew, but his voice was getting lower and lower. At this moment, Nangong Dance was staring at the starry sky with her head resting on her hands, a pair of beautiful eyes reflecting the starry river in the sky, the corner of her mouth slightly upturned, and the brisk summer wind messed up a trace of her hair, falling on her flawless face. Wang Xian was lost in thought. Because I've been there too. Uncle's current appearance is just like when I first took over the family group. At that instant, I also felt like there was no desire to struggle in life anymore. When I didn't do in that position, I worked desperately hard, but when I stood out from the family and sat in that position, all that was left was emptiness. When Nangong Dance spoke, Wang Xian had already recovered from his state of disorientation. Before, although Nangong Dance's appearance had stunned him, he had long gotten used to it in the past few days, not to mention that there was an even more beautiful Changyao. Uncle, you have to understand that dreams are infinite. Since the previous dream is already coming true, why not give yourself a new dream? For example, getting out of the Bluestar and stepping out into the stars of this sky. Without waiting for Wang Xian to say anything, Nangong Dance raised her right hand and pointed at the starry sky and said, stepping out of the Bluestar and stepping all over the stars in the sky? Looking at the countless stars, Wang Xian turned his head and murmured softly, and his eyes grew brighter. Yup. Since the dream was already coming true, give yourself a new dream. Only those who have a dream will not be lost. At this moment, Wang Xian also identified his new dream, which was this endless sea of stars. Thank you. Wang Xian incomparably earnestly thanked Nangong Dance. Just now Nangong Dance's words completely woke up him who was caught in a bull's eye. Nangong Dance sat up and asked with a smile, figured it out? Figured it out. Wang Xian responded with a smile. The confusion in his heart subsided by 70 to 80%, the remaining was the direction of his future career, and this was not something Nangong Dance could help him with. Uncle, do you know what will bring us to Jicheng? Nangong Dance suddenly opened his mouth and asked a question that made Wang Xian uncertain. Wang Xian shook his head decisively. He was actually quite curious about this question. Nangong Dance didn't say anything, but instead took out a thumb-thin, dry branch about half a meter long from within her backpack and handed it to Wang Xian. What is this? Wang Xian was puzzled and received the branch in his hands. Uncle, look at its attributes. Nangong Dance reminded. What good attributes could a dried-up tree branch have? Wang Xian looked at the branch in his hand with doubt. When Wang Xian looked at the branch's attributes clearly, he was left with nothing but intense shock. Branch of Ancient Samuel of Shanin, Epic Grade. Attribute, in the early hours of July 14th, holding this branch under the ancient acacia tree of Shanin will result in a blessing. Shanin Ancient Acacia? Wang Xian was naturally no stranger to it. It was a very famous ancient acacia tree in Jicheng, but there was no one in Jicheng who didn't know about it.
Rumor has it that the age of this ancient acacia tree is more than 2,000 years old, appeared earlier than the city of Ji, and the city of Ji also has many legends about this ancient acacia tree. However, this ancient acacia tree transformed into a flamboyant young man and disappeared not long after the beginning of datamorphosis, very similar to a certain legend about the ancient acacia tree in the middle of Ji City. In his last life, when Wang Xian returned to Ji City, he also went to see, etc. Wang Xian suddenly froze in place. He suddenly remembered this thing that he had overlooked. This ancient acacia tree in Ji City hadn't disappeared yet. Could it be that this branch was what caused the ancient acacia tree to transform and disappear? Uncle, it seems like you've remembered certain things again? Nangong Dance's voice rang out. Wang Xian didn't move and returned the branch to Nangong Dance and automatically ignored what she had just said and asked, "Why are you showing me this thing? Aren't you afraid I'll snatch it?" "Of course I'm afraid, but I'm just a weak woman, so if Uncle wants to rob it, there's no way for me to resist." Nangong Dance revealed an "I'm so scared" look. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth tugged, and he said in a good-natured manner, "Get to the point." "How boring." Nangong Dance muttered and said, "We came to Ji City for the purpose of the blessing stated in the attributes of this tree branch, an epic level item. The blessing attached to it must be extraordinary." "And then?" "The acacia tree is also known as the ghost tree. Now that the ghost gate is open, I guess that near that ancient acacia of Shanin there must be many powerful ghosts exist. I'm afraid of accidents. I want Uncle to help me under us." Wang Xian did not make a sound, but fell into deep thought. He thought of the talent issues of Nangong Dance, Yurisheng, and Fengluoli. Perhaps Fengluoli and Yurisheng's talents that had been circulated without a PMAP were epic level, and it was the blessing of this ancient acacia of Shanin that had turned their talents into epic level. And Nangong Dance's talent shouldn't be ordinary grade either, it should probably also belong to also be epic grade. Otherwise, just a Phoenix Heavenly Maiden hidden profession would really make it hard for her to become the #1 mage in the Dragon Kingdom. For example, the hidden profession Lord of the Stars that could summon thousands of shooting stars, just by looking at the strength of the profession, it was definitely not weaker than the Phoenix Heavenly Maiden. But the truth was indeed that Lord of the Stars was not a match for Nangong Dance at all. From this, countless people speculated that Nangong Dance's talent was very powerful and had greatly added to the hidden profession Phoenix Celestial Maiden, which allowed the Phoenix Celestial Maiden to crush the Lord of Stars. Looking at Wang Xian, who was in deep thought, Nangong Dance had a black line on her face. She knew that Wang Xian's body had countless secrets. However, as a person with countless secrets, shouldn't he be happy and angry? For this reason, Nangong Dance felt that she needed to remind this man. "Uncle? What's wrong?" Nangong Dance's voice roused Wang Xian from his contemplation, looking at Nangong Dance with a confused expression. There were more black lines on Nangong Dance's face. "Uncle, what do you think a person should do if they have a lot of secrets and don't want others to know?" Nangong Dance asked. "What do you mean?" Wang Xian calmly looked at Nangong Dance, his inner heart panicked. Could it be that the matter of rebirth had been discovered by Nangong Dance? "Uncle, everyone has secrets, but can you stop hanging on to the fact that I have a secret? Your eyes and expression right now, it's as if you have 4 big words written all over your face." Wang Xian immediately asked, "What big words?" Nangong Dance said without a trace of anger, "I have secrets in 4 big words." She was simply going to be furious. She had never seen such a stupid person. "Have you?" Wang Xian subconsciously touched his face. "Uncle, you're hopeless." Nangong Dance looked like she was completely defeated by Wang Xian, slapped her forehead, turned around and jumped off the roof, leaving Wang Xian alone in the wind. 6 days later, Wang Xian's level had increased to level 27, Su Zhuan was also at level 27, and everyone else had reached level 25. A group of people, sitting on electric tricycles, drove towards the city. The destination, naturally, was the Shanin Ancient Acacia. Underneath the Shanin Ancient Samuel tree, Wang Xian moved his hand away from the body of the ancient acacia tree with a shocked face. At this moment, his mind was in chaos, with only the attributes of this Shanin ancient acacia tree in front of him remaining clearly visible. Ancient acacia of Shanin, epic level. Status, in metamorphosis. Description, originally an ordinary tree, after a long baptism of years and absorbing countless power of faith, it gradually metamorphosed into a spirit tree. Destroyed by a thunderbolt, after being reborn, it produces a metamorphosis, and after the metamorphosis is complete, it will evolve into the mythic level. Wang Xian couldn't believe that this ancient acacia tree, which had accompanied Ji City for thousands of years, was actually going to evolve into a mythical level. The description in the attributes was not unfamiliar to Wang Xian at all. That the so-called destruction through the thunderbolt should have been the thing that happened in 92 years. At that time, this 1,000-year-old acacia was destroyed by thunder falling from the sky, and the people of Jiqing were still saddened by it. However, not long afterward, this ancient acacia tree once again exuded a strong vitality. Late night, 23:55. Wang Xian and the others stood 100 meters away from the ancient acacia tree.
They had already inquired clearly that at dawn, when the ghost gate opened, countless stern ghosts would flock here and frantically attack the ancient acacia tree. The lie ghosts were wild monsters that were even more powerful than the grieving souls, with the lowest level reaching above level 30. Moreover, these lie ghosts also broke the restriction that ghosts couldn't actively attack people, but any creature that was close to 100 meters of the ancient acacia tree would become the target of the lie ghosts' attacks. All cheer up, it's going to be early in the morning. Wang Xian opened his mouth to remind the crowd. The crowd answered. Time passed by second, it would soon be 12 o'clock. Who? Wang Xian turned around violently, his eyes looking at the doorway of a building. Only, there was no response. Uncle, what's wrong? Is there someone there? Nangong Dance immediately asked. At this time, she didn't want to cause trouble. Come out. Seeing no response, Wang Xian condensed a fireball in his hand and smashed it on the steps in front of the doorway. Don't, we'll just come out. A female voice rang out from the doorway. Soon, two women around 20 years old appeared in front of the crowd. Surprisingly, it was them. Wang Xian's expression stared as he recognized these two women. Flower god Changyao was surrounded by four guards: wind, flower, snow, and moon. Wind was Wind Luoli, and moon was Moon Russian. And these two women are the remaining flower and snow among the four guards. Flower thinking. Snow Fangfei. Looking at the two, Wang Xian rubbed his chin. This was interesting. Changyao's wind, flower, snow and moon four guards were now considered to be assembled, but what was just a bit unexpected to Wang Xian was that flower and snow actually appeared under these circumstances. Who are you guys? Why did you appear here? Feng Luoli and Yu Ruoshang stepped forward together, their eyes coldly staring at Flower thinking Rong and Shui Fangfei. We are just passing by. Hua Huanyang said weakly. Crowd. That's something to fool the ghosts. Rong, don't be afraid, it's not like we did anything wrong. Shui Fangfei patted Hua Huanyang's shoulder and comforted her before turning to look at the crowd and said, what do you care who we are? Are we in your way? Crowd. This woman is afraid that she doesn't know what is called trouble comes out of the mouth, right? Originally there was nothing going on, but this woman's words and tone of voice can also straighten out something. What are you doing? Want to kill to silence? Come on, I can resurrect anyway. Not waiting for the crowd to speak, Shui Fangfei said again. Crowd. When did they want to kill in silence? What? I got you, let me tell you, you killed us today, sooner or later I'll come back to take revenge on you one day, come on. Shui Fangfei looked at the crowd with a face of death. Crowd. What the hell is this expression? Ha ha ha. Wang Xian directly laughed out. He thought of something about Shui Fangfei in his last life. Every time someone tried to get close to and pursue Changyao, Shui Fangfei would be just like now. Her words were constant and she disliked that person to the point where she had nothing to say. Many people hated Shui Fangfei with a passion, but what could they do then? Fight? Don't start playing. Laughing, as one of Changyao's four guards, her own strength was extremely powerful. More importantly, if you made a move against her, a lot of things would be unclear. The Phoenix Dance Nine Heavens Guild might list you as one of the people who are unsettled towards Changyao. The consequences of that, one can only imagine. What are you laughing at, lewd old man? Seeing Wang Xian laughing out loud, Shui Fangfei disliked him. Wang Xian's laughter came to an abrupt end. Ha 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 ha. Other people's laughter rang out. Uncle, you're actually a lewd old man in the eyes of others, ha 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 ha. Changyao laughed the most excessively and directly fell down in Nangong Dance's arms with laughter. Wang Xian bared his teeth for a while. He didn't just not shave for a few days. How did he become an old man? However, now was not the time to fight with Shui Fangfei. It was about to be early morning. You two, come here. Wang Xian shouted at the two of them, Shui Fangfei and Hua Shangrong. These two people were now within 100 meters of the ancient acacia tree. If they didn't get out of this range and a stern ghost suddenly appeared beside them, the two of them would definitely perish. Wang Xian didn't want that. Why should we go over if you want us to? Shui Fangfei gave Wang Xian a disdainful look. Really not coming over? A fireball once again appeared in Wang Xian's hand and smashed near Shui Fangfei. Shui Fangfei. With endless suffocation, Shui Fangfei held Hua Shangrong's hand and came to the side of the crowd. Bang! Wang Xian struck Shui Fangfei's head with a popping chestnut. You! Shui Fangfei was instantly furious, but after seeing the lightning that appeared in Wang Xian's hand, she immediately wimped out and could only curse Wang Xian in her heart but constantly. Take it out. Wang Xian extended his hand to Shui Fangfei's face. Take out what? I don't understand what you're saying. Shui Fangfei's eyes became flustered. Seeing Shui Fangfei look like this, Wang Xian instantly knew that his guess was true. Show her. Wang Xian looked to Nangong Dance. Nangong Dance was slightly stunned before she understood what Wang Xian meant and took the branch of the ancient acacia of Shanin out from within her backpack. Shui Fangfei instantly froze. Sister, you actually have one too. Hua Shangyang opened her small mouth and looked at the branch in Nangong Dance's hand in surprise.
You little fool, why did you just say it? Xue Fangfei glared at Hua Wanyong with hatred.
Originally, she could still die without admitting it, but now it's good, her old self has all been explained.
GGG. Miserable wailing sounds suddenly resounded, a gust of gloomy wind suddenly appeared, and countless terrifying figures descended.
The wee hours of the morning had arrived. Without hesitation, Wang Xian immediately sent out a group invitation to Hua Wanyong and Xue Fangfei. The two accepted the invitation even though they were puzzled. They also realized that it seemed like they had misunderstood. Wang Xian and the others did not have any malicious intent towards them, everything was just overthinking on their part.
Yao Yao! Wang Xian immediately shouted. Understood.
Chen Yao answered and waved her right hand. Countless illusory and beautiful flowers appeared, spinning continuously around the crowd.
Ding! You have received the blessing of 100 flowers, increasing your full attributes by 15% for 6,000 seconds.
A system beep sounded in the ears of the crowd. Chen Yao's 100 flowers blessing skill had been upgraded after constant use, and the attributes boosted had changed from 10% to 15%. Wang Xian and the others were naturally not surprised, but Xue Fangfei and Hua Qianrong were shocked.
Uncle, I suddenly received a quest. Nangong Dance's voice suddenly rang out.
A quest?
Send it out for me to take a look. Wang Xian was surprised and even a little excited.
Before entering the main city, there was basically nothing that could be taken, and the only quests that could be taken were the hidden professions transfer quests.
Could it be that Nangong Dance had received the Phoenix Heavenly Maiden's transfer quest? Mission, Shanin Ancient Samuel's call for help.
Description: the metamorphosis of the Mountainine Ancient Samuel has reached a critical moment, and is unable to cope with the attacks of the Lich Ghosts. Protect the Mountainine Ancient Samuel until the metamorphosis is complete.
Reward, unknown.
Seeing the quest publicized by Nangong Dance, Wang Xian was a little disappointed that it wasn't actually the Phoenix Heavenly Maiden's transfer quest.
Uncle, this quest seems to be a bit difficult. Nangong Dance said with a frown. Somewhat difficult? Do you have a big misunderstanding of the word somewhat? Wang Xian looked at Nangong Dance speechlessly. The level of the Lich Ghosts exceeded level 30,
and nowadays, among the crowd, the highest level was only level 27, and besides him and Cheng Yao, it was estimated that everyone else would die if they were touched by the Lich Ghosts. Even with Cheng Yao's Willow Darkness skill, it could only revive the crowd once. The possibility of completing this mission was zero. As for the reward of this quest, it should be the reset talent, and this quest should also be the twist of fate regarding Nangong Dance and the others. It was just that, in their last life, Nangong Dance and the others were definitely not as high as their current level, and without him by their side, their strength was definitely very, very weak.
With the strength of Nangong Dance and the others, how did they accomplish this mission? Just as Wang Xian was thinking of various possible ways to complete the quest, Hua Wanyong's voice suddenly rang out. Sister, the attributes of this branch of mine have changed, has yours changed? Attributes changed?
Wang Xian's heart suddenly lit up, perhaps this was the key to completing this mission.
What has changed in the attributes? Wang Xian immediately got in front of Flower thinking wrong. Hey, what do you want?
Xue Fangfei scurried out, separating Wang Xian and Hua Wanyong, and looked at Wang Xian with a wary expression. Wang Xian had a black line on his face, he just wanted to look at the properties of the tree branch.
Uncle, take a look.
At this moment, Nangong Dance handed the tree branch to Wang Xian.
Branch of the Ancient Acacia of Shanin, Epic Grade.
Attribute, can be used actively, randomly increases the level of a skill after use, can be increased by a minimum of 30 levels, duration 1 hour. After reading the attributes of the tree branch clearly, Wang Xian was speechless for a long time. After datamining Bluestar, there was no level cap on skills, and even a basic skill that was practiced to a high enough level would be unimaginably powerful. However, wanting to raise a basic skill to that level was just too hard and too difficult. The higher the level of the skill, the longer it took. Especially after the skill's level was raised to level 10, trying to raise it by one level would take even longer than the time it took to raise it from level 0 to level 10. However, even if a basic skill was raised to level 11, it was much weaker than a level 1 intermediate skill. Unless, it was possible to level up a skill to level 30, then the skill would undergo a qualitative change. I remembered that in my last life, there was a one-dimensional mage who had been using fireball spells and had leveled them up to level 30, and the power of the fireball spells was directly comparable to the high-level spells that a mage could only learn after level 100. That mage also jumped from an ordinary professional to a top professional with his fireball spell. As for why, a level 30 fireball spell was about as powerful as advanced magic, but it was a basic magic. Short cooldown and low consumption were the advantages of basic magic. Moreover, that guy had gotten a haste outfit that reduced the cooldown of fireball from 5 seconds to 2 seconds. Can one not become a top-tier professional by releasing a virtually consume less advanced magic in 2 seconds? Many people saw this and naturally started imitating it, but then they all gave up. It was too slow to raise the level of a skill after it reached level 10, and it was a far cry to raise it to level 30. The reason why that mage had raised his fireball to level 30 also had a lot to do with his talent, which allowed him to rapidly increase the proficiency of his skills. Skills above level 30 and skills below level 30 were two completely different concepts. Yao, use this. Wang Xian handed over the branch of the ancient acacia of Shanin to Cheng Yao. If there were no accidents in his last life, the one who used this branch was Cheng Yao, and the skill that Cheng Yao improved must also be the 100 Flowers contest, gain skill. Only this possibility would have allowed Nangong Dance and the others to accomplish this in their last life. As for why Wang Xian didn't use it himself, it was really because he had a bit too many skills, and this thing couldn't be specified to raise the level of a certain skill. In case it was on a physical skill that was raised, then it would be a complete tragedy. Uncle, I use it? Cheng Yao looked at the attributes of the ancient Samuel's branch, clearly, with a face of disbelief. In her opinion, this thing should be used by Wang Xian to be the most suitable. The others also had a puzzled look on their faces. They were just like Cheng Yao. They all thought that it would be most appropriate for a Wang Xian to use it. Use it when I tell you to, where's all the nonsense? Wang Xian glared at Cheng Yao. Didn't he see that those severe ghosts should have started attacking the ancient acacia tree? Why did he still ask so many questions? Oh, Cheng Yao answered with a somewhat aggravated voice. If you want her to use it, then she can use it. Why are you glaring at her? Can't you just say it properly? With a flash of cyan light, the tree branch in Cheng Yao's hand disappeared. Which skill level was raised? Wang Xian immediately asked. Cheng Yao said, Willow Darkness. Wang Xian's brows immediately furrowed. How could it be, Willow Darkness? It should be, 100 Flowers contesting, that's right. After contemplating for a few seconds, Wang Xian fiercely looked at Flower thinking wrong. Give me that branch of yours. Why should I give it to you? Before Hua Wanyong could say anything, Xue Fengfei grabbed the opportunity to say, you should have received the mission as well. If you want to complete this mission, give us the tree branch. Wang Xian said very seriously. Rong, don't listen to this lewd old man, he is definitely trying to cheat the things away from you, then. Alright, Fifi, I know what to do. Without waiting for Xue Fengfei to finish, Hua Qianrong interrupted her and handed over the branch of the ancient acacia of Shanin to Wang Xian. You little fool, why did you just hand the item over to him? Piss me off. Xue Fengfei was furious. Fifi, don't be angry, that tree branch is of no use for us to keep, we can only hand it over to. Hua Shangrong explained while calming Xue Fengfei. And at this time, Wang Xian had already handed over the branch to Cheng Yao once again. Uncle, can I not use it? Cheng Yao was crying. She already understood what Wang Xian meant, but she had so many skills, what if she couldn't meet Wang Xian's expectations? Wang Xian ignored Cheng Yao's expression and said, what do you think? Uncle, hurry up and use it, there's no time. Wang Xian glared at Cheng Yao again. Oh. Seeing this, Cheng Yao knew that there was no use in saying anything, and after closing her eyes and praying, she used the branch of the ancient acacia of Shanin again. Yay! It worked! Amidst the crowd's expectant eyes, Cheng Yao cheered. Although he had already guessed that it would succeed, Wang Xian was already a little excited when he received Cheng Yao's confirmation. Cheng Yao didn't hesitate and directly released the 100 Flowers contest, still again at the crowd. Ding! You have received the blessing of the 100 Flowers, increasing your full attributes by 600% for 6,000 seconds. 600%? Wang Xian's eyes instantly widened. He couldn't believe the system BP heard in his ears and hurriedly checked his attributes. Name, Wang Xian. Nickname, Immortal King. Race, human. Profession, sacrifice. Age, 24. Talents, learning, common, growth, taboo, sage, mythic, human king soul, taboo level. Level, 27. Experience, 25475/80000. HP, 28,800. MP, 20,700. Physical attack power, 3150 plus 35. Magic attack power, 2070. Strike, 0. Physical defense, 3660. Magic defense, 1830. Strength, 618 plus 3. Agility, 432. Spirit, 414. Physique, 576. Endurance, 732. Free attribute points, 85 plus 333. After looking at his attributes, only two words remained in Wang Xian's mind. Metamorphosis. His current attributes were even higher than the ones he had when he died in his last life, and that was even if he hadn't added free attribute points. He still had 418 free attribute points that he hadn't added, and if he added them at this moment, these attribute points of his would be equivalent to 2,508 free attribute points. Not only was Wang Xian shocked, everyone else was also very shocked, and everyone was admiring their magnificent attributes. Cough. Wang Xian coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention to himself.
With your current attributes, when you face the Lich Demons, I believe that even if you are attacked by the Lich Demons, you won't be seconded, but you still have to be careful. The number of Lich Demons is too many, so try to lean on me and Xiang Yao's side.
Got it.
N. The crowd responded in unison.
Even that little poisonous tongue, Shui Fangfei, looked very honest and obedient. She clearly recognized the gap between her and Wang Xian and the others, and understood that if she wanted to complete the mission, she could only rely on Wang Xian and the others.
Are they all ready? Wang Xian asked loudly. Ready. The crowd answered in unison once again, their voices filled with confidence. They had all seen their current attributes and couldn't afford not to be confident. Then I'll start the monster.
After Wang Xian finished speaking, he raised his right hand and a thunderbolt descended from the sky and struck a stern ghost.
-8,708.
A shocking number emerged from the stern ghost's head.
Immediately afterward, the ghost instantly flew away.
Aside from Wang Xian, all the others were stunned.
What did they see? 8,000 plus damage. Were they blind? What are you waiting for? Attack. Wang Xian looked at the stunned crowd and said helplessly.
Wang Xian actually knew that the crowd was stunned by the damage he dealt. But this damage was really not much, even they, themselves, could do it. Hearing Wang Xian's words, Nangong Dance subconsciously coalesced a fireball and struck towards a stern ghost not far away. That stern ghost let out a miserable wail, and was also immortalized in the flames. -5,688. A number that wasn't as good as the one Wang Xian had hit, but was equally shocking, surfaced. See, you guys can hit with this kind of damage, try it too.
Wang Xian smiled and looked towards the remaining few mages.
As soon as the words fell, the several mages all began to launch attacks towards the stern ghosts. They couldn't wait.
-6,282. Fireball spell from Su Zhuan. -2,523.
Wind blade from Feng Luoli.
-2,279.
Ice rib spike from Moonrush.
-2,242.
Water ball spell from Flower Thinking.
Su Zhuan's fireball spell directly killed the night ghost in seconds.
The remaining three, since their magic did not add to the Lich Ghost, their damage was a bit low and did not directly spike the Lich Ghost like Wang Xian, Nangong Dance, and Su Zhuan did. When the Lich was attacked, it let out a creepy scream from its mouth and whistled as it lunged towards the three of them. Seeing this, Wang Xian waved his right hand and 5 black fireballs appeared and shot towards the 3 stern ghosts.
-3,740. -3,740. 3740 to 3740.
The black fireballs hit the night ghosts, and the night ghosts that only had more than half of their blood left, died one after another, which also made the three of them, Feng Luoli, breathe a sigh of relief. As for the skill that Wang Xian used just now, it was the skill book that the grieving souls had exploded a few days ago.
Underworld Fireball.
Gather 5 fireballs and inflict damage on 1 to 5 targets. Each fireball deals 100% magic attack damage.
Casting time, instantaneous. Power consumption, 300 MP. Cooldown time, 30 seconds.
A very superb skill that can be used as both a single high burst output skill and a group skill. The only pity was that the cooldown time was a bit long. Moreover, this Underworld Fireball was different from the E-Fireball technique, in that it didn't have an additional damage bonus for ghosts, so the damage dealt wasn't much. In fact, there was another, Underworld Fireball, skill book in Wang Xian's bag, but in addition to the requirement of being a mage, this skill book also required being a ghost. This also led to the fact that other than Wang Xian, there was no way for others to learn the Underworld Fireball, for the time being. Your magic skills don't have damage bonuses against the Li Ghosts, and you can't directly kill the Li Ghosts in seconds, so just cooperate a little bit, and focus on attacking one. Wang Xian said to Feng Luoli, Yu Ruoshang and Flower Thinking Rome. The three of them nodded their heads. Afterwards, Wang Xian looked at his old mom and Xiang Yao and said, Mom, you guys keep an eye on their blood level and heal them at any time. Yao will be responsible for the output first, and when my mom can't heal them, you'll be releasing that group healing skill of yours.
Son, don't worry. Uncle, no problem.
In the end, Wang Xian explained to and others some things to pay attention to when rushing to the ancient acacia tree.
Have you all memorized it? Wang Xian looked at the crowd and asked.
Remembered. Since we've memorized it, let's charge straight inside, and after we run under the ancient acacia tree, we'll do what I've just explained to you. The ancient acacia tree was only 100 meters away from the crowd. For that matter, running over there would only take 3 or 4 seconds. The agility attribute that had been strengthened was not just for show. Looking at the crowd, Wang Xian said, when I count to 3, start rushing. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the words fell, the crowd buried their heads towards the ancient acacia tree. Wang Xian ran at the end of the crowd, keeping an eye on the blood level of the crowd, and when he saw who had the lowest blood level, he would immediately release his magic skill to spike the Lich Demon attacking that person. After 4 seconds passed, the crowd flew to the ancient acacia tree. Several mages, with their backs against the ancient acacia tree, were constantly releasing magic on the surrounding night ghosts. Old Mom, on the other hand, was constantly releasing healing spells, restoring the blood of the crowd. Dat and Xue Fengfei are warriors, can only block in front of a few mages' dry eyes, as a meat shield. The two of them, although they cannot block the ghosts of the pounce, but can block the ghosts of the occasional release of skills. Wang Xian was also continuously releasing various magic skills. Just like this, it continued for 10 minutes without any slip-ups.
Son, I'm running out of blue. Mom's voice suddenly rang out. Wang Xian's expression suddenly changed. How could he have forgotten about the amount of blue? How much blue stars do you guys still have? Wang Xian immediately asked a few mages. I don't have much blue left either. Mine too.
The faces of the several mages weren't very pretty either. Their amount of blue was about to bottom out as well.
Damn it! Wang Xian cursed hatefully before looking at Nangong Dance and asking, has the quest changed?
Nangong Dance looked at the quest and then immediately said, there's a change, a countdown prompt has appeared. As long as we hold on for another 15 minutes, the quest will be completed.
15 minutes?
Wang Xian's face was unsightly. With the crowd's current amount of blue, not to mention 15 minutes, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to hold on for 5 minutes.
What to do? What should be done?
Wang Xian was getting anxious. He couldn't think of a way to complete the mission at all.
2 minutes passed. The blue levels of several mages and Mom were completely empty.
Among the crowd, only Wang Xian and Chang Yao still had blue.
Uncle, give up.
Nangong Dance's face was filled with frustration. She didn't want to give up either, but there was really no way out now.
Wang Xian didn't say anything and was still releasing magic continuously.
At the same time, he was also thinking about how Nangong Dance and the others had accomplished this task in his last life. Chang Yao had already given up on using Holy Light Strike on the Night Ghost at this time, and was using her recovery skills on the crowd with all her might.
Another 2 minutes passed. Wang Xian's blue level was also empty, leaving only Chang Yao with blue.
Wang Xian still hadn't thought of the way Nangong Dance had accomplished this quest in his previous life, and he gave up as well. This time, I'm afraid we're going to die here. Wang Xian said to the crowd with a bitter smile. He had thought of a lot of possibilities. The only thing he had forgotten was that he didn't have enough blue. The crowd also laughed bitterly, but no one was afraid. Everyone knew that dying would only revive them again. At this time, Wang Xian realized that Chang Yao was still continuously milking the crowd and opened his mouth to advise, Yao, give up.
I won't let everyone die, absolutely not.
Chang Yao glanced at Wang Xian and decisively refused.
Yao, it's not like you'll really die, you'll be resurrected. Wang Xian said. That won't work either, I still have blue anyway, wait until I run out of blue.
Chang Yao glared at Wang Xian before releasing a Spring Blossom skill, pulling the blood level of the crowd up again.
3 minutes later, Chang Yao's blue level bottomed out.
Whoa whoa! Chang Yao fiercely hugged Wang Xian and cried loudly. What's there to cry about? Isn't it just dying once? We can resurrect anyway. Wang Xian cried and laughed as he looked at Chang Yao in his arms. This girl, why does she go into his arms whenever she cries? After we die in a while, let's all pick the place where we were just now to resurrect. Let's see if there's still a possibility of completing the mission.
Wang Xian said to the others.
The place to be resurrected after death could be chosen arbitrarily, but it had to be a place you had been before.
The crowd responded in unison.
A minute later, everyone except Chang Yao and Wang Xian had died. Having Chang Yao's Willow Darkness skill was useless. After being revived by the seal, it only restored blood, not blue.
Uncle, do we count this as martyrdom? Chang Yao suddenly said. Cough. Wang Xian coughed violently. He was so shocked by Chang Yao's words that he choked on a mouthful of water.
Martyrdom, don't even think about it. These severe ghosts can't kill me yet. If you want to die, it's you who will die. Looking at the -0 number that kept surfacing on his head, Wang Xian mercilessly responded to Chang Yao.
Alas!
What a pity. I thought I was going to martyr myself with uncle.
Chang Yao sighed with great disappointment. You're going to die soon, how about a death speech?
Wang Xian looked at Chang Yao who was about to bottom out in blood and asked with a smile. Chang Yao blankly glanced at Wang Xian and said in a bad mood, that's going to be a disappointment for uncle, I'm not going to die. After saying that, Chang Yao gave herself a mouthful of milk.
Plus 7,840.
Chang Yao's blood level, which had immediately bottomed out, instantly recovered to full value.
Didn't you run out of blue? Wang Xian was surprised.
Before the first career advancement, no matter what the career was, as long as it was in a combat state, there was no such thing as an automatic recovery. Only after completing the first career advancement would one obtain the attribute of automatically recovering blue and blood in the midst of battle. The value of the automatic recovery would be related to the physique and spirit attributes. For every 100 points of spirit and physique, there would be a corresponding 1 point of blue and blood recovery per second. The amount of recovery was very low, but it was better than nothing. Basically, no one cared about this amount of recovery, and after going into the workshop market, everyone would buy some blue vials and blood vials. Blue vials recovered blue, blood vials recovered blood, but the problem was that G-City was too small and didn't have a workshop market. Although it was said that the hidden profession would automatically complete the profession advancement, it also required a level of 30 to do so.
Chanya was only level 25 today, so how could she automatically restore her blue amount in a combat state? Hee, uncle, have you forgotten this skill of mine?
Chanya shared out her attribute panel, pointed at a skill and said with a smile.
Shifting flowers,
life value and magic value can be freely converted with no cooldown. When taking damage, priority is given to consuming magic value. Wang Xian slapped his forehead. He had actually forgotten about this skill of Chanyao's.
That's not right. Since you have the skill, why didn't you convert blue with blood earlier? Wang Xian raised an eyebrow, puzzled.
Chanyao's face immediately revealed a look of bad realization as she squirmed and said, I forgot.
Wang Xian sweated profusely.
After half a day, it wasn't just him who had forgotten, even the owner of the skill had forgotten. Since you have blue, just continue killing monsters with Holy Light Strike and I'll help you block the skills released by the Night Ghost.
Wang Xian immediately said.
Changyao could convert her blood into blue and be able to release skills again, but he couldn't, so he could only be Changyao's meat shield. Changyao immediately began to act. Holy Light Strike was constantly used, killing the constant stream of lich demons. The good times didn't last long. After a minute, Changyao let out a cry of alarm.
Uncle, I'm out of blue. Aren't you full of blood? Continue transforming. The system prompted me that I can't continue transforming. What do you mean you can't continue transforming?
It means that I have already converted all of my blood into blue, and I have to take off the battle state before I can continue to convert.
Alas! I knew that there must be a restriction. Wang Xian sighed lightly.
If Changyao could freely convert blue and blood without restriction, it would be too buggy. When she ran out of blue, she would leave a little bit of her blood and convert all the rest into blue, then nurse herself to replenish her blood. Then, continue to convert blood into blue, then continue to milk yourself, then convert, then milk yourself.
This is a perpetual motion machine.
So, it's simply not possible to keep freely converting blood in blue all the time.
Uncle, what should we do now?
I don't want to die yet. I've already wasted one death count.
Changyao looked at Wang Xian pitifully. The ghost couldn't break Wang Xian's defense, but it could break her defense. If Wang Xian couldn't think of a way, she would have to die again.
Once more.
What are you waiting for?
You're just waiting to die.
Wang Xian was not at all moved by Changyao's eyes and returned with an expressionless face.
The number of deaths was important to others, but he was different. He knew some ways to get the number of deaths rewarded, so it would be good to find a way to help Changyao get some in the future.
Uncle, you're so heartless. Changyao's eyes widened as she glared angrily at Wang Xian. Go at ease.
With Changyao's blood level about to go to 0, Wang Xian came to her side, and in the midst of her puzzled eyes, he stretched out his right hand, covered over her eyes, and gently stroked them to make her glaring eyes close.
Changyao, uncle, I'll bite you to death.
Changyao was that angry, grabbing Wang Xian's hand and about to bite it.
Wang Xian didn't make any evasive movements and had a dejected expression on his face.
He knew that Changyao couldn't even bite his hand anymore, simply because Changyao's last trace of blood would also be completely zeroed out under the attack of the stern ghost. Suddenly, Wang Xian's expression froze. Then, ouch, 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 ouch. Wang Xian let out a miserable shriek, and the dejection on his face was gone, and he had a look of regret. He had forgotten one more thing. Changyao's body still had the resurrection seal of Willow Darkness on it, and just now, the moment her blood level went to 0, she was instantly resurrected and her blood level was restored to full value. This also resulted in his right hand, which did not dodge in any way, falling into Changyao's mouth.
Quickly let go of your mouth.
Changyao ignored Wang Xian and let out a snort, also glaring at Wang Xian in the process.
Wang Xian.
After shaking a few times and realizing that Changyao was biting to death, Wang Xian gave up.
Biting is fine.
Anyway, besides hurting a bit, it doesn't break defense at all.
Who told him to have a cheap hand just now?
After that, Changyao kept Wang Xian's hand, and when there was no blood, she milked herself.
After a few minutes passed, the earth suddenly trembled.
Wang Xian and Changyao also swayed with the trembling of the earth. Changyao didn't care about biting Wang Xian at this time. After opening her mouth, she looked around while saying in surprise, "Earthquake?" Wang Xian shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. Look at the building over there. It's not shaking at all." The building in the distance didn't shake at all. The trembling was only in a part of the area where they were standing. It was obvious that this was definitely not an earthquake.
Dash.
A miserable wailing sound came out of the mouths of those surrounding stern ghosts. They were not attacking Wang Xian and Changyao, and began to frantically flee backward. Only, when these severe ghosts just made a move, a branch cut through the void and pierced into their illusory bodies. Even more miserable wailing sounds rang out. One by one, the stern ghost screamed miserably and flew away under the attack of that tree branch. In an instant, the space within 100-meter radius completely emptied out. 100 meters away, one by one, the ghosts continued to wail, but they never dared to step within this range. Ancient acacia tree. Seeing this scene, Wang Xian immediately turned to look and stretched out a hand onto the ancient acacia tree. As expected, the state of the ancient acacia tree had changed, and it had morphed from epic to mythic.
Uncle, my mission is complete. Nangong Dance's figure appeared with a look of excitement. It's good that it's completed. Wang Xian nodded and asked, what's the reward?
I don't know, the mission said that I should find the ancient Samuel of Shanin to receive the reward. Wang Xian turned his head to look at the ancient acacia tree. He was curious as to how the ancient acacia tree actually awarded rewards. There was also the question of what other kind of changes occurred when this ancient acacia tree metamorphosed from epic level to mythic level. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed by. The huge ancient acacia tree in front of the crowd disappeared. What appeared before the crowd's eyes was a flamboyant young man wearing a green-colored robe. So handsome. Chang Yao and Su Zhuan's voices sounded at the same time. The remaining few women, although they didn't open their mouths, the slight fascination in their eyes was an indication that they were also mesmerized by this suddenly appearing fluttering beautiful boy. Wait a bit, there's one more chapter. Wang Xian carefully sized up this green-robed beautiful boy, and also had to admit that this beautiful boy, indeed, was that much more handsome than him. That's right, just a little bit. A little bit of a fingernail. No, it was the eye of a needle, that little bit. Thank you for guarding me. The corners of the beautiful boy's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Whoa! He smiled. He smiled. So handsome. Su Zhuan's eyes were about to sprout stars at this moment. Her hands were folded together and clasped in front of her heart, a face of infatuation. Chang Yao was even more unimpressive, even moving to touch the face of such a beautiful young man.
Wang Xian gripped back the two young girls who were committing severe nymphomania with a black line on his face. Turn in your quests. Wang Xian shouted towards Nangong Dance. Oh! Nangong Dance's body shook a bit as she came to the beautiful young man's body. Without waiting for Nangong Dance to say anything, the beautiful young man opened his mouth and said, today's world doesn't allow mythic level existences to appear. I need to travel to another place as soon as possible. These things will be given to you guys as your reward for guarding me. Let's see each other again sometime. After saying that, the beautiful young man's hand gently waved, 10 petals appeared, and then split into 2, 5 flew in front of Nangong Dance, and 5 flew in front of Flower Thinking Roan. Afterward, the beautiful young man smiled faintly at the crowd, and with a flash of green light, disappeared in front of the crowd's eyes. What a tribute! Wang Xian immediately came over to Nangong Dance's side. Uncle, see for yourself. Nangong Dance placed a petal into Wang Xian's hand. Flower of the ancient acacia of Shanin, mythic grade. Attributes. 1. Reversing heaven to change one's destiny. After taking it, it can reset the talent, and after resetting the talent, there is a 90% chance that it will be epic level, and a 10% chance that it will be mythic level. 2. Thunderbolt power. After taking it, there is a 1% chance to open the second talent, and the second talent has an 80% chance to be legendary grade, 15% chance to be epic grade, and 5% chance to be mythic grade. Wang Xian. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. The reward for this quest was the ability to change talents. It was just that what he didn't expect was that this reward could open a second talent. The only pity was that the chance of opening a second talent was a bit low. Uncle, I have something I want to discuss with you. Nangong Dance suddenly opened her mouth and said, there was some hesitation and worry in her voice. If you have something to say, just say it. Wang Xian strangely glanced at Nangong Dance. The current Nangong Dance was very different from before, which made him curious as to what it was that could make Nangong Dance become so hesitant and worried. Nangong Dance lightly bit her lips for a few moments, and in the midst of Wang Xian's increasingly puzzled gaze, her expression condensed and she quickly said, Uncle, these 5 petals, I want 3. Wang Xian froze. He thought it was something difficult, but it turned out to be this matter. Seeing Wang Xian freeze, Nangong Dance thought that Wang Xian was angry and immediately said, Uncle, I know that this matter is me being too greedy, but I'm really. Now. Alright, stop talking. Wang Xian stopped Nangong Dance from continuing to speak. Uncle, I'm sorry, but I really. Nangong Dance heard Wang Xianhua and thought that Wang Xian was completely angry, so she turned to Wang Xian and bowed and explained again. Nangong, can you not misinterpret my meaning? Wang Xian cried and laughed as he looked at Nangong Dance. Nangong Dance stood up straight and looked at Wang Xian with her mouth slightly open. Wang Xian reached out his hand and dragged up Nangong Dance's chin, making her mouth close and said with a smile, my original intention was to exchange 2 petals from you, but how come I heard you seem to want to give me more? Uncle, you only need 2 pieces? Nangong Dance finally reacted and looked at Wang Xian in surprise. And, 2 slices will do. Wang Xian nodded his head.
The 2 petals were what he had asked for his parents. Both of the 2 old men's talents were at the ordinary level, and as a son of man, he naturally had to seek favors for his parents.
Thank you, uncle.
Nangong Dance placed the 2 petals into Wang Xian's hands and bowed.
Can we stop bowing all the time? I feel weird.
Wang Xian said with a bitter smile.
Okay, uncle. Nangong Dance responded with a smile.
Dad, Mom, you guys take these petals.
Wang Xian took the 2 petals and came to his parents. Son, it's better for you to take this. I remember that your talent is also ordinary.
Mom said immediately after seeing the attributes of the petals clearly. Son, your mom is right, it's better for you to take this thing. Dad's this ordinary level talent is enough. There's still a chance for this thing to change the talent. If 1 piece doesn't work, you can take 2 pieces.
Dad also refused. The words of his parents made Wang Xian very touched.
Especially Dad, who screamed all day long to brush monsters and practice leveling, to fight bosses, a heart that wanted to become stronger. He could appreciate it even more. Now, there was an opportunity to become stronger that had arisen, yet Dad was still thinking about him, thinking about letting him have a mythic grade talent. Dad, Mom, it's good that you guys are taking it. My talent is mythic grade. Before, I was afraid that you guys would slip up, so I lied to you and said it was ordinary.
Wang Xian immediately said. He definitely couldn't take this petal. Who knew if it would reset away his original talent?
Apart from the learning talent, resetting which talent, Wang Xian would have to cry to death.
Son, don't lie to Dad. Are you really a mythic grade talent? Dad looked at Wang Xian with some skepticism.
Really, how could I possibly lie to you guys?
Hee, how many times did you lie to us when you were a kid?
When you were in elementary school, the school obviously let you pay $100, but you said $120. Also, when you went to junior high school.
Mom immediately counted down after hearing Wang Xian's words. Mom, this thing your old man still remember?
Wang Xian, embarrassed, looking at the face of gossip color around the several people, hurriedly interrupted the mom to continue to say. Then, turning his head to look at the others, said with a stern face, "What are you all gathering around for? Don't take advantage of Yao's skill level is still there. Hurry up to brush the monsters and practice leveling."
Cut.
After the crowd gave Wang Xian a look of contempt in unison, they decisively began to attack the surrounding lich demons. Just as Wang Xian said, while Chang Yao's skill level was still there, grasping the time to practice leveling was the way to go.
Mom and Dad, you guys hurry up and take it, Wang Xian advised.
Dad took the petals and didn't take them, but frowned as if he was thinking about something.
Dad, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and take it, Wang Xian advised again.
Dad glanced at Wang Xian and said, "Son, I've thought about it for a while, and I feel like you might still be lying to us, so show us your attribute panel, and I'll believe what you're saying only after I see your mythic grade talent."
Wang Xian, when did Dad become such a chicken thief?
P.S. I received a lot of rewards from my book friends in the past 2 days. I'm really happy and ashamed. The updates are really too little. I'm really very sorry. The author also wants to try to update, but the waste really does not allow, to a stool, suddenly like a needle into, and even is lying still, are painful to death. I've been treating it for the past 2 days, and I'm going to make up for all the chapters 10 when I'm better. Then there's that, I'm trying to do 2 chapters a day.
Finally, again, I apologize. Bastard boy, I knew it, you're lying to old me. Dad lined up a slap on Wang Xian's head.
Wang Xian was confused. He just hesitated for a moment and this slap from his dad came down.
Dad, I really do have a mythic rank talent.
Then show me.
It's fine, but you old man mustn't get excited about anything you see in a while, and don't tell anyone about my talent, Wang Xian instructed.
He knew that if he didn't let his dad see his talent, his dad would never take the flower of the Shanin ancient acacia.
Your dad understands, hurry up,
Dad urged. He was also curious as to what his son's talent was. After Wang Xian looked at the others and realized that they were all brushing monsters and no one had noticed him, he opened the attribute panel and set it to public.
Son, you.
After Dad saw the few talents behind Wang Xian's attribute column, his eyes widened and he opened his mouth to shout out. Within this period of time, he had already learned a lot about the data-driven Bluestar. As far as he knew, the grades of talents were categorized into ordinary, elite, heaven's pride, legendary, epic, and mythic. But what the hell were Wang Xian's 2 forbidden level talents? Were they beyond the mythic level? Also, didn't everyone only have 1 talent? Why did Wang Xian have 4? Dad! Wang Xian immediately shouted and closed his attribute panel in passing. Just now his dad's voice had caught the attention of Nangong Dance and the others.
This shout immediately made Dad swallow back what he wanted to say. Son, this should be a bug for you, right? Dad looked around and asked Wang Xian in a low voice.
Wang Xian gave his dad a surprised look. Dad's such a local farmer, now he actually even knew about bugs. Dad, don't worry about this, just remember what I said before, now you can take that flower petal, right?
Aha!
Dad nodded and answered without saying anything else, taking the petal directly.
Mom, you take it as well. Wang Xian looked towards his mom who hadn't said anything. Good. Old mom also took the petals. What talent was acquired? After his parents had both taken it, Wang Xian couldn't wait to ask. Don't know. Dad shook his head. Don't know? What do you mean? Wang Xian was puzzled. One needs to wait 24 hours before knowing the new talent. Mom spoke up, solving Wang Xian's doubts. Oh. Wang Xian was slightly disappointed that he actually had to wait 24 hours to reset his talent. I'm going to brush the monsters too. After speaking to his mom and dad, Wang Xian also began to attack the nearby lich demons. Earlier, he had already gotten out of combat, and although his blue level hadn't returned to full, it had returned to half. There wasn't much time for Wang Xian to regain his blue. After all, Changyao's upgraded skill level was limited. Half an hour later, Changyao's skills returned to their original level, and the 600% increase in attributes turned back to 15%. Such attributes were naturally not enough to support the crowd to continue brushing the ghosts, and instead, the goal of leveling was to put the level 25 to level 30 ghosts. The way of brushing the monsters was also restored to the previous pattern, with Wang Xian opening the monsters and the other people shot together to kill them in seconds. At 6 o'clock in the morning, all the ghosts returned to the ghost gate once again. The crowd didn't go back to Wang Xian's house, but stayed at the Tai-Bai restaurant. This was proposed by Wang Xian. The city was crowded and it was relatively easy to complete the last event of the Mid-Yuan festival, the Ghost King's Wrath. Hua Qianrong and Xue Fanfei were also invited by Nangong Dance and stayed at the Tai-Bai restaurant together. In this regard, Wang Xian did not feel surprised at all, and he was also certain that these two would definitely be taken under Nangong Dance's wing. At 8 o'clock in the evening, other than Wang Xian's parents, everyone gathered in a private room. Uncle, I'm going to leave once the Mid-Yuan festival activities are over. Nangong Dance said to Wang Xian. Aha! Wang Xian nodded. Uncle, don't you have anything you want to say? Nangong Dance looked at Wang Xian with a hopeful gaze. Wang Xian's scalp was a little numb from Nangong Dance's look and said, Say what? It's not like it's a parting of life and death. Nangong Dance was immediately choked by Wang Xian's words, and what she originally wanted to say was instantly forgotten. Put. The others instantly laughed out when they saw Nangong Dance's embarrassed face. Nangong Dance glared fiercely at Wang Xian and took out 2 flower petals from within her backpack, handing them to Wang Xian. They were the flower of the ancient acacia of Shanin. Uncle, this is for you. Wang Xian naturally knew where these 2 pieces of flower of the mountainine ancient acacia came from, and after pondering for a moment, he took a petal from Nangong Dance's hand. Uncle, 1 piece is enough. Wang Xian laughed. This petal was what he had prepared for Su Mu, whose talent should be the same as in his last life, or an elite level talent. Thank you, uncle. After Nangong Dance said thanks, she put away the remaining piece of petal and said solemnly, Uncle, there's something else I want to discuss with you. What matter? I should be setting up a guild, so I want to invite Uncle to enter my guild. After Nangong Dance finished speaking, she looked at Wang Xian with expectant yet apprehensive eyes. Can do. Wang Xian did not hesitate and directly agreed. It was inevitable that Nangong Dance wanted to establish a guild, and he didn't feel surprised that Nangong Dance had initiated an invitation to him. Excluding the guilds established by the official Dragon Countryside, the future Dragon Country had 3 top guilds. The Dragon Domain Guild established by Dragon Aotian. The Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens Guild established by Nangong Dance. The Dynasty Guild established by Qin Zhang. Wang Xian hadn't thought about establishing a guild, and with the Human King Soul, he was bound to join a guild. Moreover, this guild had to be as strong as possible, only then could the Human King Soul be better utilized. Firstly, the one that was ruled out by Wang Xian was the guilds established by the official Dragon Kingdom. The guilds established by the official Dragon Kingdom had too many regulations and rules that he didn't like. Secondly, the Dragon Domain Guild was also ruled out by Wang Xian. Although the Dragon Domain Guild was the strongest among the 3 top guilds, Dragon Aotian's character was the same as his name, too arrogant and very difficult to get along with. Moreover, the Dragon Domain Guild was a bit of a mixed bag, with many people who were evil. In his last life, Long Aotian had not been called to talk by the official Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, the Dragon Domain Guild was also ruled out by Wang Xian. Then, there was the Dynasty Guild established by Qin Zhang. Wang Xian did not understand this person, Qin Zhang. There were very few rumors about Qin Zhang in his last life, and the only thing he could be sure of was that the Dynasty Guild had a very good reputation. Lastly, there was the Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens Guild established by Nangong Dance. Gathering more than 90% of the female powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom, the male-to-female ratio of guild members had also reached a terrifying 1:9, making it the guild that men in the Dragon Kingdom wanted to enter the most. It was just that if they weren't top-tier powerhouses or didn't have a skill, men wouldn't want to enter. Wang Xian was also a man, so naturally, he wouldn't refuse to enter the Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens Guild. Uncle, you just agreed? Nangong Dance looked at Wang Xian with an incredulous gaze. She was ambitious and understood what the future Bluestar would be like. Therefore, after learning about Wang Xian's mercy skill, she had been considering how she could pull Wang Xian into the guild she would establish in the future. She was certain that Wang Xian would definitely become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. Even if Wang Xian was salty, with the existence of the compassion skill, a road to the top tier of powerhouses had been laid at his feet, and it was still a downhill road, lying down to reach the end. It's no exaggeration to say that with the existence of the compassion skill, as long as Wang Xian calls out, there are definitely countless strong people gathering around him. Similarly, the compassion skill would in turn make the strong stronger. At that time, if Wang Xian wanted to build a powerful guild, it would basically be a matter of minutes. Out of 100 men, 99 of them shouldn't give up such an opportunity. But what about Wang Xian? Gave it up straight away. Facing more invitations to her guild, he agreed without saying anything. This gave Nangong Dance the feeling that she hadn't heard it wrong. Agreed. Wang Xian nodded. It's just. The surprise came too quickly, leaving Nangong Dance momentarily at a loss for what to say. She had racked her brain before to think of n number of ways to pull Wang Xian in, and had simulated many scenes and conversations when inviting Wang Xian, only she hadn't thought that Wang Xian would directly agree without saying anything, without mentioning any opinions. Seeing you like this, you don't want me to join your guild? Since that's the case, then I'll just have to find another guild in. Wang Xian sighed. Uncle, how could I not want you to enter my guild? In order to get to invite you into my guild, I am. Nangong Dance immediately explained. She was afraid that Wang Xian really wouldn't enter her guild anymore. Only, halfway through her words, she saw the flirtation in Wang Xian's eyes, and instantly realized that the words just now were Wang Xian teasing himself. Uncle, you're too bad. Nangong Dance blankly glanced at Wang Xian without any good humor. Listening to your words just now, you're plotting against me early. I'm such a virtuous and beautiful man. Outside, it's really still too dangerous. Wang Xian sighed. The corners of Nangong Dance's mouth twitched. She had never seen such a shameless person. Uncle, just you are still a beautiful man? You can have some face. Cheng Yao, who was chatting with Su Zhuan, heard Wang Xian's words and immediately threw an extremely contemptuous look at him. Brother-in-law, how come I didn't realize you were so shameless before? Su Zhuan's contemptuous words followed closely behind. As for the others, although they didn't say anything, the expressions on their faces already indicated that they despised Wang Xian greatly. You little girls, you don't understand my charm at all. In a few more years, you'll understand that one like me is the male god that all women dream of. Wang Xian returned a disdainful look to the women. Ha! The crowd of women laughed coldly in unison. Not even a little bit of eye candy, you guys will definitely regret it later. After Wang Xian glanced angrily at the crowd of women, he picked up his chopsticks and began to destroy the tables. Delicacies. Uncle, why don't you establish a guild yourself? Wang Xian, who was burying his head in eliminating the food, heard Nangong Dance's voice ringing in his ears. Wang Xian swallowed the food in his mouth, took a paper napkin and wiped his mouth, then glanced at Nangong Dance and said, It's easy to establish a guild, but it's not easy to manage a guild well, and I'm afraid of trouble, so it's more comfortable to just find a guild to retire in. After establishing a guild, it is definitely necessary to manage the guild, and it is inevitable that the guild will have power struggles, deceit, and all sorts of trivial things. Wang Xian does not want to face these. Wang Xian's goal today is to pull together a squad of dozens of people, practice leveling, brush copies, and wait until the national war breaks out, to hold down all the offenders completely. If possible, after dealing with the affairs of Bluestar, he was going to walk out of Bluestar and wander the endless sea of stars. As for finding out the reason or truth behind the data mining of Bluestar, Wang Xian wasn't really interested. He couldn't wait to stay like this. Finding a random guild to retire in? Uncle, are you not believing that I can make the guild stronger and bigger? Nangong Dance looked at Wang Xian with slight dissatisfaction. Believe. I absolutely believe that you can make the guild into one of the most powerful guilds. Wang Xian said in a very certain as well as firm tone. Oh, why does Uncle firmly believe that I can? Nangong Dance asked curiously. Wang Xian had witnessed the power of Phoenix dance 9 heavens with his own eyes, but it was impossible for him to say so directly. After slightly thinking for a moment, Wang Xian said in a matter-of-fact tone, Do I even need to say this out loud? Of course it's because I joined. Nangong Dance's expression immediately froze. Although she admitted that Wang Xian's joining could indeed make the guild she had established strong. But come on, when saying that, could you not use that tone of voice of taking things for granted? It was really too shameless. As a dragon nation, where's that humility in your bones? In the early hours of the morning, it was 0 o'clock and 0 minutes. A yellowish river suddenly appeared. As long as one was in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, one could see this river, and one could even touch this river by probing their hands. Soul River. The Soul River release lights event is open for a duration of 10 minutes.
The system's beeps then resounded in the ears of every Dragon Country person. All go and release the river lanterns. As for how many points to buy for the river lanterns, you guys can see for yourselves. After speaking to the crowd, Wang Xian opened the system's Mid-Yuan Festival event interface and after a little consideration, purchased a 100 points river lantern. During the Mid-Yuan Festival event, Wang Xian's level had risen from level 15 to level 27, gaining a total of over 300,000 experience. Points were based on 1% of the experience gained, so by all rights, Wang Xian should have around 3,000 points.
But in fact, Wang Xian only had 2,271 activity points. There was no way around it. Who let the points be calculated according to 1% of the first number of experience gained?
There were many shapes of river lamps, and the one Wang Xian purchased was a river lamp in the style of an ancient building ship. The river lamp was only the size of a palm, but it had all the essentials, and there were even many little people inside the building boat. After viewing it for a while, Wang Xian put the building boat river lamp into the Soul River. After the river lamp entered the River of Souls, the interior lit up with a soft light, and the little people in it instantly came to life. They stepped out of the interior of the floorboat and stood at the edge of the floorboat, saluting Wang Xian as if they were thanking him. After that, the river lamps of the building boat were activated, following the Soul River and slowly sailing towards an unknown direction. Everyone else had also finished releasing their river lanterns, and Wang Xian took a look at them. They had made similar choices to his own. All of them were 100 points river lanterns. Only that girl Su Zhuan was different. She chose a 1,000 points river lantern. In the middle of the Soul River, thousands of river lamps glowing with soft light floated. Su Zhuan's river lamp that cost 1,000 activity points was like an emperor, standing out from the many river lamps and attracting countless people's gazes. 10 minutes later, the river lanterns disappeared in front of everyone's eyes along with the Soul River, and the person who placed the river lanterns also received a system prompt. Ding! Gained 50,000 points of experience. Ding! You have been upgraded. Your attributes have been boosted and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have risen to level 28 and gained 28 free attribute points from the growth talent. Listening to the system beep, Wang Xian bristled. There were some things that could not be changed even if one was reborn. For example, luck, the 3 Mid-Yuan Festival events he had experienced, every Soul River Lantern release event, all he gained was experience. From the first 10-point River Lantern to the last 1,000-point River Lantern, there was never an exception. Counting this time, it was already the 4th time he gained experience.
How about the things you guys obtained? Wang Xian asked the others. Experience, gold coins, blue staff, leather armor. The crowd opened their mouths. The staff was obtained by Yu Ruoshan, a level 30 blue staff with moderate attributes.
The one who obtained the leather armor was that little poison tongue, Shui Feng Fei, and the attributes weren't anything outstanding either.
What about you?
Wang Xian looked towards Su Zhuan who didn't say anything. Amongst the crowd it was her river lantern that was the most expensive and had a greater chance of obtaining something good. Humph. Su Zhuan was a cold snort at Wang Xian.
Wang Xian. He hadn't offended this little girl.
Just as Wang Xian was puzzled, Su Zhuan threw something over towards Wang Xian.
Wang Xian immediately caught it and realized that it was a skill book. Frightening Dragon Chop.
Swing the weapon and chop a dragon shadow that can be tracked, dealing 500% of attack power physical damage to a single target. In the future, warrior-type skills will default to physical attack, and mage skills will default to magical attack power. Otherwise it's too twisted to write physical damage for physical attack and magical damage for magical attack power.
Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 1000 MP. Cooldown time, 600 S. Learning requirements, warrior class occupation, level 100.
After looking at the attributes of the skill book clearly, Wang Xian's mouth instantly turned askew with joy. Surprisingly, it was a level 100 skill book. What's even more terrifying is that this skill book is able to automatically track the target, and the damage has also reached a terrifying 500%.
Divine skill.
Wang Xian hugged the skill book and kissed it, then quickly learned it, fearing that it would be gone in the next second.
Xiao Zhuan, thanks. Wang Xian thanked Su Zhuan. Humph. Su Zhuan let out another cold snort, and an aggrieved expression appeared on his face. Why was he, a mage, receiving rewards from a warrior? Wasn't this bullying?
After working hard for more than 10 days, facing the terrifying ghosts every day, the 1,000 points gained, just like that, it's a waste of water.
Alright, don't be aggravated. Can brother-in-law still treat you poorly? After a while, brother-in-law will send you a surprise.
Wang Xian rubbed Su Zhuan's head and soothed her aggrieved mood.
Aha! Su Zhuan nodded her little head. Ding!
The human race's slaughter of the ghost race has angered the Ghost King. The Ghost King has descended into a detachment. Please human players go to fend off the Ghost King.
Ding!
The slaughter of the ghost race by the human race has enraged the Ghost King. The Ghost King has descended his detachment, and asks the human race players to go and fend off the Ghost King.
Ding!
The slaughter of the ghost race by the human race has enraged the Ghost King. The Ghost King has descended into a bilocation. Please human race players go to fend off the Ghost King's bilocation. The system's beep suddenly sounded. The last event of the Chinese New Year festival, the Ghost King's wrath had opened. Go to the Ghost King's detachment. Wang Xian greeted the crowd. A few minutes later, the crowd found the Ghost King's divergent on top of a square. The Ghost King's doppelganger was very tall. It had almost reached about 10 stories tall, and was wearing an ancient costume. Its appearance was not completely fixed, it was changing every second, as if it was a collection of countless stern ghosts. At this moment, someone was already attacking the Ghost King's doppelganger. A talisman, a flying sword, and a thunderbolt were densely packed towards the Ghost King's doppelganger. These things were the attack props purchased with event points. Other than these things, any other attacks had no effect on the Ghost King's doppelganger. Let's attack as well. As Wang Xian said this, he purchased some attack props from the mid-year festival event interface and started attacking the Ghost King's doppelganger. The Ghost King's Wrath event returned points according to the damage done to the Ghost King's doppelganger. Those attack props, how many points bought could cause as much damage to the Ghost King's doppelganger. Basically, as long as one's face wasn't too dark, one was earning in this event. The crowd didn't say any nonsense, they bought various attack props and started attacking. How much blood the Ghost King's doppelganger actually had, no one knew, and could only see its blood bar constantly dropping under everyone's attacks, although the rate of decline was a bit slow. The Ghost King split wasn't just letting people attack. Every once in a while, the Ghost King split would release a skill. It was a mega range attack skill that almost enveloped a 100-meter radius. Countless ghost claws poked out from the ground and grabbed towards the people. The first time the Ghost King's doppelganger released this skill, the crowd was still a bit panicked. Although in the event interface, there was an introduction that said that the damage of the Ghost King's divergence was very low, but with such a wide range of skills, how low could the damage be? However, after the skill passed, the crowd finally let go of their hearts when they saw that they had only lost 100 points of blood. Thus, countless people screamed for a nurse to add blood while continuing to attack the Ghost King again. Those who didn't have a nurse were more tragic, either they had to seek help from another team's nurse, or they could only withstand a few skills before retreating to 100 meters away, disengaging themselves from the battle, and then joining the fight after their blood level recovered. The Ghost King's doppelganger had many skills, but there was only one skill that could deal damage. The remaining skills, although they wouldn't cause damage, were the ones that countless people didn't want to encounter. For example, the Ghost King would summon several huge tornadoes that would spin some people around and make them dizzy and vomit after being swept up in them. Another example was that the Ghost King's doppelganger would summon some hanged ghosts, suspended high above the sky, and the tongues of the hanged ghosts would turn and hang a person at random. The feeling of a wet tongue wrapped around one's body was simply not too wonderful. Another example, the Ghost King's doppelganger would summon the bride ghost sitting in the sedan chair, and the bride ghost would randomly pull a person into the sedan chair, and then you would be able to hear the miserable cries of those who were pulled in from the sedan chair. Of course, occasionally you will also hear some weird laughter from those who are pulled into the sedan chair. In short, all of these skills belong to the spoofing type of skills. 2 hours later, the Ghost King's doppelganger let out a miserable cry, leaving behind a sentence of "I'll be back" before dissipating in smoke. Everyone immediately let out cheers. After that, people scattered in all directions, searching for other Ghost King's doppelgangers. P.S. Question: do you guys think being reborn raises your IQ? 6 o'clock in the morning. The Ghost King's doppelganger that was still alive, with a whistling sound, entered the nearby Ghost Gate. At this point, the Mid-Yuan Festival event was completely over. Ding! The Mid-Yuan Festival event is over. Ding! You ranked second in the total points ranking during the Mid-Yuan Festival event, and have obtained the qualification to transform into a ghost race. You can choose whether or not to transform into a ghost race in the Mid-Yuan Festival activity interface. If you don't take the initiative to choose, after 10 minutes, you will be transformed into a ghost race by default. Ding! You can consume points to exchange items or draw prizes amongst the Mid-Yuan Festival activity interface. A system beep sounded in Wang Xian's ears. Wang Xian immediately opened the Mid-Year Festival activity interface and found the option of whether or not to transform into a ghost race and selected the no option. Although the ghost race had great advantages, it was definitely not what Wang Xian wanted. The mere fact that there was no entity was something he couldn't stand. Of course, the ghost race wasn't always without an entity. After a ghost race player's level reached 100, they could be transformed into an entity. It was just that the time was a bit short, only 1 hour per day. Although the time was not long, it made those ghost race players burst into tears. The feeling of not having an entity was simply too torturous, unable to contact people, unable to eat, unable to. Had I known it, even the Ghost Clan couldn't come into contact with each other. Brother-in-law, I'm the first in the points ranking. The system suggests that I can transform into a ghost race. Should I transform? Su Zhuan's voice rang out. Wang Xian didn't feel surprised at all that Su Zhuan was able to obtain first place in the points ranking. The lucky lady's favor allowed Su Zhuan to gain extra experience, and the activity points increased as well. Coupled with their leveling efficiency, it would be a surprise if they couldn't obtain first place in the points ranking.
Uncle, I've also obtained the qualification to transform the ghost race. Me too. And me. Son, I also got that tip. The crowd spoke up. You can see the advantages and disadvantages of the ghost race in the middle of the activity interface, so decide for yourselves if you want to transform or not. Wang Xian didn't ask the crowd what to do.
Whether or not to transform into the ghost race was all up to them. Although the choice was given to themselves, Wang Xian was certain that the crowd should not choose to transform into the ghost race.
The girls still had a natural resistance to things like ghosts.
As for the parents, they would even less likely to transform into the ghost race. The older generation's resistance to ghosts was even greater than that of the girls. Soon, everyone had a brief understanding of the ghost race, and as Wang Xian thought, no one chose to transform into a ghost race.
Uncle, are the points for this activity a lottery or an item exchange? Nangong Dance asked.
This question caused the others to gather their gazes on Wang Xian as well. They were also torn as to how the points should be used. After pondering slightly, Wang Xian said, if you guys have confidence in your character, choose the lottery, if not, then redeem the items. If you choose to redeem items, I recommend you guys to redeem experience value. For this Midyuan festival event, everyone's levels were not high, and they did not have any group skills, so the points gained were pitifully low, basically.
On all of them were around 1 or 2,000.
With 1 or 2,000 points, there were simply no good things to exchange. Redeeming a piece of blue equipment would require tens of thousands of points, while skill books, things that increased attributes, cost even more points, and were simply not something they could consume. The crowd's points, apart from the lottery, could only be exchanged for some red and blue potions and experience values.
Red and blue potions, for the current crowd, were not in high demand.
Therefore, exchanging experience value was the best choice.
Character?
This young lady's character is absolutely good beyond words. I want to draw, ha ha ha.
After listening to Wang Xian's words, Su Zhuan instantly laughed out loud to the sky. Crowd.
Although they hated to admit it, they understood that Su Zhuan's character was really good. The rewards gained from releasing the river lanterns earlier, as well as possessing a mythic rank talent herself, were the best proof of this.
This young lady's character should also be good. Chang Yao also spoke up. This crowd also acknowledged it. Mythic rank talent, hidden profession, could one have a bad character?
Su Zhuan and Chang Yao's words caused the others to be a bit foolish, considering whether or not to draw a wave of prizes as well. In terms of character, they should be good themselves. Wang Xian saw the expressions of the crowd and knew that they were still a bit torn, and said with a smile, you guys can draw a few prizes first, and then choose to redeem the items if your character is bad. The crowd froze, and then suddenly realized. Right, you can draw a few prizes first to see your character.
Wang Xian also ignored them and opened the Midyuan Festival event interface.
In the upper right corner of the interface, his current points were displayed.
3,475 points.
Previously, Wang Xian's points were more than 2,000, but now they had become more than 3,000, and this extra portion was gained from the Ghost King's Wrath event. Afterwards, Wang Xian opened his attribute panel again and looked at the column of experience bars. 37851/900000. After doing some math, Wang Xian exchanged 1575 points for experience. The ratio of points to experience was 1 to 100. The 1575 points provided Wang Xian with 157,500 experience points. More than 150,000 points of experience pushed Wang Xian's level to level 30 in one fell swoop.
Ding!
You have upgraded, gained an increase in attributes, and gained 5 free attribute points.
Ding!
You have leveled up to 29 and gained 29 free attribute points from the growth talent.
Ding!
You have leveled up, gained a boost to your attributes, and gained 5 free attribute points.
Ding!
You have leveled up to level 30 and gained 30 free attribute points from the growth talent.
Ding!
You have leveled up to 30, and your profession, sacrifice, has completed its advancement and gained the new skill, equilibrium, camouflage, celestialize.
Ding!
For unknown reasons, you have obtained a new talent, mana source. After Wang Xian had risen to level 30, the system beeps kept ringing out. Compared to ordinary professions, the hidden professions, apart from being powerful enough, had another benefit, which was that they would automatically complete their advancement after their level reached the requirements to be able to advance, rather than needing to complete the profession advancement quests to be able to advance like ordinary professions. Career advancement quests were basically killing monsters or bosses, and besides being a waste of time, they didn't have any difficulty. For the first career advancement, there were no changes in attributes, just the ability to learn some of the skills of the career from their respective mentors. Hidden professions, on the other hand,
would automatically obtain the skills of their profession like Wang Xian.
On top of that, there was one more biggest change after the profession advancement was completed.
Freedom.
P.S. Warmly celebrate the birth of the book's first helmsman, thanks to book friend Generali for his 10,000 starting point coin reward.
Regarding what the boss said about adding more shifts, plus, must be added. First send 2 chapters, I continue to go to code.
The freedom here doesn't refer to physical freedom, but rather the freedom of skill release and attack. For melee professions, this degree of freedom basically didn't have much of an impact, because the skills of melee professions were all instantaneous, and the attack behavior of melee professions could be completely controlled. A melee professional who wanted to hit a target in the head with the weapon in his hand while fighting an enemy could basically accomplish this behavior easily. Ranged attack professions such as mages and archers were a different story. The magical attacks of mages and the arrows shot by archers wouldn't come with a lock function like amongst the netizens. As long as the target was selected, it would definitely hit the target. As for now, both mages and archers could hit the target because of a corrective function similar to the lock function in online games. As long as the single magic released by the mage and the arrows shot by the archer are not too crooked, they will be corrected by the system to hit the target. The range that the system corrected was basically a range of about 3 meters centered on the target. The existence of the correction function was a blessing for ordinary long-range professionals, but for top long-range professionals, it was a nightmare. This was because the damage caused after being corrected by the system would only be counted as normal damage, and would not trigger weakness damage as well as fatal damage. It was like an archer who shot out an arrow that was supposed to hit your weak spot or fatal spot, but because of the system correction, it only caused normal damage, which would be too unfair for them. Therefore, after a profession completes its advancement, you can choose whether or not to turn on freedom, and when you choose to turn it on, the system's correction feature will be turned off. In addition to these, there was the relationship between freedom and skill release.
Skills are released in 2 modes. The first, instantaneous release. This kind of skill basically had no requirements. As long as there was a movement in the mind, after choosing to release, the release of the skill would be completed. The second type, read the bar, the time needed to release the skill. The degree of freedom is related to this kind of skill.
Read skills, generally are mage-type profession skills. The more powerful magic need to read the time is longer. When releasing this kind of skill, your body will briefly lose control, or be taken over by the system, and you will only regain control of your body when you finish the reading or when the skill is terminated.
The reading is actually chanting a spell.
Since it was a chanting incantation, naturally, it was also possible to complete Zhou chanting by oneself instead of going through the system. What language the skill's incantation was in was anyone's guess, but you could memorize that unknown language incantation through the system when you controlled your body to chant the incantation. Then, chant the incantation yourself to release the skill. What's the benefit of chanting your own spells?
Proficiency.
When the system chants a spell, the time it takes is the fixed time and the skill description. If you chant a spell yourself, you can greatly reduce the time it takes to release a skill through the speed of your words.
For example, if a mage releases a red skill, controlled by the system, the time needed to chant the spell is 5 seconds.
If you release it yourself, you can finish chanting the incantation much faster. If you release it yourself, you can chant the spell faster and shorten the release time of the skill to 4 seconds, 3 seconds, or even 2 seconds or 1 second. Of course, if you chanted the spell yourself, it was inevitable that you would sometimes make a mistake. Chanting errors naturally prevented the successful release of magic. Lastly, that was that when releasing a read skill through the system, you were unable to move. While chanting yourself didn't have this restriction, you could completely move while releasing the skill. And these, in turn, were the differences between top-tier mages and ordinary mages. The most basic requirement to become a top-tier mage was to turn on freedom. In short, apart from melee professions, freedom was the basic condition for being able to become a top-tier professional. Wang Xian didn't have the read skill yet, so he didn't turn on freedom, and since he was a warrior in his last life, he didn't have any concept of freedom, so he needed to slowly figure it out afterward. Afterwards, Wang Xian checked up on the newly acquired talents and skills. First was the talent. Source of mana, epic level. Attribute. Under the battle state, it returns 2% of maximum mana every 10 seconds. Under non-combat status, 10% of maximum mana is restored every 10 seconds.
Seeing that the talent was epic level, Wang Xian expressed his disappointment.
He was looking forward to obtaining another forbidden level talent, even if it wasn't forbidden level, at the very least it should be a mythic level, but unfortunately it was only an epic level. Although it was epic grade, the attributes of the talent were still very good, belonging to the type of talent that was absolutely very practical. With this talent, plus the recovery attribute obtained after completing the first career advancement, Wang Xian basically wouldn't be short of blue, and it would never happen again like before under the ancient acacia tree, where he couldn't do anything about the severe ghosts. After looking at the talents, Wang Xian checked the skills again.
Equilibrium.
When inflicting damage, the damage is calculated with the highest attack power, and the damage pattern remains the same. If the physical attack is high, the damage is calculated with the physical attack power, and if the magical attack is high, the damage is calculated with the magical attack. When taking damage, the damage is calculated with the highest defense. After seeing the description of the equilibrium skill, Wang Xian froze.
He no longer knew how to describe this skill. Before, he was still hesitating on what route to take because of the control skill. Now it was fine, there was no need to choose, he wanted it all.
After sighing, Wang Xian proceeded to check the remaining 2 skills.
Disguise. Can freely change all information on the attribute panel. The changed attributes are invalid attributes and do not affect the original attributes. When probed by others, the changed attribute panel information will prevail. System announcements and leaderboards are not affected by this skill.
Celestial Eyes.
Can probe the basic information of a target that does not exceed its own level 10.
Can see through stealth type skills that do not exceed your level 10.
Can see through traps, organs and other hidden facilities.
These 2 skills are rather ordinary.
Camouflage is both useful and useless.
Celestial Eyes was sort of a joint upgraded version of Scrying Technique and Eagle Eyes Technique. At this point, all the changes after level 30 were clarified. Turning off the attribute panel and reopening the Midyuan Festival activity interface, looking at the remaining 2,100 activity points, Wang Xian directly did a 21 consecutive draw. Congratulations, you have gained 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 gold coin.
Congratulations, you have obtained primary life potion *10. Congratulations, you have gained 500 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained. After 21 system beeps, Wang Xian's face completely darkened.
Once again, the facts proved to him that this thing called character really had nothing to do with him.
How are your lottery results? Wang Xian asked the others.
The crowd shook their heads, and their expressions were all filled with frustration. Well, there was no need to say it anymore, their looks already said it all.
What about you?
Wang Xian looked towards Su Zhuan. He had actually always been curious if Su Zhuan's talent, Goddess of Fortune's favor, had any bonus to some other hidden odds besides what was depicted in the attributes.
Wahahaha.
Su Zhuan glanced at Wang Xian, then crossed his arms and laughed up in the air.
Did I say no laughing like that? Wang Xian instantly gave Su Zhuan a popping chestnut.
Su Zhuan's laughter came to a screeching halt and he glared angrily at Wang Xian.
What are you glaring at? Hurry up and say, what did you get from the raffle? Wang Xian ignored Su Zhuan's glare. This sister-in-law's eyes of his were really not lethal.
The others also gathered around and looked at Su Zhuan curiously. They also wanted to know what goodies Su Zhuan had obtained again. Judging from Su Zhuan's performance just now, the things Su Zhuan obtained should be very good.
Brother-in-law, you must apologize for what you just did and not stop until this girl forgives you, understand? Su Zhuan didn't immediately say anything about what she had obtained, but instead looked at Wang Xian with an emboldened and arrogant face. Wang Xian rubbed his chin.
From Su Zhuan's words and look, it was definitely that he had drawn something good, and it was still something that he could use, or else this little girl wouldn't be so dejected.
However, this little girl, wanting him to apologize? Oh, don't even think about it. Daydreaming. Absolutely impossible. He will never apologize, in front of so many people to apologize to a little girl, how disgraceful Wang Xian secretly made up his mind. Then, Xiaozhuan just now is brother-in-law wrong, you don't be general with brother-in-law, just forgive brother-in-law, okay?
Wang Xian put up a big smile on his face and came to Su Zhuan's face.
Face? What is that thing? Can face be compared to that unknown good thing? It can't. Besides, Su Zhuan is his sister-in-law, what's so humiliating about apologizing to her? As for the decision he just made, did anyone hear you? No one. Did anyone see it? No. Brother-in-law, what a hypocritical smile you have. Here's something for you, hurry up and get away from me, it's disgusting to me.
Su Zhuan reached out his hand with a disgusted face and pushed aside Wang Xian's big face that came in front of him, then took out something and threw it to Wang Xian. After Wang Xian took the thing Su Zhuan threw to him, he found that it was another skill book. However, instead of immediately checking the attributes of the skill book, Wang Xian pointed at his sincere smile and said in an incomparably sad voice, hypocrisy? You call such a sincere smile as mine hypocritical? What about conscience? You ask, others, is this smile of mine a hypocritical smile? Sincere? You call it sincerity, ask the others, is your smile sincere? Su Zhenjuan looked at Wang Xian with jealousy and contempt. Is my smile not sincere? Wang Xian asked the others. Nangong dance, sincere. Feng Luoli, too sincere. Yu Ruoshan, very sincere. Sheng Yao, uncle, after living such a big, I've never seen such a sincere smile. The crowd spoke up. See, the eyes of the masses are sharp. Wang Xian proudly and incomparably flaunted to Su Zhuan.
Sujuan looked deeply at Wang Xian and asked with a serious face, "Brother-in-law, how did you manage to be so shameless in a serious manner?" Wang Xian. Too lazy to argue with you, little girl. Unable to find any words to refute Sujuan, Wang Xian dropped such a sentence, turned around and walked towards the side. He wanted to see what attributes the skill book Sujuan had just given him was. Why go to the side to see? Because. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the crowd rang out. Wang Xian skimmed his mouth. He just walked away after seeing how hard it was for the crowd to hold their laughter. That's right. He wouldn't admit that he was afraid of embarrassment. After all, his face was getting thicker and thicker. Ice Roar summons a hail tornado that deals 50% attack power magic damage per second and slows the movement speed of the hit target for 10 seconds on targets within a 30 by 30 range. Casting time, 5 seconds. Mana consumption, 600 MP. Cooldown time, 300 seconds. Learning requirements, Mage, level 100, Ice Elemental Proficiency LV 10, LV equals level. After reading the attributes of the skill book, Wang Xian's eyes instantly just lit up. Group attack skill. The Ice Roar skill is just a normal advanced skill. As long as the level reaches level 100 and completes the second career advancement, you can spend a certain amount of gold coins at the mage tutor to learn this skill. As for the Ice Elemental Proficiency LV 10, among the learning requirements, this goes back to the skills learned after transferring at level 10. After a normal profession changed professions at level 10, the mentor of each profession would first let you learn a skill. Warriors, melee weapon proficiency, armor proficiency. The mages, fire elemental proficiency, ice elemental proficiency, thunder elemental proficiency, and so on major elemental proficiency. Assassins, archers, priests. In short, for each common profession, one, and only one, proficiency must be learned. Each type of proficiency has a different effect. Take fire elemental proficiency as an example. A mage who chooses to learn fire elemental proficiency, when releasing fire magic, the power will be increased a bit. Each level of fire elemental proficiency will increase the skill damage of fire magic by 2%. Of course, it didn't mean that after learning fire elemental proficiency, one couldn't learn other types of magic. It's just that after learning fire elemental proficiency, when using other types of magic, the power will be reduced, and the reduced damage will be exactly equal to the fire magic skill. At the same time, fire elemental proficiency belongs to passive skills, and you will only gain proficiency when you use fire magic. Lastly, the mentor would also politely tell the person transferring that some of the later skills would have requirements for various proficiency levels. Therefore, this was why mages such as Nangong Dance had been using single-system magic skills. The various proficient skills were actually meant to narrow the gap between some ordinary professions and hidden professions. After all, the various hidden professions didn't have these proficient skills. Wang Xian had the mastery skill and ignored the learning requirements of the Ice Roar skill, so he didn't hesitate to learn this skill book. With the Ice Roar skill, he would be more confident in a battle soon, and the item that caused that battle was the surprise that Wang Xian had previously told Sujuan that he was going to give her. P.S. I came back late from working overtime, and I've only finished coding a chapter now. Sorry about that, there will be another chapter in a while. P.S. Once again, I'm going to ask you all some questions. How do people qualify the boundaries of Holy Mother and licking dog? Why is being slightly nice to a girl considered licking a dog? Why is a little favor to someone considered a saintly mother? Is my perception different from others, or am I just not keeping up with the times? Jiqing High-Speed Train Station. Uncle, I'm leaving. You must remember what you promised me. Nangong Dance reluctantly looked at Wang Xian. Can't forget. Wang Xian said. Uncle, you'll miss me, right? This was Chang Yao. No. Wang Xian shook his head decisively. Stinky uncle. Chang Yao snorted coldly. Brother-in-law, remember to come to Jin City quickly, and then I will also contact my sister as much as possible. Sujin instructed Wang Xian. And, I will go as soon as possible. Wang Xian nodded his head. Sujuan's words also caused Wang Xian to have so much anxiety. It wasn't just that he couldn't contact Su Mu, even Sujuan couldn't contact Su Mu. The only thing that was certain was that nothing had happened to Su Mu. Son, your dad and mom are leaving too. Dad also said goodbye to Wang Xian. That's right, it was a farewell. Wang Xian's mom and dad were both invited by Nangong Dance to go to the imperial capital. When he thought of his dad's earth-shattering sentiments during lunch, Wang Xian's liver ached. He was genuinely curious as to what exactly Nangong Dance had said to his dad to make him so passionate. Wang Xian did not stop mom and dad from traveling to the imperial capital. Since the two old men were willing, he naturally respected them. Moreover, the new talent that dad and mom had acquired was enough for them not to have any problems. What's more, the two old men had 2 resurrections, and with Nangong Dance and the others taking care of them, there would be even less of a problem. Ticket check, you guys get on the bus, it won't take long. I'll be heading to the imperial capital.
After seeing everyone enter the ticket gate, Wang Xian also left the high-speed train station.
As for why he didn't do an airplane?
It wasn't even the problem of flying wild monsters, which had caused several accidents in just a few days, grounding all airplanes. Although the stars are all much more beautiful after data mining, it's really not an extraordinary shock to see the stars from this place. It's really worthy of being called the last piece of pure land that human civilization relies on to guard.
Wang Xian lay on the grass, looking at the incomparably gorgeous starry sky that seemed to be within reach, and couldn't help but sigh.
Half a month had passed since Nangong Dance, Xiangyao, and the others parted ways, and 10 days had passed since Wang Xian came here. These days, Wang Xian did not idle, level from level 30 to level 32, less teammates, so that his leveling up is also slightly slow. The question of choosing his future career direction also completely disappeared because of the equilibrium skill obtained at level 30 from the ritual. Now, his free attribute points that had never been added had also been added, and his attributes could be described as absolutely magnificent. Therefore, whenever he was bored and had nothing to do, Wang Xian would always open his attribute panel and enjoy it. For example, right now, after sighing at the beauty of the starry sky, Wang Xian opened his attribute panel again and admired it.
Name, Wang Xian. Nickname, Immortal King. Race, Human. Occupation, Sacrifice. Age, 24. Talents, Learning, Common, Growth, Taboo, Sage, Mythic, Human King Soul, Taboo Level, Mana Source, Epic Level. Level, 32. Experience, 75014/300000. HP, 15,550. MP, 4,650. Physical Attack Power, 2090. Magic Attack Power, 420 plus 101. Strike, 0. Physical Defense, 1150. Magic Defense, 575. Strength, 418. Why strength is added will be explained later. Agility, 87. Spirit, 84 plus 9. Physique, 311. Endurance, 230. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, omitted. Number of deaths, 3. Not bad. After sighing again, Wang Xian closed the attribute panel. Wang Xian's purpose of coming here was naturally not to practice, but for the biggest and brightest star in the starry sky. If there were no accidents, this star should be crashing down to this place tonight. And within this star was the transfer item for the hidden profession Lord of the Stars. Before, Wang Xian hadn't been interested in Lord of the Stars. After all, it was a hidden profession with a master. But when chatting with Nangong Dance, some of her words made Wang Xian figure out a lot of things and changed some of them. So, Wang Xian came. He wanted to snatch this hidden profession. As for the original owner of Star Lord,
then he could only say a silent apology in his heart. Above the starry sky, there was such a big change in the star that hid the Lord of the Stars transmutation that naturally, Wang Xian could not be the only one to notice it. However, because this place belonged to the wilderness and the level of the nearby wild monsters reached above level 30, not many people were able to come and reach here. Wang Xian counted that there were 32 people in this area, not counting him, and each of them had reached level 30 and completed their first career advancement. These 32 people were divided into 3 forces, and the leaders were not ordinary people. Qin Zhang, Hidden Profession Emperor, with him were 5 Zhenlong guards. Spectral Shadow, Hidden Profession God of Slaying, had 9 companions, all assassins. Sword 23, Hidden Profession Sword Saint, he had brought the most people, a whole 15, with a more balanced profession, for warriors, 5 mages, 2 archers, 2 assassins, and 2 priests. If you counted Wang Xian, then this place was 4 forces. Each force was observing each other.
Wang Xian was no exception.
Among them, the ones that caught Wang Xian's attention the most were the 15 people led by Sword 23. From the first moment he saw them, Wang Xian knew their identities, the official people of the Dragon Kingdom. The iron blood aura that emanated from these 15 people at all times was the best proof of their identity. In addition to that, Wang Xian still had a little doubt, that is, the owner of the previous Star Lord, why did he not appear? Wang Xian was secretly observing the 3 forces, and those 3 forces, too, were secretly observing Wang Xian. In their opinion, the Wang Xian who was able to come to this place alone was the one who must be the most difficult to deal with. They knew exactly what kind of obstacles were on the way to this place. They really couldn't figure out how Wang Xian, such a mediocre mage, had gotten here.
That's right, a mage. Wang Xian utilized the disguise skill to forge himself into a mage, or the kind of mage with very ordinary attributes.
At the same time, after discovering that Sword 23 was an official person, Wang Xian did not hesitate to smear a few handfuls of mud on his face, not to mention these people. Even if Wang Xian's mom and dad came, they probably wouldn't be able to recognize Wang Xian. Time passed by, the star above the starry sky was getting brighter and brighter, and began to fall towards this place. All of a sudden, the atmosphere here became subtle.
Wang Xian didn't continue to lie down and stood up. A staff also appeared in his hand.
This was a level 30 green staff, which he had killed a normal boss and popped out, the extra 101 points of magic attack and 9 points of spirit in the attribute panel were added by this staff. Whether it was Wang Xian or someone else, the purpose of appearing here was clear. It was for that star in the starry sky. The only difference was that Wang Xian knew that within that star was the transfer item for the hidden profession Lord of the Stars, while the others did not. Although they didn't know, with such a vision, they all understood that the item within that star was definitely not ordinary. What this era would develop into in the future, no one knew. All they had to do was to become stronger to deal with the possibilities of the future. Time passed minute by minute. That star was getting closer and closer to this place, and the atmosphere between the people became more tense. Everyone, although we don't know what exactly this star is, shouldn't we get rid of one of the most unsettling factors first? A slightly hoarse voice with a slight coldness suddenly rang out. It was the spectral shadow. As soon as the words fell, everyone's gazes swished and landed on Wang Xian's body. The most unstable factor? Needless to say, it was definitely referring to Wang Xian. You're poisonous, aren't you? Wang Xian looked at the ghostly shadow with great displeasure. Although he knew that there was definitely going to be a fight, but you're targeting me so much and dragging others along with you, that's just wrong of you. Besides, among the people here, shouldn't he be the lowest threat? For weaklings like him, shouldn't they all be put to the end to be resolved, or resolved in passing? Although I don't know how you came here with your panel attributes, you give me a very wrong feeling, and I don't like it. Phantoms frowned and said. Panel attributes referred to the information seen by the scrying technique, and there were only 6 items, respectively: life value, magic value, physical attack power, magic attack power, physical defense, and magic defense. The panel attributes were wrong? Wang Xian was stunned, then slapped his forehead. He had indeed overlooked that with the attributes of a level 30 ordinary mage, appearing here was indeed very wrong. Do you guys also agree with him that you need to finish me off first? Wang Xian laughed and did not pay any more attention to the phantom shadow, instead looking towards its Qin Zhang and Sword 23. For Qin Zhang, Wang Xian only knew that his profession was emperor, but there was no way to know what skills emperor actually had. In his last life, more than 2 years had passed since data mining, and no one knew exactly what skills the emperor possessed. Externally, most of the time, it was the Jin Long Guards who made their moves, and even when Qin Zhang did, he used normal attacks and the generalized skills of warrior-type professions. As such, there was a part of the population that speculated that either the emperor profession didn't have any native skills, or that there was no one worthy of Qin Zhang using out emperor skills. In fact, it wasn't that there was no one worthy of Qin Zhang's skill, but rather that Qin Zhang hadn't fought any other top-tier powerhouses, or had fought and no one knew about it. In short, Qin Zhang's hidden profession, Emperor, had always been a very mysterious existence. As for Sword 23, this was someone who didn't exist in the previous life. Wang Xian guessed that Sword 23 should have been one of the people who had been assassinated by a foreign country in the previous life and possessed a mythic rank talent. Now that Jin 23 was with the people from the Dragon Country official, it was obvious that he had gotten the shelter of the Dragon Country officials, and had received extraordinary treatment with that mythic rank talent. I just don't know if he got his hidden profession Sword Saint on his own or with the help of the Dragon Kingdom officials. It was worth mentioning that, perhaps because of the warning post that Wang Xian had sent out, there was no such thing as an assassination of a person with a mythic rank talent in this world. One must know that in the previous life, that assassination had started half a month after data mining had begun. Now that a month had passed since the data mining, there was no word of any mythic rank talent being assassinated. In this regard, Wang Xian naturally felt immensely relieved. Although I also think that what he said is correct, I won't do it. Qin Zhang was the first to open his mouth. Oh, why? Wang Xian asked with some confusion. Qin Zhang laughed and said, just as he said, it's unusual for you to appear here, but doesn't that just mean that you're extraordinary? I, on the other hand, happen to like being friends with unusual people. You want to be friends with me? Wang Xian asked. That's right. Qin Zhang nodded. He had ambitions, and ambitions needed strength to support them. For Wang Xian to be able to appear here, he was definitely not as mediocre as his attribute panel showed, and for him who possessed great ambition, it was definitely worth pulling in. In other words, as long as I nod my head, we are considered friends? Wang Xian asked again. Qin Zhang nodded his head and said, that's right, as long as you nod your head, we are friends. Good, then we are friends. Wang Xian smiled. To formally recognize you, my name is Qin Zhang. Qin Zhang walked to Wang Xian and extended his right hand. Wang Xian shook Qin Zhang's hand and said, it takes great strength to produce miracles. That's right, it takes great strength to produce miracles. This was the fake nickname that Wang Xian had set up with his disguise skill. Good name. Qin Zhang praised it with a clear conscience. You think it's a good name too? Ha, I think so too. Wang Xian laughed out loud. Brother Zhang, since we're friends, then if a friend needs your help with something, aren't you going to help out? Wang Xian was very self-conscious and put his right arm around Qin Zhang's neck, changing his address to Qin Zhang to Brother Zhang. Regarding this behavior of Wang Xian, Qin Zhang was obviously a bit uncomfortable, but he only slightly twisted his body and said, if a friend needs help with something, as a friend, naturally, I have to help as well. Dolly, you have something, just say it, as long as I can help, I will definitely help. Brother Zhang is indeed a friend enough, I agreed before I even opened my mouth. Wang Xian gave a thumbs up to Qin Zhang, then pointed at the star that was getting closer and closer to this place and said, brother, I've got my eye on that star. Brother Zhang, you'll bring your people in a while and help me get that star, how about it?
Qin Zhang, Jin Longwei, the remaining others.
Everyone looked at Wang Xian with a speechless to the core look. They kind of understood that Wang Xian had said so many nice words before, but it turned out that he was waiting here. Especially Qin Zhang, he was dumbfounded, he had never seen such a shameless person.
Qin Zhang, how do you feel about my proposal just now? The phantom shadow's voice sounded once again.
Not waiting for Qin Zhang to say anything, Wang Xian took the first step to open his mouth. His voice was full of indignation. Brother Zhang, this guy is not a good thing at first glance. He obviously destroys the relationship between our friends. I strongly suggest that we go out together and exterminate this guy as a way of authenticating the friendship between us. If just now, the crowd had only expressed their speechlessness at Wang Xian's shamelessness, then now they were astonished. Not only did he let Qin Zhang help snatch that unknown heavenly drop, he actually wanted Qin Zhang to help kill the enemy, and the one he killed was still a celebrity on the leaderboards, the phantom shadow who had the hidden profession god of slayers. Please, you've only just befriended Qin Zhang. How shameless are you to say such words and demands?
Also, do you really think Qin Zhang wants to be your friend? Fine. Even if Qin Zhang really wants to be your friend, why would he become your real friend before you've demonstrated enough strength? Supreme Heavenly Father, Amat Ba Buddha.
Just as the crowd was considering how to deal with the very shameless Wang Xian, two chants sounded at the same time. Immediately, the crowd's gazes were drawn up. Then they saw a monk, a Taoist priest, and a youth around 20 years old. While everyone else's gazes were on the Taoist monk and the monk, Wang Xian kept staring at the youth. This youth was no other than the one who had obtained the hidden profession Lord of the Stars in his last life, nicknamed Shindu.
Wang Xian thought that this person wouldn't show up if he didn't show up before.
After half a day, it turned out that he was late.
No, it wasn't really late.
After all, the star that hid the Star Lord transfer item had not yet fallen to this place. Fellow monks, the poor Taoist, young monk, has greeted you. The Taoist priest and monk stopped once they arrived not far from the crowd, and performed their respective salutes to the crowd. After the crowd looked at each other, they also returned the salute. The crowd was still wary of the sudden appearance of the Taoist and monk. Because of data mining, Taoist and monk had become two professions, and Taoist was an exclusive profession of the Dragon Kingdom. The primary skills mastered by Taoist priests were Palm Thunder, Spring Breeze Rain Art, Fixation Art, Eternal Life Art, as well as Basic Taoist Sword Technique and Basic Taoist Charms. The monk's skills are a few elementary stunts among the legendary 72 stunts. In short, no matter whether it was a Taoist priest or a monk, it was a very powerful profession, not much weaker than the average hidden profession. Unfortunately, now no one can know exactly how to transfer into Taoist priests and monks. The Taoist priests and monks that appear now are those who have reached the level of Taoist priests and monks. All of them are those who have reached the level of Taoist priests and monks. The Taoist and monk that appear now are automatically transferred after their level reaches 10. Although they didn't know how they were transformed into them, they knew that those who were transformed into Taoist priests and monks were originally Taoist priests and monks. This Taoist priest and monk appeared here for the purpose. Needless to say, the crowd knew that it must also be for that star that was about to fall. As for the youth who came with them, he was directly ignored by the crowd.
Another mage with ordinary attributes, and still a small mage who hadn't reached level 30. Taoist, what is the reason for coming here? The ghostly shadow spoke up once again. Are you stupid? Do you still need to ask about something so obvious? Wang Xian directly disliked him. There's a beef between us?
Spectral shadow frowned at Wang Xian.
Of course there is. Wang Xian immediately said. What kind of fault? Didn't you just say you wanted to finish me off? Isn't that still not a fault? You wouldn't have forgotten so quickly, would you?
If that's really the case, then you need to refresh your brain. Wang Xian looked at Yui's shadow with a sigh on his face, as if he was pitying him. In fact, Wang Xian's beef with Yuing wasn't what he just said, but came from his previous life.
To be honest, Wang Xian was quite impressed with Yuing as a person. This was a person with an absolute bottom line.
Although the life-killing pavilion he created had killed countless people, it had never actually killed a single person.
What does that mean?
It was that the people in the life-killing pavilion, when they took on a killing mission, they would always first figure out how many deaths were left for the person they wanted to kill. If the number of deaths is more than one, only then will the life-killing pavilion take on the mission to assassinate that person. However, if that person only had one last death left, then sorry, no matter how much money was involved, the killing pavilion would not solve the mission. When the national war opened, Spectral Shadow took the lead and led the people of the life-killing pavilion to infiltrate the battlefield and the enemy country's interior, launching a frenzied killing spree. In the end, he was even surrounded by dozens of top-tier powerhouses of the enemy country, and killed a dozen of them before he was killed. At this point, the name of Yui Shadow as the god of killing was completely established. Of course, admiration was admiration, but it didn't affect Wang Xian's dislike of the Phantom Shadow now, diabolizing it. Who told him that in his last life, the life-killing pavilion had taken over the immortal race's mission to kill him? Although the life-killing pavilion kept his last death count, killing was killing. He had to take revenge. However, it was natural that a top-tier hidden professional like Spectre, as well as someone with a national righteousness, couldn't be completely killed. So, phasing him a bit and killing him once more was enough. Your men killed me once, I'll kill you once. Fair. Wang Xian made a silent decision in his heart. I'll make it up to you. The ghostly shadow was instantly enraged, a dagger appeared with a flash of cold light in his hand, and his figure flashed continuously as he lunged towards Wang Xian. Amitabha Buddha. Scholar, please don't be angry. With a flash of golden light, a monk stopped the shadowy figure. Monk, get out of the way, I don't want to kill innocents indiscriminately. Spectral Shadow frowned at the monk in front of him. Amitabha Buddha, scholar, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The monk didn't move and persuaded Phantom Shadow. Monk, hurry up and get out of the way or I'll come and kill you together. The Phantom Shadow threatened. Monk, the monk observes that you are definitely not a person who is addicted to killing. Why should you have to kill someone just for a few words? The monk remained still and continued to persuade. Sick. Spectral Shadow blared at the monk, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the eyes of the crowd. He went into stealth. Ha! Wang Xian suddenly let out a startled eep. Logically, even if the Phantom Shadow had entered stealth, he should have been able to see it with his heavenly eyes skill. However, the truth was that the Spectral Shadow had really disappeared from his eyes, the kind that could not be seen for a single second. Kind of interesting. Wang Xian murmured wordlessly. Scholar, don't be afraid, the little monk is here to protect you. The monk appeared at Wang Xian's side. Monk, don't bother here, you can't save me. Wang Xian glanced at the monk and said indifferently. It wasn't that he couldn't save me, but that he didn't need to. With the strength of the Phantom Shadow, it was impossible to kill him. As for why Wang Xian said those words to the monk, it was because he knew why the monk wanted to save him. This monk had taken on the Buddha's Son transfer quest. Buddha's Son, the top hidden profession of the Buddhist sect. This quest could be taken by every monk, and the first ring of this transfer quest was to save people. Save 100 people who are going to be killed. Saving the 100 people who were going to be killed seemed easy, but it was very difficult. Because, it was necessary to ensure that the 100 people who were going to be killed were all people who were bound to die. But it's still up to the system to determine exactly how. Also, don't think about having someone intentionally die and then having the monk make a move to save them. If you did that, not only would it not be counted among the 100 people in the first ring, but it would cause the mission to fail outright. After the quest fails, you will never be able to take the quest again. There were a total of 10 rings in the Buddha's Son transfer quest, and this first ring was actually the easiest, while the 10th ring was the most F***ed up. In his last life, a certain monk had spent over a year completing the first 9 rings of the quest, and when he received the 10th ring of the quest, he almost collapsed on the spot. The 10th ring wasn't actually a quest, but a requirement. Since the beginning of data mining, there had been no killing of any kind before one could be transferred to a Buddhist son. When the 10th ring of Buddhist son was announced, all of them lost their voices. Without any acts of killing? This was simply a joke. Is it possible to upgrade without killing? Without upgrading, was it possible to complete the first 9 rings of the quest? The truth was that it was possible. Both monks and Taoist priests could gain experience through meditation. Meditation is not just sitting there chanting scripture and reading is enough. Only after the system determines that you have successfully entered the meditation, you can gain experience. A lot of monks and Taoist priests are simply unable to enter meditation. What's more, meditating and upgrading was much slower than killing monsters and upgrading. Therefore, except for some very old existences, basically no monks and Taoist priests relied on meditating to upgrade. Although Wang Xian knew that the quest for the Buddha Son transfer was a pit, he wouldn't say it out loud, that the first 9 rings of the quest for the Buddha Son transfer had allowed the monk profession in the Dragon Kingdom to do countless good things that benefited the country and the people. If Wang Xian had spoken out about the 10th ring, there definitely wouldn't have been a situation where monks could be found everywhere in the previous life helping people and assisting others. Of course, there was the Buddha Son transfer quest among the monks, while there was naturally a top-level hidden profession transfer quest among the Taoists. Daozi. The Dao Sun transfer quest only had 3 rings, or 3 conditions to complete. The first one, medicine, art, painting, Qin, Go, Bagua, astronomy, geography, 8 Taoist sub-professional skills are practiced to an advanced level. The second, to reach the brush can write, ink painting landscapes, pulse to determine the life and death, look at the gas to see the rich and powerful, teacup world, sleeve contains Qiankuan, any 2 of the 6 achievements. The third, seek the dragon and point to call out the wind and rain, and go up to the sky to change the world. The 3 conditions for the Daozi transfer made almost everyone who saw it dumbfounded. The first condition they understood, the second was able to understand a little, but what exactly was the third? Therefore, in the previous life until the time of Wang Xian's death, he had not succeeded in transferring to Daozi. Scholar, the little monk will protect you. The monk did not retreat at all, still standing in front of Wang Xian. As you wish. Wang Xian rolled his eyes. Monks these days were almost crazy in order to complete the task of transferring to Buddha's son. Time passed by second, and the phantom shadow still didn't show up. And at this time, the star above the firmament was only a few hundred meters away from the earth. Snort! A cold light suddenly appeared and instantly cut through Wang Xian's neck. Then, -0. A number floated above Wang Xian's head. And then, the scene came to a standstill. Everyone except Wang Xian was shocked as they looked at the number floating above Wang Xian's head, and even a part of them were desperately rubbing their eyes. They were afraid that they had misread it. 0? How could it be 0? -294. At this time, a damage also surfaced from Spectral Shadow's head. Who the hell are you? The phantom shadow stared at Wang Xian with a grave expression, and his tone was even thick with regret. He realized that 2 more negative statuses had suddenly appeared on his body. One was named Heavenly Aversion, and the other was named Divine Abandonment. Even if the duration of the 2 negative statuses was up to 3 days, their statuses were actually reducing the full attributes and reducing the experience gained? What the hell is this? Attributes were actually okay, but reducing experience gain for 3 days made him unable to endure it. What was the most important thing at this time? Leveling. Lastly, why was he, a hidden profession among assassins, unable to even break the defense of a small mage? This mage was poisonous. The defense on his attribute panel was clearly low. Yui Shadow was caught up in shock and skepticism, but Wang Xian wasn't. Taking advantage of Yui Shadow's daze, the staff in his right hand swung, and a thunderbolt descended from the sky, instantly splitting on Yui Shadow's body. Mage elementary skill, Thunderbolt Art. -2494. A 4-digit damage emerged from the Spectral Shadow's head. The appearance of the lightning spell was accompanied by a shocking thunderclap, waking up the people who had just been in shock. However, they were shocked once again when they saw the damage emerging from the Spectral Shadow's head. Even if the defense was high, why was this attack so high as well? So just this much damage? Wang Xian's voice rang out with thick surprise. Wang Xian could not be blamed for being surprised, but the damage of this, Thunderbolt Art, was too low. Wang Xian's attack power was 1,650 points, counting the 210% damage of the LV3 Thunderbolt technique and removing the Phantom Shadow's magic resistance. It should have dealt 3,000 plus damage, but the truth was that it only dealt 2,494 points of damage. Although the damage was high, it was clearly wrong, very wrong. Forget it, don't think about it, since I didn't die, it's just a good idea to make up for it again. The staff in Wang Xian's hand swung again, and a wind blade struck the Phantom Shadow that was close by. -0. Wang Xian. Crowd. What the hell? How did a 0 come out again? Wang Xian was surprised that he had hit 0 damage, but he also figured out in a flash that the Phantom Shadow should have locked the blood. What does it mean to lock blood? It means that the amount of blood remains in the current state, will not be lowered, any damage hit on him, will become invalid words. Of course, this locked blood is a time limit, and time is generally not too long, is not sure. The shadow of the locked blood is from the talent or to suicide god's vocational skills. The Spectral Shadow entered the bloodlock state. Naturally he wouldn't waste such precious time. The bright-colored dagger in his hand instantly became pitch black, and he himself also became illusory. Die! The Spectral Shadow let out a bellowing cry and swept rapidly, his illusory figure directly passing through Wang Xian's body. -7,544. A black number that shocked everyone's eyes emerged from Wang Xian's head. Deadly strike. 10 times damage. The crowd was shocked again and again. They weren't shocked by the horrific damage dealt by the Phantom Shadow. After all, it was fatal damage, and having a number like that was actually quite normal. What they were shocked about was Wang Xian's blood level. With such a terrifying damage going down, Wang Xian's blood bar actually still had half of it. This also meant that Wang Xian's blood quantity was at least 15,000 or more. Counting the super high defense and attack that he had displayed before, he now added in over 10,000 blood. So, what the hell was this TM? This didn't match the attributes displayed on the attribute panel at all. Alright. You're open. The Phantom Shadow didn't launch another attack on Wang Xian. That attack just now was a must-kill technique that the God of Slayers had obtained after his first advancement. In addition to being able to lock onto a target and a high damage bonus, it would also surely deal lethal damage. Of course, this skill was so powerful that it also had an after effect, which was that after using it, it would fall into a short period of weakness. In other words, it wasn't that he didn't want to attack Wang Xian again, but that he couldn't attack Wang Xian right now. In a weakened state, the full attributes would be drastically reduced, and in such a state, he would not be able to break through Wang Xian's defense at all.
Hanging on? Just think of me as a hanging wall. Wang Xian laughed.
And then, the staff held in his right hand gently swung, condensing a fireball that cleared out that last remaining sliver of blood of the phantom.
A hanging wall? Perhaps.
At least the drop of mysterious blood granted him the heaven-defying ability to gain a talent every 10 levels, which wasn't much inferior to the usual openings in the middle of an online game.
You guys go along too.
The staff in Wang Xian's hand swung once again, and 5 black fireballs appeared, heading straight for those assassins brought by the Spectral Shadow.
Skill, Spectral Shadow Fireball. Minus 1014. Minus 984. Minus 941. Minus 1052. Minus 1071.
5 not so high damage surfaced from the top of their heads, and then they simply fell to the ground. The damage wasn't high, not because Wang Xian's attack was low, or because these assassins had high magic defense, but because these assassins only had these life points.
Wang Xian's sudden attack caught the people brought by Yui Shadow completely off guard, and they were still shocked by Yui Shadow's death. By the time they reacted, 5 more companions had already fallen. The successive deaths of the Spectral Shadow and the 5 companions caused the remaining 4 to no longer have any desire to fight on, and they all entered the sneak state, quickly fleeing towards the distance. At this point, they simply had no other choice but to flee, and if they stayed, they would only be taking themselves in for nothing. The 4 wanted to escape, but Wang Xian did not want to let them go. Wind blades, thunderbolt, ice spikes, water ball.
4 magic spells appeared, whistling and shooting sharply towards the empty space, hitting the 4 people under their stunned looks and emptying their blood completely.
Done.
At this point, the Spectral Shadow and the 9 assassins he brought with him were all wiped out.
Scholar, how could you commit such a murder? It's a sin.
The monk folded his hands and looked at Wang Xian in pain.
Wang Xian rolled his eyes and didn't bother with this monk.
He had seen this kind of situation many times, and the reason why he was in pain was solely because he
didn't come in time to save those few people from him. Gentlemen, I want this thing. You should have no opinion, right?
The staff held in Wang Xian's right hand pointed at the star that was already less than 100 meters away from this place. The speed of this star had also slowed down, and its size was not too big either. Obviously, this star was not a real star, just like the meteor that Cheng Yao had obtained her hidden profession from back then.
Wang Xian's words made the crowd present not know how to respond for a moment. Opinions? Of course they had opinions. However, if they had opinions, they didn't dare to say them.
Who knew, after saying it, if Wang Xian would do a fireball spell, or a thunderbolt spell, which would kill them in seconds.
Facing Wang Xian's terrifying damage, they really didn't have confidence that they could survive. Since no one has said anything, I'll take it that everyone agrees. Thank you all. A bright smile appeared on Wang Xian's face as he thanked the crowd.
Thank you, sister. Looking at the brilliant smile on Wang Xian's face, the crowd couldn't wait to pound their fists on it.
Shameless. Too shameless. A person who was powerful and extremely shameless, what else could they do but endure it? A few minutes later, the star finally descended.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xian came to the vicinity of that star and reached out his hand towards that star to grab it.
Snort!
Suddenly, a sword chi appeared, heading straight for Wang Xian.
In response, Wang Xian chose to ignore it. -0. A damage surfaced. No defense was broken.
However, Wang Xian's movements to grab at the star stopped. He was fixed.
Wang Xian was a bit stunned.
It turned out that the sword chi was not a damage type skill, but a control skill.
What do you mean?
Wang Xian turned his head to look at sword 23. Control type skills did not make you completely immobile. Some very simple behaviors were still allowed, such as turning your head and speaking.
Wang Xian was now very upset.
Just now, he had clearly asked the crowd if they had any opinions, but as a result, no one said anything, and now when he was about to get that star in his hands, someone came out and messed up.
Sorry about that. This is our mission. Don't worry, we won't kill you.
Sword 23 gave an apologetic smile to Wang Xian before walking towards that star.
When passing by Wang Xian's side, -945, a damage surfaced.
A color of endless pain also surfaced on Sword 23's face before he curled up and fell to the side.
What do you say, you? What's the point of pretending when you have nothing to do?
Wang Xian retracted his raised right foot. When he was just fixed, he checked his status and found an interesting thing. The control skill he was hit with, the duration was actually determined by the power attributes of both sides. In other words, if Sword 23's power attribute was greater than Wang Xian's, then the longer the control time would be. On the contrary, if Wang Xian's power attribute was greater than Sword 23's, then the shorter the control would be. Regarding his own power attribute, Wang Xian was very confident. In the entire Bluestar, it was estimated that he shouldn't be able to find one with a higher power attribute than him. Therefore, that control skill of Sword 23 actually only controlled Wang Xian for a very short period of time. Wang Xian hadn't moved, that is, to see what this guy was trying to do, which led to the scene that happened just now. Looking at Sword 23, who had the color of pain on his face even though he was unconscious, Wang Xian couldn't help but shiver. Wang Xian actually didn't want to attack Jian Xi's lower body, but he really couldn't help it. This guy was just too dejected. More importantly, this guy was not speaking of martial virtues. Just now he clearly had no opinion, but suddenly made a sneak attack. The kick just now, consider it as teaching him to be a human being.
That's right. Wang Xian secretly nodded.
Then, not caring about Sword 23 anymore, he reached out towards that suspended star's grasp. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two air-breaking sounds rang out, and Wang Xian's movements once again froze. Two arrows shot out sharply. It came from the two archers brought by Sword 23. This time, Wang Xian did not choose to ignore them as he did earlier. Quickly turning around, the staff held in his right hand swung and directly smashed towards those two arrows. Crack! Crack! Two sounds of wooden branches breaking. The arrows that were shot at him were actually smashed directly by the staff in Wang Xian's hand. -0. -0. Even though the arrow was smashed, 2 damage still appeared on Wang Xian's head. This was going to say something about the limitations of long-range attacks. Similar to arrows, magic and other long-range attacks, in addition to being able to dodge, they were also able to be blocked. Wang Xian knocking the arrow off was actually similar to a form of blocking. Normally, attacks that were blocked would still deal damage, but would only deal a minimum of 50% and above. However, it was extremely difficult to successfully block these attacks. Taking the archer's arrows as an example, the first requirement for a successful block is that your strength must be more than twice that of the archer's, and if it is not strong enough, the weapon you use to block the arrow will be disintegrated by the arrow. The second, a strong ability to anticipate. The speed of the arrows is extremely fast. You can only predict in advance the time and position when the arrows are going to attack you. The third, speed. Without a fast enough speed, even if you knew the time and location of the arrow's reach, you would be too late to block. In short, it was extremely difficult to block successfully. Alternatively, you take a shield and hide your entire body behind it, and it's worth saying that successfully blocking with a shield reduces the damage by 90% at the very least, unless you shoot an arrow that can pierce the shield. As for blocking magic, blocking anything other than a shield is better than not blocking at all. The damage caused by blocked magic would be determined by the different lines of magic, and most of the magic was ranged magic, so you couldn't block it at all. Because even a single magic skill, in fact, the essence also has a small range of damage, only this range is very small, will be recognized as a single skill. Besides, when encountering a magic attack, what you need to do is to rush to the mage who released the magic at the first time and KO him, instead of standing still and thinking about how to block the magic released by this mage. Blocking arrows is useful because usually, if you have more power than the shooter, you definitely can't catch up with the shooter, so blocking is better. Blocking magic was basically meaningless except for looking a bit forced. The scene of Wang Xian swinging his staff and knocking the arrow off shocked everyone again and again and again. They had their own thought in their minds at the moment. It can still be like this? Seeing the shock of the crowd, Wang Xian expressed his satisfaction. He loved to see how these people had not seen the world. Since right now, basically no one could reach more than twice the strength of an archer, no one knew that arrows could be blocked like this. Therefore, Wang Xian could pretend to his heart's content for some time to come. And this feeling. Cool. Really cool. Too damn cool. How did you do that? Among Sword 23's team, one of the archers asked in a tone full of shock. You guess. Wang Xian returned a big smiley face to him before swinging his staff twice in succession, a fireball and a wind blade heading towards the two archers. Seeing Wang Xian's magic, a hint of panic appeared in the eyes of the two archers. They had just seen what happened to those assassins. Their blood and defense were basically similar to those assassins, and if they were touched by Wang Xian's magic, there was only one way to end up. Death. They wanted to dodge, but the speed of the magic was too fast, and they could only watch as the two magic hit the ground below their feet. The two archers froze at the same time. They didn't understand what Wang Xian meant by this at all. Missed? Kindly letting them go? Or humiliation? Don't make a move on me again, or next time, my magic won't land on the ground. Wang Xian switched the staff in his right hand to his left hand, and with his right hand, he put up his index finger and gently shook it a few times at the people brought by Sword 23. They were all official people of the Dragon Kingdom, and killing them would not do Wang Xian any favors.
Moreover, these people had always stood firm and protected the Dragon Kingdom, whether in the past, present, or future. Just like in the National War in the last life, these people were the existences that rushed to the front line, and in order to reject the enemy outside the country's gates, many of them exhausted the number of deaths and completely fell. For them, Wang Xian really couldn't lay his hands on them, nor did he have the means to do so. As for whether they would do it to themselves again, Wang Xian didn't know, but thought that it shouldn't be. Wang Xian didn't dilly-dally as before, took 3 steps and came to the edge of that star and held it in his hand. After looking at the attributes and realizing that it was indeed the transfer item of the Star Lord, he put it in his backpack. With the item in hand, Wang Xian did not intend to stay much longer and turned around to leave. Brother Dali, are you just going to leave like this? You also want the item just now? Wang Xian looked towards Qin Zheng who had just spoken. Of course not. Qin Zheng shook his head and laughed. What I mean is, have you forgotten me? Forgot you? Wang Xian was slightly stunned before her body quickly retreated, looking at Qin Zheng with a strange expression on her face as she quickly said, I'm straight, and I don't dare to be interested in men. I am also straight. What I mean by that, we are all friends now, shouldn't we add a friend? Qin Zheng angrily glared at Wang Xian. So it's adding a friend, just say it directly, it scared me. Wang Xian patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief before sending a friend request to Qin Zheng. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first, bye. Waving her hand and saying goodbye to Qin Zheng, Wang Xian once again turned around and left. Then, Wang Xian felt his calf being grabbed and looked down, realizing that the one who grabbed his calf was Sword 23. Still want to fight? Wang Xian asked. No. Sword 23 shook his head. Then what do you want to do? Add a friend. Wang Xian. I've treated you so well, you don't think about retaliating against me even if it's not enough, you still want to add me as a friend, are you sick? Ahem. Sword 23 naturally saw the difference in Wang Xian's demeanor and coughed dryly, standing up. Brother Dali, I added you as a friend because there is something I want to find you to help. What is it? You should know about the main city mentioned in the system announcement after level 10, right? No. Wang Xian nodded. Main cities were the ancient cities that the system materialized after the first person reached level 10, and each city could hold at least over 100 million people. Each country would decide the number of main cities according to the number of population, and according to the statistics of the last generation. Basically with a population of 200 million, a main city would appear. If some countries had a population of less than 200 million, then the system would calculate according to the total population of that country's nearby area, and a main city would be shared by multiple countries. In the vicinity of the main city, there were a large number of elite-level wild monsters that had reached level 50 and a varying number of normal and high-level bosses, as well as a legendary-level boss. At this time, there were actually some countries that had already taken action against the wild monsters near the main city. Of course, with everyone at such a low level, to clear the wild monsters near the main city, it was natural to use the existing high-tech weapons. Only, that way, those wild monsters wouldn't provide experience and equipment. The countries that hadn't started to make their moves just didn't want these to lose the experience and equipment from those wild monsters, so they didn't make their moves. Brother Dali, your strength is very strong, so I'm extending an invitation to you to head out together to clear the wild monsters near the main city. Sword 23 looked at Wang Xian with a face of sincerity plus anticipation. Right now, there were also 2 opinions from the top management of the Dragon Kingdom. One was advocating the use of high-tech weapons to clean up those wild monsters and quickly enter the main city. This was because only by entering the main city would one be able to pick up various quests, as well as enter various beginner, intermediate and advanced level copies, and be able to raise their equipment and level faster. Even the auction house, arena and other functional facilities were only available in the main city. The other opinion was naturally not to use high-tech weapons. In addition to not gaining experience and equipment, it was also because there was no way to manufacture high-tech weapons anymore. The materials used to make high-tech weapons all had properties, and to make those high-tech weapons, you needed the relevant skill level. Levels were fine, but it was no longer possible to rely on assembly line production. That is to say, the existing high-tech weapons had basically become extinct, and there were fewer of them. Those who insisted on not using high-tech weapons wanted the existing high-tech weapons to be used in critical places. Clean up the wild monsters near the main city. Wang Xian rubbed his chin and looked down to consider. In his last life, the Dragon Kingdom didn't use high-tech weapons to clean up those wild monsters near the main city in the early stages either, but as more and more countries used high-tech weapons, the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but start to use high-tech thermal weapons. Even at the end, facing the legendary level boss guarding the main gate of the main city, it directly used nuclear weapons. With Wang Xian's current strength, it wasn't really too difficult to deal with elite monsters that had reached level 50, it was just a bit slow. This was all because Wang Xian's additions were relatively even, if there was enough time. Apart from that legendary rank boss guarding the gate,
then Wang Xian alone could chisel through the path to the main city. Unfortunately, there wasn't that much time for Wang Xian. Brother Dali, think about it, this is a big deal for all of us in the Dragon Kingdom, and, as long as Brother Dali joins, all kinds of benefits will definitely be great.
Sword 23 said again. Which main city are you planning to make a move on? Wang Xian asked.
There were a total of 7 main cities in the Dragon Kingdom that were named after divine beasts, namely Green Dragon City, Vermilion Bird City, White Tiger City, Xuanwu City, Kirin City, Candlelight City, and Yui Luminescent City. The names of the 7 main cities were no longer a secret, although it was said that there were numerous wild monsters around the main cities, but with some technological items, they could still be easily detected.
Nowadays, within the main city, there were no NPCs, only by killing the legendary level boss in front of the main city, would there be NPCs within the main city.
According to the development of the last generation, the Dragon Kingdom officials should be making a move against the Green Dragon main city. After all, the Green Dragon main city was the closest main city to the imperial capital.
Sword 23 immediately said, Green Dragon main city. Good, I agree.
There was no difference between this place and the previous life, and Wang Xian happened to be traveling to the imperial capital as well, so he agreed to Jian Xi's invitation. Moreover, Qinglong main city was the main city Wang Xian was most familiar with. He had spent most of his last life within Qinglong main city, and being within Qinglong main city would allow him to rise even faster. As for whether or not he had revealed his identity, it didn't matter. Before he had concealed his identity, he was just afraid that something unfriendly would happen between the two, so that they wouldn't get along well in the future.
Thank you, Brother Vigorous. Sword 23 was instantly overjoyed. Before continuing, Brother Vigorous, do you have other things to do here?
If there's nothing, then head to the imperial capital with us. The operation to clear the wild monsters will start in 3 days at the slowest.
Can do.
Wang Xian nodded. He was going to the imperial capital anyway, and together with Sword 23 and the others, he should still be able to hitch a ride.
He should be very strong, won't he be invited? Wang Xian's gaze fell on Qin Zhang's body. He was really curious about Qin Zhang's profession emperor.
Without waiting for Sword 23 to speak, Qin Zhang smiled and said, I've already accepted the invitation, and it's not just me. Other than the immortal king who was number 1 in the ranking list, all the other 9 have accepted the invitation. That guy is too high and cold. Adding his friends doesn't go through, not responding to the postings made in the forums. He really thinks that if he is ranked number 1 in terms of rank, he is really number 1. Sooner or later, there will be a day when he cries.
Sword 23 added indignantly. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched. The friend thing, he admitted, he had already turned on refusing anyone to add friends. It couldn't be helped, having people adding his friends all the time without turning on this feature was something no one could stand. As for forum posting, he hadn't noticed it at all. There were quite a few postings about him on the forum, but after reading some of them and realizing that they were all boring postings, he never clicked on them to read them again. Brother Vigor, what's wrong with you? Sword 23 saw that Wang Xian's expression was a bit strange and asked with some confusion. Nothing. Wang Xian looked deeply at Sword 23 and gently shook his head. He would like to see how else this fellow could make up stories about him behind his back, and also, what exactly did this fellow mean by sooner or later there will be a day when he cries? Moreover, Wang Xian was even more looking forward to how this guy's expression would look like when he realized that he was the immortal king. When will you return to the imperial capital? Wang Xian asked. Sword 23's body was originally a little hairy from Wang Xian's eyes, and when he heard Wang Xian's words, he immediately said, the things here have fallen into Brother Vigorous' hands, and there's nothing more for us to do, so we can go back now. Then let's go. By the way, the things fell into my hands, you guys have nothing to do, right? No. Sword 23 shook his head. The above just told us to try to get it. It's best if we get it, and it's fine if we don't. Brother Dali, I'm quite curious, what exactly is that starable star? It's just a thing that increases the attack power of spells. Wang Xian said casually. Oh. After Sword 23 answered, he didn't continue to ask any further questions. Brother Dali, wait a little while, I'll go invite those 2 people. They should also be very strong for being able to come here. Wang Xian nodded his head. The 2 people that Sword 23 was talking about were actually that Taoist priest as well as the monk. As for the Shindu, that little mage, he was ignored the entire time. After Jian Xi chatted with that Taoist as well as the monk for a few moments, he returned to Wang Xian with a disappointed look on his face. Obviously, that Taoist as well as the monk had not agreed to his invitation. Brother Vigorous, let's go. Sword 23 said. Aren't they coming with us? Wang Xian looked towards Qin Zhang and the others. Sword 23 shook his head and said, no, Qin Zhang will meet us at the imperial capital 3 days later. Oh, let's go then. Led by Sword 23, Wang Xian followed him to a flat area above where there was a military helicopter. Ordinary airliners had been grounded because there were too many uncertainties in the air,
especially those godforsaken flying wild monsters that would pose a great danger to airliners.
However, fighter jets, helicopter-type airplanes, were not grounded.
The former was able to throw off most of the flying wild monsters with its super-fast speed and agility, while the latter was able to clear those flying wild monsters that were a threat to the helicopter because of the number of strong people escorting the helicopter's interior. Of course, when it came to powerful wild monsters, it was only a matter of resting. Therefore, the helicopters all flew very low in order to jump in time after encountering an irresistible flying wild monster. The helicopter that Wang Xian was riding in was only about 100 meters above the ground, flying towards the imperial capital. It was more than 2,000 kilometers away from the imperial capital, and even for a military helicopter, it took more than 7 hours, with another refueling in the middle of the journey, to reach the imperial capital. The helicopter docked outside of the imperial capital, and by this time, the sky had already begun to lighten. "I'll contact you in 3 days, go first." Wang Xian jumped out of the helicopter and dropped a sentence to GNXXI, then directly flashed away, not giving GNXI any chance to speak at all.
When GN23 reacted, Wang Xian had already disappeared without a trace. Strange, is it so fast? GN23 scratched his head and let out a puzzled voice. In fact, it wasn't that Wang Xian was fast, but rather, Wang Xian had used the assassin sneak skill, commonly known as stealth. Sneaking. Upon activating the skill, one enters a sneaking state, where movement speed is reduced by 70% for 60 seconds. Any attacking behavior will disable the sneaking state. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 50 MP. Cooldown time, 180 seconds. This was a skill book that Wang Xian had gotten from brushing monsters, and it was the assassin's basic skill. The reason why Wang Xian left straight away wasn't that he didn't really want to deal with the official people, those people's formalism was just too strong right now. In his last life, there were quite a few strong people who had joined the official formation of guilds who were spouting off about this kind of problem, and there were even some strong people who were directly forced to leave by this situation. In the end, the Dragon Kingdom's official high level vigorously rectified this kind of problem before the grievances in the hearts of those strongmen were calmed. Although the sky was only slightly bright now, the imperial capital was extremely noisy. Ever since the datization, except for those who followed the work and rest time extremely well, many people had begun to ignore the problem of time. The problem of time had begun to be ignored. As the level increased, the attributes were steadily increasing, which made people's bodies get better and better, and they were as good as nothing when they didn't rest for several days and nights in a row. People were yelling in groups of 5 and waves of 10. Yelling about what? Naturally, it was the teaming requirements. What defense how much, attack how much. Especially the interface of the current chat, all kinds of group shouts or shouts requesting for a group were even more horrible than the pop-ups of the previous hundreds of millions of broadcasted TV series, and before a sentence was finished, it was topped off by the following words. Finding a place with fewer and quieter people to sit down and looking at the scene not far away, an inexplicable emotion rose in Wang Xian's heart. In his last life, he was one of these people, yelling all sorts of things in order to form a team. In this life, however, he had become number 1 on the rank list, with a powerful hidden profession, a mutant talent, and, lying back with his body, leaning against the wall and looking at the clear sky, Wang Xian's thoughts drifted further and further away. Suddenly, Wang Xian's vision turned dark, everything disappeared and only endless darkness remained. "How old are you? Can you stop playing such childish games?" Wang Xian said, full of helplessness. It turned out that the reason why it became dark in front of him was because a pair of soft razor blades covered his eyes. "Uncle, you are so boring." A familiar voice rang out. It was Chang Yao. The darkness dispersed and light reappeared. 2 figures stood in front of Wang Xian. Nangong Dance. Su Zhuan. Counting Chang Yao who was standing behind him at the moment, there were a total of 3 people. "Uncle, long time no see." Nangong Dance lightly waved her vegetative hand and greeted Wang Xian with a smile. He. An emotionless smile surfaced on Wang Xian's face. Long time no see? It was indeed that they hadn't seen each other. However, for at least 5 hours every day, Nangong Dance was constantly flirting with him through the chat function. In response, Nangong Dance's beautiful name, special training. Like before, during the competition for the items for the Star Lord transfer, Wang Xian was able to become so shameless thanks to Nangong Dance. "Uncle, don't smile if you don't want to, your fake smile is giving me goosebumps," Nangong Dance said as she held her forehead. "Brother-in-law, aren't you happy to see us?" Suzhen beamed and looked at Wang Xian. She was very unhappy about Wang Xian's smile. Ignoring the expressions of the two, Wang Xian got up and asked, "Where to?" "We'll know when we arrive, follow me," Nangong Dance said with a smile and turned towards a vehicle that looked like it was very expensive. Wang Xian immediately followed. "Uncle, wait for me. Brother-in-law, wait for me," Chang Yao and Su Zhuan shouted while also catching up. Half an hour later, the four of them appeared in the presidential room of a five-star hotel. Uncle, this is one of my family's properties, you can stay here, Uncle and Auntie are right next door, but they should still be resting right now. Nangong Dance said. Wang Xian gave a hum and threw himself on top of the sofa in a very unimaginative manner. Uncle, just rest for a while, when you're rested, we'll be picking up the pieces for you. Yao, Xiaozhuan, let's go, let Uncle have a good rest. Nangong Dance pulled the very reluctant Cheng Yao and Su Zhuan away. Corruption. Too corrupt.
Looking at the luxurious and incomparable room, Wang Xian sighed. Getting up, he found the bathroom and after taking a beautiful bath, Wang Xian laid down on the bed and slowly went into a dream. I don't know how long it took, but Wang Xian felt some itchiness in his nose, so he patted it away with his hand. Immediately afterward, a cry of pain was heard. When he opened his eyes, Wang Xian saw his sister-in-law Su Zhuan, who was covering her head with her left hand, looking at him with an angry face. She was holding a furry thing in her right hand, and it was obvious that the itchy nose Wang Xian felt was caused by this furry thing. Ignoring Su Zhuan's little expression, Wang Xian yawned and got up to wash up. After washing up, he looked at the time and realized that it was already night. After all these days of sleeping in the wind, suddenly sleeping in a soft bed, it was surprising that he slept for so long under the same. How come you're the only one? Wang Xian took a look and found that Su Zhuan was indeed the only one in the room, and was somewhat puzzled. They are all in the box, uncle and aunt are also there. Oh, then let's go. In the box, there weren't many people, besides Wang Xian's parents, Nangong Dance, Cheng Yao, the Windflower Snow Moon. In addition to the four people, there were 3 men and 1 woman. 2 of the 3 men were the 2 that they had met last time in the middle of Ji City, and that time, Wang Xian and them had only met briefly, without even saying a word. Nangong Dance gave Wang Xian a brief introduction. The 2 men were called Fan Ning and Wei Chengen, and the remaining one was Nangong Dance's cousin, called Nangong Qi. As for the female at the end, there was no need for Nangong Dance to introduce her. Wang Xian also recognized her. The phoenix dance of the 9 heavens in his previous life had 2 major aides. One was Cheng Yao, and the other was this one. Her name was Gu Xiao Xiao. Hidden occupation, domain lord. An auxiliary profession that didn't have any active skills. All of her skills were passive skills, and all of them were halo skills. Life recovery halo, magic recovery halo, defense halo, acceleration halo, defense reduction halo, and so on. These are just basic halos, and after the second advancement of level 100 professions, the appearance of the Dead's domain halo and magic consumption halo is simply a nightmare for the enemy on the battlefield. What's even more terrifying is that Gu Xiaoxiao's aura skill covers a huge range, capable of covering hundreds of thousands of enemies in us. After the brief introduction, it was time for Wang Xian's reception. Afterwards, the crowd chatted again. After chatting for a while, Wang Xian's parents left, saying that they were leaving the space for the youngsters, and that the crowd couldn't let go if they were here. Not long after the 2 old men left, Nangong Qi also got up and left. You don't seem to get along with this cousin of yours, huh? Wang Xian looked at Nangong Dance and asked with a smile. From the moment he entered the box, he had noticed that everyone included was vaguely rejecting Nangong Qi. The faults of big families, you know. Nangong Dance sighed. Wang Xian glared at Nangong Dance and said without a trace of anger, I understand a hammer yo. Haven't you seen the TV series? Compared to the TV series, the reality is even more terrifying. That is, the times have changed now. Otherwise, I would still be almost like in the past, every moment in fear, afraid of not being able to see the next day's sun. I'm really thankful for the changes in this time now, to be able to let me no longer be so tired, no longer be afraid, and also be able to live the way I want to live. A radiant smile surfaced on Nangong Dance's face. Is it so exaggerated? Wang Xian was surprised. It's more exaggerated than what Uncle imagined. It is even more exaggerated. Alright, let's not talk about those unhappy things, let's talk about something happy. Wang Xian said and took out the Star Lord transfer item. What is this? The crowd was curious as they looked at something that looked like a star in the night sky. Lord of the Stars, the top hidden profession of the mage department, one of the most powerful professions. As soon as the words fell, a figure pounced in front of Wang Xian. Brother-in-law. A whiny and pampered voice rang out. Do what? Wang Xian acted as if he didn't hear the meaning contained within the voice. Brother-in-law, you're so powerful, but you're well-behaved, lovely, obedient, kind, and gentle. Sister-in-law is only an ordinary little mage, so if you say it out loud, how embarrassing for you. Su Zhuan shook Wang Xian's arm and said. Wang Xian rolled his eyes. You guys listen, is this like begging? A whole bunch of words, except for Awesome which was praising him, the rest were all praising himself. Brother-in-law. Su Zhuan called out in a whiny voice once again. Here you go, don't disgust me here. Wang Xian threw the thing in his hand to Su Zhuan, which was originally something he had specifically fought for Su Zhuan. Originally, he wanted to tease this little girl, but her pouty look was too much for him to bear, so it was better to give it to her in a hurry.
Straight man. After the item was in his hand, Su Juan immediately gave Wang Xian a look of contempt. Wang Xian. The speed at which this girl piece crossed the river and broke the bridge was also too fast. Uncle, people also want hidden professions. Nangong Dance learned Su Juan's earlier appearance. Koi, this voice shouted. Wang Xian said expressionlessly, if you want to give up your current hidden occupation, I will help you to get a hidden occupation again. For Nangong Dance, he could already achieve basic immunity. It couldn't be helped, anyone who had been molested for more than 10 days would probably be the same as Wang Xian. As for Nangong Dance's hidden occupation, it hadn't changed in any way from his last life, it was still Phoenix Heavenly Maiden. In that case, Uncle really was able to get a hidden profession? Nangong Dance immediately revealed a look of triumph. Chen Bu Mu Chao. He was set up again. Wang Xian hated it in his heart. What are you guys waiting for? Nangong Dance gave the crowd a look. Then, Uncle. The four of them, Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon looked at each other and called out in unison towards Wang Xian. In an instant, Wang Xian's entire body was covered in goosebumps. If you two dare to scream, I'll immediately flip out. The remaining light from the corner of Wang Xian's eye suddenly glanced at the two big men, Fan Ning and Wei Chang'an, who were looking directly at each other with a tangled face, and his face instantly changed drastically. Ha ha ha. Seeing Wang Xian's awkwardness, everyone in the box laughed. At this time, space suddenly fluctuated, and a beam of starlight suddenly descended, enveloping Su Juan in it. The Star Lord's transfer began. I'm afraid it'll be a bit troublesome in a while. Looking at the beam of starlight enveloping Su Juan, Wang Xian spoke. Such a vision, still in the middle of the imperial capital, would definitely attract many onlookers. However, it was only a little troublesome. A beam of starlight running through heaven and earth, such a heaven and earth vision, as long as one wasn't blind, those who were in the imperial capital could see it. Therefore, whether it was a strong person, a person watching the spectacle, or a person with the mindset of picking up the pieces, they were all quickly rushing towards the place of this beam of starlight. Uncle, I'll go take care of it. Nangong Dance got up and walked towards the outside. She didn't feel the slightest bit surprised by the heaven and earth visions triggered by Su Juan's transfer of the hidden profession Star Lord. Compared to the visions she had when she transferred to Phoenix Celestial Maiden, the heaven and earth visions triggered by Su Juan were simply too rare. Go go go! Wang Xian waved his hand. This was Nangong Dance's territory, it would be best for her to step in and resolve it, and if he really couldn't, he would just step in. Nangong Dance had just walked to the door and before she could open the door opened by itself. A person directly barged in. It was that cousin of Nangong Dance's, Nangong Chi, who had just left not long ago. What are you doing back here? Nangong Dance looked at Nangong Chi with a frown. Today, to receive the dust for Wang Xian, Nangong Chi was the one who followed him with a deadpan face. If not for the fear of making a joke for Wang Xian to see the fun, she was afraid that she would have directly beaten Nangong Chi out. Nangong Chi did not reply to Nangong Dance's words, his eyes directly looked towards Su Juan who was shrouded in starlight. When he saw the star held in Su Juan's hands, his eyes suddenly lit up, his figure flickered, swept past Nangong Dance, and his right hand grasped towards the star that Su Juan was holding in his hands. When Wang Xian saw this scene, a cold light flashed under his eyes, but he did not make any moves. At this time, there would be someone that would make a move to stop it. If that person didn't make a move, then it would all be considered that he, Wang Xian, was blind and had looked at the wrong person. Clank! A sharp and angry phoenix sound rang out. A reddish fire like blood surfaced, a ball of flame flew out from Nangong Dance's right hand and struck Nangong Chi who was about to touch the star cupped in Su Juan's hands. Bang! Nangong Chi was directly sent flying by this ball of flame and smashed on top of the wall in the box. Minus 1475. A damage surfaced. Nangong Chi's blood was instantly emptied and turned into a corpse. Throw it out. Nangong Dance glanced at Nangong Chi's corpse and said in a cold voice. Fan Ning and Wei Chang'an, without saying a word, came to Nangong Chi's corpse. One opened the window, the other lifted Nangong Chi's corpse, and threw it out directly through the window. After data mining, if one died, the corpse would not disappear, only after the person who died chose a resurrection point and was resurrected, would his corpse disappear. Uncle, I'm sorry for making you laugh. Nangong Dance apologized to Wang Xian. Wang Xian shook his head and laughed lightly. What are you apologizing for? It's not like you're to blame for this. The facts proved that his eyes were not blind and he did not look at the wrong person. At this time, a loud noise came from outside the box. It was those who had seen the star's beam and rushed here who had arrived. Uncle, I'll go take care of it. Aha! While Nangong Dance went to deal with the problems caused by the beam of starlight, Wang Xian turned his head to look at the two of them, Fan Ning and Wei Chang'an, and asked curiously, seeing that you guys are quite skillful, have you done this kind of thing often before? No, it's a habit that was only recently developed. Fan Ning replied. Recently? Can you tell us how? What's going on? Wang Xian became even more curious. Of course.
It turned out that everything was because of the matter of the flower of the ancient acacia of Shanin. Back in G City, the ancient acacia tree had given away a total of 10 petals, 5 pieces for Nangong dance, and 5 pieces for flower thinking. Of the 5 pieces of Nangong dance, she took 1 for herself, Fengluoli and Yu Risheng each took 1, and the remaining 2 were taken by Wang Xian's parents. Of the 5 slices of flower thinking Rong, she herself and Shui Fei each took 1 slice, and the remaining 3 slices were all exchanged into Nangong dance's hands on unknown terms.
Of the 3 tablets, Wang Xian got another one.
In Nangong dance's hands, there were 2 tablets left to this point. After returning to the imperial capital, one of the 2 slices was taken by Gu Xiaoxiao. The last remaining piece had been left in Nangong dance's hands.
However, this matter was suddenly known by the rest of the Nangong family. How could they not be moved by a treasure that could reset a talent and obtain a talent that was at least epic level, and even had a not-so-small chance of being mythic level?
Some people from the Nangong family immediately demanded that Nangong dance hand over that treasure.
Nangong dance naturally disagreed.
This remaining last piece, she wanted to give it to someone who truly deserves to use it, like a special talent like Gu Xiaoxiao. When Nangong dance did not agree, those people naturally did not die, and began to think of all sorts of ways to try to obtain that treasure that could reset talent from Nangong dance's hands.
At first, it was fine, just all sorts of sugarcoating and affection. Unfortunately, Nangong dance was not moved at all.
Those people became infuriated and actually wanted to directly strike out to snatch it. Nangong dance had already switched to Phoenix Heavenly Maiden, and with Chang Yao by her side, and everyone else's levels weren't low either, those who made a move to snatch it up had a predictable end. After failing to snatch it and being killed, those people, in a fit of rage, directly spread the news that Nangong dance possessed the reset talent treasure. Thus, a large number of people began to constantly find Nangong dance, wanting to obtain that treasure.
Nangong dance of course disagreed even more.
Her family's people hadn't even gotten it, and it was even more impossible for a bunch of outsiders to get it. Therefore, some people began to take desperate measures. They ended up like those Nangong family members, all turned into corpses. With corpses, they naturally needed to be disposed of. In order to deter, Nangong dance directly had the corpses thrown out. The crowd was basically all girls, so naturally they couldn't be allowed to do such things, so it had been left to Fan Ning and Wei Chang'an. Having handled the corpses more often, they had also become skillful as Wang Xian had said.
The matter of the petals, who leaked it out? Wang Xian asked with suspicion. The flower of the ancient Samuel of the Mountain was definitely a divine object. He didn't believe that Nangong dance hadn't instructed them. It's me. A weak voice rang out. Flower wanting Rong.
Seeing Wang Xian's gaze fall on flower thinking Rong, Shui Fei, who was sitting next to flower thinking Rong, immediately explained, this can't be blamed on Rong. It's those people who were too insidious, sidetracking all of us to get the words out of Rong.
Did I ever say I was going to blame anyone? Wang Xian looked at Shui Fei with a speechless face. Oh, Shui Fei responded faintly. Wang Xian. Forget it, don't get into it with this woman. Not long after, Nangong dance returned, accompanied by a dozen other people. It was a good thing that this box was large enough, or else if so many people came in, it really wouldn't have been able to squeeze in. After these people entered the box, their gazes naturally fell on Suzhan's body, and they also saw the star that Suzhan was holding in her hands. Although all of these people's gazes fell on top of the star held in Suzhan's hands, they did not make any out-of-character moves. Gentlemen, since you've seen it clearly, is it time to leave? Nangong dance spoke. Miss Nangong, much offense, we will leave first. A dozen people instantly left 8 or 9. You guys are still not leaving? Nangong dance looked at the remaining people with cold eyes. Little dance, why did you kill your brother? Do you know that he is now down to his last death count? A middle-aged man said angrily. Oh, Nangong dance responded. What do you mean by oh? Is there a way for you to talk to your elders like that? Do you feel that your wings have hardened and feel that no one can rule you? The middle-aged man's anger grew even greater. His right index finger pointing at Nangong dance's nose was a blah 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 blah. I don't like people pointing at me. Nangong dance's voice went cold. Don't like? Who do you think you are? You're just a girly girl. I'm your own uncle. I'm educating you on human reasoning. The middle-aged man roared. I said I don't like people pointing at me. Don't force me to say it a third time. Nangong dance's voice got colder. What? Do you still want to kill me as an uncle? The middle-aged man's finger didn't retract either, and even intensified, almost poking Nangong dance's face. Click. A crisp breaking sound rang out. The middle-aged man's finger was broken by Nangong dance himself. Ah! The middle-aged man let out a miserable wailing sound. All get out of here. Nangong dance let out a cold cry as blazing flames began to surface on her body, slowly condensing into the shape of a divine bird. Between the opening and closing of the divine bird's eyes, it was as if lightning was generated, scaring those behind the middle-aged man who wanted to make a move to an immediate halt. Nangong dance, you wait, I am unable to cure you, let's see if your grandfather can cure you.
The middle-aged man covered his broken index finger, and after dropping a sentence, he led those people to leave in ashes. After those people left, the coldness on Nangong Dance's face suddenly disappeared, and with a smile on her face, she looked at Wang Xian and said with apologies, "Uncle, I made you look at the joke."
"Alright, don't give me this whole thing, you're making me uncomfortable. He.
"I don't like that either, it's too tiring."
Nangong Dance smiled and sat down next to Wang Xian, saying, "Uncle, aren't you curious about my hidden profession?"
"Curious, of course I'm curious."
Wang Xian nodded his head.
For Nangong Dance to be able to become the #1 mage in the future Dragon Kingdom, it definitely had a lot to do with the hidden occupation of Phoenix Heavenly Maiden.
For such a hidden profession, of course Wang Xian was curious.
Also, the divine bird condensed from the flames that surfaced on Nangong Dance's body just now also made him very curious. What kind of skill was that?
"Uncle, do you want to take a look at my attribute panel?" Nangong Dance looked at Wang Xian with a smiling face. "Want to see?" Wang Xian continued to nod his head. "Then if I show Uncle my attribute panel, shouldn't Uncle let me see Uncle's attribute panel as well?"
Nangong Dance said with a million expectations. For Wang Xian's attributes, she was really too curious. When Ji Cheng killed the monsters, Wang Xian showed out his attributes, whether it was defense or attack, or blood, they were all surprisingly high. Even so, Wang Xian was able to learn the skills of various professions and use various weapons.
Nangong Dance knew that this must have something to do with Wang Xian's hidden profession sacrifice.
After returning to the imperial capital, she began to learn all the information related to rituals, but the rituals mentioned in that information had absolutely nothing to do with Wang Xian's hidden profession sacrifice. This made her scratch her head a bit. Without finding out what kind of profession sacrifice was, she couldn't eat or sleep well.
"Really want to see my attribute panel, huh?" Wang Xian asked. Aha. Nangong Dance nodded repeatedly. "I want to see it too, I want to see it too."
Cheng Yao, who had been staying by Su Zhuan's side, heard Wang Xian and Nangong Dance's conversation and immediately ran over, looking at Wang Xian with the same expectant eyes as Nangong Dance.
Ha. Not to be seen. Wang Xian decisively rejected them.
Joking aside,
was this thing called an attribute panel something that could be given to others to look at will?
Especially since his attribute panel also contained a shocking secret within it. Perhaps Cheng Yao, this stupid girl, couldn't see anything, but Nangong Dance was too smart and would definitely be able to guess something.
Therefore, it was better not to show it to them.
"Uncle, you're too petty, people have shown you my attribute panel, what's wrong with looking at your attribute panel?" Cheng Yao was a little upset and pouted her lips to glare at Wang Xian. "Stop pouting, look at Xiao Zhuan, her transfer is about to be completed." Wang Xian's words caused all the gazes in the box to instantly gather on Su Zhuan's body. The beam of starlight enveloping Su Zhuan's body had become fainter and fainter, the star cupped in her hands had disappeared, and her tightly closed eyes had begun to tremble. After about a minute, the beam of starlight completely disappeared. Su Zhuan slowly opened his eyes.
Everyone was shocked. Pure and flawless, bright as a river of stars. It was as if the crowd saw billions of stars twinkling in Su Zhuan's eyes. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Su Zhuan looked at the crowd suspiciously.
"Ah, Xiao Zhuan, your eyes are so beautiful." Cheng Yao let out a scream and directly pounced on Su Zhuan, looking at Su Zhuan's eyes up close.
"Eyes? Pretty?" Su Zhuan curiously took out his cell phone, used it as a mirror, and shone it. Then, the cell phone slipped down. She herself was shocked. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Wahahahaha. Su Zhuan suddenly crossed her arms and laughed up to the sky. The laughter was magical. Cold sweat surfaced on the faces of the crowd. A good girl, laughing so devilishly, they really couldn't understand. Wang Xian got up and with a black face came to the side of Su Zhen, who didn't realize in the slightest that she was still laughing up to the sky, and directly gave her a chestnut. Su Zhuan's magical laughter stopped immediately, her eyes instantly became teary, and her pair of small hands immediately covered the place where she was chestnut by Wang Xian. "Why did you knock me?"
Su Zhuan flattened her small mouth, her voice aggrieved.
"I remember I said many times, no laughing like that, right?" Wang Xian asked with a dark face.
This was not the first time Su Zhuan had laughed like this. When she was in Jichang, she had also laughed like this, and at that time, she was also given a popping chestnut.
"Humph, I'm just so."
Su Zhuan snorted coldly, immediately about to dislike Wang Xian back, but seeing Wang Xian's face getting darker and darker, the words he wanted to say were directly reswallowed back into his stomach.
"Say ah? Why don't you say it?" Wang Xian asked with a stern face.
"Alright, uncle, Xiao Zhuan is just too happy. She is still a little kid, don't scare her." Nangong Dance walked to Su Zhen's side and held Su Zhen in her arms, opening her mouth to persuade her. The others also opened their mouths.
"Still haven't gotten in touch with your sister?"
On a certain street in the imperial capital, Wang Xian and Su Zhuan were both walking side by side.
Aha! Su Zhuan was still a little bit unhappy because of what happened earlier, and when she heard Wang Xian's words, she only responded faintly. You little girl, you're still angry with brother-in-law? Brother-in-law is still not for your own good? It's too inappropriate for you, a girl, to smile like that. Moreover, do you think that if you smiled like that in front of your sister, would she get angry? Wang Xian reached out and rubbed Su Zhuan's hair. Perhaps there was no way to convince this little girl herself, but as long as she moved Su Mu out, this little girl immediately obeyed. But whatever her sister didn't like, she wouldn't like it either and wouldn't do it. And all of this is also because both of their parents died early, and Su Zhen was brought up by Su Mu alone. For the sake of Su Zhen, Su Mu has paid too much and endured too much. The good thing is that Su Zhuan is also very competitive, not only entered the Imperial Capital University, but also under Su Mu's education, became a person who was extremely excellent in both character and behavior. I'm not going to smile like that in front of my sister. Su Zhuan shook his head, shook Wang Xian's hand away from his head, and muttered in a small voice. Wang Xian stopped and looked at Su Zhuan with a smile, her tone carrying some flirtation. When you said that, you were very bottomless. Su Zhuan immediately choked, and then with a cold snort at Wang Xian, he ran towards the front. Wang Xian shook his head with a smile and quickly chased after him as well. The purpose of the two of them this time was the workshop market in the imperial capital. The reason why there were only Wang Xian and Su Zhuan was because Nangong Dance had gone home and the others had followed. The reason? Naturally, that middle-aged man, that is, Nangong Dance's uncle went home and made a scene. Nangong Dance really had no choice but to go back and lie down. Chang Yao originally intended to follow Wang Xian and Su Zhuan together, but was rejected by Wang Xian, letting her follow Nangong Dance home. He was afraid that Nangong Dance would start another dispute with that middle-aged man at home, and in case of a fight, with Chang Yao as a nanny, there wouldn't be any safety issues. As for going to the marketplace, it wasn't 2 days before he would start taking on the wild monsters near the main city of Qinglong. Wang Xian needed to resupply and also see if he could find any useful skill books along the way. As for equipment, Wang Xian had no hope at all. Nowadays, the level of the people of the Dragon Kingdom was generally at level 26 or 27, and the top ones were only around level 30. At this stage, apart from bosses, the equipment that could be popped out was basically nothing good. Even if you killed a boss, at most, you would be able to pop out some blue quality equipment, and for blue equipment at this level, Wang Xian couldn't muster up much interest at all. Besides, the ones who killed the boss were definitely some strong people and teams, and it was impossible for them to sell the equipment that came out of the boss. At this time, not arming yourself and your team with the equipment that the boss popped out, but instead taking it out to sell, is definitely brain-dead behavior. All of the workshop markets were the same, they were all located near the transformation shrine. Based on its appearance alone, the workshop market was a pagoda that resembled an ancient bazaar. After crossing this plaque, 1. You enter the marketplace. The marketplace was located in another dimension, and this plaque was the portal to the marketplace. There is a black market in the imperial capital, and the things in the black market are much better than those in the market. However, there were requirements to enter the black market. First of all, one had to reach level 50, and also had to have enough gold coins, and less than a certain amount of gold coins, one could not enter the black market. Crossing the plaque and entering the marketplace, a sound of yelling came from time to time. These yells were all shouted by people who set up stalls. The content of the yell is also as pompous as it can be. What newcomer artifacts, super equipment. All of them are just coaxing. Wang Xian and Su Zhuan didn't stop in front of these stalls, but walked towards the interior of the marketplace until they passed by a store called Sumeru Place. This was a store that specialized in selling Sumeru stones. There was only one function of the Sumeru stone, and that was to upgrade the backpack. Have you upgraded your backpack? Wang Xian asked Su Zhuan beside him. Su Zhuan shook his head and said, no, Sumeru stones are so expensive. You still feel that Sumeru stones are expensive? Wang Xian sweated profusely. To others, Sumeru stones were indeed quite expensive. After all, a first-grade Sumeru stone cost 1 gold coin apiece, and higher grades required even more gold coins. At this stage, gold coins were still very precious, plus the 10-compartment backpack was enough for the time being, so unless there were a lot of gold coins, no one would even bother to sell Sumeru stones. However, that was only for others. Su Zhuan was different. With the second attribute of the talent, Goddess of Fortune's favor, where wild monsters would burst out full amounts of coins, Su Zhuan had directly become a small rich woman. Buying some Sumeru stones was nothing to Su Zhuan. Su Zhuan didn't buy the Sumeru stones, it was completely the miser attribute that kicked in. Su Zhuan, who had been living on a tight budget since she was a child, would never spend money if she could not. Let's go buy some, otherwise the backpack will not be enough for the action 2 days later. Wang Xian walked towards the store. The wild monsters near the main city of Qinglong were all level 50 elite monsters. Once they were brushed, they would explode a lot of equipment.
After entering the store, without saying a word, Wang Xian directly asked for 20 each of the first, second, and third grade sumeru stones. Thank you for your patronage, a total of 320 gold coins. You give a round number, 300 gold coins will do. The boss said with a smile on his face. Pay up. Wang Xian turned his head to look at Su Zhuan.
I'm shelling out money?
Su Zhuan pointed his finger at himself with a look of disbelief. Or else.
I don't have any money. Wang Xian looked like he was taking it for granted.
He was rich, but not this much. All the belongings on his body added up to just over 100 gold coins, and these gold coins were still obtained by relying on Su Zhuan's talent in brushing the ghosts during the Mid-Yuan festival event back then. But you bought this. I know, but I bought a double copy. One of them is yours.
I don't want it, and I'm not paying for it.
Su Zhuan decisively turned around and ran towards the outside of the store.
Wang Xian took 3 steps to catch up with Su Zhuan, grabbed her by the back collar and lifted her back. Hurry up and pay. Wang Xian urged. Can I not buy it? Su Zhuan prayed.
300 gold coins, this could be half of the gold coin she had on her, and it was hard for her to save up so much. For the sake of gold coins, she could run to the low-level wild monster area to brush the monsters for nothing. Although she had no experience, she had gold coins.
No way. How about just 1 copy? I don't want it.
Su Zhuan prayed again.
Hurry up. Wang Xian glared. All right.
Su Zhuan flattened her little mouth and took out 300 gold coins with a heartbroken look on her face and handed it over to the boss. After paying, the boss also handed over the sumeru stones to Wang Xian. Wang Xian immediately used 30 of them and handed over the remaining to Su Zhuan. Use them immediately now. Seeing that Su Zhuan didn't use the sumeru stones but put them in her backpack, Wang Xian spoke. For this sister-in-law of his, Wang Xian knew too much. When they met in the past, whether it was the money he or Sumu stuffed into her, this little girl always saved up and couldn't afford to spend it, and even more exasperatingly, the things that were bought for her, she often turned around and sold them as well. When she was asked why she did it, she either said she couldn't use it, or said that she still had it, and that it was too much of a waste to keep it, so she might as well change it into money and save it up. For this reason, Sumu didn't say much about her. In other aspects, Sujin listened to Sumu and everything, but when it came to money, this little girl screwed up. Now that this little girl has put away the sumeru stone, she must be holding the idea of reselling it. With her small mind recognized, Sujin's face immediately revealed a pleasing smile, pulling up Wang Xian's arm and shaking it continuously, pampering, brother-in-law, my 10-compartment backpack is enough, so don't let me use this sumeru stone, okay? Don't give me this, hurry up and use it. Wang Xian pulled his hand out and said with a stern face, brother-in-law. Su Zhuan continued to pout. Say no when you can't. Wang Xian continued to refuse. Really can't? Really can't. Wang Xian did not compromise in the slightest. Wang Xian, let me tell you, I won't use it today. What else can you do to me? Humph. Su Zhuan skimmed her head and snorted coldly, not even looking at Wang Xian. She still didn't believe it. The sumeru stone was in her bag. She didn't use it. What could Wang Xian do to her? Thinking about the 300 gold coins she had just spent, she felt a pang of pain. This was something she had to brush for several days to obtain. There was nothing she could say to use those sumeru stones today, and once she found a chance to sell them, she could at least make up for the loss. Hearing that Su Zhuan didn't even call her brother-in-law anymore and directly called her own name, Wang Xian knew that Su Zhuan's screwed-up energy was back. Normally, at this time, saying anything would not work. However, Wang Xian had a way. Really don't use it? Wang Xian asked with a smile. If I say I don't need it, I don't need it. No backtracking? Absolutely no regrets. Then what if you back out? Humph. I'm a dog if I go back on my word. That's what you said. Sujin's small head lifted and said, it's what I said. Alas. Wang Xian sighed, shook his head and said, the day after tomorrow, we'll be clearing out the level 50 elite monsters, and there are many bosses. At that time, there will definitely be a lot of equipment. If the backpack is not enough to use, then you can only throw it away. Level 50 equipment, but it can be sold for a lot of money. A lot of money. It's a pity that I'm not a good friend. As soon as Su Zhuan heard Wang Xian's words, he was anxious. Brother-in-law, you can't throw it away. How can you throw it away? That's a level 50 equipment. For the matter of clearing the wild monsters near the main city 2 days later, Su Zhuan knew about it. Someone had invited Nangong Dance in Changyao, and she happened to be there at the time. By then the backpacks will be full. What can we do if we don't throw it away? Wang Xian asked. Of course it's expanding the backpack. Su Zhuan replied. But some people refuse to expand their backpacks? Expand it. I'll expand it immediately. Without saying a word, Su Zhuan took out the sumeru stone and used it. Oops, who was the one who just said that they resolutely don't use it and don't absolutely regret it? What came after regret? Wang Xian looked at Su Zhuan, his tone full of flirting. Su Zhuan glared at Wang Xian, then. Wang Xian. Very good. Very powerful.
Why still really learn puppy
Wang Xian cried and laughed. He was just teasing Sujin, which had thought that Sujin had really learned to bark like a puppy. This girl has always been true to her word. Humph. After a haughty cold snort, Sujin walked towards the outside.
After leaving the store, the two of them bamboozled the ground stalls.
There were a lot of people setting up stalls, but there was nothing good. After 10 minutes, Wang Xian stopped in front of a stall and he found something interesting. Boss, how do you sell this skill book? Wang Xian asked as he pointed to a skill book called Lightning 5 Consecutive Whips. Lightning 5 Consecutive Whips. Gathering the element of lightning in the body so that the next 5 melee attacks will come with a high amount of damage and have a chance to paralyze the target. The damage attached to the 5 attacks increases in increments of 100%, 150%, 200%, 250%, and 300% of the magic attack power.
Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 1000 MP. Cooldown time, 1200 seconds. Learning requirements, level 100, Mage, Lightning Elemental Proficiency LV10.
These were the attributes of Lightning 5 Consecutive Whips. It was clearly a skill that could only be learned by a mage, but it required melee combat to be effective.
Oddball. It was too odd.
The characteristic of a mage was high attack and thin skin. As a mage, whether it was to kill monsters or PK, the first thing to do was to pull away from the enemy.
This skill is good. Actually let the mage go to close combat. A mage to close combat, this is too much to live enough?
It was no wonder that a skill book with such high damage would appear on top of the stalls. With this attribute, it was impossible for anyone to buy it. As for the origin of this skill book, there was no need to say it could be guessed. Either it was from the Soul River Lantern release in the Mid-Yuan Festival event, or it was from the points draw in the Mid-Yuan Festival event.
500 gold coins. The boss replied. 500 gold coins?
Where's your robbery? A skill book with such trash attributes, not to mention 500 gold coins, you can't even sell it for 50 gold coins. Before Wang Xian could say anything, Sujuan exclaimed, and at the same time, looked at Wang Xian with a wary gaze. She knew that this skill book, which was trash for others, was definitely a rare and good skill for Wang Xian, and Wang Xian could never miss it.
The problem was that to buy it, she would have to pay for it again. Can it be cheaper? Wang Xian asked.
To be honest, this Lightning 5 Consecutive Whips was definitely a rare skill, and the attributes were very luxurious. The problem was that it was estimated that apart from him, it was estimated that no mage would have the leisure to learn such a skill.
The boss nodded his head and said, yes, name a price. I'll think about it. 30 gold coins. After pondering for a moment, Wang Xian quoted a price.
No, it's too low. This is a level 100 skill book. If not for the fact that I'm in a hurry, I wouldn't even sell it for 500 gold coins. I'm not going to give you a fight. Add a 0 to the back of the price you give, and this skill book will be yours.
The boss said.
Wang Xian, I'll add another 5 gold coins.
Boss,
no, dude, you don't cut the price like that.
Wang Xian, another 5 gold coins.
Boss, dude, it took thousands of Mid-Yuan Festival points to get this. Wang Xian, add another 5 gold coins at the end. If you don't buy it, I'll turn around and leave.
Boss, deal.
Thus, a skill book that was originally 500 gold coins was bought by Wang Xian for 45 gold coins. I'll take these skill books as well, just tell me a straight up honest price. Wang Xian said as he pointed at the remaining skill books on the floor stand. These skill books were all level 30 intermediate skills of various professions, and were considered very common skill books. Among the items sold by NPCs in the marketplace, the only ones that were useful to Wang Xian, other than Sumeru stones, were potions. The Sumeru stones after the 3rd grade Sumeru stones, for now, the price was a bit ghostly, so he didn't buy them for the time being. In terms of potions, Wang Xian only bought blue potion, red potion was not bought. Anyway, he himself had healing technique, and when he cleared the wild monsters in the main city, he definitely teamed up with Chang Yao, so he didn't need red potion at all. Elementary Mana Recovery Potion, restores 150 MP points after use. There were only primary potions for sale in the marketplace for the time being. Intermediate potions wouldn't start selling until someone reached level 50, and advanced potions wouldn't be sold until level 100. The value recovered by the primary potion was a bit low, but one could choose to drink it unlimitedly first. Although it was unlimited, there were 2 other hidden restrictions. The potion had to be drunk in order to be effective, unlike in the game where you only needed to click to use it. From opening the potion in the backpack to drinking it in the mouth, the time needed was almost 1 to 2 seconds, which was actually equivalent to the potion's cooldown time in the game.
This is the first limitation.
The capacity of a bottle of primary potion is 50 milliliters. A person can continuously drink 30 bottles of almost cannot drink.
If you can't drink it, the potion won't be able to fulfill its effect. This was the second limitation.
By the way, there was also a limitation that wasn't considered a limitation that had been spit out by countless people.
That was the taste of the potion.
A slight bitterness accompanied by a faint medicinal flavor. Anyone who smelled the taste of the potion after drinking too much would want to vomit. If not for the fact that this operation would face a large number of high-level elite monsters and bosses, Wang Xian would not have wanted to buy so many potions, and after drinking more than 2 years of potions in his previous life, not to mention smelling them, he would have wanted to vomit after seeing them. Under Wang Xian's stern words, Su Zhuan bought a backpack full of blue potions. Lord of the Stars, as a top-tier hidden profession, there was no doubt about its output ability, and it was no exaggeration to say that right now, Su Zhuan's output was even higher than that of Wang Xian. After feeling that there was really nothing worth buying, Wang Xian planned to return. When walking to the workshop plaque, Wang Xian's figure suddenly stopped. Ouch! Su Zhuan had been following behind Wang Xian, and when Wang Xian suddenly stopped, she was unaware and directly bumped into Wang Xian's back. Brother-in-law, why did you stop properly? Su Zhuan rubbed her nose and glared at Wang Xian with some annoyance. Wang Xian didn't pay attention to Su Zhuan and walked to a ground stall, picking up a bronze mask that could only cover half of his face and was released to be created with his hands. Bronze mask, white. Attributes. Defense +5. This one was a level 10 white plate equipment, and its attributes could be described as rotten to the core. Each person could wear 12 pieces of equipment including weapons, including helmets, necklaces, tops, pants, shoes, 2 gauntlets, 2 leg guards and 2 rings. Masks or helmets, as are pants and battle skirts or belts, gauntlets and gloves, and leg guards and anklets. Weapons, there are single-handed and double-handed. Warriors can choose to equip 2-handed weapons or 1-handed sword and shield. Assassins are 2 daggers. As for mages and other professions, the general situation is equipped with a staff or 2-handed weapons, of course, although it is 2-handed, but can be held in one hand. 2-handed is just a limitation of equipment. Archer is needless to say, can't just draw a bow and shoot arrows with one hand, right? How do I sell this? Wang Xian asked the boss. 50 silver coins. The boss said back. 20 silver coins. Wang Xian returned the price. Normally, an equipment with such lousy attributes would only require 10 silver coins to almost take it down, but this was a mask and belonged to a relatively rare equipment, so Wang Xian added 10 more silver coins. Deal. The boss was decisive. 1 hand to pay, 1 hand to deliver. After equipping the mask and choosing to hide it, Wang Xian continued walking towards the pagoda. Brother-in-law, wait for me After leaving the marketplace and stepping on the ground of the imperial capital, Wang Xian heard a burst of exclamations coming from his ears. Moreover, Wang Xian also realized that the gazes of the crowd were all focused on one place. With a sense of curiosity, Wang Xian also looked towards the place where the crowd's gazes were looking. Instantly, a fiery red phoenix came into view. The fire phoenix was suspended in mid-air, stretching its wings to its heart's content, the flames burning on its body illuminating the dark night sky of the imperial capital. Its sister Nangong! Su Zhuan exclaimed. Something's wrong. Without saying a word, Wang Xian lifted Su Zhuan and quickly ran towards the location of the fire phoenix. While running, he sent a message with Nangong Dance, asking what was wrong. Uncle, don't worry. A little thing. I'll take care of it. Nangong Dance's message quickly came back, but did not say the name of what exactly was the reason. Seeing this, Wang Xian knew that Nangong Dance was not going to say why. Wang Xian didn't ask any more questions and just ran faster. At this time, the benefits of the attribute plus strength came out. In addition to the strength attribute increasing the physical attack power and making the force bigger, it also increased one attribute, which was speed. Although it wasn't as much as agility's increase to speed, it was still more or less added. This was also why when allocating free attribute points, strength was chosen to be added instead of spirit. Brother-in-law, wait a minute. You wait I have something to say. Su Zhuan, who was being carried by Wang Xian, called out. What are you waiting for? Let's talk when something arrives. Wang Xian said and accelerated once more. Half an hour later, Wang Xian arrived at a villa area. After running at full speed for such a long time, Wang Xian was also slightly out of breath. As for why not take a car? Don't kid yourself, for this time period in the imperial capital, taking a car really isn't as fast as he can run. Right, Xiao Zhuan, what did you want to say just now? Putting Su Zhuan down, Wang Xian remembered that at the beginning, Su Zhuan seemed to have something he wanted to say, so he opened his mouth and asked. Su Zhuan said, brother-in-law, what I wanted to say is that I have a skill called Stargate, which allows me to come here directly from the transformation shrine. Wang Xian was instantly dumbfounded. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Xian asked with a black face. He really didn't know what attributes and skills Su Zhuan's hidden profession, Lord of the Stars, had, and this little girl was also going to exchange with him to see the attributes. At that time, so many people were there, Wang Xian naturally disagreed, and as a result, this little girl did not show him either. Su Zhuan weakly glanced at Wang Xian and said, obviously you didn't let me say it, plus you ran so fast and the wind was so strong, I couldn't open my mouth at all even if I wanted to say it. Wang Xian,
Okay. It was indeed his own fault. Let's talk about this later, let's go in first. Wang Xian first cancelled the mask's hidden function and made that bronze mask visible.
With such a big commotion, the official people must have arrived, and Wang Xian didn't want to make contact with them just yet. The huge fire phoenix was still suspended high above the sky, a pair of divine eyes staring at a villa below. Below the fire phoenix, there was a woman in a red dress, with a pair of feathered wings behind her that were exactly the same as the fire phoenix, but much smaller. The wings were constantly flapping, supporting her as she flew in mid-air.
Nangong dance. What's the situation? Wang Xian and Su Zhuan's figures appeared by Cheng Yao's side.
Big.
Uncle?
Cheng Yao heard Wang Xian's voice and immediately turned to look. When she saw Wang Xian, she was startled by the mask on Wang Xian's face.
Uncle, what are you wearing a mask for?
Cheng Yao said, curiously touching towards the bronze mask on Wang Xian's face.
Don't touch it.
Wang Xian glared at Cheng Yao and looked towards the two sides that had clearly become a confrontation and asked, what's going on here?
Also, I sent a message, why didn't you reply?
Just now, Wang Xian also sent a message with Cheng Yao, but this girl didn't even reply.
Cousin didn't let me say anything. If you're not allowed to say it, you didn't reply to the message?
I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to resist and say it, so I didn't even look at what the message you sent, uncle.
Cheng Yao explained in a small voice. Wang Xian, hurry up and tell me, what's going on?
It's not that Nangong Chi and his father, the two of them made a scene at Grandpa's place, asking cousin to compensate them. Grandpa's heart was soft, so he let cousin hand over the flower of the ancient acacia of Shanin to Nangong Chi's father and son, and naturally, cousin didn't agree.
In the end, it came to this. Cheng Yao quickly told the whole story.
Wang Xian looked across to the old man who was vaulted in the center by the crowd. He was the head of the Nangong family, and also the president of the third-rate guild Nangong family in the previous life, Nangong Ming. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Wang Xian to recognize the president of such a third-rate guild. After all, there were 300 third-rate guilds in the entire Dragon Kingdom, if not 500. But the truth was, Wang Xian really did know him. Not only did Wang Xian know him, but the people of the Dragon Kingdom in the last life basically knew him.
Everything was related to Nangong dance.
Nangong dance, as the president of Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens and the #1 mage in the Dragon Kingdom, is naturally a household name, and this Nangong Ming, relying on his Nangong dance's grandfather, led the Nangong family guild to often seize leveling locations as well as grabbing bosses. When someone went to war with them, he would fight those who could not, and those who could not, he would shout out my granddaughter is Nangong dance,
directly putting those at war with them in a dilemma.
Although it was said that Nangong Dance always remained silent whenever she was asked about her relationship with Nangong Ming, as long as Nangong Dance didn't openly deny the relationship between the two, everyone else would give Nangong Dance a face and not go to make things difficult for Nangong Ming. It was also because of this reason that made Nangong Ming more and more arrogant. A sentence that often hung on his lips, my granddaughter's Nangong Dance, also made him completely famous throughout the Dragon Kingdom.
Nangong Dance, are you trying to anger your grandfather to death? Why don't you roll down and apologize to your grandfather?
A middle-aged man beside Nangong Ming body reached out and pointed at Nangong Dance in midair, loudly drinking. Nangong Dance only lightly skimmed a glance at this middle-aged man, then redirected her gaze to Nangong Ming and said, Grandpa, Nangong Chi is to blame. I don't want to make any more explanations, and no matter what you say today, it is impossible for me to hand over that thing.
Asshole, what is there to come down and say? Is this how you talk to elders in midair? Do you intend to let your grandfather hold his head up and talk to you? Before Nangong Ming could say anything, the middle-aged man from just now pointed at Nangong Dance and drank again.
Eldest uncle, I don't like people pointing at me with their fingers,
Nangong Dance said in a cold voice. Don't like it? Ha ha ha.
The middle-aged man laughed out loud. What kind of thing are you, and you don't like it? You're nothing but a hugback.
Snap.
The middle-aged man's words hadn't finished. Nangong Ming directly slapped the middle-aged man's face, causing him to swallow the rest of his words back into his stomach.
Phew.
A firelight flashed by, and Nangong Dance's figure appeared in front of the middle-aged man, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at the middle-aged man, his voice incomparably chilling.
Hold back what? Say what you just said clearly.
Little Dance, don't listen to your eldest uncle's crazy words, Nangong Ming said in a hurry.
Wang Xian, who was not far away, was directly dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Big melon. Shockingly big melon ah.
If one were to guess according to that middle-aged man's unfinished words, it was very likely that Nangong Dance wasn't a member of the Nangong family It wasn't just Wang Xian, many people had just guessed this big melon, especially those who looked to be official personnel. At this moment, they were also completely at a loss as to how to persuade the two sides.
Grandpa, I want to know what exactly Uncle's words mean, Nangong Dance asked in a condensed voice.
Little Dance Grandpa has said that it's your eldest uncle's crazy words,
Nangong Ming explained once again.
Nangong Dance didn't say anything, her eyes flickered slightly for a few moments before her right hand quickly probed out and pulled a hair from Nangong Ming's head. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I just wanted to know a result. After saying that, Nangong Dance bowed towards Nangong Ming, and the phoenix wings behind her flapped slightly as she quickly flew towards the distance.
That's it? Watching Nangong Dance fly away, Wang Xian was a little disappointed. Uncle, there's no such thing as you. Chang Yao stepped on Wang Xian's foot fiercely. I was wrong, that was a subconscious reaction just now. Wang Xian compensated and looked across the room again, realizing that the atmosphere wasn't very good. He said to Chang Yao, your cousin has left. It's not good for us to stay here, let's go too. We can only leave too. I don't know if cousin is really not from the Nangong family. Chang Yao sighed and walked towards the outside with her head hanging down. Yo, you can still hear it. Wang Xian caught up with Chang Yao's pace and opened her mouth to laugh. I'm not stupid. Chang Yao glared at Wang Xian and said in a tone-deaf manner. You're still not stupid? Wang Xian probed his hand to annoy Chang Yao's hair and quickly ran away. Uncle! Then, Chang Yao's voice filled with annoyance came from behind. After leaving the Nangong family's villa, Wang Xian looked at the four people who followed him, Feng Luoli, Yu Risheng, Wei Cheng'an, and Fan Ning, and asked, what should we do now? The four looked at each other and decisively shook their heads at the same time. They were also shocked by what Nangong Dance's eldest uncle had just said. It was surprisingly possible that Nangong Dance was not a member of the Nangong family. Come on, let's go back to the hotel first. If Nangong Dance really isn't a member of the Nangong family, we'll probably have to move out of the hotel. Wang Xian said. Uncle, why should we move out? The big deal is to pay. I have plenty of money. Chang Yao immediately said. Wang Xian smiled helplessly and said, it's not a matter of money, but when the time comes, living there will be very uncomfortable. Nangong Dance had disappeared. With the communication function turned off and her cell phone turned off, no one could contact her. The Nangong family's people were also looking for Nangong Dance, and came to the hotel early the next morning to ask Chang Yao, but Chang Yao was also completely unaware. In the end, the Nangong family's people even put forward a request very politely, wanting Chang Yao to follow them back to the Nangong family's villa, saying that Chang Yao's grandfather missed her very much. In response, Chang Yao directly refused. Grandpa misses her very much? Don't kid yourself. Chang Yao was very familiar with her grandfather. If it wasn't because of Nangong Dance, she wouldn't have stepped into the door of the Nangong family. After Chang Yao refused, the people of the Nangong family actually wanted to move in and forcefully take her away. This behavior was naturally stopped by Wang Xian. The leader of the Nangong family was a man in his 40s. He was Nangong Ming's fourth son named Nangong Yu. After being stopped, Nangong Yu said to Wang Xian, friend, this is an internal matter of our Nangong family. It's not too good for you to get so involved. Don't call me friend, I really can't afford it. Since Xiao Yao doesn't agree to go with you guys, it's better not to force yourself. Wang Xian opened his mouth. Why the Nangong family wanted to take Chang Yao away, as long as they weren't fools, they could all understand. Wang Xian didn't want to have to make a special trip to the Nangong family to bring Chang Yao back. Nangong Yu was infuriated by Wang Xian's words, stretching out a finger to point at Wang Xian, wanting to say something, but just after he said a word, a miserable scream came out of his mouth. The finger he pointed at Wang Xian was broken by Wang Xian. -742. Not only that, after Nangong Yu let out a miserable scream, a number floated up on his head and then he directly lay down. Wang Xian. Digitization, sometimes it wasn't all good. Before there was datization, having a finger broken could only be considered a matter that was neither big nor small. Now, well, it was just an act of breaking a finger, but because the attack was too high, it directly killed the person. Do you guys believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? Wang Xian explained to the people of the Nangong family. Nangong family's crowd. Forget it, it's useless to explain. What are you guys going to do about it? Seeing that the Nangong family's people did not say anything, Wang Xian could only say helplessly, what your excellency has done, we of the Nangong family have taken note of it. The people from the Nangong family glanced at each other and left directly after dropping a sentence. In their eyes, the man opposite with a half-bronze mask was simply a devil. A level 30 mage was just a mage, actually breaking a finger and giving someone a second. Why don't you leave and wait for death? After the Nangong family left, Wang Xian turned his head to Chang Yao beside him and asked with some curiosity, are all these Nangong family members sick? Just this like pointing their fingers at others? First, it was Nangong Chi's father who used his finger to point at Nangong Dance, and as a result, his finger was broken by Nangong Dance, and then it was Nangong Dance's eldest uncle, who used his finger to point at Nangong Dance, and then stabbed out a shocking melon. Now, this Nangong Yu was still pointing his finger at him. Wasn't he looking for trouble over nothing? He was the same as Nangong Dance, he didn't like it, or rather, as long as one was a normal person, they didn't like it when others used their fingers to talk to them. You ask me, where would I know? Chang Yao rolled her eyes.
She was actually curious as to why these uncles always spoke with their fingers to others. Forget it, let's not discuss this matter, even though we accidentally killed that person, but after all, we have offended the Nangong family, let's move out.
That's the only way.
The crowd packed up their things and changed to a hotel that was similar to the Nangong family.
2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
The agreed-upon action of clearing the wild monsters near the Green Dragon main city was about to begin, but Nangong Dance still didn't show up, and the Nangong family's people didn't come looking for Wang Xian's trouble because of Nangong Yu's matter, as if the matter hadn't happened at all. While Nangong Dance didn't show up, the activities to clean up the main city were still going to continue, and Sword 23 ran to the hotel where Wang Xian was staying early in the morning. Brother Vigorous, you're not being fair, you didn't even contact me these past few days. As soon as Wang Xian appeared, Sword 23 immediately wrapped his arms around Wang Xian's shoulders with a grudging look on his face.
Don't lean so close to me. Wang Xian reached out his hand and pushed Sword 23's face aside. If I didn't contact you, didn't you not contact me either?
Haha, isn't this because I'm afraid of disturbing Brother Vigorous? Sword 23 glanced at the women behind Wang Xian out of the corner of his eye, then gave Wang Xian a look that all men understand.
Wang Xian, Brother Vigorous, why are you wearing a mask again?
I couldn't see what you looked like last time when your face was covered in mud, and now it's even more invisible.
Sword 23 spoke again. You'll know later, when are we leaving? Wang Xian casually explained. If we can, we'll set off now.
Okay, then let's set off straight away. The crowd boarded the bus driven by Sword 23, and after arriving outside of the imperial capital, they boarded the helicopter and headed straight in the direction of the Green Dragon main city.
An hour later, the helicopter landed. Brother Dolly. Wang Xian had just gotten out of the helicopter when he heard a slightly familiar voice. It was Qin Zhang. Brother Zhang. Wang Xian smiled and walked towards Qin Zhang. Brother Dolly, this mask of yours?
Qin Zhang was also curious about Wang Xian's mask.
You'll know later. Wang Xian took out the words he had used to fool Sword 23 and continued to fool Qin Zhang.
In fact, the role of this mask really wasn't as great as he thought. Wang Xian didn't believe that the Dragon Kingdom officials didn't know that he was Wang Xian. He hadn't been hanging out much in the past 2 days, so if the officials still didn't know that he was Wang Xian, it would be too much of that.
Since he had already found out, why bring it? To deceive himself and others? Not really.
The reason for wearing a mask was actually very simple, not wanting to get involved with certain official personnel. If one were to appear here as an immortal king, one would definitely be just like those on the rank list not far away now, being dragged by certain official personnel to play with all sorts of formalisms, and there was even the possibility of triggering some unpleasant things. In order to avoid these problems, it would be good to put on a mask and then die without recognizing the identity of the immortal king. Anyway, those people could not be so stupid as to force the king immortal to admit to being the immortal king at the top of the ranking list, right? As for the future identity disclosure, then let it be. Will he still be convicted for hiding his identity? Brother Dolly, aren't these people from Nangong Dance? Why are you with them? Qin Zhang looked at the people behind Wang Xian and asked with some doubt. The reason why he knew Feng Luoli, Fan Ning, Su Zhuan and the others was because he learned about them when he investigated Nangong Dance's information. Ever since Nangong Dance had ascended the rankings, she hadn't fallen out, and later on, she had even transferred to the hidden profession Phoenix Heavenly Maiden. The video that triggered the Heaven and Earth vision during the transfer is still hanging high on the forums. From the Heaven and Earth visions alone, it can be seen that the Phoenix Heavenly Maiden hidden profession is very powerful. Qin Zhang, who had great ambitions, naturally didn't want to let go of such a person, and wanted to draw Nangong Dance into the guild he was going to establish in the future. He contacted Nangong Dance many times, but was repeatedly rejected by Nangong Dance, and only gave up after Nangong Dance made it clear that he would establish a guild. What do you want? I'm telling you, Uncle is one of us and won't enter your guild. Before Wang Xian could say anything, Chang Yao on the side said directly, Brother Dolly, you plan to enter the guild established by Nangong Dance? Qin Zhang ignored Chang Yao and asked Wang Xian instead. From the moment he discovered Wang Xian's unconventional attributes, Qin Zhang had always held the intention of pulling Wang Xian into his guild, and in the past few days, he had also been considering how to go about pulling Wang Xian in. Well, it was agreed with Nangong Dance between very early on. Wang Xian nodded his head. That's really too bad. Qin Zhang sighed softly. From Wang Xian's words, he could hear that Wang Xian would definitely join the guild established by Nangong Dance, as those words that he wanted to say were not said again. Everyone, it's time to clear these elite monsters soon. Everyone is strong and has their own team, so we won't redistribute the teams. Of course, if you all don't have the right people in your squad, you can come to me and say so, and we'll arrange the most suitable occupation for your squad. If not, then follow the coordinates I posted in the current chat channel, and everyone pick one each and start clearing out these elite monsters. Sword 23's voice rang out.
Brother Dolly, the action has begun, so I will leave first. Qin Zhang offered his farewell. After Qin Zhang left, Wang Xian was in trouble.
Suzhuan, Changyao, Gu Xiaoxiao, Feng Luoli, Yu Risheng, Hua Xiangrong, Shui Fengfei, Fan Ning, Wei Cheng'an, plus the 2 parents and him, there were a total of 12 people. Before entering the main city, there was no way to do squad upgrades, which meant that there were now 2 more people here in Wang Xian.
Don't worry about us, Old Wei and I will go find Sword 23.
Seemingly seeing Wang Xian's difficulty, Fan Ning smiled and spoke.
I'm really sorry, Wang Xian said with an apology. It's fine.
After the 2 of them said that, they walked towards Sword 23.
Let's start too.
Wang Xian looked at the coordinates that Sword 23 had posted on the current channel and picked one that was relatively close and said so on the current channel before walking towards that coordinate. As for why the people were separated to clear the wild monsters near the main city, it was because without completely clearing all the wild monsters, the final boss that was guarding in front of the main city would remain in an invincible state. This was the information that came out from those countries that had already cleared the wild monsters in the main city. The wild monsters near the major main cities were all the same. They were all mainly humanoid wild monsters, and they had a collective name. Rebels. Humanoid wild monsters were one of the most difficult wild monsters to deal with amongst the countless types of wild monsters.
One of the main reasons was that humanoid wild monsters possessed intelligence.
Aside from the system's restriction on wild monsters, which prevented them from leaving an area, humanoid wild monsters were basically no different from normal humans. Level 50 elite wild monsters were already quite difficult for the current crowd, and humanoid wild monsters were simply hellishly difficult. I'll try their attributes first. Wang Xian spoke to the crowd and headed towards a lone rebel. Rebels had a minimum level of 50, and other than being able to see his level, no other information could be seen. Even if one possessed the skill, Heaven's Eye, it was not possible. The level difference was a bit large. Although it was impossible to view the information of these wild monsters, Wang Xian could obtain it through another method, which was to try it out on his own. There was a difference between the same rebels. This rebel that Wang Xian was walking towards was named Slave Rebel and was the weakest of the many rebels. With a wave of his staff, a soccer ball-sized fireball spell surfaced and whistled towards the Slave Rebel.
-2848. -28.
2 damage appeared one after another. The Slave Rebels were naturally furious at being attacked by Wang Xian, and with both hands holding somewhat broken lances, they stabbed towards Wang Xian.
In order to figure out their attributes, Wang Xian naturally did not choose to dodge.
The broken lance stabbed solidly on top of Wang Xian's chest, and the staff in Wang Xian's hand also struck the head of the Slave Rebel.
-423. This was the damage that appeared on Wang Xian's head. -3000. -2080, weakness damage. This was the damage that surfaced on the Slave Rebel's head. The former was from Wang Xian's passive skill, Divine Abandonment, and the latter was the physical damage caused by Wang Xian's method of hitting the Slave Rebel's head. By now, Wang Xian had roughly figured out the Slave Rebel's attributes. Blood quantity 30,000. Physical attack 1683. Physical defense 1200. Magic defense 650. Not good.
After figuring out the Slave Rebel's attributes, Wang Xian sighed before continuing to tap the Slave Rebel with his staff, while also telling the others about the Slave Rebel's attributes.
Son, I can't break his defense at all, and I can't carry his damage either. The first one to speak up was Dad. I know, Wang Xian replied.
Dad was just an ordinary warrior. Asking him to deal with a level 50 elite level wild monster right now was about as difficult as ascending to heaven. As for the others, Wang Xian estimated that apart from Su Zhuan and Changyao, even if the rest could break defense, their damage would be very low.
Mom and Gu Xiaoxiao?
They were assistants and were directly ignored by Wang Xian. The main output this time was him and Su Zhuan, the others just had to mix it up. A starlight swept past Wang Xian and struck the Slave Rebel's body.
-1903. Su Zhuan launched an attack on the Slave Rebels. Not living up to Wang Xian's expectations, Su Zhuan's damage output was very impressive. Ding! You have received the blessing of the 100 flowers. Your full attributes have increased by 15% for 6,000 seconds. Changyao's attribute increase had also arrived. The attribute cut from God Abandonment and Changyao's attribute increase made it so that the Slave Rebels directly did not break Wang Xian's defense anymore. The lance stabbed at Wang Xian's body and all it got in return was a big -0. -1343.
Wang Xian's mace that struck the Slave Rebel's head was dodged and struck his shoulder, dealing only normal damage. Whoosh! 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 A streak of starlight slashed through, hitting the Slave Rebel's body.
-2203. -2203. -2203.
Whoosh! Another streak of starlight slashed through. Only, this time, instead of striking the Slave Rebels, the starlight landed on Wang Xian's body.
-1633.
Wang Xian bared his teeth for a moment, turned his head to look at Su Zhuan, and said with a dark face, "Turn off your freedom." At such a close distance, the skill attack still landed on him, so it goes without saying that he must have turned on complete freedom.
Oh,
Su Zhuan responded with a slightly reddened face.
it was a bit humiliating to hit crookedly even this close. Ah, brother-in-law, what kind of crap skill is that? How come it still reduces my attributes and experience?
Suddenly, Su Zhuan exclaimed as she realized that she had 2 more statuses on her body.
Heavenly abomination. Divine abandonment.
Especially after reading the attributes of the 2 statuses, she was instantly confused.
Who told you to attack me? Brother-in-law, quickly help me get rid of the statuses. Love can't help.
Both, divine abandonment, and heavenly aversion, were passive skills that were completely uncontrollable. Anyone who has been hit by these 2 skills can only wait for the status to be automatically lifted after 3 days. There was a chapter in front of it. It was the old mom attacking Wang Xian with Holy Light Strike. I forgot to write about these 2 statuses, and some other behaviors won't trigger these 2 statuses, such as biting, twisting, pinching, and so on.
Hearing Wang Xian say that it can't be lifted, Su Zhuan's little face instantly drooped.
Attribute reduction was fine, just bear with it and get over it, but experience gain reduction was hard to bear. Angry Su Zhuan attacked the slave rebels while constantly poking Wang Xian with his eye knife.
Wang Xian also felt Su Zhuan's eye daggers, but what could he do?
There was really no way for him to undo those 2 statuses. The slave rebels quickly fell to Wang Xian in Su Zhuan's attacks. The experience of a level 50 elite monster was still very considerable, and this one provided Wang Xian with 3,000 plus experience. Wang Xian was now level 32 and needed 300,000 experience to level up. Just 90 plus kills would be enough. From the time he attacked this slave rebel until the slave rebel died, it took less than 10 seconds in total. Theoretically, it would only take about 900 seconds to level up, or 15 minutes. With such leveling efficiency, if others knew about it, they would definitely go crazy with jealousy. It couldn't be helped, the skill, mercy, and talent, Sage, combined with brushing monsters as they got closer to level 20, was just so exaggerated. However, for this kind of efficiency, Wang Xian was still a bit dissatisfied. As a mage, how was it possible to brush one monster at a time when practicing? So, Wang Xian decided to pull monsters. These slave rebels couldn't break his defenses anyway, so he could swipe in groups to his heart's content. After speaking with the crowd, Wang Xian began the journey of pulling monsters. The biggest advantage of humanoid wild monsters was that you didn't necessarily have to attack them to cause their hatred. When you appeared in their eyes, the hatred had actually begun. If you add some beautiful language and body movements, then the hatred is even more solid. Therefore, pulling up humanoid wild monsters was simply not too easy. After casually wandering around, Wang Xian pulled back dozens of slave rebels. Wang Xian stopped just a little further away from the crowd to ensure that they could eat the experience. There was a high chance that these slave rebels would charge towards them if they were too close. Regarding the determination of the divine abandonment and celestial aversion skills, it has been changed to read that only subjective and conscious attacks other than skill attacks will trigger these 2 skills. Dozens of slave rebels were gathered together, but only a dozen or so could attack Wang Xian, and those attacks collectively could not break Wang Xian's defense. Wang Xian's right hand staff was slightly tilted forward, and his mouth began to chant the incantation for the advanced magic skill, Ice Roar.
Wang Xian chose to release the skill with system assistance. There was really no way around it. In the past many days, although he had often used this skill and had gone to memorize the incantation of the skill, Ice Roar, the incantation was just too awkward. Nowadays, Wang Xian was just barely able to chant this incantation out, and it was also very easy to make mistakes. More importantly, compared to the system's assisted skill release, Wang Xian himself took much more time to release Ice Roar by chanting the incantation. While the system-assisted release of the skill only took 5 seconds, Wang Xian's own release took almost 10 seconds, maybe even more. The incantation had been memorized anyway, so he could take the time to practice, and now the most important thing was to clear these humanoid wild monsters. With the assistance of the system, Wang Xian finished chanting the spell in 5 seconds. Ice and snow descended. Countless snowflakes and hailstones enveloped a 30 by 30 space, forming a huge ice vortex. -634. -569. -634. -634. -569. Ice Roar's damage wasn't high, but the overall output was explosive. Dozens of slave rebels began to have a steady stream of numbers floating above their heads. After 10 seconds had passed, the ice disappeared and the slave rebels' blood level dropped by about a fifth. Ice Roar went into cooldown and needed 5 minutes before it could be used. Although there was no way to use Ice Roar for the time being, Wang Xian had other skills, the ones he bought in the market 2 days ago. With a flick of his staff, a fan of flames blasted towards the slave rebels in front of him. Red Inferno Art releases a fan of flames directly in front.
dealing 180% of attack power magic damage to targets within a maximum range of 3 meters.
Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 200 MP. Cooldown, 15 seconds.
Red Flame Technique is a skill that can be learned after a mage's first advancement, and is a small range damage skill.
Minus 3231. Minus 3166. Minus 3231. Minus 3166. The slave rebels in front of Wang Xian once again floated up a large swath of damage numbers. That wasn't all. Wang Xian's staff in his right hand gently pestled towards the ground, and the ground began to freeze, quickly covering an area within a radius of meters with Wang Xian at the center. Unknown symbols and patterns were inscribed on top of the ice, forming a complete spell formation. After the formation flickered slightly for a few moments, a sharp ice blade broke through the ice and stabbed out at the slave rebels who were surrounding Wang Xian. Xian Ice Formation.
Summon a spell formation with yourself as the center, and after a short delay, inflict 150% of attack power magic damage on all targets within a diameter of 5 meters.
Casting time, instantaneous. Power consumption, 200 MP. Cooldown, 30 seconds.
This skill was also a skill learned after a mage's first advancement, and compared to the Red Inferno technique, the Xian Ice Formation's paradigm
is much larger than Red Inferno.
The Ice Array skill has a certain delay, so it's okay to brush monsters and practice leveling, but it's a bit of a drag if you use it for PK.
Minus 2595. Minus 2595. Minus 2595. Another damage number floated up.
In addition to these two skills, Wang Xian learned some of the mage group attack skills as well as Thunder Rift, Earth Movement, the Warriors, Sweeping Thousand Army, and other skills. All the group attack skills that could be used were used by Wang Xian. At this time, the benefits of having many skills came out. When the round of skills were all used up, the skills that were used at the beginning of the round, the cooldown time was already good.
Another round of skills shone down on the slave rebels.
In less than a minute, dozens of slave rebels all died in Wang Xian's hands, and more than 100,000 experience arrived instantly. The level 50 elite monsters were still very generous, plus with such a mascot as Su Zhuan around, the amount of coins popped out could be considered very large, while also contributing more than 20 pieces of equipment.
Brother-in-law, let go of those coins.
Just when Wang Xian wanted to pick up those money, Su Zhuan yelled and rushed over towards Wang Xian.
You little girl, why didn't you attack just now?
Su Zhuan's figure swept past Wang Xian and tried to pick up the money on the ground, but as soon as Wang Xian reached out, he grabbed out the collar of her back and lifted her up.
Brother-in-law, you let go. If you don't pick it up, it will disappear in a while.
Su Zhuan didn't even look at Wang Xian as much as he kept his gaze on the coins dropped by the slave rebels.
Wang Xian had a black line on her face. This sister-in-law of hers was truly hopeless, too obsessed with money.
Looking at the constantly struggling Su Zhuan, Wang Xian could only helplessly let go of her. After she was free, Su Zhuan immediately rushed towards the coins on the ground. Whether she picked up gold coins or copper coins, she had to giggle a little.
You guys pick up all these equipment,
Wang Xian said to the crowd that leaned over. After Feng Luoli and the others responded, they started to pick up the equipment on the ground. As for the coins, they didn't touch them. That was something that belonged to Su Zhuan. The best of the 24 pieces of equipment were only green equipment, and Wang Xian had just taken a general look at them and really didn't have anything to look at. Although the attacks of some weapons were much higher than the staff in Wang Xian's hand, that weapon was a lance. Releasing magic with a lance in his hand was a bit weird, so Wang Xian chose to continue using his staff, and the attacks weren't that much different anyway. After the crowd picked up all the items dropped by the slave rebels, Wang Xian's mana was almost recovered.
After I finish pulling the monsters in a while, don't just stand there and watch, attack with me, understand? Wang Xian instructed his sister-in-law, Su Zhuan. Su Zhuan's output was very high, but it turned out to be good, the whole time not doing anything. I'm not afraid of attacking you, I don't want to trigger your 2 unlucky skills, Su Zhuan said with a slight grudge. Although the experience gained had a multiplier, she was very unhappy to have 10% less experience for no reason. Who do you blame for throwing your own skills around? Let me tell you, if you're still paddling in a while, I won't let you pick up any more money, Wang Xian threatened.
The best way to deal with Su Zhuan was this. If money was dropped on the ground, seen by her, and she wasn't allowed to pick it up, it would definitely be something that would make her scratch her head. Brother-in-law, don't worry, I will definitely work hard to kill monsters and definitely not scratch. As expected, when she heard Wang Xian say that he wouldn't allow her to pick up the money, Su Zhuan was a bit anxious and immediately swore an oath of assurance. That's a good boy. After Wang Xian patted Su Zhuan's head, he chatted with the crowd for a while and waited for the Ice Roar skill to cool down before running off to pull monsters. This time, Wang Xian similarly pulled in dozens of slave rebels, and under the joint attack of both him and Su Zhuan, it was only about 30 seconds before all the dozens of slave rebels fell.
Ding! You have been upgraded, your attributes have been boosted and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have risen to level 33 and gained 33 free attribute points from the growth talent. Another 100,000 or so experience arrived, and with all this experience, it pushed Wang Xian's level from level 32 to 33. Adding all 38 free attribute points gained to strength, after feeling the increased strength, Wang Xian secretly nodded. The strength attribute, aside from increasing attack and a small amount of speed, it was that tangible increase in body strength that was the most intoxicating. It wasn't just Wang Xian who had upgraded, everyone else had upgraded as well, with Gu Xiaoxiao, who was the lowest ranked one, having risen 2 levels in a row. It's still faster to level up with brother-in-law. Su Zhuan sighed with emotion before plunging into the great matter of picking up money. Uncle, at this rate, it won't be long before our backpacks are full. Feng Luoli came to Wang Xian's side and spoke. Before the operation started, they had all upgraded their backpacks according to Wang Xian's request, but since they didn't have enough gold coins, they had only used the first and second grade Sumera stones, along with quite a few more potions, resulting in them not having much free backpack space. Wang Xian pondered slightly and said, these equipments are just some ordinary equipments, let's do it this way, you pick out some with relatively good attributes, and give the rest to Sword 23. Wang Xian knew that with Su Zhuan around, there would be a lot of equipment popped out, but on average, the chance of 3 elite wild monsters popping out one piece of equipment was really a bit scary. Okay. Feng Luoli answered and then walked towards the others, exchanging the potions in her backpack with the others' equipment before going to look for Sword 23. 10 minutes later, Feng Luoli returned, and Wang Xian once again began the journey of pulling monsters. Leveling was always rather boring, especially this doing one thing over and over again. There was also the fact that leveling was really tiring. Data mining wasn't completely data mining. A lot of the situations were no different from before. Eating, drinking, and pulling everything remained the same. Even though Wang Xian possessed attributes that far exceeded those of normal people and his body had been greatly strengthened, after 2 to 3 hours, he was still tired and a bit out of breath. Take a break. Looking at the time and realizing that it was already noon, Wang Xian spoke. For Wang Xian's words, the crowd naturally couldn't possibly have an opinion. The whole morning was basically Wang Xian pulling monsters and brushing them. They were just picking up equipment and occasionally throwing magic. Your cousin won't be able to think about it, right? Wang Xian joked as she sat on her butt next to Cheng Yao. My cousin won't. Cheng Yao gave Wang Xian a hard look. That's also true, you with a person like cousin, how could you possibly not be able to think about it? Wang Xian's tone was filled with emotion. Being able to lead Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens to become one of the future top guilds in the Dragon Kingdom, and becoming the #1 mage in the Dragon Kingdom herself, how could she be the type of person who couldn't think straight? Right, if your cousin isn't from the Nangong family, she's not your cousin? Wang Xian suddenly thought of Nangong Dance's relationship with the Nangong family. Cheng Yao's body was stunned, then she gave a very arrogant cold snort and said, that I don't care, anyway, I'll just assume that she's my cousin. Wang Xian didn't say anything more, his last life had actually proved everything. After eating, drinking and resting enough, the boring leveling began again. When the time came to night, the slave rebels near this coordinate that Wang Xian was responsible for had all been killed off, and Wang Xian's level also came to level 38. The total experience provided by a wave of dozens of slave rebels had also dropped from over 100,000 to 70,000 or 80,000, and the efficiency of leveling began to drop. Let's go! Sword 23 called us to go eat, they're ready. Wang Xian greeted the crowd. When the crowd returned to the campsite they had established at the beginning, Sword 23 immediately greeted them and gave Wang Xian a big hug. Brother Dali, thanks for the equipment. Sword 23 thanked sincerely. Although he didn't know why Wang Xian had obtained more equipment than everyone else combined, Wang Xian's behavior of giving them the equipment for free really moved him. Just some ordinary equipment. Wang Xian waved his hand unconcernedly, signaling that there was no need for Sword 23 to be like this. With Su Zhuan around, the equipment that the slave rebels had exploded was really very large, and over the course of the day, almost 600 to 700 pieces of equipment had been exploded. Although they were all very ordinary equipment, such a quantity was enough to shock people. Of course, this was also related to the elite monsters of the slave rebels. If they were ordinary monsters, the equipment that came out would be at least average. As for why Wang Xian was so generous in giving away his equipment, one of the main reasons was the demand for this equipment, which basically required level 50 to be able to wear it. Once the wild monsters near the main city of the Green Dragon were cleared and the main city of the Green Dragon was entered, it was time to start brushing the copies. There were 6 levels of replicas: primary, intermediate, advanced, legendary, epic and mythic, and the only replicas that could be entered from the main city were the first 3. Beginner copies can be entered at level 30, intermediate copies at level 50, and advanced copies at level 70. Each type of copy was further divided into 5 levels: simple, normal, difficult, nightmare and purgatory.
When the crowd's level was raised to 50, with Wang Xian's attributes, in conjunction with Chang Yao's powerful assisting abilities, as well as Su Zhuan and Nangong Dance's output, it wasn't much of a problem to get through the Purgatory level ultimate copy. At that time, obtaining equipment was basically blue suits, and there was also a high chance of obtaining sets, and there was even a very high chance of obtaining legendary equipment. Therefore, the equipment that these slave rebels popped out now, Wang Xian really didn't care about it. Keeping it was too much backpack space, it would be better to give it to Sword 23, and it would also increase the goodwill in the hearts of the official Dragon Kingdom. Level 50 green suit, not ordinary anymore, you don't know, the equipment we popped out this day, even less than 1/10 of you, green suit is even only a few pieces. After Sword 23 lamented, he continued, Brother Dolly, in order to thank you for the equipment you sent, I have specially prepared a big meal for you.
Then I'm going to have a feast. Wang Xian laughed. Must drop. Sword 23 wrapped his arms around Wang Xian's neck and walked towards a pitched tent. The others immediately followed. Just as Sword 23 said, the dinner was really rich, and it was also very delicious. After eating, the crowd did not continue practicing. The dark night, even though there were stars shining, it was still very distracting to the eyesight, and most of the people were physically and mentally exhausted after a day of brushing. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Sitting on top of the grass, looking at the round moon and the starry sky, Wang Xian spoke. Yeah, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, so isn't there going to be an event again? Then won't I be able to draw a lottery again? Su Zhuan was overjoyed. If there are no accidents, there will definitely be an event. Wang Xian nodded, while a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Was there an event for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Of course there were. And it was still a large-scale event. As for the excitement in Wang Xian's eyes, it was entirely because at the end of the Mid-Autumn Festival event, Chang'e would appear. This was the first mythical existence to appear in the eyes of everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. The ancients had many beautiful poems to describe Chang'e's beauty, but when you saw Chang'e's face with your own eyes, only then could you understand that those poems were as if they were blasphemy to her. In the human world, there were simply no words that could be found to express Chang'e's beauty. Brother-in-law, why do I feel that you are even more excited than me? Su Zhuan came up to Wang Xian's eyes, a pair of starry beautiful eyes staring at Wang Xian's eyes. You feel wrong. Wang Xian reached out his big hand and pulled Su Zhuan's little head aside. He hadn't thought that he had only had some fluctuations in his eyes and this sister-in-law of his had sensed it. Definitely didn't feel it wrong. Ask Yao Yao if you don't believe me. Su Zhuan retorted. Yes. Chang Yao heavily nodded her head, expressing her affirmation of Su Zhuan's words, then tilted her small head and said, Uncle's eyes just now seemed as if he's finally going to meet the girl of his dreams. Yes, it's that kind of eyes that are going to meet the dream lover. Chang Yao immediately said. However, just after she finished speaking, Chang Yao felt that something was wrong. The voice that reminded her just now was too familiar. Looking in the direction the voice came from, Chang Yao immediately let out a shriek as she saw the person she wanted to see the most. Cousin! Chang Yao got up and screamed as she rushed towards that person. That's right, the voice that just reminded Chang Yao was none other than Nangong Dance. Nangong Dance's appearance was unexpected. After she chatted with Chang Yao and the others for a few moments, she sat down next to Wang Xian. Uncle, did you miss me? Nangong Dance looked at Wang Xian with a smile on her face. No unusual emotions could be seen on her face, as if what she had experienced in the Nangong family villa before had never happened. No. Wang Xian's reply was very decisive. With his understanding of this woman, if he said that after thinking about it, the next topic would definitely make him want to die. Uncle is so heartless. A sad look surfaced on Nangong Dance's face. In response, Wang Xian was not moved at all. Seeing Wang Xian with such an expression, a trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed in Nangong Dance's eyes before she laughed. Forget about not wanting to, but shouldn't you explain, Uncle, what's that look in your eyes just now that you want to see the girl of your dreams? Nangong Dance's words made Chang Yao and the others' gazes focused on Wang Xian's body, especially Su Zhuan, as if she was a little cat that had exploded. Her eyes became unusually sharp and her body was even more stupid, as if as long as Wang Xian said the answer she had guessed, she was going to rush up and fight with Wang Xian for her life. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched. Why continue on this issue? Looking at the eyes of the crowd, Wang Xian's brain nerves instantly sped up and immediately thought of an excuse. What the eyes of seeing the girl of your dreams, you're looking at it wrong. That's the eyes of anticipation I have. Su Zhuan said, expectation? What are you looking forward to, brother-in-law? Activities What else is there? Wang Xian said rightfully. I thought uncle would be looking forward to Chang'e. Nangong Dance laughed. Wang Xian. Nangong Dance's appearance made the worries in the hearts of the crowd disappear without a trace, and the crowd didn't open their mouths to ask where Nangong Dance had gone and if they had gotten the answers they wanted in their hearts. Comfortably sitting on the grass, they chatted idly until the early hours of the morning arrived and the system's beep sounded. Ding! System announcement, the Mid-Autumn Festival event is open. For details, please click to view. Ding. System announcement, the Mid-Autumn Festival event is open. For specifics, please click to view. Ding. System announcement, the Mid-Autumn Festival event is open. Specific content, please click to view. The system's beeps arrived very accurately, and the crowd immediately checked it out, and Wang Xian also looked at it in a decent manner. There were a total of 3 Mid-Autumn Festival event activities, and all 3 of them required some materials in order to be completed, and the materials needed to be obtained by killing various wild monsters. The first one, Moon Sacrifice. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, offering sacrifices to the moon god would result in different rewards. The offerings come from the drops of wild monsters. Each person can only get one reward. The second one, Lanterns. The lantern is actually a multiplier experience buff that lasts for 24 hours. Among the materials dropped by wild monsters were materials for making lanterns, and when you made a lantern, you would get a rating from the system, and the rating depended on how many times you received the experience buff. The experience buffs range between the times. Third, Moon Cake. Among the materials dropped by wild monsters, there are materials that can be used to make mooncakes, which you can make into mooncakes, which will gain different attributes depending on the combination of the various materials. When you succeed in making mooncakes, you will be rewarded with points, which can be used to redeem items or draw prizes. These are the 3 activities of the Mid-Autumn Festival. As for the last, Chang'a's appearance, who knew whether it was an egg or a surprise from the system to the people of the Dragon Kingdom, but anyway, it wasn't mentioned in the system's tips. Brother-in-law, let's go brush the monsters. After reading the system announcement, Su Zhuan immediately called out. After hearing this, Wang Xian laughed. Aren't you tired? Or do you want to keep drinking potions? During the daytime, it wasn't just him who was tired. Su Zhuan was exhausted as well, and more importantly, Su Zhuan drank a lot of potions, almost to the point of vomiting. Su Zhuan hesitated at once. Brushing monsters at night was indeed harder than during the day, and there was also the fact that she really didn't want to be drinking potions. However, thinking of the Mid-Autumn Festival event that had just opened, Su Zhuan's face emerged with a completely out-of-the-box look, and said with a look of death, "It's not just potion, I'll drink it. What do you guys say?" Wang Xian looked at the others. "I'll listen to uncle." Chang Yao was the first to take a stand. The others didn't say anything, but their looks already said it all. Alright, since they all have no opinion, let's brush up on the monsters and do the Mid-Autumn activity. Wang Xian clapped his hands to make the final decision. In fact, it wasn't just Wang Xian and the others. The others in the camp were also debating whether or not to brush the monsters overnight when they heard about the Mid-Autumn activity. Brother-in-law, should we go call the uncles and aunts? Su Zhuan opened his mouth and asked. Forget it, my parents are already asleep, so don't call them. Wang Xian faintly thought about it for a moment, but decided not to call. After the group formed a team, they began to walk in the direction of the rebels. The coordinates in the daytime were no longer accessible, the slave rebels there had already been cleared out, and the ones they encountered if they went further in were the soldier rebels. Compared to the slave rebels, the soldier rebels were much stronger, and more importantly, the soldier rebels were starting to show up with archery. The humanoid wild monsters had the characteristic of ignoring hatred, so Wang Xian was not afraid of those shooters, but the others were not. For the sake of everyone's safety, Wang Xian decided to brush the slave rebels first, and then find a way to brush the soldier rebels during the day. With the addition of Nangong Dance, brushing the slave rebels was even more efficient. Nangong Dance's damage was too much for Wang Xian to handle. Every group magic slam down was 3000 plus magic damage, and even some skills were able to hit 5000 plus damage. Wang Xian utilized the Heavenly Eyes skill to check Nangong Dance's attributes and found that her magic attack power was just over 1300. It was very unscientific to hit 3000 plus damage with such an attack. Don't look at the fact that Wang Xian was also able to deal 3000 plus damage, but that was attributes forcefully piled up. But how did Nangong Dance do it? Curious, Wang Xian asked Nangong Dance, what talent did you gain last time you took the flower of Shining Ancient Acacia? The reason why he asked this was because the skill Nangong Dance used was also a mage's, Red Inferno Art, skill. At this stage, the level of the skill would definitely not be ridiculously high, and with a magic attack of over 1300, hitting 3000 plus damage, apart from the talent, Wang couldn't think of any other possibility. I'm actually curious about Uncle's talent. Nangong Dance laughed. She knew that Wang Xian's didn't take the flower of the ancient acacia of Shanin at all, and since he didn't take it, it meant that Wang Xian's talent was at least epic level. In that case, would that perverted attribute of Wang Xian's have something to do with talent as well? Then let's exchange and look at the attributes? Wang Xian rubbed his chin and said after pondering for a while, really? Nangong Dance looked at Wang Xian with some disbelief. Before, when she wanted to look at Wang Xian's attributes, Wang Xian had a look that he wouldn't give a look. Now how did he suddenly agree? And actually took the initiative to exchange to view the attributes. Don't want to see, forget it. Don't, look, why don't you look? Nangong Dance immediately said. I also want to look. Me too. Chang Yao and Su Zhuan's voices sounded almost simultaneously. It's okay. Wang Xian nodded. In order to prevent Uncle from cheating, we must first look at Uncle's attribute panel. Nangong Dance said. Am I the kind of person who doesn't keep his word? Wang Xian was a little upset, actually not believing in his character.
The few women didn't say anything, but just looked at Wang Xian with a sneering look.
Wang Xian.
Alright, then first look at the attribute panel.
Saying this, Wang Xian displayed his attribute panel. Name, Wang Xian. Nickname, Immortal King. Race, human. Occupation, sacrifice. Age, 24. Talent, learning, epic. Level, 38.
Experience, 75014/300000.
HP, 5240. MP, 16,500. Physical attack power, 350. Magic attack power, 2020. Physical defense, 1025. Magic defense, 517. Wow! Uncle, you're so perverted.
Chang Yao exclaimed out in shock as she looked at Wang Xian's attributes.
Wang Xian rolled his eyes and gave Chang Yao a popping chestnut in the process. Do you know how to speak?
What do you mean by you're so perverted? You should say your attributes are so perverted.
Brother-in-law, you're not human. Su Zhuan added.
Then, Wang Xian also gave her a popping chestnut. The two girls covered their heads and glared angrily at Wang Xian, but Wang Xian was too lazy to bother with them and, instead, he turned his gaze to Nangong Dance and said, See, now can I look at yours? Nangong Dance frowned and didn't say anything. Her eyes kept looking at Wang Xian's attribute panel. She always felt that Wang Xian's attributes were very wrong, but couldn't tell where it was wrong.
Haven't you finished looking at it yet? Wang Xian urged.
Suddenly, Nangong Dance's eyes suddenly lit up as she stretched out her finger to point at the experience column on Wang Xian's attribute panel and said, Uncle, shouldn't you explain this?
Explain what? Wang Xian made a puzzled sound and also looked towards his attribute panel. Upon seeing the experience needed to upgrade in the experience column, Wang Xian instantly knew that it was broken.
The attribute panel he was currently displaying was changed from the vigorously producing miracles attribute panel, and all the attributes were changed, only the experience column was forgotten. Ha! The moon is so beautiful today. Wang Xian tilted his head and looked up at the starry sky, and after lamenting, he immediately ran away. The chicken thief was discovered. If he didn't run away, he wouldn't be a fool. Uncle, you lied to me again. Chang Yao's voice of anger shouted. Brother-in-law, you liar. Su Zhuan's voice followed closely behind. Uncle, why don't you eat it? Do you dislike the mooncake made by Yao Yao? Chang Yao flickered a pair of big eyes and looked at Wang Xian in an aggrieved manner.
With the addition of Su Zhuan's talent, it allowed the crowd to brush a few waves of slave rebels before obtaining a large amount of materials for making mooncakes.
After having the materials, it was natural to start making the mooncakes.
After the mooncakes were made, of course they were to be eaten. The problem was that some mooncakes really weren't meant to be eaten by humans.
Like the mooncake that Wang Xian was holding in his hand right now, it was made by Chang Yao. Just by looking at the character, it was definitely a top-notch mooncake. However, this thing is useless. To make a mooncake, all you have to do is get the filling and wrap it up, and the system will automatically generate the mooncake. So, the mooncake looks good is given by the system, and has absolutely nothing to do with the maker. Whether you can eat it or not depends on the attributes of the mooncake. 5 flavors mooncake. A mooncake created using 5 ingredients, cilantro, fishweed, redback cabbage, parsnip, and okra, which is difficult for the average person to enjoy. Attributes, randomly gain 5 to 10 free attribute points after taking it, invalid for multiple times. System-friendly tip, taking this mooncake may cause physical discomfort, please act according to your ability.
Wang Xian didn't know why the system would allow the creation of such a heaven-defying mooncake.
Those 5 ingredients, other than the cilantro which was barely acceptable, the rest he didn't even want to look at. It would be better to kill him if he had to eat them. As for the little increase in attributes after taking the mooncake, he really didn't care. Why don't you guys eat first? Wang Xian turned his gaze to the others, who were also holding a 5 flavors mooncake in their hands.
Yao Yao, how did you come up with such a heaven-defying mooncake? Nangong Dance looked at the mooncake in her hand with a tangled expression.
She couldn't accept this kind of odd mooncake either, but with the attributes attached to the mooncake, she couldn't bear to let her not eat it. This could be equivalent to the attributes gained from leveling up 1 level. Feng Luoli, Hua Qianrong and the others also had the same expression as Nangong Dance.
Cousin, isn't this mooncake good? Good is good, the question is, can this mooncake really be eaten? It should be fine. Then you eat one first to show cousin. Chang Yao instantly froze.
The original intention of making this mooncake was actually to get back at Wang Xian for lying to her yet again, and she hadn't thought at all that the mooncake made in this way would have such good attributes.
Those 5 ingredients for making the mooncake were likewise unacceptable to her. Why don't we eat it together? Su Zhuan opened her mouth. She always believed that if food appeared in front of her eyes, if she didn't eat it, it would be a desecration of life. Brother Dolly, look what I brought you. Sword 23 walked into the tent where Wang Xian was with an excited look on his face, but when he saw the look on the faces of the people within the tent, the words that were coming out of his mouth came to an abrupt end. What did you bring? Wang Xian swallowed the mooncake in his mouth with difficulty and asked with a bitter face. I'll talk about what I've brought in a while, Brother Dolly. What's wrong with you guys? Is everything alright? Sword 23 was filled with worry as he looked at the people inside the tent. Not worrying was not an option. He saw that everyone inside the tent had a lifeless look on their faces. Don't worry, it's fine. Wang Xian waved his hand. It's really fine? Jian Xi was obviously not convinced. Wang Xian looked at Sword 23, pondered for a moment, and reached out his hand to Chun Yao's face. Chun Yao froze, then quickly took out a 5 flavors mooncake from her backpack. Brother Sword, here's a good thing for you. Wang Xian handed the 5 flavors mooncake in his hand to Sword 23. A good thing was to learn to share. Brother Dolly, can you not call me Brother Sword? It sounds weird to me. Sword 23 said as he took the mooncake handed to him by Wang Xian. Let's talk about this later, eat the mooncake first. Wang Xian urged. Crap. What a strong attribute. Sword 23 let out a gasp before immediately saying, Brother Vigorous, then I won't be polite. No need to be polite, just eat. Wang Xian urged once again. He was able to see that Jian Xi's attention was only focused on the attributes of the 5 flavors mooncake, completely missing what materials the 5 flavors mooncake was made of. Amidst the gazes of everyone in the tent, Sword 23 ruthlessly bit into the 5 flavors mooncake and chewed on it. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Sword 23's face finally just changed. And at this moment, he finally understood why Wang Xian and the others had that look on their faces when he entered the tent in the beginning. Jian Xi believed that his own expression at this moment was definitely exactly the same as the expression of Wang Xian and the others at that time. Feeling the strange texture and flavor in his mouth, Jian 23 wanted to immediately spit out the mooncake in his mouth, only for Wang Xian's next words to force him to endure the feeling of vomiting and swallow the mooncake in his mouth. You've eaten it all. If you spit it out, the mooncake attachment's attributes won't increase. This was what Wang Xian said. Brother Vigorous, you're punking me. Sword 23 looked at Wang Xian with a sad and angry face. I'm doing it for your own good. Wang Xian patted Jian Xi's shoulder in a serious manner. I don't want this kind of good. Come, Brother Jian, let's sit down and eat slowly. Wang Xian pulled Jian Xi to his side and sat down, signaling him to continue eliminating the mooncake in his hand. Alright. Sword 23 said sadly. The mooncake had already taken a bite. If he gave up at this time, then all the suffering he had endured before would be in vain. Brother Vigorous, you eat too. Eat. Wang Xian said one word, his eyes closed and took a bite of the mooncake. Seeing this, the others also ate with a death-defying look on their faces. A mooncake that was also the size of a palm. The crowd ate it for a few minutes without finishing it. And during the process of eating, the eyes of the crowd were like knives, thrusting at Chun Yao from time to time. It was all because of this scourge that made such a heaven-defying, inhuman mooncake that they suffered so much. Brother Dolly. At this moment, a person once again walked in within the camp tent. Brother Zhang. Wang Xian saw the person who entered and rose to greet him. I made some mooncakes with decent attributes and brought them over for you to try. Xin Zhang said with a smile. Brother Zhang, you've come at the right time. I also have mooncakes with very good attributes here. Let's eat together. Wang Xian gave Chun Yao a look. After seeing this, Chun Yao quickly took out a 5 flavors mooncake and handed it to Wang Xian. After Wang Xian took it, he handed it back to Xin Zhang and said, Brother Zhang, quickly taste it. This mooncake is delicious. Thank you, Brother Dolly. Xin Zhang took the mooncake. Brother Zhang, quickly eat it. Wang Xian urged Xin Zhang as if he was urging Sword 23. Aha. Xin Zhang nodded, only for his expression to freeze after he glanced at the properties of the mooncake in his hand. Brother Dolly, this mooncake of yours. Delicious. Why do I feel that it would be very unpalatable? Xin Zhang clearly did not believe Wang Xian's words. How could it not be delicious? If you don't believe me, I'll eat it for you. Wang Xian said and took a bite of the mooncake in his hand and made an expression as if he was enjoying it extremely after eating the most delicious food in the world. Xin Zhang still had a skeptical look on his face. Brother Zhang, don't you believe me and ask Old Sword if it's delicious? Wang Xian turned his head towards Sword 23 and continuously gave him a wink. That's right, it's really very tasty. Sword 23 also immediately took a bite of the mooncake. Looking at Sword 23's enjoyable expression, Xin Zhang began to somewhat believe what Wang Xian said. Perhaps this mooncake was really delicious? Yao, Nangong, if Brother Zhang doesn't believe me, you guys eat it to show him that it really doesn't believe me. Wang Xian said and took another bite of the mooncake.
Cheng Yao, Nangong Dance, and the others, after looking at each other, decisively started eating the mooncake in their hands. Brother Zhang, believe it this time, I'll tell you, if it wasn't for our good relationship, there's absolutely no way I would have given you this good mooncake from property to eat.
Wang Xian wrapped his left arm around Qin Zhang's neck in a brotherly manner. It's my fault, I'll eat it.
Qin Zhang compensated and immediately took a bite of the mooncake in his hand.
3 seconds passed. Qin Zhang's expression changed. Don't spit, you've already eaten it anyway, Wang Xian said. Qin Zhang.
At this time, the people in the tent also stopped pretending and revealed a look of bitterness.
After 10 minutes, everyone finally finished their 5 flavors mooncake. Brother Dolly, how did you guys make such a mooncake? Qin Zhang asked curiously.
Wang Xian waved his hand and said, don't ask me, I'm actually curious as to what was going on in the mind of the person who made this kind of mooncake.
Uncle, how can you talk about people like that? Asked the big guys. Could it be that the mooncake I made has bad attributes?
Cheng Yao expressed that she was a bit aggrieved. The crowd was speechless.
Are the attributes of the 5 flavors mooncake good? Good. This point was recognized by everyone. However, the flavor was too that of a flavor, wasn't it? Ahem, brother-in-law, I actually made some mooncakes.
Su Zhuan raised his own small hand and said weakly. Brother Vigorous, I still have things to take care of, so I'll leave first. Sword 23 immediately got up and after saying that, without giving Wang Xian any chance to speak, he directly turned into a swordlight and flew out of the tent.
Brother Dolly, I'm also leaving. Qin Zhang also left in an instant. Crowd.
Although the mooncake made by Su Zhuan was not as exaggerated as the one made by Cheng Yao, it was still a flavor that was difficult for the average person to accept, and the attribute of the mooncake made by Su Zhuan was not as good as the one made by Cheng Yao. It only increased 20 points of life value.
Faced with such attributes, the crowd decisively rejected Su Zhuan's mooncake. Brother-in-law dash.
Su Zhuan walked to Wang Xian and held the mooncake he made, looking at Wang Xian with eyes full of anticipation.
The corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched. What are you looking at me for? I am not going to eat it.
Cheng Yao's mooncakes had all but fed him up.
One more? Dream on. Wang Xian decisively turned his head, not even looking at Su Zhuan.
Humph. If you guys don't eat it, I'll eat it myself. Su Zhuan glared at Wang Xian and bit on top of the mooncake in his hand.
Then, her expression instantly changed to a bitter face. If it's not delicious, let's not eat it, it's just a little bit of attributes.
Looking at Su Zhuan's difficult expression, Wang Xian advised. Su Zhuan shook her head and said with a wrinkled little face, no way.
I can't waste food.
Saying this, Su Zhuan took another bite of the mooncake in his hand, and his face became even more bitter.
Alas!
Wang Xian sighed lightly and snatched the mooncake in Su Zhuan's hand, not caring about the flavor of that mooncake, and ate it in 3 bites.
This is okay now, Wang Xian said with a hoarse voice.
Su Zhuan's mooncake was made with all kinds of chili peppers. If Cheng Yao's could still be forcefully eaten, then Su Zhuan's was really killing him. With just half of the mooncake, Wang Xian's voice was spiced to the point of hoarseness. Although the others were not as heavenly as Su Zhuan's and Cheng Yao's, they all had various strange flavors.
Beef flavor, tofu milk flavor, stinky tofu flavor, garlic flavor.
In short, all kinds of strange and weird mooncakes appeared. It was good that none of these mooncakes added attributes, which made the crowd not gobble on these mooncakes.
As for Su Zhuan, she was forcibly dragged away by the ladies.
Looking at her face full of tangled desire to eat those mooncakes, they really couldn't bear to do so. The matter of the mooncakes made the crowd's hearts pine, so they didn't continue brushing the monsters.
The next day. Son, what's wrong with your voice? Dad heard Wang Xian's voice sound a bit strange and asked suspiciously. Eating something to eat. Eat what? This.
Wang Xian took out a mooncake made by Su Zhen from his backpack, which he had forced Su Zhen to hand over. There was no way, if he didn't let her hand it over, that little ninny, for sure, was going to eat it all.
18 mooncakes, what the hell kind of name is that?
After Dad received the mooncake, he was filled with confusion after glancing at the attributes.
I'm not sure why it's called that. Wang Xian shook his head.
The names of the mooncakes were all given by the system, so who the hell knew why they were called 18 mooncakes?
Son, can this really increase your attributes if you eat it? That's right, it can increase, but Dad, you'd better not.
Wang Xian advised his dad not to eat this mooncake, but only halfway through his words, his dad took a bite on top of the mooncake. This spicy flavor can be it's just that a spicy mooncake is a bit weird.
Dad lamented after taking a bite. Dad, I thought you didn't eat spicy food? Wang Xian was surprised.
After living together for more than 10 years, he had never known that Dad could eat spicy food so well. Dad smiled and finished the mooncake in his hand quickly before saying, it's not that your mom doesn't eat spicy food.
Wang Xian.
He had eaten dog food, but it was the first time he had eaten his parents' dog food.
By the way, how come I haven't seen Mom? Wang Xian looked around and didn't find his mom.
I was about to tell you, your mom went back to the imperial capital.
Back to the imperial capital? Why? Wang Xian was confused.
Your mom didn't like fighting in the first place, and it just so happens that her talent isn't in fighting, so she fortunately went back.
Dad explained.
Wang Xian didn't say anything else. He knew that his mom should be doing this to make room for Nangong dance. Son, I've also spoken with little Sanzi. I'll go to his side of the team in a while.
Dad uttered another sentence that left Wang Xian confused. Wang Xian immediately asked, Dad, why? And who is little Sanzi? Why?
Your team is full of children and women, so it's too awkward for me to stay with you, and once your mom left, I couldn't stay any longer. It's better to be in Junior's team, they're all big men, and I had a great conversation with them just now.
Dad said. Oh yeah, little Sanzi is sword 23. Dad added. Dad, stay with me and level up faster. Wang Xian wanted to keep Dad behind.
Dad said, the leveling speed at little third son's place isn't as fast as yours here, but it's still fine.
I have experience bonus here. Wang Xian continued to try to keep Dad behind.
Hearing this, Dad hesitated for a moment, but still said, it's too awkward for me to stay in your team, so I won't go even if I say anything. Slow leveling is slow, I'll be able to level up sooner or later anyway.
Dad, no need to say anything, I'm going to look for little Sanzi.
Dad waved his hand, stopping Wang Xian's words, then turned around and left, leaving Wang Xian alone and frozen. A few minutes later, the women appeared.
Brother-in-law, what are you looking at?
Suzhuan followed Wang Xian's gaze and found nothing, so she asked curiously.
Nothing, let's continue to clear the rebels. Wang Xian shook his head and walked towards the same coordinates from yesterday. Brother-in-law, aren't you going to call uncle? Suzhuan caught up with Wang Xian.
No need, my dad went to that team in sword 23.
Uncle, I'm sorry.
The moment I showed up, not only did Auntie go back to the imperial capital, even Uncle left.
Nangong Dance quickly chased after Wang Xian.
It has nothing to do with you, my mom really doesn't like practicing.
Wang Xian explained.
He wasn't telling lies, nor was he comforting Nangong Dance. In his last life, when he returned to his hometown, his dads were all over level 60, while his mom was only over level 20. In fact, it wasn't just Wang Xian's mom, there were many people who didn't like to brush monsters and practice leveling. Just like now, there are still a lot of people who do what they are supposed to do. Going to work, going to school, fishing, playing chess, painting, and so on.
Auntie doesn't like leveling, what about Uncle?
I do know that Uncle wants to increase his level very much.
Nangong Dance said.
Dad, he has other reasons.
What reasons? I feel it's better not to say.
If you don't say, I'll go find Uncle and ask him myself.
Wang Xian glanced at Nangong Dance and said, you really want to know? Really want to know? Nangong Dance nodded.
Look at the situation of our team yourself.
Wang Xian sighed. The situation of the team?
Nangong Dance froze slightly, then said in surprise, it's pretty good Uncle can resist an output, Yao Yao has enough milk, and Xiaojuan and I's output isn't bad either.
I'm not talking about the team's configuration, I'm talking about the people in the team. Wang Xian laughed bitterly.
When the squad was full, other than Wang Xian and Wang Xian's dad, the other 8 were all women.
Nangong Dance instantly fell into silence. She knew why Wang Xian's dad was leaving. Then should we continue to call in one more person to make up the 10? After a moment of silence, Nangong Dance asked. As you wish, I don't know many more people anyway. Wang Xian expressed his casualness.
Nangong Dance thought for a moment and said, Fan Ning and Wei Cheng'an, whichever of the two of them is called is not good for the other, and it's good to keep Uncle's compassion, skill out of the spotlight if you can. In that case, let's do this, and try to brush the soldier rebels clean today.
Wang Xian waved his hand and headed towards the target location.
The wild monsters near the main city, also known as rebels, would not refresh, and killing one would permanently reduce them by 1. It was also thanks to this setting, otherwise, now they could only follow the example of other countries and use high-tech thermal weapons to clean up these rebels. For the soldier rebels, Wang Xian and Nangong Dance and the others discussed it and decided that Wang Xian should still pull the monsters on a wide scale. Su Jin and Nangong Dance prepared in advance, and when Wang Xian pulled a large number of soldier rebels to a predetermined location, they used the most powerful magic to try to clean up the soldier rebels as fast as possible and finish the job. Su Jin and Nangong Dance were both the top hidden professions of the mage department, and after the first advancement of their professions, they had both gained quite a few skills, the most powerful of which was almost on par with Wang Xian's Ice Roar skill. It was important to realize that the Ice Roar skill was a high-level magic that could only be learned after the second career advancement, whereas the skills that the two of them had obtained only belonged to intermediate magic. The power of intermediate magic was comparable to advanced magic, reflecting the strength of their hidden professions to the fullest. After everything was ready, Wang Xian started pulling monsters. -544, -583, -515, -507, -577. The archer among the soldier rebels was the first to attack, and 5 arrows came rushing in, hitting Wang Xian and dealing a fair amount of damage. Hiss, this motherfucking broken setting.
Wang Xian spat in passing as he ran and pulled out the arrows from his body.
This was the most fucked up part of an archer. The arrows shot out would actually stay on the target's body after hitting the enemy. Of course, these arrows would be refreshed, but it would take at least 3 minutes. The ones that refreshed off were just normal arrows. Some special arrows would stay on your body permanently if you didn't pull them out. Pulling the arrow out of your body, that feeling, TSK. The pain of data mining was a bit different from before. It would raise the pain according to the level, 1% per level, and when the level reached 100, it would no longer raise it. As a result, some of the more evil shooters at heart deliberately sought out blacksmiths to build all sorts of strange arrows, in order to disgust their enemies.
If I can't shoot you, can't I still hurt you? Wang Xian didn't want to run away with the arrows, so he pulled out the arrows that were stuck in his body.
Although it hurt a bit, it was still within the acceptable range, and with the enhancement of the physical attributes, the ability to withstand pain was also greatly strengthened.
Coming! Wang Xian pulled the soldier rebels to the intended location.
The figure stopped, took out his staff, and pestled it towards the ground. The ground froze and a spell formation appeared. A large number of ice blades plunged towards the soldier rebels.
Skill, Xian Ice Formation. Minus 2577. Minus 2753. Minus 2495. Dense damage numbers floated up from the soldier rebels' heads.
Uncle, dodge, cousin, and Xiao Zhuan's magic is coming.
Chang Yao's shout rang out from afar.
When Wang Xian heard it, he activated the Yi Blink skill without saying a word.
Blink. Instantly moved to a location up to 10 meters. Casting time, instantaneous. Mana consumption, 100 MP. Cooldown time, 30 seconds.
A generic skill of the mage department, but a rare skill. It was given to Wang Xian by Nangong Dance.
Wang Xian's figure instantly disappeared into the surroundings of the soldier rebels. The moment Wang Xian left, a phoenix sound rang out.
Immediately afterward, the silhouette of a fire phoenix fell from the sky and smashed into the ranks of the soldier rebels.
Minus 4044. Minus 4222. Minus 3988. Minus 7892. Minus 8043. A large number of damage numbers surfaced, and among them, bludgeon damage even appeared. Seeing the bludgeoning damage, Wang Xian was somewhat surprised. The Blitz attribute was very rare, and Nangong Dance had unexpectedly obtained it now.
At this time, 5 stars suddenly appeared high above the sky. Even though it was daytime, these 5 stars were still dazzling. Whoosh!
Starlight exploded.
5 pillars of starlight descended from the sky and struck the ranks of the soldier rebels.
Minus 2778. Minus 2942. Minus 2845. Another piece of damage numbers surfaced. Compared to Nangong Dance's damage, Suzhuan's damage was quite a bit worse.
Wang Xian wasn't idle either, and after blinking away from the rebels, he started chanting the Ice Roar spell.
A large swath of ice descended. Minus 557. Minus 588. Minus 574.
The damage was very low, but it was better because it was sustained damage, and after 10 seconds, the damage inflicted was still very high. After the Ice Roar skill, Wang Xian once again charged towards the soldier rebels, his staff waved, a fan-shaped flame spewed out, and patches of damage numbers appeared once again. The large range skills had all been used up, and only small range skills could be used.
Nangong Dance and Suzhuan's figures also appeared and began to use various small range skills just like Wang Xian. Whether it was Wang Xian, or Nangong Dance and Suzhuan, the damage was very high.
After about a minute, the soldier rebels were completely cleared. The experience was very considerable. This wave of soldier rebels provided over 130,000 experience. After clearing the battlefield and resting for a while, Wang Xian once again started pulling monsters. After going back and forth like this a dozen times, Wang Xian's level finally rose to level 40. At the same time, he also obtained a new talent. The usual practice, on the shelves of the speech. In fact, there is nothing I want to say, the only thing I can say is that you see here, all come to the first booking chant. I know a lot of people will leave, but this is the status quo of online novels.
I'm not a very good writer. Also, the update is not stable.
Open the comments section, bad reviews accounted for a large part.
What poisoned, outdated.
More often than not, author you are 10 years ago traveled over. Spit out a sentence, if I were to have traveled 10 years ago, the ghost would not write a novel. There are also people who say, author, you are forward-thinking crazy, taking the 10 years ago routine to fool people.
The problem is, online game novels have been written badly, and basically everything that can be written has been written. Online game novels, basically copies, boss, national war, and so on. Finally, The Selling of Misery Link.
This novel was actually conceived a long time ago, about 5 or 6 years. The reason why I didn't write it is because I have been writing other novels. The novel was closed. In More There Is a Book, the results are quite good, to support themselves without any problem. If you write this one, it is entirely because you want to read this type of novel, and the previous one can't be read. After turning over the book written by myself, I feel that I can actually, narcissism. JPG.
And then, there's the issue of updating.
In the eyes of my parents and relatives, writing novels is a serious misdemeanor. So, these days, every day, I have to go to the market to set up a stall to sell vegetables.
Time is really scarce. Everyone also found out from my update time. It's basically 11 or 12 at night, or 3 or 4 in the morning. That's when I sneak up to code.
As for using my cell phone to code in the marketplace, the winter in the north is so cold that my hands would freeze in no time if I brought them outside.
Most last, once again, I beg for subscriptions. This book's collection is the best among the several books I've written. I'll update a chapter first, and then I'll continue to code, trying to code 10,000 words today. Then it's time for a follow-up update. The requirement is not high.
Real-time average booking is long as over 500, then I will try to do 6,000 to 10,000 words a day.
If I can't do it, I'll cut my brother live. Most of all, the last, is the list of thanks. Thank you have been rewarding the book friends. Star CA. 20175019130748711. 20181127135751003. Ely Fist. 20170620323296947. 20180910183418200. Dashing Rain Cry. Guild Fluorescence. Venerable Royal Road. 20200207022943381. Hey, Mullet. 20201107210213675. Blue Sea Chang. Nicknames are nothing but floating clouds in the sky. Egg Phone. Wallux. Hey 1973.
White Cloud One by.
Love Apple.
Old White Who Only Looks and Says Nothing.
Lotto. Dexa 753489. Unified Frozen Lemon. The knuckleheads are gone for good eye. 20181130134551904.
The Splendor of War Drums.
Tiger Tsunami. 2020111420193515565. The Northern Getaway. Morning King Morning. 3000 Falling Waters, I'll take them alone. 20200423174755008. 20200123175640813. Astonished Magpies Enter Gillen. Handsome as a Friend. Lonely Worm. The Self-Cultivation of a Bookworm. Kong Mengbei Knows Come Dead Dog.
Very sorry if any of them were missed.
Earth Emperor Blessing, Taboo Level. Attributes.
All attributes increased by 20%.
2. When you join a guild, the full attributes of the guild members increase by 10%.
3. When you are recognized by your kingdom, Dragon Kingdom, to reach 70%, the person who is recognized by your kingdom, Dragon Kingdom, will have their full attributes increased by 10%.
4. When you are recognized by the human race, Bluestar, to reach 80%, the full attribute of the human race, Bluestar, that recognizes you increases by 5%. 5th, when you are recognized by the human race at 90%, the full attributes of the human race that recognizes you increase by 5%, and the first 4 attributes gain a doubling effect. The new talent obtained at level 40 was another forbidden talent. It was just that the appearance of this talent made Wang Xian more and more entangled. First it's Human King, then it's Earth Emperor. What was next? Heavenly Emperor? He is just a salted fish with a small dream, put in effort and turn over a few times. Why does it feel like this talent always wants to push him to that position? Uncle, what are you thinking about?
Looking at Wang Xian motionless frozen there, Nangong Dance opened his mouth and asked.
Upgraded, was planning to add the attributes. Wang Xian was brought back to his senses by Nangong Dance's voice, and after answering, he opened his attribute panel. Name, Wang Xian. Nickname, Immortal King. Race, Human. Occupation, Sacrifice. Age, 40.
Talents, Learning, Normal, Growth, Taboo, Sage, Mythic, Human King Soul, Taboo, Source of Mana, Epic, Earth Emperor's Blessing, Taboo.
Level, 40.
Experience, 4752/10000000.
HP, 20,100. MP, 6,900. Physical attack power, 4,400. Magic attack power, 690 plus 101. Strike, 0. Physical defense, 1520 plus 5. Magic defense, 635.
Strength, 734 plus 146, 20% attribute increase from Earth Emperor's blessing.
Agility, 111 plus 22. Spirit, 108 plus 21 plus 9. Physique, 335 plus 67.
Endurance, 254 plus 50.
Free attribute points, 45. Skills, omitted. Number of deaths, 3. The appearance of the new talent, Earth Emperor's Blessing, made Wang Xian's already perverted attributes even more perverse. 20,000 blood, 4,000 attack, 15,000 defense.
With attributes like these, they were much stronger than the attributes of a normal profession at level 100. At this moment, Wang Xian was a bit scared, afraid that a GM would suddenly appear and block his number.
After adding the free attribute points gained from leveling up to 40, Wang Xian closed the attribute panel. I'm going to continue pulling monsters. Don't, uncle. Nangong dance stopped Wang Xian. What's wrong? The time is still early. Wang Xian looked at the time and said suspiciously. I know but uncle, have you forgotten that our skills are still on cooldown? Wang Xian was stunned.
Indeed, he had just cleared a wave of soldier rebels and his skills were all still on cooldown, and he had forgotten about it due to the appearance of his new talent, Earth Emperor's Blessing. After waiting for a few minutes and after a few people's skills were restored, Wang Xian set off. Only this time, when Wang Xian arrived at the location of the soldier rebels, he was directly dumbfounded. Soldier. The rebels were still there, but there was an additional general covered in armor and holding a lance among the soldier rebels. Boss. But why was it so early? Although he was surprised, Wang Xian was not the least bit flustered. The strong attributes gave him strong confidence.
Thinking that he was already level 40?
The level difference between him and the boss was no longer significant. Wang Xian casually threw a heavenly eye skill towards the boss. The attributes of the boss instantly reflected in Wang Xian's eyes.
Right General Du AO, Elite Boss. Level, 50.
Life value, 400000/400000.
Attack power, 2900. Physical defense, 2000. Magic defense, 1000. Skills, unknown. Looking at the attributes of the boss, Wang Xian silently despised it in his heart. What a trashy attribute. Is it really trash? Not really. It was Wang Xian's attributes that were too strong. Compared to a boss? Except for the amount of blood, Wang Xian was more like a boss. The appearance of this boss
made Wang Xian understand that the clearing of wild monsters near the Green Dragon main city was about to come to an end.
Of course, referring to the ones in his orientation?
Those in the other bearings were still clearing out the slave rebels. Despicable villain, how dare you injure hundreds of sons and daughters in my army, go to hell.
Wang Xian looked at the boss and didn't say anything. That boss was furious. With a loud shout from his mouth, he held his lance with one hand, the tip of the lance pointing towards Wang Xian from afar. His right foot flicked on the ground and rushed towards Wang Xian. Ding! Wang Xian's staff swung hard,
knocking on the boss's lance that was stabbing at him. His intention was to knock the boss's lance away. After all, a lance that thick? Stabbing at his body could be a big hole, and Wang Xian didn't want that.
It was just that. Ideal is very plump, reality is too bony. Wang Xian clearly underestimated the power on the boss's lance. The staff knocked on top of the boss's lance.
It only made the boss's lance tremble slightly.
Plop! The boss's lance plunged above Wang Xian's left shoulder. Minus 1,127. A damage number floated up from Wang Xian's head. Minus 40,000. An eye-popping amount of damage floated up from the boss's head. Skill, Divine Abandonment. The boss's entire attributes were instantly cut by 10%.
Hiss your ass.
Wang Xian drew a mouthful of cold air.
His left hand quickly gripped the upper part of the lance, and with his right foot raised, he greeted the boss towards his lower third. The boss's face instantly changed drastically, and he hastily sidestepped to avoid it, while the lance held in his hand powered up and broke free from Wang Xian's grip. Although the boss's reaction was timely, there was still a delay in breaking Wang Xian's grip, so Wang Xian's right foot still hit the boss's vital parts.
Minus 3,060. Another damage surfaced from the boss's head.
At the same time, the sound of a scream resounded through the heavens. But it was the sound of Wang Xian's scream. That's right, it was Wang Xian's, not the boss's.
Crap, Iron Gear Kung Fu? Wang Xian crouched down and quickly rubbed the top of his right foot.
With that kick down just now, he felt like he didn't kick on top of that thing, but on top of a nail plate.
Despicable person, performing villainous deeds. Fortunately, this general was prepared for it. The boss taunted Wang Xian and lifted his own skirt armor, revealing a fist-sized, metal-cast lion's head.
It was this thing that shielded the boss's vital parts. Looking at that thing, the corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched. A kick on top of this thing. It would be fucking weird if the foot didn't hurt. The pain came and went quickly. This was the benefit of data mining.
Wang Xian got up and bared his teeth at the boss. Dog boss unexpectedly pitted him. He really didn't know that the humanoid boss even had equipment to protect that place. In his last life, he had never bothered to fight a humanoid boss. Die! The boss shouted and charged towards Wang Xian once again. You're the one who's going to die. Wang Xian also shouted and met towards the boss. Snort! The boss's spear stabbed Wang Xian once again. Minus 837.
The divine abandonment skill weakened the full attributes of the boss's attributes by 10%, causing the boss's attributes against Wang Xian to be lowered once more.
At the same time, Wang Xian's staff hit the boss's head. Minus 3060.
Although the head was a vital part, it was protected by a helmet, so it only dealt normal damage.
Wang Xian and the boss simultaneously retreated. Plus 606. A positive number floated up from Wang Xian's head. This was Wang Xian giving himself a healing spell.
Silly, master has added blood.
Wang Xian dejectedly looked at the boss. Plus 1153. As soon as the words fell, a positive number also appeared above the boss's head. It came from the priest's healing skill.
At the same time, the boss's eyes filled with contempt fell on Wang Xian. Those eyes seemed to be saying, stupid, not only does master have a blood boost, he doesn't have to add it himself.
Wang Xian. Okay. He had forgotten again.
Although the boss doesn't add blood, there are priests among the rebels.
Plus 1177. Plus 1248.
A continuous stream of positive numbers floated up on the boss's head, but Wang Xian's face was getting uglier and uglier. At this rate, even if he died of exhaustion, he would not be able to finish this boss.
How many priests did the boss bring? It actually brought a healer for the single combat. Shameless. Shameful. We can't go on like this.
With the presence of priests, there was no way for Wang Xian to finish off the boss by himself. Therefore, Wang Xian decided to pull the boss to a designated spot, where he would stall the boss and let Nangong Dance and Sujin take care of those priests first before he could do so.
After making the decision, Wang Xian raised his left hand and gave the boss a gesture that any alien could understand. Then, turned around and ran.
When the boss saw Wang Xian's gesture, he was slightly stunned, and immediately afterward, he became furious and moved to chase towards Wang Xian. While running, Wang Xian opened his friend Bar and told Nangong Dance and the others about the boss and the squad's voice channel, allowing them to prepare in advance. Several people were very shocked at the appearance of the boss, but after realizing that it was only a small boss, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that Wang Xian had encountered the final boss.
After reaching the intended location, Wang Xian pulled away from the boss with a blink.
Su Zhuan and Nangong Dance's magic arrived on time.
Unlike before, the two women were now using single skills. A spear-emitting white flames arrived first, hitting the unguarded boss. Minus 11,546.
A yellow bludgeoning damage appeared from the top of the boss's head.
Wang Xian was dumbstruck. Don't be so hanged.
In this period where most people's average attack power was around 1,000, an existence that could deal tens of thousands of damage suddenly appeared.
It's a plug-in. Of course, Wang Xian was only spitting.
This flame spear from Nangong Dance dealing such terrifying damage was entirely due to the blitz. Moreover, if there really was a hang-up, then the first person to open a hang-up was definitely not him, Wang Xian. At the same time, Su Zhuan's attack arrived. Her attack was very peculiar. First, she coalesced 7 points of light that emitted a star-like light on the boss's body. Immediately afterward, these 7 points of light began to extend a thin line of star-like light towards the other points of light. When the 7 points of light were connected to each other, a formation suddenly took shape. Afterward, the entire formation emitted a dazzling light, and the light rush from the 7 points of light was even more blinding. Bang! 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 The 7 points of light directly exploded.
Minus 1,500. Minus 1,500. Minus 1,500. 7 identical damage surfaced from the top of the boss's head. Wang Xian was once again dumbstruck. Su Zhuan's skill had actually dealt a whopping 10,500 damage.
If Nangong Dance's skill just now hadn't blitzed, the damage would have been too much less than Su Jing's.
Whoosh! A holy light descended and struck the body of the boss. Minus 1,021. Changyao used the priest's basic skill, Holy Light Strike.
The superb attribute bonus of the flower god profession with its all-plus spiritual attribute distribution method, coupled with a mixed green and blue outfit, caused Changyao's magic attack to be close to 3,000 already. Therefore, dealing out so much damage didn't make Wang Xian feel surprised at all. Those priests are almost here, you two go and finish off those priests, Yao Yao will follow.
Wang Xian shouted loudly towards the trio of Nangong Dance, Su Zhuan, and Changyao.
Got it.
Okay. No problem.
The three of them answered one after another and headed towards the priest who was chasing after the boss. With Changyao around, Wang Xian wasn't worried about Su Zhuan and Nangong Dance's safety. At most, they would be shot by arrows a few times and hurt for a while.
Now it's fair, one-on-one.
Wang Xian revealed a big smile towards the boss, his staff changed from a one-handed grip to a two-handed grip, his right foot stomped heavily on the ground, his body jumped up high, and through gravity, he ruthlessly smashed towards the boss. Ding! Boss raised his gun to block. Since Wang Xian was falling from a high place, with gravity added, even though it was blocked by the boss with its spear, it also lowered the boss's horizontally raised spear. Thud! The mace smashed on top of the boss's helmet.
Minus 3060. The boss's figure retreated back and its head began to shake irregularly.
Perhaps the force of Wang Xian's mace was too great, and it struck above the boss's head, surprisingly causing the boss to fall into a stunned state.
Take advantage of your illness, take your life. How could Wang Xian let go of such a moment? The staff held in both hands swung in quick succession, attacking the boss a dozen times in just a few seconds. Minus 3060. Minus 3060. Minus 3060. The boss's blood level dropped by a tenth in a few breaths.
Counting the damage dealt earlier, the boss now had just over 280,000 blood left.
Heavenly Dragon breaks the city.
After the boss woke up from the stunned state, it became furious and roared. The lance in its hand quickly stabbed out towards Wang Xian.
Roar! A dragon roar exploded in Wang Xian's ears. Immediately afterward, an illusory dragon shadow erupted from the boss's lance.
At this moment, Wang Xian was still tapping the boss with his staff, and when he reacted, it was already too late. The illusory dragon shadow instantly hit Wang Xian.
Bang!
Although the dragon shadow was illusory, it was as if it was solid, hitting Wang Xian and sending him flying heavily.
Minus 9788. A damage of nearly 10,000 surfaced from the top of Wang Xian's head.
Wang Xian quickly got up, looked at his blood level, and immediately drew a breath of cold air. This attack from the boss had gone for almost half of his life value. Suddenly, Wang Xian's was wrapped up in a ball of water. There were countless petals floating in the water balloon. And then, the water balloon disappeared, and a positive number kept appearing on Wang Xian's head.
Plus 2,987. Plus 3,245. Plus 3,172. This throbbing number was almost 1 a second.
Uncle, hurry up and nimble him to death.
Chang Yao's yelling voice rang out from the distance.
Wang Xian waved his hand towards Chang Yao before gripping his staff and charging towards the boss and glancing at his status bar in the process. He realized that the buff on him that was continuously returning blood was a skill called Spring Water Floating Light, and the effect was clearly that it was continuously returning blood, and the duration was as high as 30 seconds. This skill was actually supposed to be not very good, but Chang Yao had the blessing of the talent, Divine Grace, making this skill instantly terrifying. With Chang Yao, Wang Xian had no worries at all, and started to fight against the boss by carrying the boss's attacks. The boss's blood level dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the boss's blood level dropped to around 10%, a blood-colored light erupted from its body, instantly forcing Wang Xian back.
Plus 200,000. A positive number that shocked Wang Xian emerged from the top of the boss's head.
The boss's blood level instantly recovered to more than half. I'm going to cook, and after I eat, I'll continue to code.
Watching boss's blood recover to over 50%, Wang Xian had a toothache.
The skill that the boss had just used he knew, it was a skill from the warrior's second career advancement called Raging Hair. It could restore life value according to the amount of blood that had been lost, up to 50%. At the same time, it could also increase the physical attack power by 30% for a duration of 10 minutes. This was the only recovery type skill that the warrior profession could learn from a mentor. It was a good thing that the CD time of this skill was super long, requiring 24 hours before it could be used again.
Otherwise, Wang Xian wouldn't have a toothache, but a liver pain.
The boss's blood level had recovered to a healthy level, so what could Wang Xian do?
Continue to fight to the death.
Although the boss's attack has increased by 30%, Wang Xian's attributes are strong, and Chang Yao is still milking the blood at the side. Killing the boss is still exceptionally easy.
40%, 30%, 20%, 10%, 5%, 1%.
Seeing that the boss still had more than 2,000 points of blood, Wang Xian was planning to wrap up the game with a push attack when a sound of a delicate voice suddenly rang out.
Let go of that, boss, let me do it.
As soon as the words fell, and without waiting for Wang Xian to react, a beam of starlight descended and struck the boss.
Minus 2,563.
The damage wasn't very high, but it took away the last of the boss's blood.
Wahaha, this young lady is too good to kill the boss in anger.
Su Zhuan quickly ran towards the boss's corpse and shouted words that were both arrogant and smug. Wang Xian shook his head and didn't bother about the fact that the boss was finally snatched away by Su Zhuan, an elite-level boss only, and anyway, it's all in one squad, whoever kills it isn't killing it?
As for the boss reward, elite-level boss is not worthy. The boss that can get a kill reward is at least a legendary boss.
Too lazy to look at Su Jing, who was touching the corpse, a generic term for picking up equipment in online games. Wang Xian checked his log. Ding! Killed elite level boss right General Du Ao. Gained 532,000 experience points. Ding! Title, Boss Natural Enemy, Skill Soul Drawing triggered, you gained 1 free attribute point. Ding! Title, Boss Natural Enemy, Skill Evolution triggered, your title gained 1 evolution point, current evolution value 9 points. Looking at the second log, Wang Xian was practically in tears. It had been quite a long time since he obtained this title, and during that time, he had already killed 8 bosses, but this was the only time that the soul drawing effect gained an attribute. Although it was only 1 point, it at least proved to Wang Xian that the effect of this title wasn't fake. You're saying that it was a matter of character that you didn't gain an attribute before? Oh, it was about character my ass. Wang Xian selectively ignored this issue. Ah! Su Zhuan's piercing scream rang out. What are you screaming blindly for? Wang Xian glared at Su Zhuan. Out of equipment. Su Zhuan shouted excitedly. Wang Xian rolled his eyes when he heard it. Out of equipment? Isn't this nonsense? Although this boss wasn't great, it was at least an elite level boss. Was it rare for equipment to come out? Purple. 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 Su Zhuan rushed to Wang Xian's front with a from lance in both hands, shoved the lance into Wang Xian's hands, pointed at the lance, and kept saying the word purple in his mouth. Why are you still stuttering? It's only a matter of killing a boss and people are stupid? Wang Xian didn't bother to look at the attributes of the lance, but instead rubbed Su Zhuan's head with a puzzled expression. Slightly annoyed, Su Zhuan slapped Wang Xian's hand away, pointed at the lance in Wang Xian's hand, and after gulping a mouthful of water, said loudly, purple. It's purple equipment. Purple equipment? Wang Xian was stunned, and then his gaze immediately swiveled towards the lance in his hand. Heavenly Dragon Lance, purple. Item description, the personal weapon of the deceased Heavenly Dragon Kingdom's lord. Legend has it that it was forged from dragon bones and has extra killing power against the dragons. Weapon, two-handed. Attributes. Physical attack plus 1500-2100. Strength plus 100. Characteristics. I. Beheading. When the target's blood level is below 30%, there is a certain probability to directly decapitate the target, and the success rate is related to the levels of both sides. When the target is a boss or a player, the decapitation effect is ineffective, but it will deal an additional 200% damage. Armor piercing. When attacking a target, ignore 30% of the target's armor, capped at 500 points. 3. Dragon Slayer's power. Deals 200% damage when the target is a dragon. Attached skill, Heavenly Dragon Breaking City. Heavenly Dragon breaks the city, condenses an illusory dragon shadow, dealing 400% physical attack power damage to all targets in front of it and sending them flying. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Legendary attribute, full attribute plus 100. Wearing requirements, level 50, strength 500. After reading the attributes of the lance in his hand, Wang Xian was a little giddy. Legendary. Surprisingly, it was really a purple legendary equipment. The legendary equipment that he had dreamed of in his previous life was now so easily obtained? But then again, a level 50 elite boss actually popped out legendary equipment. This wasn't even a matter of smoke coming out of the ancestors' graves, it was a matter of the ancestors' graves blowing up. Of course, this was just a thought. Not to mention the ancestral tomb bombed, the Bluestar bombed, level 50 elite boss also burst out of the legendary equipment. As for why it would explode legendary equipment, Wang Xian naturally knew the reason. Wang Xian naturally knew what the reason was. His fiery gaze swished and landed on Su Zhuan's body. For an elite level boss to be able to burst out legendary equipment, it must be related to Su Zhuan's talent, which was the third attribute triggered among Su Zhuan's talents. Brother-in-law, what are you looking at me like that for? Su Zhuan was scared by Wang Xian's gaze and backed away. Wang Xian narrowed his gaze and said, it's just a moment of emotion, the 1 in 10,000 chance actually triggered. You are truly a veritable favored by goddess of fortune. Hearing Wang Xian's words, Su Zhuan instantly dejected. That's right, don't look at who this young lady is, a 1 in 10,000 chance, that's for others, in this young lady, it's 100% chance. Looking at Su Zhuan's dejected appearance, Wang Xian didn't go to say her, 1 in 10,000 chance was encountered, indeed should be dejected for a while. After Su Zhuan dejected for a while, Wang Xian, with a trace of hope, asked, boss should pop out a lot of equipment, right? There are legendary level equipment? When he asked this, Wang Xian was somewhat ashamed. The appearance of one legendary equipment was to be burnt. He actually expected the boss to burst out a second one. Brother-in-law, you're afraid you're not living in a dream. Su Zhuan's voice rang out with severe contempt. Wang Xian. Although it was said that he had already known this answer, Wang Xian was still slightly disappointed. It's getting late, pick up all the equipment and money popped out by the boss, we're heading back, the mid-autumn event is about to start. Wang Xian said. Money.
Yeah, I still have money I haven't picked up yet. Yikes. Yao Yao, you bad guy, put my money down.
Su Zhuan turned his head, shrieked in shock, and quickly rushed towards the boss's corpse. It turned out that Cheng Yao was picking up the items dropped by the boss.
Uncle, smiling so happily, did you pop out any good equipment? Nangong Dance, wearing phoenix feather wings, descended from the sky and landed beside Wang Xian, asking with a smile. See for yourself.
Wang Xian passed the sky dragon gun in his hand to Nangong Dance. P.S. Some bookworms have made comments that the attack and defense are fixed values. That's much less of a feeling, and there's also the boss mechanic. After considering it, it's really a problem.
From here on out, the future attack and defense are a regional value. That's 2303,000 for physical attack and 801,000 for defense. Also, I'm going to try to think about the boss mechanics. Purple? Legendary grade equipment.
Nangong Dance's pair of beautiful eyes rounded when she saw the attributes of the heavenly dragon gun clearly.
The best equipment she had ever seen was a level 30 blue equipment, and that blue equipment was still obtained during the Mid-Yuan Festival Soul River Lantern release event. She couldn't have imagined that blue equipment and purple equipment were just one level apart, and the attributes would actually be so much different.
Not to mention other attributes, the basic attributes attached to this legendary equipment alone amounted to as many as 600 points. 600 points of basic attributes, this was equivalent to the attributes gained from leveling up by 40 levels.
Uncle, aren't all legendary level equipment this perverted?
Nangong Dance returned the heavenly dragon gun to Wang Xian and opened her mouth to ask.
It was no exaggeration to say that the attack power added by this piece of legendary equipment was higher than even her current attack. Wang Xian glanced at Nangong Dance and said indifferently, if you ask me, who am I going to ask? It's also the first time I've gotten a legendary level equipment.
That's right, it was the first time he had gotten it. But then, he had seen the attributes of quite a few legendary level equipment. Compared to those legendary level equipment he had seen, the attributes of this heavenly dragon gun were really quite average. It really boiled down to the fact that the level of this heavenly dragon lance was too low, only level 50, while those legendary level equipment that Wang Xian had seen started at level 100.
Yao Yao and Xiao Zhuan have packed up all the equipment that the boss exploded, let's go back. N.
When Wang Xian and the others returned to the campsite, they found that the entire campsite was in an uproar, and the topic of their discussion was the Immortal King and the heavenly dragon gun.
Brother Dolly, something big has happened.
Sword 23 rushed to Wang Xian's side in a fiery rage.
What happened? Wang Xian immediately asked.
I really don't know if that guy called Immortal King was lucky or what, but he even obtained a legendary level equipment, and the attributes of that legendary equipment are too heaven-defying.
Heavens, why don't I obtain a legendary equipment?
Sword 23 had a look of envy and jealousy on his face.
Wang Xian.
This guy is making him up again, counting the last time, it's been 2 times, should we find a chance to give him another kick?
The ladies. Making up about the Immortal King himself in front of the Immortal King, should he be so tigerish? Nangong Dance glanced at Wang Xian and asked Sword 23 with suspicion, how did you know about the Immortal King obtaining legendary equipment?
Wang Xian had just obtained the heavenly dragon gun, it hadn't even been that long yet, how did it seem as if the whole world knew about it? Leaderboards. A piece of equipment just suddenly appeared on the equipment leaderboards, and the owner of the equipment is displayed as Immortal King.
Sword 23 explained. That's right. Nangong Dance suddenly realized. After Sword 23's reminder, she remembered that apart from the level rankings, there was also the equipment rankings. It was just that the equipment rankings had been empty, and after half a day, it turned out that the equipment's grade needed to be at the legendary level? Only then was it able to be on the list. Opened the equipment list to take a look?
I found that, as Sword 23 said, the heavenly dragon gun was hanging alone on the charts.
At the same time,
you can also see the attributes of the heavenly dragon gun.
The owner of the heavenly dragon gun? The display was none other than Immortal King. Why are you all looking at me with this look?
Sword 23 suddenly realized that the eyes of the crowd looking at him were not right.
Nothing? It's fine.
Wang Xian heavily patted Jian Xi's shoulder a few times, then went back to his tent as if nothing had happened.
Jian Xi's stature was shortened a few points by Wang Xian's pat, waiting for Wang Xian to leave.
While rubbing his shoulders, he looked at Nangong Dance and the others and asked in a somewhat confused manner, is Brother Vigorous really a mage? How come the strength is so great? You'll know later, I hope you won't be too surprised then.
After Nangong Dance dropped a sentence,
she led the women back to the camp tent together.
Surprised? Surprised about what? Why is it all weird? Sword 23 scratched the back of his head. With a face full of confusion, he walked away.
Within the tent, after Wang Xian and the others had eaten a little bit, they began to make the lanterns. There were many materials for the lanterns, which were taken out by the crowd and thrown collectively in the center of the tent, whoever looked at which to take which.
Lanterns material messy? Horror style, science fiction style, ancient style, magic style, all kinds of styles.
The choice of the women is basically which one looks good and which one to choose, while Wang Xian is which one is close to which one to take.
A moment lantern activity began?
The experience buff and the lanterns look good or not really have nothing to do with it.
The time came to 8 o'clock?
The crowd walked out of the tent.
At this moment,
the moon above the dome of the sky was much bigger and more beautiful than before. What surprised the crowd even more was that they saw that there was a beautiful palace above the moon, and there was a huge tree in front of the palace.
Wow! Brother-in-law, that palace couldn't be the Guanghan Palace, right? If the palace is the Guanghan Palace, that tree should be the laurel tree? Suzhuan looked at the palace and the giant tree on the moon and exclaimed repeatedly. It should be. Wang Xian casually responded.
Whether or not that palace and giant tree were the Guanghan Palace and the laurel tree was anyone's guess, but anyway, it wouldn't be long before Chang'e would come out of that palace and dance on top of the moon.
Ding!
The moon sacrifice event has begun. Players can complete the moon sacrifice according to the steps prompted by the system. The system's prompt sounded. The crowd immediately took out the sacrifices obtained from killing the wild monsters and completed the moon sacrifice according to the steps prompted by the system.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have gained 50,000 experience points.
Hearing the system prompt ringing in his ears, a faint sadness rose in Wang Xian's heart.
As expected, it was exactly the same as the last life, experience again. After silently spitting out a sentence in his heart, Wang Xian began to ask the others about the rewards of the sacrificial moon.
100,000 experience, 100 gold coins, intermediate life recovery potion, level 40 green armor.
The ladies opened their mouths.
Wang Xian was satisfied.
It seemed that he wasn't the only one with bad luck. The crowd was actually pretty much the same.
What about you? Wang Xian looked towards Suzhuan who didn't open his mouth. During the last Midyuan festival event, Suzhuan was also like this now.
Suzhuan flattened his mouth and said with some aggression, 10,000 experience points.
Ha 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 ha. Wang Xian burst out laughing.
If he had just heard the items obtained by the crowd just a moment ago and was only slightly satisfied, then now that he heard that Suzhuan had obtained something, it was completely balanced.
Stinky brother-in-law, what are you laughing at?
Suzhuan exasperatedly stomped on top of Wang Xian's foot surface.
Get up and away, it hurts.
Although he didn't feel much from being stepped on, Wang Xian still pretended to look like he was in pain.
It couldn't be helped, who let him be too dejected just now?
If he didn't let Suzhuan satisfy him a bit, the hell knows what kind of torture would be waiting for him.
Humph.
As expected, seeing Wang Xian screaming in pain, Suzhuan was very satisfied as he removed his foot from the surface of Wang Xian's foot. The proceeds from the moon sacrifice event made everyone a little depressed, but only a little.
After all, this was gain for nothing, don't want it for nothing.
After the moon sacrifice event, it was the lantern event. This activity was even simpler. As long as the lanterns you made were lit, you would be able to obtain an experience buff that lasted for 24 hours.
At the system's beep, everyone lit the wicks in their lanterns. Ding!
Congratulations, you have obtained the moon god's gift. The so-called moon god's gift was an experience buff, and when Wang Xian looked at it, it was a buff that gained an extra times experience, which was not bad overall.
Brother-in-law, let's go leveling.
After obtaining the experience buff, Suzhuan immediately called out.
Wang Xian didn't say anything, but instead looked towards the moon hanging high above the dome.
The Mid-Autumn Festival event was all but over, and the person who had haunted him should have appeared as well.
Brother-in-law, I'm talking to you, look up.
Suzhuan suspiciously followed Wang Xian's gaze, and when she saw the figure flying out of that palace above the moon, her voice instantly disappeared and her mouth opened wide.
Chang! Chang! Chang!
After a few seconds, Suzhuan suddenly shouted. The crowd ignored the yelling Suzhuan, and everyone's gaze followed the figure that flew out from within the moon palace. Just as Suzhuan had exclaimed, this figure was none other than Chang'e. The moon was very far away from the Bluestar, but even so, the crowd was able to see Chang'e's appearance clearly, and it was precisely because of this that the crowd's gazes were always following that figure closely. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Beauty that did not belong to the mortal world. Chang'e danced above the moon palace, and then returned to the palace, which slowly disappeared in front of the eyes of the crowd, followed by the disappearance of the giant tree in front of the palace. It was only after a long time that the crowd slowly came back to their senses. So beautiful. The crowd sighed one after another. Indeed so beautiful. Wang Xian had a look of reminiscence on his face. Even if it wasn't the first time he had seen Chang'e's face, he would still fall into Chang'e's beauty and be unable to extricate himself.
Uncle, you are indeed expecting Chang'e. Nangong Dance said quietly. Wang Xian. Cough. Wang Xian coughed dryly and decidedly started to pull away from the topic. Let's go leveling while we have the experience buff? Don't waste it. Ah ha ha. Go leveling.
Suzhuan was the first to respond.
Alright, go practice leveling. Nangong Dance smiled. It didn't continue to dwell on Chang'e's issue. The experience buff lasted for 24 hours.
Wang Xian and the others had been red-bloodedly pulling monsters and brushing them for a full 24 hours, except for a break when they were tired of practicing.
When the experience buff disappeared, Wang Xian's level had come to level 43, 24 hours, gained more than 6 million experience. It couldn't be said that it wasn't much.
The reason why it was so much was also thanks to the equipment that Right General Du Ao had exploded, making Wang Xian's output even more explosive.
Right General's wrist guard, blue. Attributes. Physical attack power plus 110-140. Physical defense plus 15-30. Magic defense plus 10-20. Strength. Quantity plus 10. Agility minus 10. Characteristics. Strength plus 10. Right General's armor, blue. Attributes. Life value plus 500. Physical defense plus 100-150. Magic defense plus 50-75. Endurance plus 20. Physical strength plus 20. Agility minus 20. Characteristics, endurance plus 20. Right General's ring, blue. Attribute. Physical attack plus 70-100. Strength plus 10. Attribute, strength plus 10.
Among them, the wrist guards are a pair, while there is only one ring.
All of these equipments belong to the heavy armor category. Increased strength, decreasing agility, all very normal attributes.
Coupled with the legendary equipment Sky Dragon Gun, Wang Xian's current attributes were enough to make anyone who saw it scream.
Name, Wang Xian. Nickname, Immortal King. Race, human. Profession, sacrifice. Age, 24.
Talents, learning, normal, growth, taboo, sage, mythic, human king soul, taboo, mana source, epic, earth emperor's blessing, taboo.
Level, 43.
Experience, 114752/400000.
HP, 26,600. MP, 12,000. Physical attack power, 8670-9270. Magic attack power, 1200-1200. Strike, 0. Physical defense, 2405-2490. Magic defense, 1207-1252. Strength, 930 plus 186 plus 260. Agility, 120 plus 24 plus 60. Spirit, 117 plus 23 plus 100. Physique, 344 plus 68 plus 120. Endurance, 263 plus 52 plus 140. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, omitted. Number of deaths, 3.
That is, no one saw Wang Xian's attributes, or else the entire forum would be absolutely littered with postings strongly requesting the GM to block Wang Xian's number.
Not only Wang Xian and the others, Jian XXIII,
Xin Zhang and the others were also all taking advantage of the experience buff and brushing for a full 24 hours.
Moreover,
they were even more desperate than Wang Xian and the others.
Wang Xian and the others at least rested when they were tired, but these people could basically brush monsters for 24 hours and wait until the buff ended.
Only then did they start resting.
Counting the previous leveling, the leveling charts were once again occupied by Wang Xian and the others.
The same was true for the world leveling charts. Wang Xian and Su Zhuan hung in the first and second respectively, both at level 43, followed by Nangong Dance and the others, all clear at level 41. So now the forum was basically discussing what was going on with Feng Luoli, Yu Ruoshan, and the others who had suddenly rushed up the leveling charts.
The international section of the forum was even more lively.
The people of the Dragon Country were frantically showing off towards the people of other countries, disliking the people of other countries and holding back their grievances. Previously, they had been the ones who had been mocking the Dragon Country people. After all, at that time, there was only one person on the world rank list, Su Zhuan, and that was a woman. Those people from those countries didn't rarely utilize this matter to mock the Dragon Country people. Who would have thought that retribution would come so quickly? They had no way to refute it even if they wanted to, so they could only endure it. Of course, there were also some people from some countries who posted that these people must have hung up, otherwise how could they have rushed up the world rankings overnight? In response, the people of the Dragon Kingdom turned on their beautiful Dragon Kingdom dialect mode. With the help of the system, these beautiful words were translated with incomparable accuracy, disliking those who posted directly until they didn't dare to show their heads. However, the postings made by these people also caused the Dragon Nation people to wonder once again. Could it be that those who suddenly rushed up the leaderboards were really hung up? Wang Xian naturally knew about the things on the forums. After all, every time he rested after pulling monsters, he would always go to the forums to see people water posting. Some people do not have other skills, sand sculpture up but no one can match. When nothing, read their posts, entertainment under the mood is still very good. As for the plugin they said? Of course there is. His explosive attributes and, mercy, skills are the plugins that allow the crowd to upgrade so quickly. Another few days passed. The rebels near the main city of Green Dragon were pretty much cleared out, and during that time, another elite-level boss appeared, named Left General Feng Hu. Only, this elite-level boss was not killed by Wang Xian, but by Qin Zhang's team. On this day, Sword 23 suddenly found Wang Xian and the others and brought Wang Xian and the others to a place.
This place was the South City Gate of Green Dragon Main City.
But when Wang Xian saw a creature lying under the South City Gate, Wang Xian's mind was instantly filled with countless questions. Why was there such a creature here?
Uncle, it's it. It was the one that burned me to death with a mouthful of fire in the first place. Before Wang Xian could say anything, Changyao was filled with excitement as she pointed at the creature lying under the gate of the main city of Qinglong and screamed in shame. That's right, the creature lying under the city gate was a dragon. A western dragon with 2 fleshy wings and a bloated body. The Dragon Kingdom, which belonged to the eastern region, had unexpectedly seen a western dragon. This was why Wang Xian was puzzled. However, Changyao's words had reminded Wang Xian that when he first saw Changyao's attributes, Changyao had only died twice. When she was asked why, she said that she was burned to death by a certain cute little dragon that breathed fire. At that time, Changyao was yelling for Wang Xian to help her take revenge at that time. Wang Xian of course refused. Going to slay a dragon at that time was not looking for death. Who would have thought that he didn't go to slay the dragon at that time, but now he was going to slay the dragon. Uncle, revenge, I want revenge. Changyao rushed to Wang Xian and continued to scream. Wang Xian reached out his hand and peeled Changyao to the side, saying to Sword 23 beside him, by all rights, the final boss we're going to face should be a general, right? Brother Vigorous, you should be talking about the guy who was crushed by the dragon, right? Sword 23 reached out towards the western dragon lying under the city gate. Wang Xian took a closer look and instantly realized that there was really a humanoid creature pressed under the belly of that western dragon. Gotta! Needless to say, this unlucky fellow who was being pressed under the western dragon must be the general-in-chief of the rebel army right there. It was also thanks to the fact that this fellow was still in a state of invincibility, otherwise, he must have completely hiccuped. Brother Dolly, look at the attributes of this dragon and that general. Do you feel that we can kill them with our strength? Sword 23 waved his hand and someone immediately brought over a tablet. Wang Xian took the tablet and looked at it. Simmons Carry, Legendary. Level, LV 60. Life value, 500000/50000000. Physical attack power, 6300-7800. Magic attack power, 8500-11200. Physical defense, 4300-5500. Magic defense, 6000-8000. Skills, unknown. Wang Xian. He knew that this western dragon's attributes would be perverse, but he really didn't expect it to be so perverse. Physical attacks were fine, with Changyao's added blood, he was completely able to resist them, but magical attacks would be difficult. It was well known that the most powerful attacks of the western dragon were the dragon language magic and dragon flame. Both of these attack patterns were based on magic attack power. With up to 10,000 points of magic attack, a normal magic released, Wang Xian would only be able to carry 2 or 3 hits. A slightly more powerful magic, Wang Xian would probably be dead in the water. As for the attributes of the general who was supposed to be the final boss, Wang Xian just took a general look. Although it was a level 50 legendary boss, compared to that western dragon, the attributes were directly 1/3 worse. Moreover, this general didn't even need to be considered. When all the rebels were cleared in a while, his invincibility would be lifted. At that time, it was estimated that he would be directly sat on by that western dragon. Dead. This dragon is hard to deal with. Wang Xian's expression was incredibly grave. A preliminary estimation? With the Heavenly Dragon Lance's bonus to dragon damage, he could deal 10,000 dues of damage with a single general attack. If he used advanced skills like Heavenly Dragon Breaking City, Shocking Dragon Chop, the damage was even able to reach as much as 50,000. This kind of damage is already enough to slowly wear down this western dragon. But now, there was a very serious problem. He couldn't carry it. Even with Changyao adding blood, there was a high possibility that this western dragon could directly kill him with a high-level magic or a mouthful of dragon flame. It's hard? That means it can be killed? Sword 23 said in surprise. He also knew that this western dragon belonged to an accident, but since it appeared, it naturally couldn't be left unattended. Otherwise, such a dragon blocking the city gates? It was simply impossible to enter the main city. As for the other 3 city gates, they were all tightly closed. It was estimated that only by entering the Green Dragon main city, it can only be opened. So, the final problem circled back around. Of course, it was possible that this dragon would leave since it was part of an accident. However, the crowd didn't have that much time left. Above the entire Bluestar, other than the Dragon Kingdom, all the other countries had already entered the main city and started raiding the replicas, which led to a portion of the Dragon Kingdom's top brass not being able to sit still either.
If it wasn't for the fact that the progress of clearing the wild monsters near the Green Dragon's main city was still quite fast, they had already decided to use high-tech heat weapons.
Get me a few thousand priests, there might be a chance to kill this dragon. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and spoke.
Chen Yao's milk was indeed very sufficient, but skills ultimately had a CD, so perhaps with this skill CD effort, Wang Xian would be KO'd by this western dragon. It would be different if there were a few thousand priests. They could make up for the gap where Chen Yao's skills were on CD.
Thousands of priests? So many? Sword 23 was surprised. A few thousand priests how? A lot.
But there was no difficulty at all in trying to transfer them. What surprised him was that Wang Xian actually needed so many priests. Legendary level bosses are very smart. A priest's blood increase will get their attention, which will cause them to prioritize taking out the priests. If you add blood to me, you only need hundreds of priests. The reason why you need so many is purely because of preventing accidents. You can't just let those hundreds of priests go back and forth to die. Wang Xian explained to Sword 23 the reason for wanting so many priests. I see, in that case, maybe there's no need to have so many priests. We have 2 hidden professions of the priest lineage there. With the 2 of them there, it's enough to top the hundreds of priests.
Sword 23 immediately said. You actually have such a strong nurse there?
It was Wang Xian's turn to be surprised.
The milk quantity of 2 priest hidden professions was comparable to hundreds of priests. Wouldn't that be close to catching up to Chen Yao's milk quantity?
Well, Brother Dolly, wait here for a moment, I'll go apply and transfer those 2 hidden professions over. Also, just in case there's an accident, I'm looking for a few hundred priests to come over.
Sword 23 left after speaking to Wang Xian. Uncle, is it really okay? This dragon's attributes are too terrifying. If it's really not possible, let the people above utilize hot weapons. Nandong Dance opened her mouth to advise.
Wang Xian shook his head and smiled. I can't guarantee that it's not a problem, but let's at least try. The dragon race represents wealth. If we kill this dragon, the preliminary estimate is that we can burst out 3 pieces of legendary equipment.
3 pieces. The crowd exclaimed in unison.
In fact, there was one thing that Wang Xian hadn't said, and that was that dragon-class bosses had a chance of popping out pet eggs of the same genus. With Su Zhuan around, the chances of obtaining a pet egg were even higher. For the sake of a legendary ranked dragon pet, Wang Xian wanted to give it a try.
Dolly. Qin Zhang walked over with a few people. Brother Zhang. Wang Xian also greeted Qin Zhang.
And then, his eyes fell on a person. It was a person wearing black leather armor and also had a black flying scarf over his face.
Hi. Hello again. Wang Xian flashed a big smile towards this masked person.
Only, due to wearing a bronze mask and having his face half covered, Wang Xian's smile really didn't look too friendly. Therefore, that masked man decisively returned Wang Xian's cold stare. In fact, the reason why the masked man returned Wang Xian's cold stare did not have much to do with Wang Xian's smile. The main reason for this was because that this masked man was no one else but the very same Yui Shadow who had been killed by Wang Xian once.
Brother Dolly, let me introduce you.
Seeing that the atmosphere between Wang Xian and Yui Shadow didn't seem to be too good, Qin Zhang immediately opened his mouth and said,
Aha! Wang Xian nodded his head.
The first person Qin Zhang introduced for Wang Xian was a teenager who looked 17 or 18 years old, and this teenager was none other than the famous Long Aotian.
For Long Aotian, Wang Xian still recognized him, but didn't show it, pretending that he didn't know him at all. Buddy, can I take the liberty of asking a question? Long Aotian opened his mouth and said, What question? Why do you wear a mask all the time? It's a habit, I've forgotten about it if you didn't say anything. Wang Xian said and hid the mask.
In a moment, he was going to fight that western dragon, and when he did, he would definitely need to use the heavenly dragon gun, and his identity wouldn't be able to be hidden, so there was no need to keep wearing a mask. Speaking of which, this is also the first time I've seen Brother Dolly's true face, Qin Zhang said with a smile before continuing the introduction.
The second person Qin Zhang introduced to Wang Xian was Lin Feng, the very same Dragon Kingdom's only mecha master.
Then there was Burning Sky and Du Yangping. Both of them had also switched to hidden professions, and they were the Flame Mage and the De Inheritance candidate respectively. The Flame Mage belonged to one of the stronger hidden professions in the mage department, and there was no limit to the number of people who could be transferred, as the career mentor would enact the transfer task, and after completing it, they could be transferred. As for how to get the mentor to enact the transfer task to you, that's not clear. Every person who receives a transfer task actually doesn't know why the mentor will enact a hidden profession transfer task for them. It seems to follow the mentor's mood completely.
If you are in a good mood, you will be given the transfer task.
If you're not in a good mood, you'll be charged more money for learning skills, not to mention the transfer task. There are many hidden professions that correspond to the Flame Mage, such as the Thunderstorm Mage, the Gale Mage, the Warrior Swordsman, the Heavy Armor Warrior, and so on.
What really interested Wang Xian was Du Yangping, Great E Inheritance candidate. Great E he knew? Legendary?
The ancient god who raised his bow to shoot the sun.
But the 5 words legacy candidate? Whether it's in this life?
Or the previous life, this was the first time he had heard of it.
But from the 3 words candidate?
One could tell that this so-called Great E inheritance candidate was definitely more than just one person.
Ahem, Brother Dolly?
If you look at a man like that, it's very easy for others to misunderstand.
People to misunderstand. Xin Sheng's voice rang out. Wang Xian.
Ah, I'm really sorry, your hidden occupation is too surprising.
Wang Xian snorted. Get used to it. Du Yongping smiled brightly,
and did not take what had just happened to heart.
Wang Xian sensed an aura of irony from Du Yongping's body.
If there were no accidents, he should be from the military. The last one was a Taoist priest named Xian Ming. This one is vigorous talent for miracles, he should be a mage. Xin Zheng introduced Wang Xian to the crowd.
What do you mean should be a mage?
Long Ao Tian had a dumbfounded look on his face, and everyone else had a similar expression.
You guys will understand this in a moment. Xin Zhang laughed. For what profession was Wang Xian? He wasn't sure, from the attributes viewed. Wang Xian was a mage, but that attribute was obviously fake. As for what exactly was Wang Xian's occupation, he also didn't bother to ask, since Wang Xian chose to hide. He just didn't want others to know. Getting to the bottom of things was very annoying. Although Wang Xian refused to enter his guild, but more friends means more paths, especially strong friends. He didn't want to lose Wang Xian as a friend just because of some words. Afterwards, Nangong Dance and the others introduced themselves. The result was naturally that the crowd was shocked. It couldn't be helped that the rankings were occupied by them, so how could the crowd not be shocked? However, the crowd didn't open their mouths to ask them how they leveled up. This obviously belonged to a private secret, so it wasn't good to ask them for the first time. Next, the crowd chatted. Wang Xian found Lin Feng and behaved in a self-conscious manner. Brother Lin, are your mechs for sale? Mechas belonged to special equipment that everyone could use. A mech was equivalent to a full set of equipment, and after wearing a mech, you couldn't wear any other equipment.
Moreover, after wearing a mech, other than passive skills, no other skills could be used, only the skills that came with the mech could be used. However, the Mecha Master was an exception, he could continue to use the skills of his profession. But, so what? Wang Xian wanted to buy a mech, and it wasn't for fighting, but for being cool, and at the same time, to fulfill one of his many dreams. Just ask any man, who could refuse a mech? I'll take one right now. Then I'll reserve one. I'm afraid we'll have to wait a long time for this one. The people up there have already reserved hundreds of them.
Wang Xian.
The people above Lin Feng was talking about were naturally the official people of the Dragon Kingdom.
Hundreds of them? What's this about? A war?
Of course, Wang Xian was just thinking about it. It was really hard and difficult to start a war now, the distance between countries was just too far. Plus everyone could be resurrected, really starting a modern war would be too much of a loss. Alright, when the time comes, I'll go to them to talk about it. How can I say that I'll have to share one of my planes? Lin Feng smiled and said, if Brother Power can talk them into it, I'll naturally prioritize making one for Brother Power.
He could tell from Qin Zhang's attitude that Wang Xian was definitely not ordinary.
In times like these, no one would be foolish enough to refuse the friendship of a powerful person.
What level have the mechs you've made reached now? Wang Xian asked again. It's just a green level gotta.
The level of the mech was the same as the grade of the equipment, it was divided into white, green, blue and purple levels. A green level mech would need a full set of green equipment. That's pretty good too. Wang Xian immediately praised. Don't be in a hurry. At this stage now, even the topmost people are wearing equipment that is a mix of green and blue, while most people are using still white plate equipment. Green equipment is still the pursuit of countless people. A set of mecha was equivalent to a full body of green equipment, how could it be bad? After chatting for a while, Sword 23 led hundreds of people back. Among them, the most noticeable ones were the two who walked side by side with Sword 23.
An old man and a woman.
The old man was very old and looked like he was at least 60 to start with. The woman's age wasn't small either, at the very least, she was above 30.
Ha! It's actually her.
Upon taking a good look at the woman's appearance, Wang Xian suddenly felt a bit familiar and after thinking carefully, he revealed a slightly surprised look. This woman was not a strong or famous person from the previous life, but a famous person from this life. She was a singer, a true singer. Her singing voice was known as the voice of healing, and anyone who heard her singing could feel comfort from the heart. But then, she suddenly disappeared, never to be heard from again. Wang Xian was saddened by this for some time. Who would have thought that he would see her again today? Brother Dolly, introduce, these are the two people I was talking about. This visitor's surname is Sun, his hidden occupation is Pill King. We all call him Grandmaster Sun, you can also call him that, or just address him as Pill King.
Sword 23 opened his mouth and introduced. Grandmaster Sun. Wang Xian immediately called out.
Respecting the old and loving the young was a traditional virtue of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Calling someone of such a great age a Grand Master was completely appropriate.
Hello, young man.
Pill King Grand Master's son also greeted Wang Xian.
Brother Dolly, this great beauty doesn't need me to introduce her, right? Her hidden profession is a singer. No need.
Wang Xian shook his head, looked at the woman and smiled. Sister Ling Fei, I'm a fan of yours, you can sign an autograph for me later.
It would be an honor for you to be able to be my fan. Ling Fei lightly smiled, a very gentle smile, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. Wow, really Sister Ling Fei? That's right, it's Sister Ling Fei. The two nieces, Su Jin and Chang Yao, rushed over, squeezing Wang Xian aside,
looking at Ling Fei with excited faces.
Hello guys, I'm Ling Fei.
Ling Fei said with a smile, and Su Juan and Chang Yao.
Wow, Sister Ling Fei talked to me? Really talked to me. No way, I'm going to faint. Yao Yao, you quickly help me up. Xiao Zhuan, I'm going to faint too, it's better if you help me.
The two little nieces were acting unusually exaggerated. Wang Xian grabbed the two of them back with a black face and said to Ling Fei with some embarrassment, Sister Ling Fei, I'm really sorry. These two nieces haven't seen much of the world.
It's alright, they're cute. Ling Fei waved her hand, signaling that there was nothing wrong.
Stinky brother-in-law, let go of me. Sister Ling Fei said it's fine.
That's right, stinky uncle. Quickly let go of me, or I'll get angry.
The two nieces kept struggling.
See, they are quite hard? Let them go, Ling Fei said. Ling Fei had spoken, so Wang Xian had no choice but to loosen them up. Just after releasing them, the two nymphets rushed to Ling Fei's side. One of them took one of Ling Fei's hands.
They were so excited that they were saying all sorts of things.
Seeing that Ling Fei didn't show any offense, Wang Xian also didn't bother with those two nieces.
I didn't expect that she would actually come to help.
Nangong Dance came to Wang Xian's side and said in a low voice, Why do I hear something in your words? Wang Xian looked at Nangong Dance. Do you know why Ling Fei suddenly disappeared in the first place? Where would I go to know? Take a guess. After thinking for a moment, Wang Xian said, Marriage? Very smart.
After giving Wang Xian an appreciative look, Nangong Dance continued, That's right, it's marriage, it's just that outsiders don't know about it.
Who is the marriage object? Wang Xian was curious.
You'll know later, that person will definitely scare you when they say it. Nangong Dance revealed a mysterious smile filled with mystery, and then also walked towards Ling Fei.
Wang Xian, talking in half will get you struck by lightning.
After spitting out a sentence in his heart, Wang Xian found sword 23.
Old sword. It's getting late, let's get ready to start. Brother Dolly, can you change your name?
Sword 23 looked at Wang Xian grudgingly. In the beginning, Wang Xian called him Brother Sword, now he called him Old Sword, and Wang Xian's dad addressed him in a way that made him even more sad, actually calling him Little Third Son.
This father and son were toxic, right? Then what do you say I call you? Call me 23. Alright. Wang Xian answered and said, Sanya, let's start. It's 23, not 3.
Sword 23 nearly spat out a mouthful of blood.
3?
Might as well call him Sword Brother or Old Sword. How does this Sanya sound like an old father calling out to his third son?
3. Stop, you'd better call me Old Sword.
Seeing that Wang Xian was about to open his mouth, Sword 23 hurriedly said.
He compromised.
If Wang Xian were to shout out strange epithets in a moment, he was afraid that he would really have to spit out the blood in his throat. If you had said that earlier, it wouldn't be over, Old Sword. Let's get ready to start. You have to dispatch those priests well.
Don't worry, those priests are absolutely forbidden.
Sword 23 patted his shoulder and assured. Since there's no problem, let's kill all the remaining rebels, and first remove that rebel General-in-Chief's invincibility. Wang Xian didn't want a legendary boss with an invincibility status to mess things up on the sidelines when he was fighting the Western Dragon. It would really be a tragedy if that happened. Okay, I'll take care of it immediately. Sword 23 said, and the person left. Brother Dolly, you're going to slay this dragon? Qin Zhan walked over to Wang Xian and looked at him with a shocked expression. The other few people were the same, all looking at Wang Xian with shocked expressions. They didn't know that Wang Xian was going to slay the Western Dragon, and had only come here to see the Western Dragon. Regarding the attributes of this Western Dragon, they already knew about it. It was precisely because of this that they were so shocked. With their attributes, not to mention killing this Western Dragon, it was difficult to even break through the defense. Even the Spectral Shadow, who had the highest outburst, could only deal damage to this dragon once with a big move.
How will we know if we don't try? Wang Xian smiled.
The crowd was speechless.
How do you know without trying? What did this show?
It showed that Wang Xian had the capital to kill this dragon. This alone was enough to shock them to the core, and they all began to project the attributes of Wang Xian's rise.
Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded.
The crowd gazed at it and realized that the Western Dragon was actually attacking the rebel general-in-chief that was crushed underneath it, and that general's blood level was rapidly decreasing at a rate that alarmed the crowd. There is still one more chapter, I will continue to code. The rebel general and the dragon, the Western Dragon was more strange, it was changed to dragon, were both legendary bosses, but the dragon was of a higher level than the rebel general, and its attributes were even more crushing. Coupled with the fact that the rebel general-in-chief was pressed down by the giant dragon, he couldn't even resist, so much so that the rebel general-in-chief didn't even move a bit from directly to his death. Crowd. Completely different from what was imagined. In their thoughts, even if the dragon is much stronger than the rebel general, but the rebel general can at least resist a little, and even cause some damage to the dragon, whichever thought, the death is actually so dry. Legendary equipment. Suddenly, someone let out a cry of surprise. The crowd immediately gazed at it. As expected, beside the corpse of the rebel general, a pair of armor emitting a purple glow was glittering. Everyone's eyes were on fire, but no one dared to venture forward. The scene where the giant dragon had just killed the rebel general was vivid in their minds, and they didn't have the confidence to pick up that piece of legendary equipment before the giant dragon reacted. There was a limit to the number of revivals, and although the legendary equipment was tantalizing, everyone here was the topmost powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom, and they were confident that they would obtain the legendary equipment in the near future. Right now, it wasn't worth it to hitch one of their resurrection chances for a slight possibility. Brother-in-law. Su Zhuan called out towards Wang Xian. Yao, Master Sun, Sister Ling Fei, give me status. Wang Xian shouted. Others didn't dare to pick it up, he dared, with his current attributes, carrying that huge dragon to pick up that legendary equipment was simply not too easy. Ding! You have been blessed by the flower god, your full attributes have increased by 20% for 6,000 seconds. Ding! You have received the blessing of the arrived medicine king, the life value limit is increased by 50% and 1% of your maximum life value is restored every second for 180 seconds. Ding! You have received the blessing of the singer, when taking damage, the damage is reduced by 10%. Ding! You have received the priest's blessing, physical defense is increased by 100 points. Ding! You have received the priest's blessing? Magic defense is increased by 100 points. Ding! A system tone rang in Wang Xian's ears. Changyao's skill was once again upgraded? The bonus of the full attributes increased from 15% to 20%? The status is added by Grandmaster Sun and Ling Fei also surprised Wang Xian a bit. The ones in the back were the priest's added buffs. With so many buffs, Wang Xian's attributes soared once again, his attack directly broke 10,000. Defense went to 2,700 plus, while blood was a terrifying 45,000 plus. After the buff was added, Wang Xian took out his sky dragon gun. The tip of the gun pointed at the huge dragon. Heavenly Dragon breaks the city. Wang Xian let out a roar. The skill attached to the Heavenly Dragon gun was the first to be used. An illusory dragon shadow erupted from the Heavenly Dragon gun and blasted straight towards the giant dragon under the city gate. Bang! Minus 81,471. The illusory dragon shadow blasted at the giant dragon's body, causing a terrifying damage value. Aside from Wang Xian, all those who saw this value were dumbstruck. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Even some of them were desperately rubbing their eyes, fearing that they had blurred their eyes. More than 80,000 damage. Was this the kind of damage that a human could deal? But soon, someone reacted, pointing at Wang Xian and stumbling, Tian long gun. This single voice woke everyone up from their shock. I suddenly fell on the long spear in Wang Xian's hand. Thinking about the words Wang Xian had just shouted out, they were also able to determine that what Wang Xian was holding in his hand was the only legendary equipment on the equipment ranking. The Heavenly Dragon Lance. Isn't the Heavenly Dragon Lance in the hands of the Immortal King? How did it appear here with Brother Vigorous? Sword 23 let out a shock deep. Swish. The people who heard Jian Xi's words? Their gazes all landed on Sword 23. The meaning contained within their gazes were all the same. This wasn't a fool, I'm afraid? Sword 23 also instantly reacted, his mouth open. Looking towards Nangong Dance who was not far away from him. Stunned, he asked, Brother Dali is the Immortal King? Congratulations? Got the right answer. Nangong Dance laughed. She knew that after Wang Xian took out the Heavenly Dragon gun, she couldn't hide her identity anymore and didn't continue to hide Wang Xian's identity. I'm not a non-pro. Although she had been able to determine it in her mind, after actually receiving a definite answer, Jin 23 still exclaimed in shock. On the other side, after Wang Xian unleashed the skill attached to the Heavenly Dragon Lance, his body instantly transformed into a shadow and charged towards the giant dragon. Skill, charge. Select a direction to charge, and during the charge, increase movement speed by 200%. Inflicts 100% physical attack damage to the target hit by the skill, and if the target's strength is less than yours, they will fall into a 1-second stun state.
Casting time, instantaneous. Power consumption, 50 MP. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Ding!
The heavenly dragon lance stabbed above the dragon scales on the dragon's chest, sending up a shower of sparks.
Minus 10,513. At the same time, another damage number floated up.
Only, this time, the number that floated up was far less than just a moment ago. Having been attacked by Wang Xian twice in a row, the dragon was furious, and one of its fleshy wings whistled as it flapped towards Wang Xian. Wang Xian's eyes flashed, and instead of choosing to dodge, he lifted his sky dragon lance and stabbed towards the dragon once again. Bang! Wang Xian was immediately slapped away by the giant dragon's fleshy wings, and a damage surfaced above his head. Minus 3,544, giant dragon attack, Wang Xian's defense, after which the damage reduction is calculated. First the Earth Emperor's Blessing Talent 20% damage reduction, taking 80% of the damage, and then from 80% of the damage, it is reduced by 10% again, which is 90% of the 80% of the damage taken. With that, two damage numbers floated up above the dragon's head. Minus 11,425. Minus 500,000. One was the damage from Wang Xian's normal attack, while the other was the passive skill, Divine Abandonment, triggered.
Chen Bu Mu Chao. Heaven! Am I blind?
The others directly exploded when they saw that 500,000 terrifying damage floating above the dragon's head. They could still accept the 80,000 plus damage just now, but what the hell was this 500,000 damage? Wang Xian didn't care how the others exclaimed, because the dragon's attack had arrived once again, and this time, the dragon was launching a dragon flame attack.
Boom! A fiery flame came face to face. Without any hesitation, Wang Xian directly activated the mage's blink skill. With a flash of his figure, Wang Xian appeared in midair. Surprising dragon slash. The heavenly dragon lance slashed downwards, and a dragon shadow appeared, heading straight for the dragon. Minus 102,879. A 6-digit damage floated up. When the crowd saw this, although they were shocked, they didn't let out any cries of surprise again. They had already started to become numb. They had already begun to become numb. They had seen 500,000 damage, so 100,000 damage was really nothing to shout about. Wang Xian landed on the ground, his right foot stomped hard, once again rushed towards the dragon, only just rushed to half, had to stop. The dragon shook a pair of fleshy wings and directly flew up. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar rang out. Wang Xian immediately felt a wave of dizziness and lost control of his body. Not good. Wang Xian said in his heart that it was bad. He had been shocked into a state of vertigo by the dragon's roar just now. Roar! There was another dragon roar. The dragon sprayed a mouthful of dragon flame towards Wang Xian. Wang Xian fell into a stun state and could only watch as the hot dragon flames came towards him. Minus 35,856. A 5-digit damage appeared from Wang Xian's head, and Wang Xian's blood level was instantly down to about 1/5. Plus 39,400. Plus 2,845. Plus 3,112. However, keeping in mind that 3 positive numbers floated up on Wang Xian's head, Chen Yao, Grandmaster Sun, and Ling Fei's healing skills arrived. Chen Yao, who had the Divine Grace talent, had a healing amount that far surpassed the other two. You're open too. Sword 23 looked at Chen Yao dumbfounded. A skill that added more than 30,000 blood? Fake it. Grandmaster Sun and Ling Fei also looked at Chen Yao in shock. They originally thought that their hidden professions were very powerful, but now that they saw the blood added by Chen Yao, they couldn't help but wonder if their hidden professions were very bad. Chen Yao didn't care about other people's shock. She waved her hand and gave Wang Xian another, spring water floating light, a skill that continuously added blood. On the other side, Wang Xian also came to his senses from the stun state. With a continuous swing of the heavenly dragon gun, 5 black fireballs headed towards the giant dragon flying in midair. Skill, Underworld Fireball. The black fireballs exploded on the giant dragon's body, causing the dragon to roar in shock. Minus 1,144. Minus 1,257. Minus 1,094. Minus 1,100. Minus 1,135. Seeing these damage values, Wang Xian was stunned. How come it was so low? Although the damage bonus of the Underworld Fireball skill was only 100%, according to the attacks and defenses of both sides, each of these 5 fireballs should at least deal 7,000 plus damage. Holding disbelief too much, Wang Xian's heavenly dragon lance swung, and a thunderbolt instantly struck the giant dragon's body. Minus 5,047. Seeing this damage value, Wang Xian instantly understood that in addition to that super high magic defense, this giant dragon also had an extremely strong magic resistance. What was magic resistance?
Magic resistance means that when taking magic damage, it will weaken the damage received, and Wang Xian's talent, Earth Emperor's Blessing, comes with a meaning of damage reduction, except that Wang Xian's, Earth Emperor's Blessing, has a full damage reduction, while magic resistance is just a separate reduction of magic damage. Understanding was understanding, but Wang Xian had a headache at the moment. This huge dragon was flying in mid-air, and he couldn't attack it for the time being except for magic attacks. After casually throwing a few more spells that dealt thousands of damage, Wang Xian temporarily gave up attacking with magic. The damage was just too low. Wang Xian stopped attacking the dragon, but the dragon continued to attack Wang Xian. Various kinds of magic were thrown out by the dragon and smashed towards Wang Xian.
Minus 8013. Minus 9155. Minus 8726. Plus 37,541. Plus 3044.
Positive and negative numbers alternated and kept surfacing above Wang Xian's head. Although there was no problem with the amount of blood, this magic slamming
on his body was really painful. Damn you! Wang Xian cursed and his figure disappeared.
When it reappeared, it had already arrived over the giant dragon.
Skill, blink. Wang Xian finally waited until the CD for this skill was good. Skill, charge. High in the sky, Wang Xian's transformed into a shadow and used gravity.
He charged towards the dragon.
The giant dragon obviously did not expect Wang Xian to appear in such a bizarre way.
It was already too late when it reacted.
Snort!
The tip of the heavenly dragon gun pierced into the eyes of the giant dragon.
Minus 61,477. A black damage also surfaced from the top of the giant dragon's head. Fatal damage. Roar! With its eyes pierced, the dragon let out an incomparably painful roar. The dragon's head shook even more desperately. Wang Xian gripped the heavenly dragon gun tightly with both hands.
His body flung itself along with the dragon's head swaying.
After being thrown to a suitable angle, Wang Xian's right foot viciously kicked towards the dragon's eyes. Put. Minus 62,455. Minus 59,776. Two consecutive black fatal damage floated up. One was the damage caused by Wang Xian's kick on the giant dragon's eye, and the other was Wang Xian utilizing the reaction force generated by his kick on the giant dragon's eye.
The secondary damage caused by pulling the sky dragon gun out of the giant dragon's eye.
Roar! The giant dragon roared up to the sky.
The voice was filled with pain as well as deep killing intent towards Wang Xian.
Flesh wings vibrated. The giant dragon's figure drew taller.
The mouth full of hideous fangs opened and closed slightly, and a strange sound emanated from it.
As this sound rang out, the firmament above the giant dragon all began to darken, and countless dark clouds frantically converged, forming a huge vortex.
Beside the vortex, a streak of thunder snaked through.
F***CK. Dragon language magic. Wang Xian cursed and immediately took off running. Looking at the movement, the power of this magic was extraordinary. Only, as Wang Xian ran,
the vortex of dark clouds converging above the firmament also began to move, and it moved at almost the exact same speed as Wang Xian.
This also led to?
That dark cloud vortex was always above Wang Xian's head.
All of you stay away. Looking at the vortex spinning faster and faster above his head, Wang Xian knew that
he wouldn't be able to escape from this dragon language magic. However, it was good that Cheng Yao had already added the Blue Willow Blossom skill to him long ago, so it wasn't a big deal if he really got chopped to death.
Wang Xian now only prayed that this dragon language magic wasn't a sustained skill. After all, Cheng Yao's resurrection skill was when the blood level bottomed out, immediately resurrected. There was no escape.
Plus being idle, Wang Xian decisively swung his heavenly dragon lance towards the dragon to unleash his magic skills.
Fireballs, thunderbolts, ice creams, wind blades.
But all the skills that have cooled down well, Wang Xian threw all of them towards the dragon in his head.
Mosquito meat is also meat, so if you can do more damage, you can do more damage.
As for the idea of low damage from magic skills just now, it was directly thrown out of the sky by Wang Xian.
Brother-in-law, let me help you.
Su Zhuan suddenly shouted out. Immediately, Wang Xian's gaze was attracted over. He wanted to see how Su Zhuan could actually help him. With Su Zhuan's current attack, he shouldn't be able to break through the giant dragon's defense.
7 observation star spell.
Only to see, Su Zhuan picked up his staff and Yao 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 shouted at the dragon. 7 star points emitting starlight appeared on the dragon's body. Seeing this scene, Wang Xian froze. He had seen this scenario before, that is, when he was killing Right General Duao, Su Zhuan had used this skill. As expected, the star points on the dragon's body began to connect, exactly the same as that day.
When all 7 star points connected, the explosion began. Minus 1,500. Minus 1,500. Minus 1,500 minus 1,500. 7 damage numbers floated up.
Seeing this damage, Wang Xian froze again and was surprised that the numbers were exactly the same as the ones from that day.
So, this is fixed damage? I'm sorry, but I'm going to continue to write.
Fixed damage, as the name suggests, is the damage value is fixed, and fixed damage also has an alias, real damage. This kind of damage is not affected by any factors such as resistance, damage reduction, etc. As long as the target is hit, it will cause a fixed value of damage. Usually, this kind of fixed damage skill, the damage value is generally not too high, so can cause tens of thousands of fixed damage value, but also mainly because of the name of the 7 Obsidian Star Mantra, skill is a multi-band damage.
Moreover, the cooldown time of this kind of fixed damage skill is still very long, and it can't be used as a regular output skill at all.
What's more, this kind of fixed damage skill, after upgrading, would not increase the damage, it would only reduce the skill cooldown time. This also leads to fixed damage class skills. The early stage is a god skill. When the back of the blood pile up, it seems a little chicken rib. For the boss, don't even think about it. When the level of the boss reaches 100 levels later, the blood volume starts to be millions. This damage is not as fast as the automatic recovery of the boss blood volume. Seeing that Su Zhuan was still going to attack the dragon, Wang Xian immediately shouted loudly, "Xiao Zhuan, hurry up and stay away." The dragon's dragon language magic was about to finish, and although the main target was him, he had no idea if this dragon language magic was single or ranged. If it was a single one, it would be fine. If it was a ranged magic, then it would be a wasted opportunity for Su Zhuan's resurrection.
Brother-in-law, don't you me, hurry up and run far away. Yao Yao, Master Sun, Sister Ling Fei, you all stay away too.
Seeing that Su Zhuan was going to say something else, Wang Xian directly interrupted her and shouted at the 3 people who were always ready to add blood to themselves not far away.
Alright, brother-in-law, be careful, Su Zhuan said and immediately ran away.
Chang Yao and the others also started to move away from Wang Xian, and the other people on the sidelines also backed away.
Time passed by second. The sound coming out of the giant dragon's mouth also became lower and lower.
The center of the vortex above Wang Xian's head also began to appear abnormal.
A spear that seemed to be condensed with countless thunderbolts appeared.
The tip of the spear was pointing straight at Wang Xian.
At this moment,
Wang Xian felt that his body began to become not his own.
He lost the ability to move. A bitter smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. Although he had known about the terrifying dragon language magic for a long time, but when it really came to the dragon language magic's head, only then did he realize that this kind of magic was far more terrifying than imagined.
Surprisingly, it made it impossible for him to even put up a single ounce of resistance.
The thunder spear fell from the middle of the vortex.
It stabbed towards Wang Xian at a seemingly slow, yet fast speed.
Boing dash.
Seeing that Wang Xian was about to be stabbed by the thunder spear, a strange cry rang out.
In an instant, everything stopped. Wang Xian looked at the thunder spear that was less than a centimeter away from his brow,
gulped a mouthful of water.
This thunder spear was really going to stab him?
He wasn't too scared yet, but with it pinned in front of him like this, the pressure was really great.
Boing dash. Another cry rang out.
The thunder spear in front of Wang Xian's eyes instantly turned and headed towards the giant dragon above the firmament at an even faster speed than earlier. Thud! The thunder spear instantly pierced into the left wing of the giant dragon.
Crackling! Countless thunderbolts surged out from the thunder spear,
directly tearing the giant dragon's left wing into a sky of debris.
-1144375.
A 7-digit terrifying value floated up from the top of the giant dragon's head.
With its left wing lost, the giant dragon could no longer fly? Screaming miserably, it fell from the air.
Looking at the giant dragon rolling on the ground in pain, Wang Xian was nothing but shocked and puzzled.
Wasn't it supposed to be that he was going to die? How did it suddenly turn out that the giant dragon was going to be finished? Can someone tell him what exactly happened? Do you guys know what's going on?
Wang Xian looked to the others who had gathered around. The crowd shook their heads. That strange sound just now seemed of a fox's cry.
Nangong Dance hesitated, said in an uncertain tone. A fox? Wang Xian thought slightly, realizing that it was indeed as Nangong Dance had said.
It was indeed very much like the call of a fox. However, for a fox to be able to make the dragon language magic cast by a giant dragon redirect the target of its attack with its bark alone was too terrifying, wasn't it? Also, why did that fox want to help itself? Brother-in-law, what are you thinking about? Why don't you still take advantage of the opportunity now to beat up the dog? No, beat up the folded-winged dragon. Su Zhuan clenched her small fists, her eyes were glowing, and her tone was excited as she shouted. She didn't care what had just happened, she now only wanted Wang Xian to immediately kill this huge dragon. Then, she would be rich. Wang Xian awoke with a start. That's right, how can you consider anything else at this time? First kill this huge dragon is currently the most important thing. Holding her gun in one hand, with the tip pointing at the dragon, Wang Xian's turned into a black shadow and charged towards the dragon. Skill, charge. Thud. The heavenly dragon gun directly pierced into the wound of the dragon's broken left wing.
Minus 21,443.
A red human weakness damage directly floated up. Roar. The giant dragon once again let out a roar, only this time the roar was filled with timidity and fear.
Wang Xian gained the momentum of the
dragon, and the heavenly dragon gun was continuously drawn and stabbed.
Within a few seconds, a dozen red damage numbers floated up.
The dragon's blood level dropped by more than 300,000, and the dragon's blood level was only left at about half.
Wang Xian continued to attack. The giant dragon's miserable screams rang out continuously.
Only, this aside from the miserable screams, the giant dragon seemed to have lost the ability to attack. It kept chrysanthemuming on the ground, its short forelimbs picking at the ground and heading in one direction.
Seeing such a scene, Wang Xian understood that the dragon had completely lost its conviction to fight.
Of course, the fact that the dragon had become like this had nothing to do with him, it was entirely due to those two fox calls. The dragon didn't attack, but only thought of escaping. Wang Xian naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass. The sky dragon lance continuously stabbed towards the dragon, and when the skills were cooled down, he smashed them on the dragon without killing it. Moreover, the place where Wang Xian attacked every time was the break of the dragon's left wing, causing the damage dealt to be basically red weakness damage.
45%, 40%, 35%, 30%, 20%.
The dragon's blood level was dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. Wang Xian had thought that he would just kill this giant dragon so easily when a strange change suddenly occurred. When the dragon's blood level dropped to 10%, or 500,000, the dragon crawling on the ground violently turned its head and sprayed a mouthful of dragon flame towards Wang Xian.
Minus 40,115. Wang Xian's blood level instantly bottomed out. Chen Bu Mu Chao. Wang Xian let out a cry of surprise and immediately moved away from the giant dragon with a blink.
With the amount of blood he had left, the dragon could take him away with a single skill.
Plus 32,445. Plus 2,947. Plus 3,076.
3 healing skills descended on Wang Xian, pulling his blood level back to the safety line.
Roar. The giant dragon roared up to the sky and its body violently stood up. Roar. Another roar.
The giant dragon stepped on its thick hind limbs and madly charged towards Wang Xian. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Wang Xian's ears.
Ding.
Giant dragon Simmons Carey has fallen into a state of despair. Physical and magical attacks have been increased by 100%, and defense has been reduced by 100%.
Wang Xian,
looking at the giant dragon that was madly charging towards him, and thinking about the system beep just now, Wang Xian decisively scattered and fled. Physical attack increased by 100% is okay, a claw or a wing hit on the body, he can still withstand, but the magic attack increased by 100%, a mouthful of dragon flame down, he is to hiccup. Although it has Changyao's skills, Willow Darkness, completely can be resurrected, but the resurrection opportunity to the critical moment to use the right, now do not run, die in the hands of the dragon, that would be a loss. Besides, Changyao's skills also had a cooldown time. As for the dragon's defense reduced by 100%, that was no longer important. The important thing now was to survive from the hands of this dragon that had fallen into a state of madness because of despair and then say the matter of attack. In this way, Wang Xian kept running in front, and the dragon chased after him frantically. And the others also followed. Especially Cheng Yao, Master Sun, and Ling Fei, they had to add blood for Wang Xian, so naturally, they had to play hard to get after him.
As he ran, Wang Xian suddenly realized something.
The dragon's defense was reduced by 100%, which meant that the dragon's defense was 0 at the moment. He had no way to attack the giant dragon because he had to desperately run away, but the others could. Xiaozhuan, Nangong Dance, Old Sword, don't look, quickly attack the giant dragon, it doesn't have any defense now.
Wang Xian shouted to the few people who were watching as he ran.
Hearing Wang Xian's words, the few people froze, and then decisively began to attack the dragon with their skills.
Minus 7,122. Minus 6,974. Minus 6,974. Minus 6,829. Minus 1946. Minus 2,147. The crowd's skills were thrown madly towards the dragon. Without their defenses, the crowd's damage was still very considerable. Everyone attacked together. After seeing the damage dealt, Sword 23 immediately let out a roar. And then, the sword in his hand chopped out a shocking sword blade. Thud! The sword pierced into the giant dragon's body. Minus 9,755.
Old Sword, it's possible. Wang Xian saw the damage dealt by Sword 23 and gave him a thumbs up as he ran.
Under the crowd's attacks, the giant dragon's blood level was rapidly dropping, and the giant dragon didn't care about them at all. It only had Wang Xian alone in its eyes. 9%, 7%, 5%, 3%. Seeing that the dragon's blood level was about to bottom out, Wang Xian didn't run away, quickly turning around.
The tip of the gun pointed at the giant dragon.
Heavenly dragon breaks the city. With a loud roar, the illusory dragon shadow broke out of the gun, straight towards the giant dragon. Bang!
The illusory dragon shadow blasted the giant dragon's body.
Minus 89,457. The last ounce of blood of the giant dragon was directly taken away by Wang Xian. Boom! The huge corpse continued to rush forward for more than 10 meters due to inertia, before collapsing with a loud bang.
And the place where the giant dragon corpse finally came to a stop happened to be less than a meter in front of Wang Xian. One man, one gun, and one giant dragon corpse.
Such a scene left everyone a bit mesmerized. Wahahaha! Got rich!
After an unknown amount of time, Su Zhuan's shout rang out. The crowd also came back to their senses as a result.
As for Wang Xian,
he hadn't been lost in thought at all.
The reason why he stood in front of the giant dragon's corpse and remained motionless?
It was entirely to match the crowd.
He guaranteed it? It was definitely not for the sake of pretending.
You reside. Certainly are the immortal king.
Sword 23 came to the side of the king immortal with an egg on his face.
He finally whitened why that heavenly king immortal heavily tapped him on the shoulder, and why Nangong Dance and the others looked at him with that strange look.
Ha ha ha. Don't blame me, don't blame me. Wang Xian laughed. It's just that this name of yours is weird, Xian Wang brother?
I still feel it's smoother to call you brother Vigorous.
Sword 23 said.
My name is Immortal King, just call me by my name. Vigorous is a fake name after all.
After thinking for a moment, Sword 23
said, you call me Old Sword, how about I call you Old Wang?
Wang Xian nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Both eyes stared angrily at GNXXII.
Sword 23 also realized the fault in his words and smiled sarcastically, saying, it's Old Wang,
not Old Wang bastard. Wang Xian's face darkened even more. Do I need you to remind me? Did I not know or what?